And in politics, you've got consultants, and you've got media professionals, you've got pollsters, you've got a lot of people who try to tell you what to say or how to behave or, what to do. And Usha just said, just be yourself, be authentic, go out there and say what's actually on your mind, maybe a little nicer from time to time. But I think that's the best advice that she gave me, and that's why we take our kids everywhere, and that's why I'm not afraid to make a joke on social media, even if it's sometimes a dad joke. I forgive me, all of you who don't like dad jokes, but you just got to be yourself.
Yeah.
And I think that's President Trump's superpower in American politics, and that's probably the best advice Usha ever gave me, at least on politics.
Okay, last question. What inspires you every day?
Well, one is my family, right? I'm blessed to have a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old, and I can't help but see the country through their eyes. And when we were on the campaign in particular, and we would take our kids with us, all of my kids, when we were about to land in some new place, they'd all rush to the window of the plane and they'd look out and they'd say, "Oh, Dad, this looks so cool." Like, the beauty of the Arizona cactuses and Arizona deserts. Or, we'd be in Texas for a fundraiser and they'd be like, "Oh my God, look at just all of that open space," right? Or we'd be in North Carolina and say, "Oh, look how beautiful the Green Mountains," right? This idea of these beautiful green mountains of Appalachia, North Carolina. We love North Carolina. And I guess what inspires me is you can't help but be hopeful and energetic and optimistic about this country when you see it through the eyes of a child. So I hope I never lose that perspective because it does inspire me every day.
Well, Mr. Vice President, you inspire us every day. We are praying for you. We are praying for your family. We are praying for this incredible administration, for, of course, President Donald Trump, and we are honored that you are here with our CPAC family.
And I'm honored to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I love you guys. Thank
Okay, welcome back. We're here at CPAC live, Real America's Voice. Fascinating interview right there. Mercy Schlapp, Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, that kicks off CPAC. CPAC's going to be pretty explosive this year, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's called a micro. Are you eating, Brad? Dude, you pounding down a donut? Is that what we're doing here?
It's not visible to the camera.
It's not visible to the camera. Okay, we've got Balázs Orbán here. Tell us, Viktor Orbán is a hero here in the United States to MAGA. Why is that?
You should tell us.
Yeah, no, I want to hear why. What do you guys think?
It's a great show what we have here, and we remember. And now CPAC is extremely popular. Everybody wants to be here.
Well, but CPAC Hungary is going to be when?
It wasn't the case a couple of years ago, but we were here, and we were fighting for the same things. Well, we are fighting, and most probably this is why my prime minister is also...
Tell us what the fight is in Hungary. Why is that? Why is Orbán so close to the president, and why is he considered the bridge, particularly as the president's, trying to think through geostrategically, geoeconomically what we're doing in Europe, particularly with Russia? Why is Orbán so important?
Because I think it's very much in line with what was said by the vice president, that we are fighting for our civilization. So it's not a usual political ideological fight between two political parties. It's about the survival of our civilization, because the liberals in the last decade, they destroyed everything what made us strong and powerful. And now, if we are not able to push them back, then our countries will go down, as it happened in the United States, as it's happening in Brussels, which is the liberal capital of Europe, and Hungary is leading the resistance now against the Brusselian liberal.
Talk about that resistance. As Doge and other these efforts to get back at the U.S. budget, we're finding out now USAID, which I think was hidden from everybody, this one aspect of it, funded a lot of the negative media throughout Europe and particularly in Hungary. You guys are calling for an audit, or you're calling for a full exposure of money that went in from the U.S. government?
Actually, American people, American taxpayers' money was sent to try to delegitimize the Hungarian government and the conservative values which are shared by them. Many of the American taxpayers' money.
When you say you're fighting to save your civilization, over here that sounds like a political cliche. What does that mean? Because it's useful for Americans to hear other cultures speak to saving civilization. What does that mean for you?
Well, we are an old nation in the middle of Hungary, 1,000 years old. It's a landlocked country, but not a mind-locked one. We have a very unique culture, a unique language, and we appreciate the traditional values which are helping us to make the next generation strong. I mean, you need to have family, you need to have kids, you need to remain sovereign, you need to be able to secure your borders, you need to be able to provide freedom and a work opportunity for the people. This is what good governance is for. And now these liberal institutional structures, as it is happening in the States and as it is happening in Brussels, they are working against this. It's so obvious that we are standing here. And we need to not reform the structure, and build a new one.
And a majority of your people share this strongly. And so how does this, like in this country, a minority in the media, in elites, almost seize power?
Same story here. When the migrants in 2015, that was a year when 400,000 people, illegal migrants, wanted to march across our country, and the Prime Minister said that no, it's not going to happen. Law and order. We closed the borders, we built a fence, and we didn't let them in. And then we organized a referendum. We asked the people, because there was an issue which was not existed before. In a democracy, you have to ask the people. If something serious happens, you have to ask them what should be the response on the government side. So we initiated a national referendum, and overwhelming majority of the Hungarians, even those who disagree with the government on many points, were saying, you did the right thing, you didn't let them in, and you should stick to this plan.
70%?
It's 90%.
90%. Wow.
And then
90% of people just said, no way, we don't want people coming through our country, we don't want settling country. Illegal, yes.
And what is happening now is that Brussels, it has a pro-migration position, so they launched legal attack against Hungary. And they use the judiciary, as they used it in the United States as well, against the country. And now we are under a sanction. We have to pay every day €1 million, which is that we are not letting the migrants in, which is a huge amount of money. It's almost 400 million euros per year. But my Prime Minister says that it's even worse.
If you did,
because it would cost much more if we let them in.
But Hungary hasn't had any of the problems you've seen in Germany and France. None of the attacks, none of the collapse of really big parts of society. What you're seeing in England, none of the problems that have come from having that just open borders.
It's so simple. If you don't have the illegal migrants, the streets and the cities are safe and sound, and you don't have terrorist attacks. It's not rocket science. It's a simple fact.
I want to go back, though. I don't think people in our country are just becoming aware. I want to be specific. U.S. taxpayer money went to fund media operations that went against Orban and his government for what he was doing specifically to save his country, and that had 90% support of the people in the country. Even many people who don't agree with Orban politically on many things, support him on this, and you had taxpayer money going in to support these organizations there to destroy Viktor Orban.
And the situation is even worse because George Soros and his organization...
I think I've heard of that name, George Soros.
Yeah, it's a well-known name here in the States as well. And he is dedicatedly against Orban and against the Hungarian government. And
why is he so determined to destroy Orban's government?
Because he wanted to take over Hungary, and we didn't let it happen. So he is furious. He wants to get rid of with the government, and he convinced the Biden administration to use the taxpayers' money to help his organizations operating in Hungary and Brussels. So America,
As an opposition to Orban.
as an opposition, in
And paid
media,
for by U.S. taxpayers in the Biden regime.
Yeah, so I don't see the point why American taxpayers' money should be spent to buy multi-billionaires, to support multi-billionaires' political agenda.
He's for the open society, though. And
Open
so
borders.
he's open to all these ideas of democracy. Yes?
It's a good joke.
Yeah. I think it's open borders.
Yeah.
Okay, talk to us about CPAC Hungary and talk to us about going forward. Where do you see Orban's role, Hungary's role? President Trump thinks very highly of Orban. I think he sees Orban as one of the potential bridges of the United States into Europe. Walk us through what's happening now and going forward, particularly with President Trump.
So, until now, we have been actually the only country in the liberal ocean who wanted to lead the resistance. Now we have a friend on our side, so it's rebelling to hear that you can talk about how bad migration is. You can talk about how important to protect Christian values is, and it's a completely new world order, a new reality for ourselves. I think it's very good for United States of America, but it's not my job to decide that. It should be decided by the American people. But I'm 100% sure that it's very good for Europe. And very good for my country. So we hope, and think about the war. I mean, for like 3 years we were constantly saying that this war has to end because it has no reason.
And Orban was criticized for that. You're saying they're a puppet of Putin, and you guys were ostracized. Is there any facts on the ground that lead you to believe that Orban was wrong about the decision he made, which is the same position War Room took from the very beginning?
You know, how do you, if you take seriously that you want to end the war, how do you want to do it if you are not restoring communication channels between those who are fighting? It's impossible. So then you are not saying seriously that your goal is to end the war. You want to fight the war. If there is no communication, it means that you want to fight the war and you want to destroy your enemy. And I think we Westerners, and especially not the Hungarians, shouldn't focus on trying to destroy each other and trying to destroy the Russians. We should find a way to peacefully coexistence. Because
do you think there's a way to peacefully coexist with the Russians in Europe?
I think it's possible.
Viktor Orban thinks that?
I think it's possible, and I'm very happy to see that the American administration is working to find a way out.
Let's talk about that. They're trying to find a way, obviously, but what about President Trump's observations or criticisms about Zelensky and Zelensky's government in the last 72 hours?
You know, like, these are just facts, and you don't argue with facts. So this is the reality. This is how things are looking like. And I'm Hungarian, so I can't speak in the name of the Ukrainians, but there is a Hungarian ethnic minority who is living in Ukraine. And they are suffering very much from the bad consequences of the war, and they want peace. So I know that the Hungarian minority who is living in Ukraine, they want peace and they want to end the war, and they want a leadership which is working together with the United States to end the war as soon as possible. And I think this would be the only possible outcome for Europe as well. Just there was a news about the negotiations in Saudi Arabia. Immediately, gas prices went down, energy prices went down, stock market went up.
Wow.
So just it had an immediate positive effect on the everyday life of the European people. Imagine what would happen if we are able to settle the conflict, as it was mentioned by the Vice President as well, and find a long-term agreement between NATO, between United States of America, between the Western world and Russia. It would be very good for all of us. So we should work it on. I know it will be hard. It's not easy. There is many emotional aspect of it. But adults should take control and take the lead. Otherwise, we are going to keep going down.
We'll send our regard. Look, we think Viktor Orban, we were with him in Texas. He speaks at CPACs all the time. Now CPAC has had a very successful run in Hungary. They're going to do another one in late May, I understand. War Room will be there. representing, will probably do the show live from there. Where do people, if they're interested to find more information about Hungary, Viktor Orban, and particularly you, all your writings, social media, where do they go?
Social media, X is a good platform to do so.
And what's your handle?
You have a standing invitation in Hungary. You should have live broadcasting.
Yes,
he is a very popular man in Hungary. Hungarians love him.
It's easy. You guys are, the Hungarians are on the right side of every issue. And Viktor Orban's a hero because for many years they tried to ostracize him. And now you know that American taxpayer dollars, unbeknownst to American citizens, went to try to destroy what you guys are doing in Hungary. And now Viktor Orban's looked on the world stage as a hero, as somebody that said everything was going to happen about the Ukraine war. And he's obviously, President Trump thinks very highly of him. They're very close. Probably has the best relationship of anybody on the continent. So what's the handle on social media? Where they go? Not just X, but...
I think X is important. Follow the Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, and we have some very good politicians, the Foreign Minister, and some others follow them. And there are some free speech-based small outlets in Brussels as well. So if you want to hear real European news, perfect. European Conservative, which is a partner of American Conservative here, so you can find some.
And what is your handle on social media? Do you have one?
I'm Balázs Orban. You can find me
Orban.
as well.
Okay, we'll get it up in the Chiron. Balázs, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
These are heroes.
God bless you. Thank you.
Remember, it was very easy to criticize, for the Europeans to criticize Hungary, but they stood tall in the breach. And this is why right now, where President Trump tries to bring this war to a conclusion with his geostrategic realignment, you have all the same demons and devils, the whole Soros-backed Brussels crowd, baying at the heels of President Trump. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. We're back here live. Oh my gosh, they're starting to gather. A gathering of eagles here. Unbelievable. Jane Zirkle's going to be in the mosh pit when we get back. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to be back. CPAC 2025. Go to Birch Gold. Take your phone out. Bannon 989898. Get the free brochure. Investing in gold in the era of President Trump, the ultimate guide. We're going to take a short break. Birch Gold's our sponsor today. Be back in a moment.
American faith in America.
welcome back. Can we play this on the screen in the back? If we can, okay, guys, can we put this on the screen back right there? You see the screen at home. They're on the Senate floor. You know what they're doing right now? They're voting for Kash Patel to be director of the FBI. The number's 20222. No, they're already going to vote. Is Kash going to be confirmed today? How big a day is that? Is this going out? Is this working? This right, huge. How big a day is that? Huge. How big is it? Let's hear it from the posse. How big is it? Kash Patel's going to be director of FBI. Wow, what a gnarly crew. They must have opened up some of the gates here, right? Unbelievable. Had a great yesterday. Philip Patrick, by the way, from Birch Gold. All right, guys. Gold was $1,100 an ounce when we when we partnered up with Birch Gold. Of course, now the Bank of England came and make deliveries. Just saying. Not saying there's not, there's certainly enough physical gold out there in the world. Are you looking forward when Doge audits Fort Knox?
Very much so, Steve. Like Ron Paul, for the last 30 years, we've been wanting to know what's happening there. So some transparency finally on the horizon.
Remember, we never tell you to buy gold here. We pass you over to the experts at Birch Gold. Philip's got a team. The Warren Posse loves them. They take care of you. They walk you through all the instrumentalities. But I just want to throw out a theoretical question. What happens if when Doge goes down to Fort Knox to do the audit and there's no gold?
That's a frightening position to be in. And I have
go to birchgold.com/Bannon. Forget end of the dollar empire. Just talk to Philip Patrick and the team. I just saying, Ron Paul's asked for an audit. Ron Paul hasn't asked for too much. He's asked for the audit. This is Rand Paul's dad. He asked for the audit of three things. He just wanted three things to be audited. The Treasury Department, right? And you see what Doge, you're finding some stuff out there now. Treasury Department. The Federal Reserve. He wanted to audit the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve because he thought it was a little kinky, you know, how the elites kept getting bailed out. Do we want to end the Federal Reserve?
I think we might too, Steve.
Ask right now. Why do you want to end the Federal Reserve?
At the Federal Reserve.
Probably corrupt, and they're taking our money, and they don't answer to anybody.
How about you? Why do you want to end the Fed? Why do you want to end the Fed?
They're illegitimate. They're people. It's not the government. A lot of.
Do you guys? No. Andrew Jackson had the same problem. Do you guys trust central banks? No. You notice how the elites continue to get bailed out. Do you guys get bailouts? No. How big was your bail? What's the largest bailout you ever had? No, you pay for the bailouts, okay? You always have. Okay, the third thing he wanted was to audit Fort Knox. Now, how hard would it be to go, you got all the gold bullion, you got it in these huge slabs, you got it in small things, but how hard would it be to go and actually audit what we have there?
Listen, they can get it done if there was a desire to get it done. But there isn't. And the question we have to ask ourselves, why on earth would we want to resist an audit? They're saying, look, we don't want to spike global panic. Why would people panic? There's something going on there, and we need the answers. And that's why Musk and the team are pushing for it, and fingers crossed we get it.
Secretary Bessent today, Dave said what? He made an announcement today. I think on Fox Business he was being interviewed.
Yeah, NTD. I think he validated Doge has so far saved $50 billion. So that's a drop in the bucket compared to $40 trillion in debt, but it's a huge start, and they're on the right path. And they're just starting. Once this logic goes across every agency, there's no end.
If you got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Waste, fraud, and abuse. If it's $50 billion and they've been doing it for 30 days,
right?
That could be $500 or $600 billion to cut the deficit. You got to start somewhere. Elon said he could get to $1 trillion. If it's $50 billion the first month, God bless them. Now, here's what we have to do and make sure. This is the problem with the CR. This is the problem with what they want to do to kick the can down the road all the way to September. Because if they just do a simple CR for the end of the year, which is what they want to do, we have Biden's numbers, right? So President Trump's first year, the fiscal year we're in, is all on Biden's math and Nancy Pelosi, right? A little bit of Nancy Pelosi. There's a $2 trillion deficit already baked in there, and the CBO backs that up. But worse, all the efforts of DOGE for this year don't get included because you basically got to agree to it. It's an up or down vote, right? And so you're essentially, the logic is, we're going to pay again for things we already know are waste, fraud, and abuse. It's insanity, right? It's got to be. That's why you can't have a continuing CR. It's got to be different.
I got a question for all of you out there. How many of you voted for your Congress member last year after they voted for a $7 trillion Nancy Pelosi budget? Did you all return your members to Congress that are doing that to you? Right? It goes back to the people, right? The people got to wake up and smell the coffee and quit returning. If your members are voting for $7 trillion budgets, turn the spigot to off.
Okay, we're going to have a lot of fights because these are, President Trump today said he's for one big beautiful bill, right? So that'll probably come in July and August. Now, one big beautiful bill kind of feels like an omnibus, but hey, look, we may have to take one for the team, but we'll see. What Dave Brett said yesterday in the force multiplier is most important. All those fights we have to have between now and the final bill have to be done in committee, and that's going to take your support. That's why you got to get Bill Blaster, Article 3, all of it. You see right there on the floor of the Senate, we're moments away from the Kash Patel.
Go Cash, government gangster.
I love the fact that Russ Vought and Peter Navarro and Scott Bessent and Mark Paoletta and now Kash Patel, all of our friends and colleagues and people, either co-hosts on the show but then we can't have them on the show anymore, right? I think War Room's a little too down market for the official. You got to go on CNN or MSNBC or Fox, right? You got to do it. Now you want to see him. You want to see him on War Room? Okay, fine. We'll put official inquiries in. Let's go into the mosh pit. We got Jane Zirkle. By the way, Burkharm's upstairs because it's still kind of tough to get down here. We're going to go to Burkharm in a second. Jane, who do we got in the mosh pit?
Your name and where you're from.
Peg Davidson, Clayton, Georgia.
Your name and where you're from.
Suzanne Rossi, Arlington, Virginia.
Your name and where you're from.
Vivian Hall, Bushnell, Florida.
And show me your shirts. Oh, the number 2 Pernsel.
Oh, wow.
And the Rampart.
Wow.
Signal, not noise.
Wow.
We love
Wow.
to see it. Your name and where you're from.
Hold on, hang on a second. What the front of it is the Outlaw book, the Rose the Outlaw.
We have the book right over here. Show the book to the camera.
Oh wow!
She's looking for cash.
Now, hang over a second. What do you guys hope to get at CPAC? Why'd you come?
We love it.
Well, we're part of the posse. We're very active, and we want to learn, and we want to spread the word, and just keep on rolling, keep on growing the MAGA, keep on growing the posse. And I thought we should do something like Trump 47 used to do, put actual people in places and states. We need to do a War Room 47 like that. Then we can go around to different Republican clubs and high schools, and perhaps if you guys like.
So hold on. What's the idea? Usually there's no pitching in the War Room, but this sounds interesting. So what? So go ahead and pitch. What's your idea?
Spread the information and our mission.
You mean set up little nodes of War Room all over the country with posse?
Trump 47 did.
You think guys, you guys would be into that?
Yeah. Take sections of each state. Have people represent each sections of each state. Go around.
Okay. Wow. Why are you coming? That's a great idea. We'll get Mo and you guys can talk.
Alrighty. I have another J6er over here. Tell me your name and your story.
So my name is James Grant, and before January 6th, I had multiple near full ride scholarships to a number of law schools, and I guess someone's got Discord. And I never just showed up. I was whisked off to jail. I beat most of the charges at trial, but I'm picking up the pieces of my life, and, it's really hard.
So hold it. Up until J6, you were a quote-unquote solid citizen, scholarships to go to law school. What law school?
The University of Alabama, and I also got accepted to Washington and Lee up here.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Joe Scarborough went to the University of Alabama Law School, didn't he?
No one's going to get...
Maybe we can swap a degree there.
Okay.
No one's going to hit the back of their head on any coffee table.
Whoa, you went there. So what happened now? Are you picking up your life?
So I have not. I just disappeared for 3 years. I just never showed up to the law school. And I'm waiting to get all my ducks in a row because the media has literally lied. And they said that, you know, I was acquitted of...
The media lied? The media actually lied? Was it fake news? Hold on, was it fake news or was it a lie?
It was the worst. I mean, they literally said I was found guilty of charges that I was acquitted of. And, you know, they're really serious. So I'm waiting for them to take them down. Currently, I'm hesitant to apply to law schools with fake news. You know, it like prevents me from applying because I don't want them to see that. And even AI pulls from that. So
where do people go to find your story? Social media? Or you got a website?
Yeah, I like to use X. James Grant J6
okay.
On X. And
we got to take a break. Let's give a hand for James. James. We'll be right back to you, Jane. Okay, I want to make sure that we get everybody. Oh, Lord, look at this right here. They're 10 deep. Thank you guys for showing up. We're taking a short commercial break. Philip Patrick Birch Gold's with me. We're going to talk why the Bank of England can't make physical deliveries of gold. I'm sure it's not a good time to buy physical gold. We kind of stepped into this, didn't we?
We did indeed.
It's pattern recognition. Okay, short commercial break. We're going to be back live at CPAC 25. We got the Roaring Posse here. Thank you guys, the force multipliers. We'll be back. Kash Patel being voted on the Senate floor. He will be the next director of the FBI before the war room's over.
Little children in a straight line, don't fall behind. Oh no, the television's only meant to indoctrinate the mind.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. We're going to go. That's the floor of the Senate. I don't have my glass on. Where we stand, Brad, with that vote? Brad? Where?
31.
Cue Dave Bratt. Brad, don't be making your lunch reservation. We're still live.
Hey, there we go. There we go.
Can we give a big hand? We got Dale Bigtree up here.
Hey, everybody. Thank you.
We got to merge together Maha and MAGA. First off, I actually like this setup so much better. We got so much War Room posse down here. We had your big turnout yesterday. We're going to get to all you guys in the mosh pit. Okay, so a couple things going on. On the Senate floor, they're voting for Kash Patel to be the director of the FBI. I talked to Kash last night, and he wanted me to send his personal regards. He said, hey, this would not have gotten done without the War Room posse bombarding Capitol Hill.
Right.
So he sends his thanks. It's very, it's a very big moment for him. So guys, just amazing job. Two things I want to talk. Birch Gold, tell me about what's the situation with these physical deliveries. There's all these rumors about gold coming from Bank of England to the United States. There's some arbitrage. There's also about the Bank of England's running out of physical gold. There's all types of rumors. There's not enough physical gold. And this is the reason, that people don't want an audit in Fort Knox. So what's going on?
Yeah, it's getting crazy, and ultimately the big driver is demand. Huge demand coming out of the United States, New York specifically. So
demand out of New York. Well, hold it. There's not that much War Room posse. There's some in New York. But what do you mean? This is major financial institutions buying?
This is major financial institutions. I think there's an understanding now that we're in a climate conducive for gold. So they've been calling reserves from London. Reports are that the vaults of the Bank of England now are emptying out.
Hold on, repeat that. The vaults of the Bank of England are emptied of gold?
Are empty of gold. There's reports that they're reaching out now to other countries who gold they custody to see if they can borrow it. Now, if that's not concerning, I don't know what is. But the key takeaway here, we're seeing demand increasing across the board, and it's no surprise. Listen, President Trump and the team, I've been to CPAC, this is my third one, and, we've been talking about what needs to be done. Now we're talking about what is being done. So that's very exciting, but it is a big task in front of them. There's no better team assembled to deal with it, but we got some bumpy roads and precious metals in climates like this.
If Cameron, my team, I've got it. By the way, I just say that again.
Free Tommy Robinson.
Tommy Robinson.
Free Tommy Robinson. Amen.
That's right.
I love Tommy. By the way, we're going to be there. If we can't get Tommy out beforehand, we're going to be there live on September 3rd, I think, in London when he gets out. Yeah. Send you volunteer?
I will go. He is the patriot of London.
Can we get you a visa? Can we get you a visa to get in the country?
Hey,
highly unlikely. I'm just kidding. I don't know if I can get in the country.
We'll go.
Fantastic. Right now, okay, Kash Patel on the Senate floor to be FBI director. You're here right now. President Trump sent out a tweet today. President Trump on Truth Social sent it out. Balanced budget. Let's try it. Okay. You guys support President Trump for that? Now, that's going to take Doge Plus, but I like the sound of it. Besson said today he concurs $50 billion in the first month from Elon Musk and the Doge team. What are the 2 or 3 things that have to happen in your mind to start to right the ship here?
Look, we're heading in the right direction. Like I said, as Dave said earlier, it's a drop in the bucket, but every drop counts. I think Doge is going to be very important, cutting out the waste, the bloated contracts, and closing that deficit as quickly as possible. They understand the problems, and that's the important thing, and they're addressing them. They're addressing bricks, they're addressing debt and deficit. So one step at a time, but we're heading in the right direction.
Okay, Philip Packer has become a star over the last couple of years from his hits here on War Room. We're going to send him out to the mosh pit. If you got a question about gold, go to birchgold.com/Bannon, enter the Dollar Empire. But what you do is go make contact with Philip Patrick's team. Philip, social media, where do people go?
At Philip Patrick on Getter. Again, at Philip Patrick on Getter.
Philip Patrick, I got a question. Hey, listen up, all you Federal Reserve people. Philip, do you at Birch Gold, do you have what's called fiat gold, theoretical gold, or would you call it tangible touchable gold.
We would call it physical, tangible,
Yeah.
touchable gold.
Big-
the only type of gold you
Big
want.
deal. Give them a hand for supporting the
The
war.
War Room Posse, they want to see the receipts and they want tangible, okay? They're a tangible crowd. Let's give it up for Philip Patrick, Birch Gold.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Philip Patrick,
You like that one?
the news flash, the Bank of England's vaults are empty of gold. That's, okay, we just got Bobby Kennedy approved the other day as Health and Services. You guys were key. Dale Bigtree was a huge part of Bobby Kennedy's campaign. Obviously, before that, if it wasn't for Dale Bigtree, we wouldn't know anything about the vaccines, right? Dale Bigtree's group went into court, got the judge. Remember, they had a 75-year hold on all the information. Dale went in there. Now, Dale, you made a decision not to go into HHS as one of Bobby's senior leaders in that department. Tell us why that decision, and what are you going to do going forward on the Make America Healthy Again?
Well, I mean, as you pointed out, someone has to stay outside of a government to sue the government. That's what we do. That's what ICANN's been doing. We've won against NIH, CDC, FDA, Health and Human Services. We won back the religious exemption for vaccinations in Mississippi. We're instrumental in bringing back the religious exemption so you could opt out in West Virginia. I want to continue to do that work. But the truth is that Robert Kennedy Jr., there's only so much he can do in there. And if he's going to bring radical transparency, the way we do that is he's going to get the information, but someone has to be requesting with FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests. If somebody in that department is, putting black lines.
Hey, Brad, isn't Dale Bigtree? You're from Texas, right, Dale?
I live in Texas.
Live
now,
in
yes.
Texas. Isn't Dale Bigtree shown that naivete that everybody, it's Mr. Smith goes to Washington. They all come up here. They're all reformers. They're all on fire. What is Congress? How much is Congress bought and paid for by big pharma and big medicine, Dave Brad?
Yeah, I can't wait to see President Trump and RFK Jr. get rid of the middlemen and drain the swamp of that money that's going to the Congress. But yeah, your guess over the past few weeks, Big Pharma is the #1 donor over Defense Department, over energy. Big Pharma, you don't know it. They're vertically integrated, which means they own everything in their own supply chains. They're horizontally. Antitrust is supposed to hit that. They haven't been doing antitrust. We got Gail Slater and some superstars coming there. So it's going to be a great team, and I just applaud all the work you've been doing.
I agree. And to your point, that's why we have to keep pressure from the outside. I'm not, under any delusion that it's going to be easy in there. By bringing lawsuits, by putting pressure on the government, we're going to create that release valve and that channel through which the information can start getting to the public. So that's what I'm going to be doing with Maha. I'm CEO of Maha. We're starting a new website, maha.io. I'm doing the Maha podcast.
What is Make America Healthy Again? We know what MAGA is, right? We got MAGA here. What does Make America Healthy Again actually mean?
Make America.
And how do I sign up?
Well, it goes so well. It goes so well together with MAGA. It's about body sovereignty, right? If I don't control my own body, then what freedom do I have? I mean, you can talk about, the Constitution
That's big,
of the
right?
United States. But right now, in many states, your child is being coerced into a vaccine program, injected with products that you can't control. They can't go.
Hang on. Are you one of them anti-vaxxers?
I'm a vaccine realist. I'm all about transparency.
Okay, what does that mean? Interpret that.
Well, what it
because I
means
can
is
tell you the mainstream media matters heads blowing up right now.
Well,
Bannon starts the show with J6, then he brings on.
Oh, man,
then Philip Patrick says there's no gold in the Bank of England. Then I got Dale Bigtree, the nutcase in back of Bobby Kennedy, and the reason Bobby Kennedy's Health and Human Services. If we were Cash Patel, this was Bobby Kennedy's guy. Some murderers wrote a day of kooks on War Room, right from CPAC.
I'd have the same position if they were forcing our kids to eat specific food. You shouldn't be forced to put anything into your body. That's all that we're into, which is
guys believe that?
And the right to choose.
You believe that? Let's get some feedback from the posse. Let's go into the mosh pit. Do you guys support Make America Healthy Again?
All right.
Where are they from?
Your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Becky Grindle. I'm from Pittsburgh. And as I watch this vote rally, I think back to Dan Scavino's tweet from yesterday that says accountability is coming.
Hi, your name and where you're from.
Hi, my name's Lorianne Angelucci. I'm from Philadelphia, PA.
Your name and where you're from.
Tracy Weaver, North Fort Myers, Florida.
What do you guys, hang on, what do you guys think of Make America Healthy Again? Should we merge? Should the two movements merge? Should we merge Maha and MAGA?
Yes, merge it all. One big happy family. Make us healthy.
Your name and where you're from.
Janine Pascarosa, Boston, Massachusetts.
Your name and where you're from.
Liz Rotan, Houston, Texas.
Your name and where you're from.
Dawn Hogan, Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
Let's go back quickly. Why did you guys come to CPAC? What do you hope to take out of CPAC this year?
More activism, knowing what lane we need to be in, because we all...
More activism.
We the people. We got to do it.
I love being around the like-minded patriots and seeing my heroes up close and personal. It's just exciting.
Dave Pratt for governor.
All right. Hold it. Do we want to see Dave Bratt run for governor of Virginia? Just saying. Vox Populi.
What are you excited to do at CPAC?
I came here to see Steve. I just love it.
Talk to my producer.
CPAC.
Cindy Pugh, southwest suburb of Minneapolis, and I came for the Force Multiplier Academy.
How was that? How was it?
Phenomenal. I came prepared with my number 2 pencil.
Let's see that. Let's get that on camera. Wow.
What brings you to CPAC?
White fibrous clots that embalmers have been finding in the veins and arteries of the corpses.
Hold on, hang on. I almost passed out yesterday when you showed me that. So listen, here's the good news. I'm going to pass you on to Dale Bigtree right after the show.
Yep.
That's Make America Healthy right there.
Your name and what brings you to CPAC?
Seymour Wexler, San Diego, California. I'm here to help, and I'm not from the government. And
Hold on. Hang on a second. Are you the guys trying to flip California MAGA?
yes, sir. And you told me it was a heavy lift. In my life, I've had a lot of heavy lifts, and we're going to do it.
Can we turn California MAGA?
Yeah.
Wow. Think so? I think Make America Healthy Again may be the nose into the tent, right?
I mean, if they keep burning down the houses of everybody that's voting for them, I don't know how much longer they can last.
Yeah. We'll put Rick Grinnell on that. Rick Grinnell. Good to see you, sir.
Your name and what brings you to CPAC?
I'm Tracy Brown from Pittsburgh, and just to see President, Vice President, all the new appointees. I can't wait. Second year.
Are you?
Cash.
I can't watch it.
Jane, let's try to go around here. Can we move the camera around here?
Your name and what brings you to CPAC?
My name is Kim Proctor, and I'm from Tennessee. And I was here last year, and I came to see Steve.
Your name and what brings you to CPAC?
Karina Simpson. I rehabilitating from California, living here in Alexandria.
Your name and what brings you to CPAC?
My name is Renee Nichols, and I'm from the great state of Alabama.
All right.
Roll Tide. Your name and what brings you to CPAC?
Hi, I'm Laura Tillman. I'm from Arizona, where we're fighting very hard to get it red. It is red, but we're trying to keep it red.
Keep Arizona red.
Hang on a second. Dale, where do people go to get all your information? We'll be back on tomorrow. Where do they go right now?
The best way is to go to mahaaction.com. That's where we're doing all of our legislation.
Maha Action.
And then check out my weekly talk show, thehighwire.com.
Dale Bigtree, let's give it up.
Buddy.
Make America Healthy Again. We're going to put these two movements together.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Fantastic.
Cause we're taking down the CCP. Spread the word all through Hong Kong. We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back, CPAC 25. Okay, it's every day's like Christmas Day, right? You've got President Trump signing executive orders. He did a huge one last night on. By the way, Cash's vote's right there. The cash is finished. Is that it?
I got. Caroline Wren over here is reporting Senator McConnell is retiring.
Yeah, Senator Mitch McConnell just retired. It's Christmas Day. Goodbye, Mitch. Goodbye, Mitch. Goodbye, Mitch. We hate to see you go. Should we do? For he's a jolly good. May old. We're not like that here in the War Room. Yes, we are. Mitch McConnell. Unbelievable. By the way, the War Room posse took out McCarthy, took out Mitch McConnell being leader, right? Took out the entire establishment, the RNC. Mitch McConnell broke his pick on what topic? Ukraine. Remember that? We were up that whole weekend. The War Room posse, we live streamed a Real America's Voice. There were 25, 30,000 people all day long watching speeches. Mike Lee gave a great speech. Mitch McConnell pushed it, couldn't get it through, and that's when he realized he stepped down as leader. Now Mitch McConnell's retired today, will not run for re-election. Is this Kentucky Liberation Day? Do we need a great MAGA candidate in Kentucky? You Kentucky long rifles, man, come on. What a day. Think about the irony. Kash Patel's about to be voted in to be FBI director, and Mitch McConnell announces he's retiring. Are you telling me that's, and Donald Trump's in the White House, are you telling me that's not the hand of divine providence? Is God sending us a message? Hold it. Where are my girls? To the ramparts. Where's the to the ramp? Okay. Go China.
Out of control.
Trolling. Wow. Hey. The War Room is a town without pity, okay? Natalie Dominguez, we had a t-shirt there a moment ago said, got to man the ramparts. Yesterday we had 500 or 600, 700 people here for Force Multiplier Academy. Today, massive crowds at CPAC. They'll be even bigger this afternoon when certain of our War Room Posse members sober up and begin the day in the early afternoon. They'll be here. How does Home Title Lock make sure that they're manning the ramparts and not paying off a $100,000 second to some hard money lender?
Hey guys, I am so happy to be here with you today. As always, wishing it was under better circumstances. Obviously, we have a lot going on right now and making sure that our taxpayer dollars are going towards things that we actually wanted to go to. But we also want to make sure that our equity is safe. So there are things that criminals can do right now because our law is not kind of up to date with everything that we can do digitally. So us here at Home Title Lock, we're essentially identity theft protection for your house, for your title, for your property. We want to make sure that your equity is safe. HomeTitleLock.com, and the War Room has been fantastic. They partners with us.
Triple lock protection, 24/7 coverage. They alert you in the middle of the night, no matter if anybody's messing with or looking at your title. Most importantly, the $1 million guarantee on restoration. What is that?
So we'll spend up to $1 million if you are a victim of fraud to restore your title, get everything back to where it is. So
You'll pay legal fees up to $1 million.
you guys have nothing to worry about. Nothing comes out of pocket. So if you are with us and you are a victim of fraud, we take care of you so that you don't have to start from scratch. You don't have to put any of the work in.
Okay, triple lock protection, $1 million restorations. You got 24-hour coverage. They alert you in the middle of the night. $1 million restoration.
Yep.
HomeTitleLock.com.
Steve 25.
Steve 25. I like that. That's so much easier to remember than War Room or Bannon. Let's give it up for Natalie Dominguez.
All right.
I keep telling Home Title Lock the best hire they ever made. Natalie Dominguez, the head of education. I was confused before you came on. Now it's all clear. That's
Glad I could clarify.
Triple lock protection. Okay, Mitch McConnell's gone. Dave Bratton, how big a deal institutionally? Look, we don't wish Mitch McConnell ill, right? Okay, no. We don't wish Mitch McConnell ill. You just want him gone, right? How big a roadblock has he been against President Trump in the United States Senate? Huge, ginormous. Dave Bratton, well, how big a deal is it that McConnell's...
Yeah, no, it's just, when I was in the House, the Speaker of the House controls everything. When the votes come, what the budget's going to be, foreign policy decisions, it trickles all down. And he's run by the giant Excel spreadsheet in the sky called donor money.
But is the leader of the Senate the same power
same
speaker?
Thing. Even more. He was a strategist. He was smart. He knew how to use the levers. Congratulations, but he moved the country in the wrong direction. And so we got new energy.
Is his boss the people of Kentucky? Are these folks, or is it the donors, the money?
No, it's all the donor class, and they live out of fear instead of out of faith, right? They're always scared they're going to lose elections instead of trusting you. And if they give you a great agenda like President Trump does, how you responding to Trump's agenda? Hello, right? I mean, that's it. That's all you got to do.
Okay, let me give you some logistics here. Okay, we're coming to the end of the show. I think, yes, okay. The morning show. We're going to be back in the afternoon. However, I'm going to give a speech from the main stage at about 4:15, 4:30. We'd love to have all the War Room posse. I'll give you guys a shout out. Remember, don't get too rowdy. I want to have you guys thrown out before I start, okay? Then I'm coming back to do the show here, 5 to 7. Everybody to come down and join. Then we have a party tonight. If you don't think you're on the list, make sure you see Mo. I'm sure we're going to break the fire code, so may have to stand outside for a while before we get everybody in. But it's going to be an incredible party. We want everybody there. Then Sunday we're going to have a brunch. We want everybody there. So if you're here locally if you got a ticket, one of the tickets for CPAC, you're invited to everything. We're going to fit you all in. Today, historic day. One of our co-hosts and a dear friend, Vikash Patel, is going to be the FBI director. It's amazing. Okay. Love you guys. We'll see you. We'll see you in the main theater about 4:15. Back here at 5 o'clock. Until then, you've been in the War Room.
See you at 5.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
I'm going to try out a new chant for you, all right? How about this one? Hey, hey, RFK, hands off the FDA. Hey, hey, RFK, hands off the FDA. Hey, hey, RFK, hands off the FDA.
What comes next? After we've discriminated against, deported, or disparaged all the immigrants and the gay and lesbian and transgender people, the developmentally disabled, the women, and the minorities, once we've ostracized our neighbors and betrayed our friends, after that, when the problems we started with are still there staring us in the face, what comes next? All the atrocities of human history lurk in the answer to that question.
The cabinet that he is bringing in so far looks like a good one. It does. It looks like a bunch of people who, yes, a lot of them were canceled themselves. Some, like Jade Bhattacharya, for tremendous bravery and standing up to really the bullies who had taken over a lot of our institutions and federal agencies. And I'm in California, where I deal almost exclusively with liberals. And I will tell you the degree of relief that people feel that they can speak once again, whether they agree or not, is really palpable.
Donald Trump announces the External Revenue Service, and his goal is very simple. His goal is to abolish the Internal Revenue Service and let all the outsiders pay. This is going to end under Donald Trump, and those taxes are going to be paid, and Americans' tax rates are going to come down.
The fundamental goal of our immigration policy, of our border policy, of DOGE saving taxpayer money, the fundamental goal is we want your children and grandchildren to be able to raise a family in security and comfort in the country that we all love. That is the whole goal of President Trump's agenda. Germany's entire defense is subsidized by the American taxpayer. There are thousands upon thousands of American troops in Germany today. Do you think that the American taxpayer is going to stand for that if you get thrown in jail in Germany for posting a mean tweet? Of course they're not, right? So the point that I try to make to our European friends, and I think that there are friends, I believe that, I know President Trump does, is that friendship is based on shared values. You do not have shared values if you're jailing people for saying we should close down our border. You don't have shared values if you cancel elections because you don't like the result, and that happened in Romania. You do not have shared values if you're so afraid of your own people that you silence them and shut them up. We cannot rebuild Western civilization. We cannot rebuild the United States of America or Europe by letting millions and millions of unvetted illegal migrants come into our country. It has to stop. Thank God it stopped here, but it's got to stop there. Peace is in the interest of the American people, and he's going to fight for it for the remainder of his administration. Wherever war breaks out, he's going to be the president of peace. Now, he, of course, is a very good negotiator, a very good businessman. He recognizes that a lot of these issues are tough. It's going to take a smart statesman to figure this stuff out, but we've got that in the White House, and I really believe that we're in the cusp of peace in Europe for the first time in 3 years because we have leadership from the Oval Office, and we haven't had it in 4 years in this country.
Why do you think other countries aren't judged for having a strict immigration policy?
I was born as a man, and now I'm a woman.
What do you think the biggest threat is to the United States currently? There's a reason that a lot of the black community doesn't have a father, and it's because of systemic racism.
America is the only country where even those who hate it refuse to leave. That's how you know you live in a great country. It's time that we start talking to the next generation, not talking down to the next generation. And that's what we're doing.
battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country. We are here in Tampa, Florida. I just want to say I always liked Tampa. It's an orderly city. It's a beautiful spot. We are doing our summer student event again in Tampa, Florida in July. Momentarily after the conclusion of our time together today, I will be getting into a car and going to the University of South Florida for the kickoff of the American Comeback Tour. We mention frequently here on this program how Donald Trump has remade the Republican Party. How Donald Trump has kicked some of the rough edges of the Republican Party out. And this is more clear than ever, given President Trump's approach to foreign policy. Unafraid to call Zelensky a dictator, which of course he is. Saying that, I'm going to go visit Russia and Putin should go visit America. We're going to go broker peace. And as we are continuing the great revealing, which is what we are living through, the great revealing, it's more and more clear how not just ideologically weak, but also unimpressive the previous ruling class of the conservative movement was. This weekend, of course, is CPAC and everything happening there. But also, there is this other event that is very important to emphasize. It goes to show what used to be within our ranks. In fact, included in this event, the Principles First Summit, are people that used to be in Trump 1, the first Trump administration. So it's this weekend. It's the Principles First Summit. Of course, they're doing it in Washington, D.C. It's the only place they could draw a crowd. And it is a very treacherous group of characters that are gathering. Some of whom I don't even know who they are, but let's just emphasize a couple. John Bolton. John Bolton was the national security advisor for President Trump in the first administration, one of them. Alyssa Farah. Alyssa Farah worked for Mike Pence and was a top-level communications director for President Trump and his administration in the first term. You got Stephen Richer, who we helped get rid of, by the way, in Maricopa County as Maricopa County Recorder. You have Harry Dunn, who was one of the January 6th police officers, I believe. Mark Cuban, Jared Polis, Chris Christie. You remember when Chris Christie used to be, I was going to say running around, but that wouldn't be fair. I was going to say he used to be running around all of our circles. I'd say he was, what's the better word? Shaking around? Something like that. It's a bad visual. Ugh. Got George Conway. Goodness gracious. Adam Kinzinger. This here is the roster of the individuals that have been exorcised out of the Republican Party. Their top speaker being a likely Democrat candidate in 2028 says a lot. What do these people believe? Now they're gathering, you can call them rhinos and all that, but it's much more interesting than that. The one thing that unites every single one of these people, actually the two things, is their belief in neoconservative foreign policy, number one, and number two is their admiration of the security state. The unquestioning gospel that is delivered from the Central Intelligence Agency, from our intel agencies. You have Asa Hutchinson, who was defending kids being chemically castrated. This here should give you such comfort of what Donald Trump has kicked out of our party and what you have kicked out of our party. Michael Steele, who used to be the chairman of the Republican Party in a time long gone. Jeff Duncan, who is or was the lieutenant governor of Georgia. And what they represent is a statist wing of the now changed Republican Party. And they know there's no place for them in this Republican Party. They know that. They hate DOGE because it might actually challenge the money train that they have benefited for quite some time. They don't want an open border. And this is an extension of the damage that the Bush junta did to this country. And they should try to do this conference in any other city. Try to do this conference in Scottsdale or in Miami. No, you could only do this in Washington, D.C. It's the only constituency in the country that would dare even entertain this nonsense. But it's a very, very important point. Because as we look at this roster, as you put it up on screen, understand there are still elements of the Republican Party that are currently in office that agree with all these people, but they're sleeper cells within our ranks. Now, of course, we love disagreement. That's never been the issue. If you want to be Susan Collins and you want to disagree with us publicly, let's have at it. Let's lay it down. I'll respect you. That is not the issue. The issue is people who lie and say that they are from deep red states when in reality, they're not. They say that they are Trump faithful. They say they are loyal to the agenda. You go look at their website. There's a lot of U.S. senators that agree with this nonsense. It's such a time warp back to 2012. You read this. A lot of these are just abstractions as you go through this. The most important question, though, is what do they believe is the role of American foreign policy? Every single person at this event supports sending more money to Ukraine. Every single person of this now dead Republican Party believes that deportations are cruel and unusual. And now you compare it with the current leadership structure. And it's not even that the list is that bad of the principles on their website. I mean, it's, we believe in the Constitution. Of course we believe in all that. But it's so obvious why they're holding a lame rebel conference instead of hosting the president. They're lame and they're weak. Hegseth just announced an 8% annual cut at the Department of Defense. But let me reiterate, there are so many people in the Republican Party, in the U.S. Senate, that hold these neoconservative, neoliberal views. And just so we are clear, what is a neoconservative? A neoconservative is a modern-day empire builder. They want to invade the world and invite the world. Neoconservatism is an outgrowth of Marxist ideology. It is statism at its core. That we can go bring the American foreign policy machine to a country near you and bring democracy to Baghdad or bring democracy to Kabul. The project of Karl Rove, the project of George W. Bush. It really comes all down to Bush, really. There was a president who said all the superficial stuff that all of these other guys say, but was an inept ideological and practical failure. And the metamorphosis is continuing. But the point I want to reiterate to all of you is that there are still a lot of senators right now that talk a good game when it comes to President Trump, and they're not always there. Some that really might surprise you. And there's been some that have stepped up to the plate and have done a great job. But there's other senators that there's some questions. One in particular that is finally meeting with one of Trump's nominees, and I'm glad to hear it, but it's been a slow walk towards it. We're going to talk about that in the next segment. And he definitely comes from the foreign policy camp of Bill Kristol, from George W. Bush, from Dick Cheney. For those of you in Arkansas, I just want to ask the question, what's going on there? We're gonna talk about it. I want to tell you guys about Z Factor. Z Factor is amazing. You guys can check it out right now at Z Factor, ReliefFactor.com, 100% drug-free Relief Factor. Relief Factor doesn't simply mask your pain for a short time. Instead, it helps your body eliminate it for good. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor is a daily 100% drug-free supplement. Give Relief Factor a try with their 3-week quick start, only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Try it and see how it can turn back the clock on pain. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Relief Factor doesn't simply mask your pain for a short time, so it helps your body eliminate it for good. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor is a daily 100% drug-free supplement. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and nearly 70% of people go on to order it again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. So check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. So check it out right now. Give their 3-week start, only $19.95, less than $1 a day. So check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Developed by doctors, it's 100% drug-free supplement. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. Open up your podcast application and type in Charlie Kirk Show. That is Charlie Kirk Show. As always, you can email me freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back, everybody.
Listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We have a lot of new episodes out that you guys should check out, and download the episodes on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We have Vance is right. Germany is not free. Trump's salvo for peace against dictator Zelensky. Why are Gen Z and Gen X so right-wing? And more. You guys can leave 5-star reviews, and we really appreciate it. And then, of course, as you know, we are heading on campus here momentarily at the University of South Florida, throwing it down with the students. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are excited to continue this cultural movement that we have started at Turning Point USA. more high school chapters, more college chapters. Ryan is very excited. He goes in all caps. Yes, all caps. Yes, he's very, very excited to see all of the campus content that is going to be produced out of this tour. And disagreement is not just welcome, it is invited. We want to have those tough conversations. That's what it's all about. Okay, if you're in Arkansas, listen carefully. Coming up soon. As always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Okay. So, Vice President J.D. Vance has a very good friend. His name is Elbridge Colby. I've got to know Elbridge. Extremely thoughtful man who is against the Bush junta philosophy, as we have seen, and I articulated in the previous segment about this ridiculous gathering that they're doing. Elbridge Colby has been nominated by the president, because he earned it, to be basically the third in line at the Department of Defense. It's called the Undersecretary for Policy. Very, very important job. Extremely important job. So Elbridge Colby is not that controversial. In fact, he's incredibly qualified. You can listen to his conversation with Tucker Carlson. He's thoughtful. He understands the issues. He is as good as it gets. And he has written the premier book on the rise of the Chinese Communist Party, on the looming danger, the clear and present danger of the CCP. And for whatever reason, we haven't been able to get a good answer. His nomination has been stalled and is being opposed by Senator Tom Cotton. Now, thankfully, we're moving in the right direction here. Senator Tom Cotton, I've known him for quite a while. I have nothing personal against him. I don't. I think he's phenomenal on immigration. I think he's great on crime. He's the one that was encouraging the president to invoke the Insurrection Act during all of the Floydapalooza stuff. So he's great on a lot of issues. On foreign policy, we are on completely different planets. I've said that before on this program. Tom Cotton's foreign policy views are indecipherable from that of Dick Cheney and Bill Kristol. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can go look at the information and see what he says. His criticism when it comes to Ukraine is that Joe Biden did not do enough. He said we did not send enough money. We did not send enough weapons. That was his criticism on Ukraine. You can look it up. Please find the tweet, guys. I could read it on here. And so what's really going on here with the Elbridge Colby Tom Cotton collision is that it's a philosophical and a worldview schism that is unfolding. I've now sent out 2 tweets. They've been seen millions of times, about 7 or 8 million times, asking the question why Senator Tom Cotton is getting in Elbridge Colby's way to become third in line as one of Trump's picks. We don't know the answer to that question. It's probably because Senator Tom Cotton is getting a little worried that the Bill Kristol, George W. Bush foreign policy regime is coming to an end. It is sunsetting. Now, of course, every senator is able to ask robust questions, to get assurances. All of that is fine. But it goes beyond that. Senator Cotton has called the president directly, trying to undermine Elbridge Colby's nomination. Senator Tom Cotton has been trying everything he possibly can to derail this and saying, oh, no, I'm actually not trying to derail it. A lot of this is behind the scenes stuff that is now, of course, publicly reported. I'm happy to say, though, that Elbridge Colby is now meeting with Senator Tom Cotton. And hopefully that will proceed. But I would love for those of you in the great state of Arkansas to chime in and to give your opinions, or anyone. How would you feel if Senator Cotton or other senators like him decide to vote against President Trump's nominees? It's not enough just to do Bobby Kennedy and Cash. All that is great, Tulsi Gabbard. But now we are talking about the inner workings of these departments. And Elbridge's book, which you guys should all check out, The Strategy of Denial, American Defense in an Age of Great Power Conflict, is one of the most thoughtful pieces of work. He is resolutely pro-Israel, obviously America first. And the criticism that they have against Elbridge Colby is that Elbridge basically has written that he does not want to go to war against Iran. That's it. That is their criticism. He has been very clear that we should not get into a kinetic bombing campaign, a ground war against Iran. And for that, it has resulted in a tension point. And you're seeing the ideological rift unfold, and I have been helping lead the X and the Twitter chatter here. And again, I hope Senator Cotton does the right thing. This is not against him personally, but I can tell you if he does oppose some of these nominees, that the grassroots of Arkansas are not going to like that. They're not going to like the fact that President Trump won a declarative mandate election and he's not able to get his cabinet positions in and his sub-cabinet positions in, deputies, third in control, fourth in control. We have one tweet from Senator Cotton about Ukraine. No timidity and half measures. Time to send Ukraine the weapons needed to end this invasion. Well, we did send the weapons. Did the invasion end? Of course not. So Senator Cotton, hope you'll do the right thing. I know you're meeting with Bridge. Get behind his nomination. Do so publicly or vocally, or else the grassroots won't be happy. We'll be right back.
Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break live from CPAC 2025. A lot of interesting people here. This gentleman is one of them, Brian Maha, a J6 defendant who is now free. You were telling me just moments ago that CPAC 2025 is turning out to be like a family reunion of J6ers.
Yes, sir. It's been great. We got a ton of guys out here, dozens of other Jan 6ers. I was one of the original 45 in the Gulag here in D.C. back in 21-22. I was fortunate enough to make bond. Almost nobody else, once we were denied bond, got out. So I haven't seen these guys in 3+ years.
I saw an interesting shirt here that said pardon, but still not free. When you hear that, give us your reaction to that. How does that feel? Is that your sense?
Oh, absolutely. The pardons were a great start, but we were innocent of this. We should never have been in the position that we were in. The truth is going to come out. We're going to have the investigations. I'm working right now on the Hill to try to make that happen and us be a part of that. But right now, just being let out is nowhere near enough. We were tortured by our federal government for years. We were the most hated people in America for years. The things that they did to us, they took away all our liberties, all our due process. We didn't have the protection of the Constitution.
So then do you still have faith in government after going through that sort of ordeal?
I do now. We got it right, and we're fixing it. And we're going to be a part of that. And we're going to tell our stories. This never should have happened in America, for sure. This was some Stalin-esque Nazi crap that happened to us, and we're going to go fix it. It will never happen again. I will scream it from the mountaintops because we're not the only ones. Our BOP needs to be fixed. It needs to be gutted. It needs to be reformed, and I'm going to be up there screaming about it.
What does justice look like for you? Okay, you're out now. Yeah, you get to be with your wife and your family, but is that justice in your mind?
Absolutely not. I've lost, personally, I've lost $1 million plus in all of this. I lost my house. I lost my career. I've lost family, friends, my dogs. What I have left right now is my truck and what I can fit in a storage unit.
Well, we appreciate you being here with us, Brian.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's a quick check of your headlines and your Real America's Voice news break.
The citizen is rising, and Charlie Kirk is leading the way.
Okay, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. That's freedom@charliekirk.com. Hillsdale College is America's greatest college. Are you tired of scrolling through shows on TV and finding nothing but the same mind-numbing content? Don't waste your time on that nonsense. Instead, use that time to learn something new and inspiring. Hillsdale College offers more than 40 free online courses. Learn about the works of C.S. Lewis, the meaning of the U.S. Constitution, the rise and fall of the Roman Republic, or the history of the ancient Christian church at Hillsdale College's free online courses. Consider the Constitution 101 course. In it, you'll explore the design and purpose of the Constitution, the challenges it faced during the Civil War, and how it has been undermined for more than a century by progressivism and liberalism. Our country needs more Americans who understand the Constitution and can defend the liberty and freedom of the American people against the encroachments of an increasingly large and unaccountable government. Start the Constitution 101 course today. Go right now to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. There's no cost, and it's easy to get started. That is CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com, charlieforhillsdale.com. So President Donald Trump signed an executive order saying that men will not compete in female sports, but states are just ignoring it. And it's time for the Department of Justice and for the Department of Education to start to enforce this. It's a tragic story out of the state of Maine. Joining us now is State Rep Laurel Libby, a state representative from District 90, and also Zoe Hutchins, who from Maine High School Track and Field, with a remarkable story here. Welcome to both of you. Zoe, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us the story of what has recently happened to you?
Sure. So I am a senior at Lawrence High School in Maine. I compete in the shot put and indoor track. And this week on Monday, we just had the Class B state championship meet. And at the beginning of the meet, one of my teammates came over to me and she told me that she and the other girl pole vaulters were going to have to compete against a biological male. And understandably, she was very upset about this and very distraught and discouraged because she knew, and the other girls knew, that they wouldn't be able to beat this male. And that because he decided to compete in the girls category, they would automatically be knocked down a spot in the state rankings, and he would win the gold. So she was very upset about that, understandably, and I was very upset about that because no girl should be put in that situation, and no male athlete should have the opportunity to step in and compete against women and take away their opportunity to be successful and to win and to have the honor of winning a gold and winning the state championship. So that inspired me to respond to Representative Libby's post on Facebook and just stand up for my teammate and for the other pole vaulters and any other female athlete who ever has to face competing against a male. And so that's my story this week.
It's a terrible story. I have so many questions, but first I want to get State Representative Libby on this. Representative Libby, tell us from your perspective what's going on here.
Absolutely. So we all know that several weeks ago, President Trump issued his executive order demanding that states not allow biological males to participate in girls' sports. Maine has decided to buck that. The Maine Principals Association shortly thereafter came out and went on the record saying, we will not abide by this executive order. We are going to continue to allow biological males to participate in girls' sports. And we knew it was only a matter of time before that actually happened after that. And that was this Monday. This biological male, boy, participated in the pole vaulting at the state championships and won and captured the podium that so many Maine girls have been working so hard to compete in. It just is tragic for them. And it's not fair. It's not fair for Maine girls who've been working so hard to have their chance taken away.
So I want to now go back to Zoe here. So Zoe, I'm sure there's a fair amount of outrage locally about this, but probably quiet. Are people starting to speak up about this? And just so everyone is clear, the vault that won the female competition would have been 10th in the men's, just so we are clear. So the one that won the one for women's would have been 10th in men's. Tell us about the energy on the ground. Are parents upset, or are most people saying this is what progress looks like?
Yeah, so I really didn't hear much from the rest of my team other than that one girl who was directly affected and her two pole vaulting coaches. They were very upset and agreed that this should never happen. As far as the surrounding community, overwhelmingly, I have been seeing and hearing support for our side, and say that no, this should never happen. And of course, there are some outliers and in the minority that are standing up for John or Katie and are congratulating him on beating these girls. But from what I've seen and from what I've heard and experienced, by and large, I'm experiencing support for my stance.
I mean, the side-by-side is remarkable here. And so, Representative Libby, President Trump has said that he might withhold federal money to Maine if this nonsense happens. Are any of your Democrat colleagues or is the governor or anybody worried that this might interrupt federal payments to Maine if they allow this to continue?
I have not heard that concern from the Democrat leadership. And let's be honest, we have a Democrat majority in the House, the Senate, and a Democrat governor. So I think it's going to come down to that President Trump's administration is going to have to take action and withhold resources, financial resources, in order to ensure that girls in Maine have a fair playing field. And it's too bad that it has to come to that it would have to come to federal action. But I think that's the only thing that will get us resolution here. The Maine Principals Association and Democrat leadership are pretty dug in on their position on this. And it's going to take intervention.
I would hope so. What part of Maine is this near Portland or Augusta or Bangor? What part of Maine is this happening in?
This was a state championship. So this was the Class B championship for indoor track. And so this is statewide. Zoe can correct me if that's incorrect, but this is a statewide competition. These athletes that score the highest will now go on to regional competition outside of Maine. And so this athlete, the biological male who participated and won the girls' gold medal, will go on to participate in the regional meets coming up, taking the spot of biological girls, females who've worked so hard but have been denied that first place standing because of this boy taking their place.
In closing here, and Zoe, thank you for your willingness to speak out about this. Your teammates, what are the teammates saying about this, and others that have seen this kind of injustice? Are they hoping that parents will start to step up and defend biological reality?
Yeah, so I think that for the most part, none of them have thought about this yet, because it hasn't really directly affected any of us until this week. And so I don't really think that most of them are really paying attention or looking when it didn't directly affect them. And on my team, at least, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of ready action to step in and make a change, other than my teammate who was directly affected and had to compete against him, which is a big reason why I wanted to do this and speak out against this, because it is a huge issue. And if we don't stand up and speak out now, then it's going to continue happening and getting worse. And it's going to be more widespread. And I don't want any more girls to be affected by this. So I want to encourage any other athletes, and especially female athletes, to stand up and speak out against this and speak up for truth. We have to speak up for just the biological reality and truth that males have huge advantages over women, and that we need our separate spaces from them to be able to have the chance to succeed and win. Because if we give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And if we continue allowing them to step in, then women will no longer have their own separate spaces, and that's just not okay, and that's not something that I'm willing to let happen.
Well, thank you for your courage. I just wish more adults in the room would agree. But the current set of circumstances in Maine, as you well know, is that creepy men should be able to terrorize women at their choosing. So thank you both so much, and we'll be watching this story very closely. Thank you. Look, this is not going away, everybody. It's time for President Trump to enforce the executive order that he signed. And whether it's the Department of Justice, Department of Education, money has to stop flowing to states that are doing this. This is not just about signing executive orders. This is why we need the deputies. This goes back to the whole Senator Tom Cotton conversation. That's why we need the deputy level positions, where you have biological men that are still winning awards. And there has to be a collision point on this. And President Trump has done the courageous and the correct thing. He has done his job. Now it's time for us to enforce it and withhold funding. And look, we got to start to turn up the temperature. You can start with funding about things that Maine may or may not care about. But will Maine really go to the mat on this if all of a sudden Medicaid funding is potentially put in jeopardy? I know that might sound a little extreme, but at what point are we going to say biological reality is going to triumph? The current set of circumstances right now is that your emotions, not any evidence, allows you to win whatever championship you want. I feel like a woman, I could be a woman. It's the song I Feel Like a Woman is the entire trans movement. It's time for us to be actively intolerant of men masquerading as women and winning championships. And understand, that is only one manifestation of the trans extremism. It's the one that obviously wins the most people over. But it's happening. Do you know that it has happened well over 900 times, according to a UN report? Over 900 times in 29 different sports, men pretending to be women have won championships and medals all across the world. 900 times. We're told, it doesn't happen. It happens a lot. 900 times. Patriot Mobile, check it out right now at patriotmobile.com/Charlie, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. If you guys want to make the switch, I just had a great dinner, sat down with the team at Patriot Mobile, Glenn Story and the whole team. They're amazing. They're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile is not just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It's a call to action to defend our rights and our freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all 3 major networks. If you have a cell phone service today, you can get a cell phone service with Patriot Mobile with a coverage guarantee. The difference is every dollar you spend supports the First and Second Amendments. So right now, go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. 100% U.S.-based customer support team will help you find the perfect plan for you. So go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. So take a look right now at patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Look, it's time for us to start to lay it down. President Trump did the right thing and signed the executive order. The workers of the federal government now have to start to enforce it. You have biological men that are still stealing medals from women. We're going to say no more. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Researchers than the CDC. Yeah, may not be saying much. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, are you a student loan borrower? If you're in debt, listen carefully. Private student loan debt is, in the U.S., totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. YRefi is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. Because of private student loan debt, so many Americans feel stuck and helpless, and they even lose hope. If you are one of those people with a distressed private student loan, go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. A lot of you probably have distressed student loans and you've kind of ignored it or you're not really sure what to do. Go to YREFY.com. If you go to YREFY.com, you can read the testimonials. It's a legit company, an ethical company. We love working with them. They support our campus tour. They're phenomenal. So because of private student loan debt, so many Americans feel stuck and helpless. Get yourself unstuck. Go to YREFY.com. If you have a distressed, defaulted student loan, you guys can get out of debt today. YRefi.com. That is YRefi.com. Be right back, everybody. For years, I've been talking about how our nation's public schools have been captured by progressive ideologues, teaching things that directly contradict the values of millions of American families. That's especially true if you are a Christian family. For those of you who are worried about the best educational path for your kids and grandkids, I'm pleased to announce our new partnership with the folks at the Herzog Foundation. They are the trusted source on American K-12 private education with a remarkable suite of resources for parents and grandparents thinking about making the switch from public schools to Christian education, and for those already in Christian schools too. From their online publication, The Lion, to their new podcast, Making the Leap, the Herzog Foundation offers a wide range of advice, and you guys can check it out at the Herzog Foundation. Go to herzogfoundation.com. That is herzogfoundation.com. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show brought to you in part by the Stanley M. Herzog Foundation. There's so much news happening right now that we have to try to organize it in a way. It's story selection is paramount. Truly. I want to play more from the Hannity-Elon interview with Donald Trump. I think it's very important. We've covered this previously. Let's go to this one here. Let's go to cut 132.
You know, I've known him for 30 years. Yeah. And I've never seen anybody take as much as he's taken. Yeah. And we've discussed this, and I'm like, how do you deal with it? Did I have a choice? Well, you would say that to me. I'm like, what am I going to do? Worry about it? And, you know, and then culminating in 2 assassination attempts, which resulted in your endorsement.
Well, I was going to do it anyway, but that was
it.
Precipitating event, yeah.
That speeded up a little bit? Yeah. The day of the assassination. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I sped it up, but I was going to do it anyway.
For as long as we've been doing this show, let's get just the still image of Trump and Elon up. We have been talking about we need better elites. You see, we reject the Marxist premise that we're going to get rid of all of our elites. It's not going to happen. Because of the Pareto principle and the laws of nature authored by nature's God, God Almighty, there will be people that end up at the top of your society. There will be people that end up with a lot of money, a lot of power, a lot of influence. They just have more talent. The swan song of egalitarianism is just that. It's a lie. What you're looking right there is a combo package that may never happen again. It's lightning in a bottle. It is grace from the heavens. The world's richest man with the world's most powerful man combining forces to deconstruct the administrative state, to restore us back to a constitutional intent, to secure our border, to restrain the globalists, to fight the woke mind virus. You have private citizen Musk and President Trump. It is a whole new wrinkle in Trump 2.0 that none of us saw coming even a year ago. There were some whispers that Musk might donate. Musk did the Twitter and the X thing. And Elon has gone all in to be a phenomenally loyal friend and fighter for President Trump. On top of that, Elon Musk tweeted in favor of J.D. Vance, saying that J.D. Vance has been an excellent vice president and that he hopes he'll become the 48th president, preemptively endorsing J.D. Vance for 2028, of which I happen to agree. What we are seeing potentially, again, I don't want to get too ahead of my skis, but if we do our job, we could be entering a Pax Americana. We could be entering a sequence of leaders, democratically elected within our constitutional republic system, that is not just a 4-year reign or an 8-year reign. We're talking about the opportunity. Again, this is why we must stay humble and hungry. The 2 things every single day. Stay humble and hungry. What is the opposition doing? What is the grassroots doing? Can't forget why we're here. Fulfill the mandate. Understand that not every day is going to be good. There'll be ups and downs. There'll be ebbs and flows. There'll be whacks and wanes. But we have an opportunity with this combo. World's richest man, President Donald J. Trump, to do something that we never could have dreamed. But there's no guarantees. It could get derailed in one day. We could make one bad decision, just like Nixon taping himself, Watergate. Nixon was one of the most popular presidents ever till the intel agency took him out. We must stay on our toes. Understand the intel agencies are going to do everything they possibly can to asymmetrically take out President Donald Trump. That is going to continue. That's why we must stay humble. But just that image, the most powerful person on the planet with the richest person on the planet. Elon Musk is so wealthy, he could buy Spain. Not an exaggeration. He could literally buy Spain and not even think about it. It's like a rounding error for him. He could just buy countries. And what he is deciding to do with his wealth, which you're always going to have wealthy people, is the opposite of what our elites have done the last 30 years. Soros used his money to destroy the country. We've had elites that have used their money to incinerate the republic. He's using his time and his treasure to revitalize it. We've been calling for better elites for the last 5 years. And here we are. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Second hour coming up.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are.
From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Quick. Welcome. You guys are used to seeing. Well, let me hear you guys. Real America's Voice News out here live at CPAC. This is. You got to use the mic for people to hear you on this side, guys. Now, I don't want to give it away. We're doing a special first ever. The Voice is Right. And the winners, we've got two teams over here. We've got the official insurrectionists. Most of this team are J6ers who were pardoned by President Trump. Not all of them. The young guys in the back, I don't want to get you guys lumped in with that. They're just patriots that are here. And then we've got the unofficial insurrectionists that just love America over here. And one official. Now, wait a second. These are not evil, equal teams. Is there
this one?
Yes.
In the subject of trivia.
Yes.
This one J6er is worth all of it.
Okay, we're gonna find out. Okay, real quick, what's your name? Where are you from? Let's go down the line.
Sandoval, I'm from Iowa.
Brian Mock, Minnesota.
Brandon Fellows, upstate New York.
Coy Griffin, New Mexico.
Michael Sparks, Cecilia, Kentucky.
Christopher Quaglin, originally from New Jersey. I don't have a home right now.
And now you're roving. Okay, we lost the young guys. I don't know. They ran away. Okay, this side. Quick. What's your name? Where are you from?
Anita Helms from Oklahoma.
James Tate Grant, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Carrie Donovan, Raleigh, North Carolina. Diana Kissling, California.
Seaboard Wexler, San Diego, California.
All right, and I got two hats up here. Shout out to Patriot Mobile and my buddy over here with the Let's Make California Great Again. All right, are you guys ready for the questions? I'm using peripheral vision. Okay, I'm using peripheral vision. First one to tap gets to answer the question. Which U.S. president... Well, hang on a second. Was that Coy? Which U.S. president was the general during the American Civil War, but also became president? Okay, who hit first? She did? We're going ladies first?
Oh, man, that's bogus.
Crowd. What? Was it this side? Wait, I'm kidding. Oh, my gosh. Okay, Luke is saying over here. Okay.
It's funny because I have the same last name as the guy. Ulysses S. Grant.
Ah, there it is. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, we got one over here. Okay, the next... Oh, thank you, whoever did that. And the next tie goes to this side. All right, next question. And this one is easy. I didn't know the first one. Thank you. I know this one. Be ready. Which state is home to the famous Mount Rushmore National Monument? All right, right over here. We got him over
South
here.
Dakota.
South Dakota! Ding, 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 ding. Who's got it? All right, there we go. All right, guys, it's getting hot and heavy. It's 1-1. Next question. Be ready. I'm using my peripheral, but I'm counting on you guys if I don't see it. This is terrible. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. Not terrible. Which state was the first to grant women the right to vote? I'm kidding it out of being terrible. Ooh. Okay, do you guys want a hint? Think worst woman that used to be in Congress but isn't anymore.
New York.
No, not New York. Okay, I'm giving you a hint again. You guys already guessed. You haven't. Well, one last time. The worst woman that used to be in Congress that isn't anymore.
Wyoming.
Wyoming is right. Liz Cheney, who should never have gotten the right to vote. Okay, that's just me, personally. All right. 2-1. We're coming in hot. Question number 4. Okay, this one, okay. Listen closely. How much are we on time? One more question, okay. What is the name of the national park that's located in Utah known for famous arches? No! Hang on. Okay. Yes.
Arches.
Okay. Last question. Are we done?
We got out of time.
That's why
it's a tie.
Do you see why we kicked him off the team, folks?
Okay. One more. Okay. Who was the longest serving U.S. president? Boom! We got a winner! Back to you guys. Okay, wait. We got to get the swag. Oh, and we got the dancing. J6er. All right. Swag bags, guys.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. As I mentioned, Hillsdale College is America's greatest college. You guys can learn more at charlieforhillsdale.com. And our next guest is a Associate Dean and Assistant Professor of Government at Hillsdale in D.C. It's Dr. Matthew Meehan. Doctor, welcome to the program. Thank you for taking the time. We want to talk to you about how we return to real justice in this country and get out of the lawfare cycle the Democrats have put us in. Tell us your thoughts.
Yeah, it's a tricky business, right? Because if you have to go after all these malefactors, then you have to look, in a certain sense, like you're going after your political enemies, because your political enemies did commit serious wrongdoings of lawfare. So how do you deal with that? You have to both be just and appear to be just. And I think, in one sense, part of what the Trump administration's doing, and I think you're seeing Pam Bondi do, I think you'll see Kash Patel do this, Emil Bove, who's working for Pam Bondi in the DOJ. I think there's a sort of politics of truth where they're going to be very honest, transparent, and forthcoming. But I also think that there has to be a kind of prosecutorial plan laid out about both prosecuting a certain kind of crime as a kind of thematic headliner, but also providing a kind of way out of lawfare, even for our political opponents.
So detail more of what that plan would look like and some of the pitfalls that might be included in that.
Yeah, so I think a headliner is perjury. One of the things that lawfare needs in order to conspire and malign and attack and slander and destroy one's political opponents using legal mechanisms is sworn testimony. You have to be deposed under oath. You have to go before Congress under oath. You have to go into court under oath. You have to go before FISA courts under oath. And perjury is a crime. Section 18 of the federal code. Perjury is a crime of 1 to 5 years. And if you lie to a FISA court, if you perjure yourself there, it's 5 to 10. So it's a major issue if you wind up prosecuting it, because it actually squeezes off the power of lawfare conspiracies. But it also has a kind of powerful defense against the dangers of lawfare generally, which is you're basically trying to prosecute truth-telling, right? Or lying. Don't lie. We are a truthful political body. We are a people that is candid. We are a republic of self-governance. People have to do what they say and say what they do and do it in good faith. That's in the language of the oath of the president and the vice president. Pam Bondi mentioned it in her hearings. This is what they have to rekindle. And so if you go after perjury, what you're basically saying is, yeah, we're going to go after some of our political opponents who perjured themselves and lied in various ways to malign their political enemies. But the purpose of this is so that we all go back to not conspiring against one another to slander and gin up faux legal conspiracies of lawfare and attack against our political opponents.
So, I mean, let's talk about Executive Order 14157, ending the weaponization of the federal government. Tell us about that and how it can be used for this purpose.
So Bondi is basically put a memo out in response to Trump's executive order ending weaponization, telling DOJ, we are going to go after every instance of this and also every instance of its appearance. Because that's part of what you have to do. You have to both be just and look just and keep good faith. And so what I think the weaponization executive order is going to do is basically wipe the slate clean. And I think they chose a really good version of this with Eric Adams, the mayor of New York. Because if you want to look like you're trying to be nonpartisan in ending lawfare, what better way to do it than to say, hey, the previous administration went after one of their own, a Democrat, because he turned tail on their political program of bad immigration policy, right? He turned his back on that. So he's not helping some Trump supporter, in some high profile way. He's actually helping a Democrat mayor who's had a very adversarial attitude towards the Trump administration. So I thought that choice in following out this executive order was a really smart one because it sends the signal, look, we're not just trying to help our friends, we're trying to help everyone get out from under lawfare. So I think it's a really, really great, a great way to move forward. But it's both dealing with the perjury question, I think, is a separate one, but also dealing with the weaponizations head on. And Bondi's got tons of things to do on every level, but I do think there's a headliner issue too.
So I suppose the other question I have is not just the civilians that have done wrong, but how would you recommend a plan to hold the actual prosecutors themselves that obviously broke conduct or laws like either Letitia James or Alvin Bragg or Jack Smith? How do you even launch?
We're interrupting this program for a special live report.
Federal government launching the first ever Department of Government Efficiency, uncovering corruption on a scale that we never thought imaginable, terminating every single federal worker that we have found to be engaged in the corruption and theft and the waste of taxpayer dollars, and already saving $50 billion in a single year, which over a 10-year period would be $500 billion. Just think about how vast and enormous that sum is. Of course, as you all know, he has renamed the Gulf of Mexico to its correct and proper name, the Gulf of America. He has renamed Mount Denali into Mount McKinley, part of a historic effort to restore patriotism and national pride all across this land. He has ended the weaponization of the federal government, restored the Department of Justice to its true mission of combating threats to this nation and keeping the American people safe. He has ended all federal censorship of free speech. This has been one of the greatest crises that has plagued this nation. Years and years and years of the federal government violating the First Amendment to take away Americans' right of free speech. President Trump has ended that, and he has demanded that all federal workers, all law enforcement, cease any effort to intimidate the rights of Americans or to police their speech. He has also restored the death penalty at the Department of Justice, including for illegal aliens who commit murder, including for those who murder cops, and including for all of those who threaten Americans with heinous acts of violence. The death penalty is back. Law and order is back. The streets are being made safe once again. On the public health front, he has launched the nation's first ever commission, the Maha Commission, Make America Healthy Again, following the historic confirmation of RFK Jr., to finally uncover the true root causes of the public health crisis in this country, the childhood disease epidemic in this country, the spiraling rates of pediatric cancer, and devastating childhood sickness. He has finally created a situation where the federal health agencies in this country will be focused on preventing disease, on keeping children from getting sick in the first place, not sending them to a lifetime in and out of hospitals, suffering needlessly when we can find ways to prevent this epidemic of illness. Then, of course, on Homeland Security. Today, it is officially the law of the land at the conclusion of the Congressional notification process that 6 Mexican cartels and 2 transnational gangs, Tren de Aragua, or TDA, and MS-13, so 8 organizations in total, are now formally designated as foreign terrorist organizations, which means that every single member of those organizations who operates on U.S. soil is now, as a legal matter, a terrorist, and they will be treated as terrorists. This is a sea change in U.S. policy, and this means the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security, along with the rest of U.S. law enforcement and the Department of Defense, are now operating in a legal reality where these cartels are recognized as terrorists. And there will be a whole of government effort to remove these terrorists from our soil and to degrade their ability to threaten or undermine any American security or sovereignty interests. Border crossings, since the day he took office, are down 95%. I think it's almost impossible to even describe the scale and scope of that achievement. President Trump, within days of taking office, cut border crossings 95%. And those few who have dared to cross are being either prosecuted or deported. They're either facing significant jail time for trafficking, smuggling, harboring, aiding, impeding, or they're being immediately removed from our soil. Either way, at the end of the process, they are going home. He's re-implemented Remain in Mexico, and he has obtained historic cooperation from foreign countries all around the world in accepting their deportees back. And he has used the United States military to fully seal the southern border with a historic deployment of both active duty and National Guard troops, resumed the building of infrastructure. He has opened up Guantanamo Bay, and he's using military aircraft to carry out deportations all across this country. And ICE is joining with ATF, DEA, and FBI to carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. The criminals are going home. The border is sealed shut. America is safe, sovereign, proud, and free. We are a nation that everyone in the world understands all across this planet. You do not come here illegally. You will not get in. You will go to jail. You will go home. You will not succeed. This is the biggest and most successful change in any area of law enforcement that this nation has ever seen, and he did it in under 1 month. Thank you.
Yes. Well, thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Stephen. One of the things that President Trump cares most about is job creation, and it was about 7 years ago I had the honor of joining you in this room for the first time, and it looks like we've created a lot more jobs in the last month. Look at how many people are here. My estimate is about 180, but I didn't count. So thank you. It's really an honor to be back here. I think that I just want to go over a few things and then hand it off to Mike. The first thing is that the president has told us to prioritize fighting inflation. And he had to do that because, as you know, President Biden let inflation get completely out of control. And he did it with policies that made no sense. They made no sense. A lot of times people say to us, our friends the journalists, why are you doing that? But I like to think, why did they do that? Why did they spend so much money? And then why did the Fed print so much money so that we had inflation as high as we've ever seen since Jimmy Carter? So why did they do that? So we're addressing inflation. We didn't have to address it in the first term because it was always in the ones, almost always. But we're going to get it back there. And how are we doing it? Well, we're doing it with a plan that President Trump and I and others have talked about in the Oval that involves like every level of fighting inflation. First, the macroeconomic level. We're cutting spending. We're cutting spending in negotiations with people on the Hill. We're cutting spending with the advice of our IT consultant, Elon Musk. And then we're also looking into supply side things, like restoring Trump's tax cuts, maybe even expensing new factories so that there's an explosion of supply. If you have an explosion of supply and a reduction in government demand, then inflation goes way down. And then one of the things that you want to say is, well, when are you going to see it? Well, the first thing that you'll see when the markets believe that we're going to get inflation under control is that the 10-year Treasury rate goes down, because that's how they think about future expected inflation. And so we're still going to see some memory of Biden's inflation. It's not going to go away in a month. But the 10-year Treasury before the last consumer price index had dropped about 40 basis points. 40 basis points because markets were optimistic about our ability to fight inflation. 40 basis points is kind of not a fun thing to say. Economists talk that way. I apologize. But the way to think about it is, for a typical mortgage, if that affects the mortgage rate, then it's going to save a typical family buying a house about $1,000 a year. And that's just in our first month. Okay. The second thing we've done is we've had a lot of trade talks. In fact, I was just meeting a minister from Mexico with Howard Lutnick just a couple of hours ago. And we're talking about reciprocal trade, and we're also talking about the fentanyl crisis. And so reciprocal trade is about our government treating other governments the way they treat us. We want trade to be fair. It turns out that Americans have been disadvantaged by foreign governments over and over, and President Trump wants it to stop. And the fact that struck me as most noticeable when I started to look at what President Trump was asking us to do is that last year we have data, U.S. companies paid $370 billion in taxes to foreign governments. $370 billion. Last year, foreign multinationals paid us $57 billion in taxes. We have 1/4 of world GDP. They have 3/4 of world GDP, and we're paying 370, they're paying 57. This is not reciprocal. We're going to try, or we're going to fix it. The other thing that we've done is we've had an all-of-the-above energy approach that's led by Doug Burgum and Chris and a really large team, EPA, And we've already made so many actions that are going to affect the price of energy and lower inflation. We've opened up 625 million acres to energy exploration. We've cut 50 years of red tape that makes it so you can't have permits. And we've even made it so that when you go home, if you get a new one, then you can take a shower or flush a toilet or read under a light bulb. We're doing that too. So finally, let's just think about like the facts that we can see right now that we think are awesome. So guess what? Small business optimism has gone up by the most ever since President Trump came in. ISM, which is the measure of what's going on in manufacturing, it's expanding again for the first time in years. CEO confidence is the highest it's been in years. And the reason people are thinking this is that our policies give people cause for optimism. And then I want to reiterate what Stephen Miller said, because it's so important, and it's so important for financial markets to start to digest this, that if, say, the Treasury Secretary or any cabinet secretary with Elon Musk is able to find some savings, say $100 billion, well, in CBO land, that's actually like about 10 times that, or maybe 12 times that, over a 10-year window. And so when you're thinking about the negotiations right now over reconciliation and thinking about, well, 4 trillion, 5 trillion, well, those numbers in terms of the savings are going to end up being small because of all the waste that we're finding. And so we're incredibly optimistic about the future of inflation and the future of our economy, and we're optimistic because we're making so much progress so far, and we already see it in market prices. And with that, I'll hand it off to Mike.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. Well, good afternoon. What a month, and what a sea change in our foreign policy. In addition to what we're doing on the border and restoring American sovereignty, in addition to what we're doing in our economy and the job creation and the inflation reduction, we are bringing the world back to where it was at the end of President Trump's first term, which is a world of peace, prosperity, and looking forward and getting us out of the chaos that we've just seen over the last 4 years. So over the last month, just to name a few, I had the honor of sitting in the Oval Office as President Trump spoke with President Putin, and then immediately spoke with President Zelensky, and both of them said only President Trump could bring both sides to the table, and only President Trump could stop the horrific fighting that has been going on now for the better part of 4 years, and that only President Trump could drive the world back to peace. Both of those leaders said that in back-to-back calls. And of course, we just had our historic talks mediated by our good friends and partners, Saudi Arabia. We give great thanks to Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for hosting, and sat down for the first time in years with the Russians and talked about a path forward with peace. On top of that, and one of the things that led to that was a tremendous confidence building measure that we had with the release of Mark Fogel. I'll remind everyone, the last time that we had an American released from the Russians, either we gave up a deadly spy, pressured our allies to give up a lethal killer, or we released, under the Biden administration, the world's most notorious arms dealer, Victor Bout, who, by the way, had one of his main clients for arms, the cartels in Mexico and Central America. We gave up none of that. This was released as a confidence-building measure, working with our great Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, and our Secretary of State as a first step towards opening these talks and then moving forward towards peace. On top of that, we've secured, just in a month, the return of 12 American hostages from Russia, from Bulgaria, from Venezuela, the Taliban, and Hamas. Excuse me, that's from Belarus, not Bulgaria. We also had, for the first time in quite some time, we took out a senior leader of ISIS, an international financier and recruiter that the military had been trying to take out for quite some time, and wasn't able to do so, frankly, because of a bureaucratic approval process. President Trump said, take him out and that ISIS financier and leader is no longer on this earth. We've also taken action to eliminate other terrorist organizations in the Middle East. We drove, before the president was even in office, he started talking consequences for people that would hold Americans. Heretofore, there's been nothing but upside. You take an American, you get some better deal. You take another one, maybe you get a better deal. No more. There is now nothing but downside for taking Americans illegally, either as hostages or illegal detainees. And when President Trump sent a very clear message across the Middle East, but particularly to Hamas, that there would be all hell to pay, we suddenly saw a breakthrough. And now we just saw the release of yet another group of hostages. There have been dozens now, including 2 Americans that we've seen once again reunited with their families. As part of the talks with King Abdullah, he offered, and I think the entire world is graciously accepted, to take 2,000 sick children, cancer patients, and others out of Gaza as a humanitarian gesture. 2,000 Gazans will come out of that hellhole that it is, that wasteland that Gaza is right now, with unexploded ordnance, with debris everywhere, with no sewage, with no water, and President Trump has put forward a plan to deal with the practical reality that is 1.8 million Gazans now truly suffering. And then, just to bring it back to our own hemisphere, we've seen literally in the last month, after years of national security experts, the generals in charge, and others testifying and ringing the alarm bells about the Chinese Communist Party's presence in our own hemisphere, particularly in the Panama Canal. We're seeing the leadership of Panama step away from the Belt and Road program, move away from China and back towards the United States, and even enter into talks and other negotiations about addressing the ports on either side of the canal. And then finally, last but not least, we've had 4 world leaders in the White House, in the Oval Office. We've had the Prime Minister of Japan, the Prime Minister of India, the King of Jordan, and of course the Prime Minister of Israel, just in the last 4 weeks. And next week we'll have the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and we'll have the President of France, Macron. So President Trump is on what we call Trump warp speed. We are all honored to be really serving under his leadership and his vision. And truly, when we all say, and the president himself says, he is a president of peace. He is a president focused on restoring stability. I think the entire world saw what the world will look like without strong American leadership in the last 4 years. And it's truly been an honor to get us back to where we were and back on track under President Trump's leadership.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm sure you're very eager to ask questions of these very smart people working very hard on behalf of the president. We do have somebody in our new media seat today. We have John Stoll, who is the head of news at X. As you all know, you're all on X. It's home to hundreds of millions of users, a large contingent of independent journalists and news organizations across geographies and political spectrums. And at the same time, X remains the go-to platform for many legacy news outlets. And I know, as I mentioned, many of the reporters in this room use X to attract eyeballs to your work. Prior to joining X, John spent 2 decades in journalism, including several years as an editor at the Wall Street Journal. We are excited to have him in the briefing room today. John, we'll let you kick it off. And as I said at the top, please direct your question to the individual up here who you'd like an answer from. John, why don't you begin?
All right, thank you very much. I am sitting in for a thriving ecosystem of journalists, independent and emerging news organizations who do depend on X for publicity, for a business model. And so I look forward to seeing many of them in this seat in months and years to come. I also thank you, Caroline, for opening this seat up to new media. It really is a testament not only to your open-mindedness, but also to innovation, that you'd actually think about, folks that are not traditionally credentialed to be in this room, and not only have a question, but also to witness. This is a very important intersection of power and the free press. And so just the ability to witness this and be part of it brings everybody's game up. So thank you for that. I think this is for Mike Waltz. My question is about Ukraine.
Sure.
For about more than 10 years, I've been fascinated, like many, with what's going on. Was in Northern Europe, working out of the Baltics when Crimea was annexed, and was a lot of this came on Twitter. The platform used to be known as Twitter. Was a lot of European leaders would talk about their disappointment and solidarity with Ukraine. But when it came to actually doing something, it felt like they were passing a hot potato and sent it over the Atlantic. I wonder how much of what we're seeing right now out of the administration and President Trump is a call to Europe and the European leaders and the allies that we've traditionally had to pick up that hot potato and start doing something a little bit more concrete to win and preserve the peace in Ukraine. The second question I have is, it's related, is there's been a lot of speculation that President Trump and the administration might be manipulated by Vladimir Putin. I wonder if you can just talk a little bit about the administration's posture and your confidence in the competence of this administration to go toe-to-toe with Vladimir Putin.
Well, I'll take the second question first. If there's anybody in this world that can go toe-to-toe with Putin, that could go toe-to-toe with Xi, that could go toe-to-toe with Kim Jong-un, and we could keep going down the list, it's Donald J. Trump. He is the deal maker in chief. There is no question that he is the commander in chief. And I, for one, and I think all Americans and around the world should have no doubt about his ability to not only handle Putin, but to handle the complexity of driving this war to an end. And then on your first piece on Europe, I'll take you back to 2014. You're right, there was a lot of hand-wringing in Europe and not a lot of action. There's also a lot of hand-wringing here in Washington under the Obama administration and not a lot of action. They literally threw blankets at the problem. And so I'll remind everyone that Putin had some type of conflict, invasion, or issue with their neighbor under President Bush with Georgia, under President Obama with Ukraine 2014, not under President Trump 45, and again with President Biden in 2022. The war should have been deterred. The war should have never happened, and I have no doubt it would not have happened under President Trump and will stop under President Trump again. But I just want to push back on this notion of our European allies not being consulted as we've entered into this process. I already mentioned the immediate phone call President Trump made to President Zelensky. He has talked to President Macron of France repeatedly last week. President Macron convened European leaders and then is coming here on Monday. Prime Minister Starmer is coming next Thursday. I've talked to every one of my national security advisor counterparts across the spectrum in Europe. I've talked to Secretary General Rutte, the leader of NATO, the Secretary General of NATO. We have repeatedly, by the way, we had half our cabinet, 7 cabinet officials, including the vice president, at the Munich Security Conference, all engaging, all listening, and all making sure our allies are heard. However, we've also made it clear for years, decades even, that it is unacceptable that the United States and the United States taxpayer continues to bear the burden, not only of the cost of the war in Ukraine, but of the defense of Europe. We fully support our NATO allies. We fully support the Article 5 commitment. But it's time for our European allies to step up. And one of the things that Secretary General Rutte said on our call was, this last couple of weeks have been a real wake-up call. And I asked him, what have you been missing the last couple of years? The fact that we are going to enter into a NATO summit this June with a third of our NATO allies still not meeting the 2% minimum, a commitment they made a decade ago, literally a decade ago, with a war on their doorstep, the largest war that they're all extremely concerned about, but yet it's, well, somebody else needs to pay. We've got other domestic priorities. It's unacceptable. President Trump's made that clear. and the minimum needs to be met. We need to be at 100% in this June at the NATO summit, and then let's talk about exceeding it, which is what President Trump has been talking about with 5% of GDP. Europe needs to step up for their own defense as a partner, and we can be friends and allies and have those tough conversations.
Great. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a Ukraine one and a Doge one. Who can talk Doge?
Stephen, go ahead.
I could do Doge. All of us Doge.
Well, so Stephen, we're hearing about these Doge dividend checks that would be 20% back to taxpayers, 20% to pay down the debt, 60% is left. Who gets that?
Well, the way that it works is when you achieve savings, you can either return it to taxpayers, you can return it to our debtors, or it can be cycled into next year's budget, and then it just lowers the overall baseline for next year. So in other words, you can just transfer it into the next fiscal window and then lower the overall spending level. And that means that you can achieve a permanent savings that way, and that reduces the deficit.
And when is it that people might see those checks?
Well, this is all going to be worked on through the reconciliation process with Congress that's going underway right now. As you've seen, the Senate's moving a bill, the House is moving a bill. The President has great confidence in both chambers to deliver on his priorities. I would just take this opportunity to note that President Trump has made a historic commitment to the working class of this country to fight for major tax relief and major price relief. And cutting spending, as Doge is doing, and cutting taxes is the key to delivering on both of those promises, and President Trump is resolutely committed to doing both.
Thank you. And on Ukraine, I guess this is for Mike.
Sure.
After the President's post on Truth Social yesterday, need to know, who does he think is more responsible for the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Putin or Zelensky?
Well, look, his goal, Peter, is to bring this war to an end, period. And there has been ongoing fighting on both sides. It is World War I style trench warfare. His frustration with President Zelensky is that you've heard is multifold. One, there needs to be a deep appreciation for what the American people, what the American taxpayer, what President Trump did in his first term, and what we've done since. So some of the rhetoric coming out of Kyiv, frankly, and insults to President Trump were unacceptable, number one. Number two, our own Secretary of Treasury personally made the trip to offer the Ukrainians what can only be described as a historic opportunity. That is for America to co-invest with Ukraine in their minerals, in their resources, to truly grow the pie. So case in point, there's a foundry that processes aluminum in Ukraine. It's been damaged. It's not at its current capacity. If that is restored, it would account for America's entire imports of aluminum for an entire year. That one foundry. There are tremendous resources there. Not only is that long-term security for Ukraine, not only do we help them grow the pie with investments, but we do have an obligation to the American taxpayer in helping them recoup the hundreds of billions that have occurred. So, rather than enter into some constructive conversations about what that deal should be going forward, we got a lot of rhetoric in the media that was incredibly unfortunate. And I could just tell you, Peter, as a veteran, as somebody who's been in combat, this war is horrific. And I think we've lost sight of that, of the literally thousands of people that are dying a day, families that are going without the next generation. And I find it kind of frankly ridiculous. So many people in Washington that were just demanding, pounding the table for a ceasefire in Gaza are suddenly aghast that the president would demand one and both sides come to the table when it comes to Ukraine, a war that has been arguably far greater in scope and scale and far more dangerous in terms of global escalation to U.S. security.
And I do have one for Caroline. Does President Trump have a bet with Trudeau about this USA-Canada hockey game tonight? And when there is a big hockey game on, Is the president watching for the goals or for the fights?
Probably both. I think he's watching for the United States to win tonight. I know he talked to the USA hockey team this morning. He talked to the players after their morning practice around 10 o'clock. And I also spoke to some folks from that team after. They were jubilant over President Trump's comments to the team. I believe they're going to put out a video of that call. So he looks forward to watching the game tonight, and we look forward to the United States beating our soon-to-be 51st state, Canada. Bloomberg, go ahead.
My question is for Mike Waltz. Can you give us a readout of Kellogg's meeting with Zelensky that just wrapped up? And in particular, Zelensky publicly rejected this deal about the rare earth minerals. Where does that stand?
Well, we're going to continue to have, he needs to come back to the table, and we're going to continue to have discussions about where that deal is going. Again, we have an obligation to the taxpayer. I think this is an opportunity. The president thinks this is an opportunity for Ukraine going forward. There can be, in my view, nothing better for Ukraine's future and for their security than to have the United States invested in their prosperity long term. And then a key piece of this has also been security guarantees. Look, the reality that we're talking about here is it in Ukraine's interest? Is it in Europe's interest? It certainly isn't in Russia's interest or in the American people's interest for this war to grind on forever and ever and ever. So a key part of his conversation was helping President Zelensky understand this war needs to come to an end. This kind of open-ended mantra that we've had under the Biden administration, that's over. And I think a lot of people are having a hard time accepting that. And then the other piece is there's been discussions from Prime Minister Starmer and also President Macron about European-led security guarantees. We welcome that. We've been asking Europe to step up and secure its own prosperity, safety, and security. So we certainly welcome that, and we certainly welcome more European assistance. As I told my counterparts, come to the table with more if you want a bigger seat at the table. And we've been asking for that for quite some time.
And has Russia pushed for sanctions in your talks with them? And have you consulted with international partners and allies about potentially rolling back sanctions in these negotiations to end the war?
The talks with our Russian counterparts, both with my counterpart, the National Security Advisor, Secretary Rubio's counterpart, the Foreign Minister Lavrov, it really was quite broad, focused on what is the goals for our broader relationship, but very clear that the fighting has to stop to get to any of those brighter goals. And as a first step, we're just going to do some common sense things like restore the ability of both of our embassies to function. And again, this is common sense in foreign policy world. They call it shuttle diplomacy. We have to talk to both sides in order to get to both sides to the table, and both sides have said only President Trump could do that.
Deanna.
Thank you, and my question is for Mike Waltz.
All right.
Sorry. The president has called Zelensky a dictator. Does he view Putin as a dictator? And does he want Zelensky out of power? I know he's called for elections. And then thirdly, the head of the Defense Committee in Ukraine's parliament just has claimed that the U.S. has stopped selling weapons to Ukraine. Is that true?
Well, most of our weapons that have gone to Ukraine have been part of a drawdown authority where we've literally taken them out of our stocks and then eventually through appropriations started buying them again to refill our stocks. I'll just state that there has been a lag in a lot of that process. So many of our stocks, as we look at our operations around the world, are becoming more depleted. That's one of the reasons many people have had a lot of concern about when does this end? How much is it going to take? How many lives will be lost? How much will we spend? As a member of Congress, we repeatedly asked the Biden administration those questions, and we never got a satisfactory answer. Look, President Trump is obviously very frustrated right now with President Zelensky. The fact that he hasn't come to the table, that he hasn't been willing to take this opportunity that we have offered. I think he eventually will get to that point, and I hope so very quickly. But President Trump, as we made clear to our Russian counterparts, and I want to make clear today, he's focused on stopping the fighting and moving forward. And we could argue all day long about what's happened in the past.
Reagan.
Yeah, what about, I have a question for Stephen.
Excuse me, I just called on Reagan. Reagan, go ahead.
I have a question for Stephen and a question for Mike.
Sure.
Stephen, I can start with you. There have been
Thank you.
reports that Trump is unhappy with the rate of deportations and he wants them to be higher. Is the president happy with the rate of deportations, and are there any plans to speed up the process?
Well, first of all, we all appreciate the encouragement from the media to deport as many illegal aliens as humanly possible. So thank you, and I will promise you that the full might of the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, and every element and instrument of national power will be used to remove, with speed, all criminal illegals from the soil of the United States of America, to enforce final removal orders, and to ensure that this country is for American citizens and those who legally belong in this country. We inherited an ICE that was completely shuttered. We inherited a Department of Homeland Security whose sole mission was to resettle illegal aliens within the United States of America. In 30 days, the president sealed the border shut, declared the cartels to be terrorist organizations, has increased ICE deportations to levels not seen in decades, and we are shortly on the verge of achieving a pace and speed of deportations this country has never before seen. Thank you.
And Mike, there have been reports that there's some underground opposition to Trump's pick for Undersecretary of Defense and Policy, Elbridge Colby. Have you or anyone from the administration been personally lobbying senators to support Elbridge Colby?
Look, I've worked with Bridge Colby in the past. He has the president's full support to be the Undersecretary of Policy, which will be a critical policy arm for Secretary Hegseth going forward that will implement a lot of these policies. And really, that's been to the extent of it. I think there's been a lot of kind of, breathless, back and forth in the press, but we're full speed ahead to get the president's team in place so we can implement his America First policy.
Thank you. Mike has spoken pretty extensively. Does anybody have questions for Stephen or for Mr. Hassett? Nobody wants to talk about the economy?
Yeah.
Sure. IRS? Okay, go ahead.
This would be for either one of you. So we reported, several other outlets have reported that about 3,500 people are due to be lose their jobs at the IRS by the end of the week. If the goal of these spending cuts across the federal government has been to reduce the debt, why impose some of the deepest cuts we've seen so far at the agency responsible for raising revenue for the federal government?
Well, I think our objective is to make sure that the employees that we pay are being productive and effective. And there are many, more than 100,000 people working to collect taxes, and not all of them are fully occupied. And the Treasury Secretary is studying the matter and feels like 3,500 is a small number, and probably can get bigger, especially as we improve the IT at the IRS. And so I think that it's absolutely something that is on the table for good reasons. And the point is that don't just talk about the IRS, talk about all of government. That there are so many places. I live in D.C. You maybe live in D.C. where nobody's going to the buildings. People aren't commuting because nobody's doing their job. We look back and we see that there are all these people doing two jobs while they're getting a government payroll on the payroll. So the point is we're fixing that, and the IRS is a small part of that picture.
So you're saying that everybody who's being let go was doing a bad job?
I'm saying that we're studying every agency and deciding who to let go and why. And we're doing so very rationally with a lot of support from analysis.
Because we're being told by a lot of people who have been let go at other agencies that they were told they were being dismissed because of poor performance, when in some cases they haven't even had a performance review yet because they've only been on the job a couple of months.
Yeah, I've never seen a person who was laid off for poor performance say that they were performing poorly. Okay.
Carolyn? Good point. Sure, Caitlin.
I have a question. I'll start with you, Kevin Hassett.
Okay.
Thank you for being here. And then I've got a question for Mr. Waltz. On these potential checks that you might send out from DOJ, is there a concern as you're thinking through this that they could be inflationary?
Oh, absolutely not, because imagine if we don't spend government money and we give it back to people, then if they spend it all, then you're even. But they're probably going to save a lot of it, in which case you're reducing inflation.
Okay, so
and also, when the government spends a lot, that's what creates inflation. We learned that from Joe Biden. And so if we reduce government spending, then that's reduces inflation. And if you give people money, then they're going to save a bunch of it. And when they save it, then that also reduces demand and reduces inflation.
Okay, so you're not worried about it. And
No, I'm
Mr.
not.
Waltz, to follow up on Peter's question, you wrote in an op-ed in the fall of 2023 that, quote, Putin is to blame, certainly like Al-Qaeda was to blame for 9/11. Do you still feel that way now, or do you share the president's assessment as he says Ukraine is to blame for the start of this war?
Well, it shouldn't surprise you that I share the president's assessment on all kinds of issues. What I wrote as a member of Congress was as a former member of Congress. Look, what I share the president's assessment on is that the war has to end. And what comes with that? What comes with that should be, at some point, elections. What comes with that should be peace. What comes with that is prosperity that we've just offered in this natural resources and economic partnership arrangement, an end to the killing, and European security and security for the world. The president's not only determined to do that in Europe, he's determined to do it in the Middle East. And just a few months ago, we had an administration that had tried for 15 months. Week after week, sitting with you here and couldn't get us to a ceasefire, couldn't get our hostages out. Now we're at that point. We're back to maximum pressure on Iran, and we have just begun, and we will drive towards a ceasefire and all of those other steps. I'm not going to pre-negotiate or get ahead of the sequencing of all of that. It's a very delicate situation, but this is a president of peace, and who here would argue against peace?
Okay, so you do share that assessment. And can I follow up? In 2017,
go ahead,
then
Jordan.
President Trump.
Go
Can I
ahead,
just follow
Jordan.
up really
You just
quickly?
had two questions, Caitlin.
Can I
Jordan,
just-
go ahead.
I have an important follow-up.
Jordan, go ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
Mr. Hassett, you were speaking about tariff revenue, and you also addressed a question about the IRS. President Trump has spoken about replacing income tax with tariff revenue, especially with all this waste, fraud, and abuse that we're seeing cut. Is that a possibility?
Absolutely. And in fact, if you think about the China tariff revenue that we're estimating is coming in from the 10% that we just added, plus the de minimis thing, that it's between $500 billion and $1 trillion over 10 years is our estimate. And that's something that is outside of the reductions that markets are seeing through the negotiations up on the Hill. And so we expect that the tariff revenue is actually going to make it much easier for Republicans to pass a bill, and that was the president's plan all along.
And then I have a question for Stephen Miller about Doge. So you spoke about Doge. You said roughly $50 billion is set to be cut in a year of waste, fraud, and abuse by unelected bureaucrats. We're hearing this ironic narrative from the president's critics and the left-wing media that Elon Musk is an unelected bureaucrat and he's doing all this terrible stuff. Isn't one of Doge's objectives to get rid of the federal bureaucracy, the deep state? And also, who was running the White House when Joe Biden was in office? Because I don't know a single person who believes it was Joe Biden.
Yes, you're tempting me to say some very harsh things about some of our media friends. Yes, it is true that many of the people in this room for 4 years failed to cover the fact that Joe Biden was mentally incompetent and was not running the country. It is also true that many people in this room who have used this talking point that Elon is not elected fail to understand how government works. So I'm glad for the opportunity for a brief civics lesson. A president is elected by the whole American people. He's the only official in the entire government that is elected by the entire nation, right? Judges are appointed, members of Congress are elected at the district or state level, just one man. And the Constitution, Article 2, has a clause known as the vesting clause, and it says the executive power shall be vested in a president, singular. The whole will of democracy is imbued into the elected president. That president then appoints staff to then impose that democratic will onto the government. The threat to democracy, indeed the existential threat to democracy, is the unelected bureaucracy of lifetime tenured civil servants who believe they answer to no one, who believe they can do whatever they want without consequence, who believe they can set their own agenda no matter what Americans vote for. So Americans vote for radical FBI reform, and FBI agents say they don't want to change. Or Americans vote for radical reform on our energy policies, but EPA bureaucrats say they don't want to change. Or Americans vote to end DEI, racist DEI policies, and lawyers in the Department of Justice say they don't want to change. What President Trump is doing is he is removing federal bureaucrats who are defying democracy by failing to implement his lawful orders, which are the will of the whole American people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'm looking at the clock. We've almost had an hour of time. I know a couple of these individuals have a meeting to get to at 2 p.m., so you're welcome to follow up with my team for further questions. We're going to let these guys get back to running the United States government, and we will see you all later. President Trump will be speaking at 3 o'clock at the Black History Month reception. So thank you. It's good to see you. We'll see you in a bit. Thanks.
Are you watching the Black History Month reception, Mr. Miller?
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
If you go during operations, no matter what you see, you'll notice it's different.
David, you've been a great friend, and congrats to our friend Pete Hegseth, by the way, your co-author.
Yes.
Good deal. And we at Turning Point Academy are here to help in any way we possibly can. All right, everybody, I got to head to campus. Email me, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll see you live tomorrow from the battle station in Arizona. God bless.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are.
From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is. I mean, and Hank said, to add to an embarrassment, he took a far-right conspiracy theorist, Jack Posobiec, along with him. He was protested by U.S. military families. That never happens. He seems to have been quite the disaster.
The Senate's going to vote on the final approval of Kash Patel to lead the FBI.
Kash Patel, mark my words, will cause evil in this building behind us, and Republicans who vote for him will rue that day.
625 million acres of offshore land that could have been the public resource that could have been leased. That money would go to pay down debt for our country. Was taken off by Biden with a stroke of pen, but President Trump signed an executive order directing me as the Secretary of Interior to unban the ban. We've done that.
We have almost $4 trillion of entitlements, and no one's ever looked at it before. You know Social Security is wrong. You know Medicaid and Medicare are wrong. And our objective under Donald Trump is to balance this budget, and I'm telling you, you watch it, we're going to do it.
Germany's entire defense is subsidized by the American taxpayer. There are thousands upon thousands of American troops in Germany today. That friendship is based on shared values. You do not have shared values if you're jailing people for saying we should close down our border. You do not have shared values if you're so afraid of your own people that you silence them and shut them up.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. Today is February 20th, 2025. Anno Domini, we are here live, Gaylord National Harbor, because American patriots have taken this country back. CPAC has delivered on its promise for 30 plus years of bringing everyone together to build this conservative movement. And ladies and gentlemen, your president, Donald J. Trump, will be here in 2 days' time to show you all that this country will be saved. My name is Jack Posobiec. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. We got Kevin Posobiec here too. What's up, Kev?
Hey, what's going on? Welcome.
Kev, I hear there's something going on today over at the U.S. Senate. You hear about that?
Yeah, I heard there's a bunch, five guys or so protesting Director Kash getting in.
Because today, you know something, ladies and gentlemen, today is the day that America cashes in. Who's ready to cash in today, ladies and gentlemen? Think about all the fights that we've had. 4 long years. 4 long years of fighting against a crooked and corrupt, completely inept Justice Department and an FBI. And I know there's J6ers all around us here today. By the way, can we get a shout out to the J6ers that have been freed, that have been pardoned, that have had their lives given back and restored to them by Donald J. Trump. Promises made, promises kept. Shout out to the J6ers, the freedom fighters. We got Ivan Raiklin here. We got everybody here. Folks, this is what it's about. This is about delivering. And to the Mike Pences, to the John Boltons, the old conservative movements, to the old conservative guard. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you heard this yet. Breaking news. Mitch McConnell just announced he's not running again for United States Senate. So that means Kentucky might finally get 2 Republican senators. What do you think? What do you think about that, ladies and gentlemen? 2 Republicans. We got Rand Paul. We need another good Republican there. What do you say, Kev?
I think we only need Rand, honestly.
Let's get Rand, and then we'll clone him.
Yeah.
And then maybe Rand, does Rand's dad have residency in Colorado? Because I don't know. Maybe Ron Paul could run for Senate and serve with his own son. Because I'm just saying, I don't know, there's some great Kentuckians. Folks, we'll be right back. Human Events Daily is here live at CPAC.
understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the second American Revolution.
What do you think about that, folks? The golden age has begun. We're here, Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily. I want to also welcome in Charlie Kirk, the third hour on his program on the Salem Radio Network. And folks, I got to tell you real quick, go and support our sponsors because we've been doing incredible work. Ladies and gentlemen, I just got back from Kiev, Ukraine, and I was there with President Volodymyr Zelensky, and I was there with Secretary Bessent, and Zelensky said that he is not taking the mineral deal. He said he's not taking the deal. He said he doesn't want it. He said he didn't want to go for it. So President Trump said, fine, I'm going to talk to the other guys. I'm going to go and talk to them because President Trump is a guy who understands the art of the peace deal. And that's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. But go, and I want you to tell you real quick about today's episode sponsor because you got to support our sponsors. They enable us to do the things that we do day in, day out. Today's sponsor is Silent. So understand, when you go around the world, if you're going around to events, if you go to rallies, political rallies, the government, as well as big corporations, they can get all your data from your phones. If your phone is exposed, if it's connected, even if you have it in airplane mode, by the way, it's still sending. It is still sending. Or if you're on the train to Ukraine, it's still sending. And in fact, in Ukraine, they were even talking about how some Americans were going in, not us, but some Americans were going in, and Russians were able to call in strikes because they could find the selectors from their cell phones. So what did we do? With Silent, they found a way to actually be able to create a Faraday bag for your phone. They've got cases, they've got Faraday bags, they've got phones, they've got backpacks, they've got pants, they got Faraday pants. Kevin wants to try the Faraday pants, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm just saying, I would bring them if I went to Ukraine.
You're gonna bring them?
I want Zelensky getting my information.
You're trying to get him out of your pants, is that what you're saying?
Whoa, there's a Freudian slip there.
But look, if you want to go check it out, folks, it's slnt.com/POSO. Gets you 15% off. slnt.com/POSO. Take control of your own information. Take control of your own data. That's what it comes down to. Folks, we are awaiting the final vote. Kash Patel coming in very soon here.
That's right.
The United States Senate. So I'm told, and I'm getting minute-by-minute updates of this. So the vote is beginning momentarily in Kash.
Just had the cloture vote earlier.
So the cloture vote is in. Yep. So that sets up the final floor vote.
He needs what, 50, 51?
50 plus 1. Right. 50 and a 1. 50 and an ace. So 50 and an ace. Or potentially, so we could, if he gets, and by the way, if he only gets 50, what do you do, folks? What do you do if he only gets 50? I think he'll be okay. But if he only gets 50, it goes to the President of the Senate. And the President of the Senate is the current sitting Vice President who just spoke here moments ago at CPAC.
That's right.
Vice President J.D. Vance. So you bring J.D. Vance in, and he's going to drop the hammer the way that he dropped the hammer over in Munich. Folks, let me tell you something. If it wasn't for people like you who are here today, and guys, if we can get this, show this crowd, we've got an incredible crowd. This is amazing. Because if it wasn't for patriots like you and the people of CPAC, we would not have the cabinet that we have now. If it wasn't for the people that were showing up day in and day out, that knocking on the doors, making the phone calls, being there in the chat groups, and by the way, the prayer warriors too. Do we have any prayer warriors in the house today? Do we have any prayer warriors?
That's right.
You delivered the United States Senate a 53-seat majority, and especially because of that seat in Pennsylvania with Dave McCormick that we were able to win. That is the seat that really gave us this, because all of the cabinet members run through your United States Senate. And look, they didn't want a big majority because they were going to say, oh, a big majority. We don't want the Kash Patels and the Pete Hegseths and the Kristi Noems and the Tulsi Gabbards and even Kevin, remind me, I'm trying to remember, drawing a blank. Who's our Secretary of Health, Kevin? I can't remember his name.
It's Robbie? No,
Robbie something. Oh, that's right. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as your Secretary of Health and Human Services, taking the Maha movement to new heights and new levels, something that just months ago they told us was completely impossible. Kevin, talk to me about how this coalition, and you were there on the ground, talk to me how this has all come together, culminating in today when Kash Patel will become our director of the FBI.
Well, he'll be the last one elected in, and honestly, they don't want it to happen because I think they know that all those guys watch Real America's Voice, really. They watch this show, they watch Bannon's War Room, and they're afraid of us. They're afraid of what the people want, and they're afraid of democracy and populism on the rise and what we could provide. So it's great to see Kash really coming through here.
Look, Kash Patel is somebody, and this is what they don't get, is, yes, Kash Patel comes on Real America's Voice. They say, you can't have Kash Patel on. He goes on Jack Posovic's show. He goes on Steve Bannon's show. He goes on Tucker Carlson. He's friends with all those guys. You can't let him in. And let me tell you something. This is why they don't want Kash. This is why they don't want Pete Hegseth. That's why they really don't want Elon Musk and Doge in there. I'll tell you what it is, folks, because they don't want these people and these patriots to go in and uncover what the truth is that they've been up to all along in our federal government. That's what this is about. They don't want Kash going in there, opening up the file drawers, going through the computer, rifling through things. Remember, it was Kash Patel that uncovered Russiagate in the first place. Remember, they told you Russia was a conspiracy theory. They told you it was a conspiracy theory that Donald Trump was being spied on, that there were wiretaps. And guess what? It was all true.
And during the confirmation hearing, Kash did say he was going to be fair. He's not going to totally gut the FBI and go total, bonkers on it. He's going to be fair, and he was under the Obama administration as well. So he already has the credibility.
Wait, you're burying the lead, Kev. How do you remember everything that happened at the Kash Patel hearings?
Well, I was there.
Kevin was there at the Kash Patel hearings, backing him up, making sure that he got across the finish line, making sure none of that fake news nonsense got sunk. Everything that came down, Kash batted it out. He did an incredible job, a fantastic job. And what can I say, Kev? I feel today like I got a lot of confirmation bias.
That's right.
A little bit of confirmation bias. That's the worst part. I'm a little jet lagged from Ukraine, so my pun game is really, really bad right now. You're all going to have to deal with it. I'm sorry. You're going to have to deal with it. I did text that to him. He didn't respond. He's probably not going to after that. But no, Kev, you're exactly right. Look, it's not about, they say, what about retribution? What about revenge? Isn't this just a revenge tour? You're going in and you want people to take revenge on everything that's going on. I said, no. This isn't about revenge. This isn't about retribution. It's about justice. And justice means the scales are balanced. The scales need to be balanced because the scales are unbalanced in this country. The scales are unbalanced. So let me hear just from the folks that are here assembled. Should we balance the scales of justice in this country? Are you ready? Are you ready for some of these criminals to actually face accountability for the crimes that they've committed against the American people, the crimes that they've committed to the taxpayer dollars, for the crimes that they committed, the perjury against the Jan 6ers, that they would have go up again and again and again, and their witnesses would lie on the stand, they would manipulate the witness testimony, they would do everything they could. And let me tell you something. Perjury in federal court is a federal crime, and we are going to be taking a look at every single one of those transcripts. And I'll tell you something else we're going to be taking a look at. This $200 billion, President Trump says it's $350 billion. All this money to Ukraine, right? Guess what? We know that there have been kickbacks from that money to Ukraine, and guess what? The next investigation that's coming, we're going to investigate all of the Ukraine money and every single U.S. politician, U.S. organization that has been making money off of this war, off of the blood of the dead. We are going to find all of them and hold them accountable as well. Be right back. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Charlie Kirk, Hour 3, the Salem Radio Network.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. You hear a lot of talk about Maha, Make America Healthy Again. But what are people doing on the ground to make that happen? Well, all you have to do is look at college campuses. Kyle Connor joins me right now to talk about one of the efforts happening in that respect. Talk about how you're getting on the coattails, if you will, of Maha.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Terrence. So I go to Liberty University. We're a big school, big Christian school, and a few years ago, we started a workout called the Murph Challenge. Okay. We didn't originate the workout. It started a while back with the CrossFit community, but we wanted to bring it to our campus to raise awareness for the veteran suicide crisis. 22 veterans take their own life every single day in America. So we're losing more soldiers in our own soil than overseas.
And Maha has really kind of helped you guys catapult this effort and catapult the awareness.
Yes, absolutely. We had our first Murph Challenge in 2023. It blew up. It blew up again in 24. So now we are going to other universities such as Texas A&M, UNCW, hopefully Air Force Academy soon, and a plethora of others to start Maha-based events like the Murph Challenge that focus on the mental, the spiritual, and the physical well-being of America and our youth.
And the spiritual is what I really like.
Yes.
Because it is about the physical health, but there's also a spiritual component.
Yes, absolutely. RFK said in an interview just a few days ago that America's children are sick because they do not have a purpose in life. I believe, and the NSUSA team believes, that people need Jesus Christ.
Very quickly, if there are other college students listening right now, how can they get in contact with you to potentially get a chapter on their campus?
Go to neversurrenderusa.org. We have a chapter fill-out description where you can plug in your information and we will get in contact with you. Again, that was neversurrenderusa.org.
We appreciate all the work you're doing at Liberty and across the country.
Thank
Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr.
so
Terrence.
much. Well, that's going to do it for us here. We appreciate you being here with us. Now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Today, coming back, talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at Human Events Daily. We are live at CPAC. We're also here live on the Salem Radio Network, Charlie Kirk, third hour. Folks, this is an incredible day. By the way, is that Kat? Ladies and gentlemen, are we hearing this? It happened? It happened? Are we doing this? I'm hearing yes. I'm hearing yes. Ladies and gentlemen, your director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation is Mr. Kashyap Patel.
Let's go.
Officially confirmed by the United States Senate around 4:22 p.m. year of our Lord 2025 Anno Domini. They said it could never be done. They said it was impossible. They said that you are crazy if you think a guy like Kash Patel, they said, you know what they went after him for? They said he writes children's books and he's trying to teach the next generation about what's going on in this country. But let me tell you something, folks. This is the moment. These are the moments we all fought so hard for to get Kash across the line, because we don't want the same old, same old. We don't want the old razzmatazz that, oh, I'm a conservative. Look at me. I work for George W. Bush. Look for me. I work for John McCain. No. We want real conservative in there. People with some real guts. People who actually are going to get their hands dirty. And that's what Kash Patel is all about. Folks, can we give it, and I'd love to see this crowd shot, just a round of applause for Kash Patel, my friend, a friend of the show, a friend of Real America's Voice. He had to resign, but that's okay. That's okay. You know, I always appreciate people when they take the next step in their professional development. Don't you, Kev?
Yeah, I do too.
Ben, are you available for some interviews right now? Because I see somebody that I wanted you to say hi to if we could get him on the show. Oh, he's not up yet. We
got the mic. All right, guys.
speaking of why we need a good FBI director, and by the way, congratulations, Kash Patel. I love you. You're one of the guys I respect most. I couldn't be happier right now. But speaking of that, we've got one of the J6ers, two of the J6. We got hundreds of them around there, but I've got a friend of mine, Joe Biggs, one of the guys on the front lines. You got, what, 20? How many years they wanted to put you in for?
Well, they wanted to put me in for 36 years. I got 17. Judge Kelly said he was doing me a favor. I served 4 years in prison and 2 years in solitary confinement.
Unbelievable. What is this? First off, what does it mean, President Trump's victory and the pardon, and now you look at the direction our country's going?
Well, I got a commutation, so I haven't gotten a pardon yet. So I'm still fighting to get my military benefits and all that. So that's kind of why I'm here, hoping I'll meet someone that can help me. But, you know, it is great that he's president, and I like what's going on right now. This last month has been pretty incredible. It's very surreal.
I know, you can't make up for those years. You got a young daughter. What is, what the intangible things that people don't understand, what you guys have gone through, and what needs to be done more going forward for you guys?
Wow. Well, that's a lot to say right there. There's a lot that needs to be done. The DOJ needs to be revamped, the FBI, and now we've got people in place that can do that. The entire BOP is a joke. They literally put people in prison for no reason. And I've met so many guys there for things called like ghost dope, where they're not even caught with anything. They're given 35, 40 years in prison for something they didn't do. Guys are in jail for murder when the blood doesn't even match up with them. It's only just because the judge and the prosecutors are lazy. So, I only had to do 4 years, but there's guys in there that have been in there since the 90s, still rotting, waiting for someone to help them. And I hope that with a new DOJ and a new FBI, we can fix this system because it is very broken.
Yeah, look, guys, let me tell you a little something about Joe Biggs. What's up, Biggs? That when I first got going in social media and came around in the Trump movement, and I remember going, and Kev, you were there that night at the DNC in Philadelphia, 2016. I think it was August. And we start running. We're running around, and the Bernie Sanders people are there. The Bernie Bros are coming up, and they're protesting. They're getting all fired up, and CNN wouldn't show it. And then Antifa shows up, and they're burning flags. And I see this guy just barrel down with like 2 cameras going at once, running towards Antifa, saying, "You're not going to burn that flag." And I turned, I said, "Who's that?" And they said, "That's Joe Biggs. That's Joe Biggs right there." When he was with InfoWars, Rambo Biggs, he always supported me. He always helped pick me up when I was nobody, when I didn't have anything in this fight at all. So when it comes to guys like Joe Biggs, when it comes to guys who were there when it really mattered in 2015, 2016, we're always going to fight to correct the record and do what's right for the guys who came before us. Jack? Where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys that be getting Pulitzers. All right, we're here live, CPAC. Kash Patel coming in as your Federal Bureau of Investigations Director. I want to go now, Ben Berquan. We got such a great crowd. We've got the best-looking Patriots in the house here for tonight, at least until Tanya Tay shows up later on. I'm just saying.
My
Ben,
wife,
who we got?
over here. My wife and my girls are over here somewhere, too. We're the best. We have the best. When we take our family on the road,
Outkicked our coverage,
better.
brother.
I love it. Okay, but speaking of other beautiful Patriots, what's your name? Where are you from?
I'm a January 6er. My name is Gina Bizignano, and I'm from Beverly Hills, California. I was incarcerated for 2 months, kidnapped on my way to pay bail, and on house-to-home detainment for 4 years. I kept delaying. I was facing 10 years, January 31st, and I got pardoned on the 21st.
Come on now.
I stood up against a stolen election. We have the right as American citizens to use our First Amendment rights to stand up against tyranny. We did it, and we were incarcerated, and they used the Patriot Act against us. But now we're ready to win this war.
Thank God for President Trump, huh?
Thank God for President Trump. Promises made, promises kept.
Amen.
Amen. Morgan McComb, Dallas, Texas.
And what's your best part? I know the first day. What are you hoping to see here? What about this CPAC?
Oh, we came to see Trump. Yeah, but everyone here is amazing.
Yeah, East Lansing, Michigan, obviously. And Law and Border, you got to watch this show. All right, that's the best show out there. But yeah, we're just here every year because it's just great to get around all these people and find out what's going on and do what we can to try to help the country.
And Patriot Release CBD, huh? I love it. All right, Jack, back to you, brother.
Hey, Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys that be getting Pulitzers.
Oh, come on. I got to get to it.
All right, with Jack Posobiec, we are back here, Human Events Daily, live at CPAC, and we're also on Charlie Kirk, third hour, the Salem Radio Network. Folks, it's an incredible day, just an absolutely incredible day. Kash Patel is your director of the FBI, and I just want to keep saying that over and over. Kash Patel is the director of the FBI. Like, what?
Kash, let's go.
That's how we do that, all right? That's how we do that. That shows you the guts. That shows you the tenacity. That shows you. To all the people, to all the naysayers and the black pillars out there who said we couldn't do it, they're going to seal the election, there's nothing to be done. You know what I said to them? Shove off and go take a look at Kash Patel as your FBI director. What do you say, Kev? What do we say to black pillars?
We're cashing in.
We're cashing in, baby.
Yep.
We're cashing in. And by the way, if you want to cash in as well, you got to go and look, I know you do this. There's so many companies out there that are against us, corporate sponsors that don't want to touch us, they debank us. Go support the people who do. And you know that the left is going to respond the left is going to respond to all of this winning with instability. And what do you do to prevent instability? Well, to prevent instability, you go and prepare your family. That's why My Patriot Supply is set up. My Patriot Supply now has the ability to give you that peace of mind. You can know that your family is prepared for anything. My Patriot Supply is America's most trusted name in emergency preparedness. It's offering a limited time discount. We got a 3-month emergency food kit. Look, just get their emergency kit, go to My Patriot Supply, throw it in the back of your car, throw it in your garage, whatever you want for your family. You'll set that right up. It is fantastic. It's incredible. It'll give you that peace of mind. Our site is preparewithposo.com. So go to preparewithposo.com. Check out the deals right there. Let me ask the crowd, because we've got a great crowd here. Do we have anybody here that is a supporter or a user of My Patriot Supply that's here today in the crowd? We have a few. We actually have a few. Folks, it's a great idea. idea. It's a great way to get your family ready for anything that could happen. Think of it. You get car trouble, you get stuck in the snow, you got kids in the car. My Patriot Supply will give you that peace of mind. Folks, real quick, we are absolutely honored here. We have a quick surprise guest. I didn't even know he was going to come by. My brother just leapt off the stage and grabbed him. Ladies and gentlemen, John Eastman is here in the house with us. He's joining us. President Trump, I say, former personal attorney for President Trump, who was there in 2020. They went after him. They tried to destroy him. But guess what? John Eastman is still standing, and John Eastman isn't going anywhere.
I like to say they picked the wrong guy to pick on.
They picked the wrong guy. They picked the wrong movement to pick on.
Patel there now. We're looking for a future unburdened by what has been.
John, now I got to ask you, and if you guys don't mind, we're going to get a little legalistic. We're going to get a little legalistic here, but that's right. This is CPAC after all, and we love our Constitution. And so, John, this is the question that I have. Where in the Constitution does it say that a district judge can issue an injunction striking down all of DOJ, all of the president's actions, something that the president wants done, that you have to hire people? Where in the Constitution is that? Because I haven't seen it.
I've looked and looked and looked, and I can't find it either. I think the judges are misunderstanding that they're under Article 3 and that the executive branch is under Article 2. And how the president runs his own branch is no business of the federal judiciary.
It's as simple as that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's called the system of checks and balances and the separation of powers. And think of it, right? You know, the president can't come in and tell John Roberts who he should hire as a clerk, or, you know, what cases they should take up, right? That's a clear separation of powers.
The craziest one of these was the injunction telling the incoming Secretary of the Treasury that he could not look at the work that his own employees were doing because they were the ones that were running the agency. It completely turns upside down the impact of any election, and they forget that they work for us. We don't work for them, and certainly the President of the United States doesn't work for these unaccountable and unelected bureaucrats.
John Eastman, let me ask you a question. How many elected members of the federal government are there when it comes to the executive branch?
How many elected people are our guys? Just two: the president and the vice president.
President and the vice president.
Everybody else has their executive authority only a derivative from the people we elected at the top of that branch.
So what does this mean? This means then that take it back to the founders, take it back to the Federalist Papers. If the idea was that the president would hold these powers, which, and I'm going to use the phrase of the founders, media doesn't like when I say this, but Hamilton said it again and again. He would say, we want the president to have king-like powers. King-like, I didn't say kingly, I said king-like. King-like powers. Actually, they likened it to a Polish king at the time, because the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had an elected king for all the different provinces, and that's a whole bit of history to go down the rabbit hole if anyone's interested. There's some Polish guys here. You guys remember the Polish kings were elected, but the idea was it was a king and a parliament was what the Polish Commonwealth had, and so they wanted to have someone who was an executive with a Congress. So the question then is, if you're in one of those situations, you need for that person to be duly elected by, and by the way, the president, let's remember this, folks, is not elected by the popular vote. The president is elected by the states. But that's okay because we won the popular vote anyway.
Right. So, there was actually a proposal in the federal convention to have the executive run by a committee, and they decided not to do that because members of committee get to avoid accountability by blaming the other members of committee. They wanted an executive where the buck would stop here, like President Harry Truman famously said, that he would be the one accountable to the American people for any decisions he took, whether good or bad, and we would hold him to account. And he also needed to act with secrecy and dispatch. That's the phrase in the Federalist Papers. Dispatch. That means quickly. How many think that that the president has been acting quickly over the last 30 days.
Is the president acting with secrecy and dispatch? Well, I'll say dispatch, probably not secrecy though, because he is doing everything. And I got to tell you, it is the most radically transparent administration that probably America has ever seen. Because what they're doing with embracing social media, with embracing new media, with bringing influencers in, by bringing people, putting them in the room, it's not about that person. It's about getting the information out to all of you. It's about getting the information directly out to everyone. And if people don't like something, they can say something. But guess what? There are no backroom deals anymore because he's putting you in the room. That's why they're bringing people on these trips. That's why they're inviting folks along.
Every American has the ability to be in that room. Cash is confirmed. Every American has the ability to be in that room, and there are no filters coming out of MSNBC or CNN on what we're allowed to hear. The president and Elon Musk and the president's heads of departments are speaking directly to the American people, and they're welcoming our immediate and direct feedback. That's a revolution in how we communicate to our government, and it really epitomizes the foundational cornerstone principle of our country. Consent of the governed. They are letting us know what they're doing, and we are giving them immediate feedback and letting them know whether we consent. And so far, we're consenting to everything he's doing. It's wonderful.
It's as simple as that, folks. 3 branches, not 4. So that city right across the river from us right now, well, up the river technically, across and up the river. It's kind of a, because you have the Anacostia that comes in. That city doesn't believe that, because that city believes it's like I'm going to steal a joke from Rick Grinnell. It's kind of like, he said, what Trump is doing right now, what Trump and Elon are doing right now, is like if you went to LA and you became the mayor of LA and said, we're not going to do movies anymore, right? And all the people in LA would be losing their minds, because government in Washington, D.C. is the industry. This is a one industry town. So there's never going to be anyone in this town, there's no constituency for ending the power of government, for shutting down any of these programs. But you know what? If you send people who decide that they don't want to go to Washington, D.C. to play the game, they don't want to go to Washington, D.C. to cash out, if you send, I don't know, a couple of billionaires to Washington, D.C., they go in like a wrecking ball, ladies and gentlemen, an absolute wrecking ball. And I got to say, are they keeping their promises?
Well, and President Trump also learned a lot from his first term in office. He learned all the tricks that the entrenched bureaucracy plays. Oh, that's a good idea, Mr. President. Let us set up a committee to study it. And then 4 years later, nothing had been done. So he came in this time saying, we're not playing that game anymore. And what he learned in that first 4 years, and what he learned over the 4 years in the middle, I compare it to Churchill's wilderness years, where Churchill was in leadership and then he spent a lot of years out of leadership, and he prepared for the next time he would come in. President Trump has done that, and what we're seeing is an awesome shock and awe attempt to put this country back on the right track toward prosperity and freedom.
I love it. So John, because we've got about 2 minutes left, but I would be remiss if I didn't have the great John Eastman here and I didn't ask him a question about birthright citizenship. Folks, what do you think? Do you think that our founders intended for illegal aliens to be able to violate our border and then produce American citizens just because their children were born here?
So, Hawaii Senator Hirono published on her Twitter page.
Crazy Maisie, we call her. Crazy Maisie.
Yeah, she published on her Twitter page, the Constitution is clear. All persons born here, ... are citizens. And she wrote out the key phrase, and subject to the jurisdiction. And that did not mean just subject to the laws. It meant subject to the complete jurisdiction. You're part of our political community. We've given you our consent to be here and join us in this wonderful enterprise. And without that, you're not automatic citizens. And by the way, the other part of this, citizenship born on the soil, was that if you were born on the king's soil, you owed forever allegiance to the king and you could never renounce it. Well, go back and look at the last paragraph of our Declaration of Independence. It says that these united colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states, and we hereby renounce all allegiance to the crown. They rejected birthright citizenship at the very moment of our founding.
We've been rejecting it from the very start. Ladies and gentlemen, the great John Eastman here at CPAC Human Events Daily.
Thank you all very much.
Hour on Salem News Radio.
Thank you. And over there in the booth, EastmanDilemma.com, they're showing it all to the conference long. You can watch it. Thank you all. Thank you very much, Jack. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Federal Bureau of Investigation Director is Kash Patel. Can we get the crowd a little bit going? Let's go, let's go. Come on, folks, let's hear it. Kash, 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 Kash. Just absolutely incredible. I mean, folks, when they tell you to dream big, when they tell you things can't be done, I'm telling you, you got to dream big. And I remember being there with Kash after the election, talking to him, saying, do you think it's possible? Do you think it can be done? And I said, Kash, we're going to make it happen. It can be done, and it will be done. And don't let anyone ever tell you that in the United States of America that something can't be done. Everything can be done, especially when we're in a golden age.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here. Human Events Daily, final segment, third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show on Salem Radio News, live here at CPAC. Folks, I got to tell you, we have great sponsors out there. They help fund everything that we do. Just got back from Ukraine, the reporting that we're doing directly live with President Zelensky. I want to tell you something. Imagine what would happen if Doge opened the doors to Fort Knox and there wasn't the gold inside. 147.3 million troy ounces. Even if it's mostly there, the consequences for the government will be astronomical on the market. Given the waste, fraud, and abuse that Doge has found so far, what do you think? Does the idea sound far-fetched to you? It doesn't sound far-fetched to me. Well, here's something else. JP Morgan Chase just moved $4 billion of gold to New York City. They're not guessing. They know what's coming. The U.S. relies heavily on Canada and Mexico for gold and silver, and once the tariffs kick in, we know it's going to hit new records. Right now is your moment. If you have money in stocks or a 401k or an IRA, you got to move into gold and silver before the rush. Folks, I partnered with Allegiance Gold because they share my values, this show's values, honesty, transparency, patriotism. They make the best decision, and you can for your future. Go to protectwithposo.com right now and get up to 3 years of free storage when you open your gold IRA. Don't wait. Gold will never be cheap again. Protectwithposo.com. Protectwithposo.com. Now, folks, we're not just fighting the deep state, because we're fighting DEI, we're fighting CRT, and we're also fighting the radical trans ideology that is coming for our children. And I'm very proud to say that we have right here with us the great Chloe Cole, who has been a leader on the detransition movement and speaking out against the lies and hysteria targeting our children. Chloe, welcome to CPAC.
Thanks for having me here.
No, this is incredible. Did you ever think when you started this whole journey that you would see a president like this and an administration like this that has put issues like yours at the forefront?
I had no idea what was to come when I started speaking out 3 years ago when I was 17. And I certainly never thought when I started calling myself a boy at 12 that I would be coming somewhere like this. I never thought that I would ever come out of the transition process or that I would ever be aligning with people on this issue.
Well, and now what have you seen on this front specifically? We saw that the ban of biological men are no longer able to play in sports against women. No competition. So no men in women's sports. We've seen that come down. What else do you want to see come out of this administration?
I think that's, while these executive orders are a wonderful first start, and they're going to allow for much more powerful things to happen down the line in terms of the protection of our children and the protection of women's spaces and the categories of male and female, we're going to have to do so much more than executive orders. We're going to have to not only have state-by-state laws banning this mutilated treatment for children, but we are going to have to start protecting kids on the federal level.
You're talking at full-on federal legislation protecting children.
Yes,
what do you think, folks? Should we have federal laws protecting our children from being transgendered by these doctors and then going state by state banning the practice? Should we do it, folks? I think we're going to. What you and so many others, but really, I mean, you really have been the face of this movement in a huge way. Did you ever think that you'd be in a position where you're actually, I could probably call up the Congress right now. You could walk right over and start. Have they called you already?
I never thought I'd ever be doing anything like this. 3 years ago, I started a Twitter account, and I thought, well, I hope that my story helps at least one person. I didn't think that I would be speaking to so many people on this and that I'd be touching so many hearts and being a part of this movement that affects so much important change. It's so meaningful to me, and I'm so grateful to God for it.
Chloe Cole is living proof that any one person can make a difference through the power and the spirit of the individual, through the power and the spirit of one story, through the power of God, being able to come in and using you and your example, which was an incredibly emotional story, and the trauma that you went through and still go through having dealt with this, but now your story can be used to save millions and millions of children around the country and around the world. Where can people go to follow you, Chloe Cole?
So I'm on X and Instagram and YouTube at Choocole, CHOOOCOLE, and I'm also working on a film, an acted film about my life.
We're going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Thanks for having me.
Daily, Real America's Voice, Salem Radio Network, Charlie Karkow with you.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
Every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Live from Washington, D.C. Welcome to
CPAC.
I can't hear you. We the people.
Days of thunder.
This is a nice crowd.
This is electric.
Are you with us?
The center of all the energy this week, CPAC.
Everybody is here.
People mingling around.
Proud posse member, Patriots. I'm a faithful watcher of Real America's Voice.
That's where the news is.
All right, welcome back to CPAC 2025 here in Maryland. Along with my good friend Michelle Backus here. I'm Steve. Thank you for joining us on this continuing coverage here at CPAC. The big news of the day has got to be Kash Patel. It's huge. He's in charge of the FBI. We're going to find some things out, I do believe.
Oh, let's talk about the Epstein client list because that could come out first. This is breaking, Steve. It happened just moments ago. A huge move. And right now, Twitter, social media is erupting. This, of course, was a pick that many people said was going to be a little bit harder to get through. Some even said controversial. I never thought that. I always thought you'd do it.
So we're just about there. How many down? 18 out of 20 now. Remember, they told us that Tulsi Gabbard wouldn't make it. We were told that Bobby Kennedy wouldn't make it. We were told that Kash Patel wouldn't make it. They all made it. Donald Trump has the team that he wants. And here's the difference from where we were at the beginning of 2017. This is an experienced team. They know the dirty tricks that are coming at them every day from every angle when it comes to the Democrats and their cohorts in the mainstream media. They are prepared for this. So Donald Trump had his first term, learned a lot. Then he sat on the bench for 4 years studying how to win. Because, look, he was a New York builder, not a Washington guy.
Yeah.
I think he's figured it out.
And that's exactly what the people were voting for as well. They didn't want some DC insider that's paid to play. This is an entirely new set of cast members. And if you look, these are some pretty controversial takes for some people, but these aren't the standard picks that you would see in DC. RFK Jr., for instance, I will never forget the day that he stepped down from the presidential election, endorsed President Trump, and ultimately said that they're going to band together. That was a huge move in this past election. As we said, it's historic, but these aren't the normal names that you would see floating around the DC cocktail parties. Pete Hegseth even said, I'm not going to DC cocktail parties. I'm going to get to work. I'm going to roll my sleeves up. Exactly.
You know, one of the things that I think is interesting, I've been to the Oval Office with Donald Trump. It's been a number of years. I hope we get invited again someday, Mr. President. But what happened during Joe Biden's time in the White House was that there's always a Marine Guard at the door when the president's in the office. Since Donald Trump has returned to the White House, there's a Marine Guard there all the time. When Joe Biden was there, there was almost never a Marine Guard. And you look at the pictures. I'm on early every day, 6 o'clock, and we get shots of the White House. The lights are on in the Oval Office. And Michelle, you can't put a price on the fact that we have an executive that's working his tail off for us every day. And they can kick and they can scream and they can point fingers and they can smear him all they want, which they are. But the approval numbers are there. They like what Donald Trump's doing. The people that voted for Donald Trump, including former Democrats, they like what they see.
In fact, I believe they're the best they have. And I was just talking with Mark Mitchell earlier from Rasmussen Reports. And phenomenal.
You mean the most accurate pollster of 2024?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. We got to get him up here earlier or later in the show. But Steve, it's baffling to me that the Democrats are still trying to find an argument for Elon Musk and Doge. Doge right now for the Democrats, that's their boogeyman at the moment.
Absolutely.
And they're trying to reason with the American people that stopping fraud and waste and government abuse is a bad thing.
Well, you know, and I explained this in detail earlier today on Real America's Voice, and I don't know if you understand this, but I'm going to share it with you, so you might. You can thank Barack Obama for Doge. Here's why. Barack Obama created the United States Digital Service in 2012 to look at what was happening technically behind the scenes with Obamacare. It's been funded for a dozen years. So the U.S. Digital Service has been renamed the U.S. DOGE Service. They kept the acronym, but because it's been funded for a dozen years, this is why the Democrats are getting handed their ass in court, because they're wrong. It's an existing program that was created and endorsed by Congress. So that's why it continues to go forward. They can't stop DOGE in court. They can't stop DOGE with these.
But they've tried. They've tried to stop it in court.
That's right. And I call it Elon Musk and the Code Breakers. If they were a rock star band, that's who they'd be. Elon and the Code Breakers. Because you got all these young kids who they're all making fun of. And I say this because Democrats wanted 16-year-olds to vote. But they don't want 19, 20, and 21-year-olds to figure out what's going on with our money? Come on now.
Well, and I was actually speaking with Natalie Winters earlier, who's doing a phenomenal job in the White House, in the press briefing room, amongst many legacy media outlets. And she said that they're not necessarily welcoming there, but what is refreshing is looking into the White House and seeing younger faces. So the Democrats are all for younger people coming in and voting when it benefits them, right? It's similar to the illegal immigrants.
Well, I think what's so important about that, it's not just that it's the younger people, it's that it's different voices. Look, MSNBC, CNN, the Washington Post, New York Times, they sold their soul the last 4 years. They did not vet Joe Biden. They didn't tell the truth about him. They didn't tell the truth about how he was
they helped cover it up.
Right. And so the American people are smart enough to figure out, look, we're not getting a fair shake here. We're not being told the truth. And so therefore, people like you and I, on Real America's Voice, and all the voices here, we just had Jack Posobiec, of course, and Charlie Kirk, and Steve Bannon, and all the great voices of Real America's Voice, stepped up and said, you know what? If you won't tell the truth, we will. And as a result, networks like this one are growing because people are sick and tired of being lied to about what's really happening out there.
And that's exactly it, Steve. It comes down to transparency. And that's why you're seeing so many different outlets now in the media briefing room. You're not seeing the legacy media. People have options now. And I think that was especially important during COVID, when people started waking up and thinking, something's fishy here. I tell my story all the time. I was working in mainstream media during COVID, and I was forced to continue with a specific narrative. I wasn't allowed to report on certain things. And that's ultimately when I realized the mainstream media is lying to you. They're lying to the American people, and there's a bigger game at play here. Now, there's transparency. People are waking up. I mean, people are canceling their subscriptions in droves every single day.
Right, absolutely. We're going to go to the main stage right now. We've got Representative Poland up there right now. We're at CPAC 2025 in Real America's Voice. We'll be right back after this.
The President said it a couple of hours ago from this place. We owe this to our children to repair the European continent as well. And we have a great past, and we have to fight for a great future. And it is possible. We have to fight for a great future as well. And now, a couple of numbers, figures, they don't lie. Europe, just 25 years ago, and Europe's GDP was bigger than that one of the United States. Fast forward 25 years later, it's by 50% smaller than that one of the United States. Industrial production in Germany is 90% of this from the 2015. By the way, the industrial production of Poland is on the level of 155% of that one from 2017. So today, Europe stands at a crossroads. It can rise again or fade into irrelevance. And we have to rise because we cannot be the weaker partner of the United States. The challenges all around us are really great and grave, and we have to cope with them, hand in glove with the United States. But to do so, we must abandon the outdated EU development model. The Franco-German engine has stalled, and Brussels bureaucracy cannot replace real economy. And climate and migration policy, instead of delivering solutions, have created chaos. If we fail to change course, Europe risks becoming a museum, an open-air museum, you can say, or worse, a colony of Asian powers. That's a real threat. And Europe faces many threats. Amongst them, not only a very stupid Green Deal policy, illegal migration policy, which actually is an open door policy for everybody from Africa, from the Middle East, the Willkommenskultur of Germany. Totally wrong. But also it suffocates the free speech, and it also fights with very poor defense system. If we do not fix these internal failures, we will have even bigger challenges to deal with, because Russia, the illegal migration, China, and Islamic terror is just next door, behind the corner. Right now, bureaucracy is killing Europe. I tell you, Europe used to award ambition once upon a time. Now it awards compliance. We need a renaissance of the European industry. We need a program designed and crafted in Europe 2040, exactly like the Made in America, Made in China as well. But we don't have it. The EU was built on economic cooperation and freedom. And today, every entrepreneur, every innovator, every visionary faces an army of regulators. That's Europe. They don't build, they don't support, they punish, they restrict, they require ESG or DEI or another acronyms. This is what is happening across Europe. So we see this weakness of the European Union in the AI. We have the thickest AI rule books, and we have the strictest AI regulations, but meanwhile we don't have AI in Europe, unfortunately. We can see this very weakness of the European Union in our industry. Energy prices are soaring. Vice President J.D. Vance was dead right saying that we have to lower the prices of energy. I envy so much your program, Drill Baby Drill. We look for one in Europe. Because factories are shutting down, carbon leakage everywhere, mass layoffs in Europe, yet European elites push towards unrealistic climate policies instead of securing the economic strength and economic growth. We also see this European weakness in the area of freedom. The European Commission speaks of democracy while silencing dissent. They manipulate elections. You've heard about what's happened in Romania. My friend George Simeon from Romania is here with us. And they fight with all the Republican movements, including my political camp. You might have heard about the Hudson Institute report quite recently published. What red lines were crossed, what Rubicons were crossed. Attack on democracy, attack on free speech, attack on opposition, putting opposition members in jail. Exactly what Vice President J.D. Vance said in Munich is happening in my homeland. What is this? Is this democracy? The liberal leftist government and liberal left organizations receiving money from the European Commission, receiving money from USAID, NED, the Soros Foundation. They were furnished, they were supported from all over the place. So how our presidential candidate, and we have the presidential elections 3 months from today, how he can fight on level playing field.
But we're going to break out of that for just a moment. He's talking about one Europe, and he's right. Look, the First Amendment of the United States Constitution is the envy of the world, and that's why Elon Musk and Donald Trump are so instrumental. Elon buying Twitter, of course, and turning into X, and Donald Trump just being a champion, a pit bull for free speech, right?
And that's exactly it. Think about what would happen if Elon Musk hadn't bought X. Do you think that we'd be sitting here right now? I mean, I think we'd be pretty somber, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I mean, he, as a difference maker, he allowed free speech to flourish, and God bless him for that. We got to pay a couple of bills here. Let's be honest, we're not getting any younger. You might be. I'm not. And if you want to look and feel your best, you need to check out Pure Health Research. They have 45 premium health supplements designed to help with every health goal, whether it's boosting your energy, trimming belly fat, supporting healthy blood sugar, pumping your testosterone, or even reducing swelling in your legs. Pure Health Research supplements store as you covered. Each formula is crafted with natural, non-GMO ingredients, backed by clinical research and manufactured right here in the U.S. of A. And here's the best part. Pure Health Research is offering you an exclusive 35% discount right now. Just go to purehealthresearch.com. Use the coupon code VOICE at checkout. With their 365-day money-back guarantee, there's zero risk in trying something new. So why wait? Head to the purehealthresearch.com now. Explore their 45 amazing supplements and save 35% before this deal ends with the coupon code VOICE. Don't miss your chance to feel your best.
All right, and stick with us. We are at CPAC here in Washington, D.C. A lot of great speakers coming up. I think we're going to take a short break here, and we'll be back in just a moment with more.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more CPAC on Real America's Voice. From Washington, D.C., this is CPAC Live on Real America's Voice.
And welcome back to CPAC 2025 in Washington, D.C. We're live. I'm Michelle Backus, joined by my good friend, Steve Gruber. Steve, we always seem to see each other on the road.
We do.
Never in West Palm Beach, where I live, or Michigan.
It's about 12 feet of snow and 12 degrees below zero, Michigan. I should come to West Palm more
You
often.
should. We have a beautiful studio. Well, before we get into it, attention all Trump supporters. I know there's a lot of you watching right now. Get ready to elevate your collection with a touch of Trump greatness. Introducing the Trump knife, brought to you by the TrumpKnife.com. It's a must-have for every proud patriot and to stand out in the world of collectible knives. Something to get as a gift, maybe. Act now. Head over to the TrumpKnife.com to secure your Trump knife today. And hey, receive 70% off when you buy 3. It's a pretty good deal. That's 3 gifts. Christmas is about, a far's way away, but never too early to prepare. And speaking of preparing, Steve, President Trump has only been in office about a month, and look at everything he's done in a short amount of time. I really think that speaks volumes to the way he prepared for this presidency. And as you had said before, lessons learned the first time around.
Lessons learned. In fact, I'm going to point out Rand Paul, the senator from Kentucky. A lot of people respect Rand Paul, but he did not endorse Donald Trump. That is until today. Rand Paul has seen enough to say, look, I like what I'm seeing. He's doing what he said. He's keeping his promises, whether it's the border, dealing with China, dealing with Russia, trying to deal with Gaza, Ukraine, you name it, he's working on it. And we might even get a live feed of Fort Knox in the days to come if that plays out. I don't believe there's actually been a film crew in Fort Knox since 1974.
I believe that's exactly it. A lot of questions surrounding that, including, is all of the gold still actually there?
Yeah, is the gold there? That is the real question. And Donald Trump, look, in fact, Rand Paul is talking about the gold in Fort Knox, and that's why he endorsed him. Rand Paul, obviously from Kentucky. And you just see, and we talked about this before the break, you see people that voted for Trump, they are enthusiastically supporting him. And you even see some of the people that didn't vote for Trump grudgingly going, I like what he's doing. 79% of the people in this country support the idea that men cannot participate in women's sports. 70% of the people in this country believe that we should enforce the southern border. And the list goes on. So these are bigger numbers than voted for the president, but they support what he's doing, and he's doing what he said. Checking it off the list. 70 executive orders so far, plus memos and everything else, but 70 executive orders and counting.
Promises made, promises kept. That's exactly what the theme is this past month. I pulled up that tweet because I found it interesting. Rand Paul started off this tweet by saying, a few people may have noticed that I resisted an enthusiastic endorsement of Donald Trump during the elections. And I remember that quite well. And he said, so today, admittedly, a little tardy, I give Donald Trump my enthusiastic endorsement. Some will say too little too late, but it is sincere. There is that. It's interesting to see so many people come around. And, you hear this phrase quite often in everyday life, which is show me through your actions, not your words. That's exactly what President Trump is doing right now. You made the point about the border. Think about women, for instance, right? Democrats leaned heavily into the women vote. But what do women care about? Women care about safety for their children, for their neighborhoods, law and order. So you saw a large influx of women vote Republican this time around for quite literally, arguably, between that and the economy, the top 2 issues on the ballot, the border and the economy.
That's right. And as you look at what he has done, keeping his promises every step of the way, and you look at the border, one of the things, I just saw this documentary about human trafficking last week when I flew into D.C. I fly to D.C. a lot these days. And it is just so disheartening to realize the amount of human trafficking in America. And that is one of the things that the drug cartels of Mexico are heavily involved with, the trafficking oftentimes of children. And the biggest enemy of those cartels right now is the Trump administration. When you see KC-135 planes flying over proper Mexican territory, and you know that they're mapping what's out there, you see Predator drones, unarmed at this point, but cruising over the cartel strongholds. If you don't think that sends a message to the cartels, this is a Predator drone. It can take out your headquarters. It can take out your home. It can take out your family. It can take out your entire operation. And we have the blessing, because of Donald Trump and his tariffs, saying, look, either you play ball with us to limit the amount of people coming over the border, the amount of fentanyl coming over, the amount of human trafficking that's going on, we're going to up the ante. And that's when he made them terrorist organizations, denoted them as terrorist organizations, made that designation.
A very valid point right there. That's a terrorist organization now.
Absolutely. And so when you do that, you send a message. But when you send a Predator drone over top, because the cartel said, well, we've got lots of firepower. That might be true. You do not have Predator drones.
Well, if you saw that documentary, Steve, I've learned recently just through speaking with many people who've spent a lot of time at the border, obviously law enforcement, these cartels are like well-oiled machines. They are running businesses. They do not skip a step. And quite frankly, you should be impressed with what they're doing. I know I am when I took a deeper dive into it, because it's not this thing you see in the movies where it's chaotic and no one knows what's going on.
No, it's
they
not
know
like that at all.
exactly what they're doing, and they are making hundreds of millions of dollars off of Americans, innocent lives being killed, honestly. Think about it. Think about fentanyl. It's the leading cause of death for young people.
That's right. 18 to 49, it's the leading cause of death. And you look at, you're exactly right, by the way. I want to focus on that. They run very disciplined businesses. And they monitor how much money they're making, how their mules are doing, how much they're making off from each child that goes through, how many times they can resell that child, how many hits of fentanyl they can send through, how many get caught at Border Patrol, and how many make it all the way through. And it is a business. It is a racket. And another group of people that are very upset with Donald Trump right now, not just the cartels, Catholic social charities, Lutheran charities, all upset right now.
I wonder why, by the way.
They're losing all that money. We just saw that a Jewish charity had to shut down its intake center in San Diego because there's not been a single illegal come through since Donald Trump took the oath of office.
When are Democrats going to acknowledge the hand that NGOs played in all of this? I'm still waiting for that, Steve.
And here's my question. It was posed on the internet, and I'll repeat it. If an NGO cannot survive without government funding, is it really an NGO or is it a government organization? All right.
That is the golden question that we still don't have the answer to. And to your point there, Steve, there's also organ harvesting. That's a huge business that I recently learned a lot about that the cartels are doing to make millions of dollars. I think we have Speaker Mike Johnson taking the stage now at CPAC 2025. Take a look. We're going to head out there.
Fantastic. About to make America great again for the next 4 years. We want to thank Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for putting this together. On behalf of Newsmax, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah.
As everyone just heard, Kash Patel it's official. Murkowski and Collins voted against him. Mitch McConnell voted for him and announced that he's not going to run again in 2 years. I guess my question is, which one surprised you more today?
Well, I'm glad he did it, and I want to tip my hat to Leader Thune and the Senate Republicans. They're getting the job done. The Trump cabinet is being confirmed. We need that. President Trump needs his team in place, and I'm really grateful that they're moving as quickly as they are, and they're setting a good pace, and so far, so good.
So, Mr. Speaker, only twice in, I believe, 85 years has the president's party picked up seats in the midterm elections. But you are going to change that in 2 years.
We are. There's a lot of reasons for that. We're going to defy history, and we're going to grow the House majority in 2 years and not lose the majority. I think everybody recognizes President Trump needs 4 years and not 2. And if they took the majority back, they would try to impeach him, they would open the border wide, they would create all sorts of chaos. So we have to win, and we will. And let me tell you why. Because we have a very favorable landscape. Right now, as we're sitting here today, 13 House Democrats are sitting in districts that President Trump won pretty handily. That's right. There's more than 20 districts that President Trump came within 5 points of winning. So we've got a great landscape to go out and play offense, not defense, but offense, to flip those seats into our column. And on top of that, we had an historic demographic shift in the election cycle. We all saw it happening. We had a record number of Hispanic and Latino voters, Black and African American voters, Jewish voters, union workers, all these groups that had not traditionally been in the Republican Party, but on the sheer force of Donald Trump's persona, they came into the party, and they're going to be with us for quite some time, because now we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity, Rob, to demonstrate for these people that it truly is our conservative policies that are better for them, that leads to human flourishing. It's better for individuals, families, communities, states, and the nation as a whole. We do that, we'll hold this majority for quite some time.
Question I've wanted to ask you for a while. So before the election, Trump Force One, Donald Trump's personal plane, there was a photograph. I'm going to name you 4 people that were in this photograph. Kid Rock, RFK Jr., Elon Musk, Donald Trump, the fifth person, House Speaker Mike Johnson.
That's my crew, man.
Did you ever think that group would be together at 30,000 feet?
You left out Jelly Roll. I mean, it's a great group.
Yeah.
We went to the UFC fight. It was in Madison Square Garden, and we did a round trip to Palm Beach, to South Florida, in the same night. So we arrived back at Palm Beach about 4:25 in the morning, and everybody you just named was up like it was the middle of the afternoon, man. It was a great, great event. But look, that's the power of President Trump. He brings together all sorts of people who would not otherwise be unified like that. And it's a great thing for the country. It's unifying for the country. And there's talent, and it's a motley crew sometimes, but in a beautiful way. And that's been one of the highlights of being speaker, is hanging out with that crew.
Absolutely. And you fit right in.
Yeah.
You fit right in. Can you explain why the left and why so many Democrats are enraged at Donald Trump right now for trying to end two wars that he did not start?
I wish I could explain the Democrats. They're just enraged about everything. They think about it. Their policies and their parties are in totally disarray. They don't have a leader. They don't have a real vision forward. They don't know where they're going to head. The entire platform has been repudiated by the American people. The woke progressive nonsense has been stamped out, and so all they know to do is to lash out. I mean, think of it. They're opposing the ending of wars. They're opposing they're imposing the Doge effort, right? What Elon and the team are doing is what Congress has not had the ability to do. They have cracked the code. They're inside the belly of the beast of the bureaucracy, and the algorithms are crawling through. That's right. They're exposing this massive fraud, waste, and abuse that we have not been able to uncover because the deep state has hidden it from us. This is a revolutionary kind of moment. It really is. And I told Elon in his office Monday before last, I said, you think of this like a scientist and a data analyst, and I think of it like a constitutional law attorney and a historian. Elon, what we're going to do here is bring back the founders' original intent for the federal government, right? I mean, Rob, you know, you're a student of history as well. The founders wanted a lean, small federal government. They wanted most of the power pushed down to the states, as you know, and they wanted the federal government to be closely monitored by the duly elected representatives of the people in Congress. The problem is, Congress has not been able to do that job because they've been hiding the evidence, hiding the ball. Elon's on the inside, and that's why the Democrats are so nervous. He is right over the target right now. Yeah.
It's been remarkable to see the Department of Government Efficiency. That's what DOGE stands for. Department of Government Efficiency. And Democrats are almost in this un-American position right now of being against their primary mission, which is to save the American taxpayer money, which to me doesn't make any sense.
They like to spend the taxpayer's dollar. I don't think that's ever been...
They sure do.
They're for big government. That's what big government progressives do. They want the government to control every aspect of our lives. And the last 4 years, Biden-Harris administration, it was, regulations on steroids. And so now we have an opportunity to fix everything. We have a very ambitious, very aggressive legislative agenda because we have been given this opportunity by the voters to fix it. President Trump got 77 million popular votes, right? Yeah. In the House, House Republicans got 74.8 million popular votes. That's the highest total we've ever gotten.
Wow.
Yeah. So we see it as a mandate to dial all that back and to fix it. And you're seeing that happen very aggressively. The president is over 300 executive actions already, and we're going to codify so much of what he's doing so that the next team can't unwind it. That's right.
In America, we hold presidential elections every 4 years. We did so during COVID. We did so during the Second World War. We did so during the Civil War. During the War of 1812, the White House was burned to the ground 3 months before James Madison was elected. How important is it for Ukraine to hold presidential elections?
Well, it's very important, of course, and
because they were canceled last spring.
That's right, and the president has pointed that out.
And they claim to be a democracy.
That's right. We need an end to the conflict, and what I've explained, I've done 2 panels at 2 different events this morning. I started the Republican Governors Association. They asked me about this, and I went to the big business leaders, Fortune 500 executives there. They all want to know the same thing. What is President Trump doing there? I said, you got to give him room to operate and do what he does. He's doing a level set. right? You've got to get both parties to come and bring about an end to this conflict, which will serve America's interest and everybody's interest around the world. But I think of it very much like a mediation or arbitration. If you're a lawyer, I'm a recovering lawyer, forgive me, I think of those terms. But when you start a mediation, you start an arbitration between two parties, you don't bring them into the room for that first meeting. You do it separately. So I think Zelensky complaining that he wasn't invited to the first meeting with Saudi Arabia and Russia is misplaced. I mean, what Trump's trying to do is do a level set, put the conditions in place for that real negotiation to happen, and we've got to allow him to do what he does. Remember, he wrote The Art of the Deal. He knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. Okay? If that level set takes, let's say, 3-6 months, or it drags on, do you see another funding bill for the war in Ukraine?
Look, there's no appetite for that. What do you think? No. Yeah.
Got our answer there?
We have to bring it to an end. And I can tell you that our European allies understand the necessity of this as well. It's drug on too long. By some estimates, Russia's lost almost 700,000 troops, maybe more. The Ukrainians have suffered great losses. We have to bring an end to the conflict. President Trump is exactly right. It's time for it to end, and he is the brute force, I think, that can make that happen.
The president said that a percentage of Doge savings could maybe go back to the American people in the form of what he called Doge stimulus checks, something like 20%. How would that work?
Well, look, I mean, politically, that would be great for us, you send everybody a check, but really, we have to think of it, I think, in a...
That just got everybody's attention, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
I just saw everybody look up all the time.
I know.
Yep.
But if you think about our core principles, right, fiscal responsibility is what we do as conservatives. That's our brand. And we have a $36 trillion federal debt. We have a giant deficit that we're contending with. I think we need to pay down the credit card, right? That's what I think we need to do.
Mr. Speaker, we keep hearing about this one big, beautiful bill. Tell me how big, how beautiful.
Oh, it's going to be so big. I shouldn't do it in that voice. So the beauty of reconciliation, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on the procedure, but normally you need a 60-vote threshold in the Senate to do anything of substance, but budget reconciliation is the one exception to the process where you only need 51 votes in the Senate, a bare majority. So we're going to use this reconciliation process to achieve most of the priorities that we ran on in the election cycle and that President Trump, that's right, committed to. So I could be here a long time listing all those things, but clearly it's the most important interest of the country. We're going to secure that border once and for all. We're going to do that. We're going to get the economy going again, American economy going, make sure that we don't have the largest tax increase in U.S. history, which is what would happen by default at the end of this year if we fail in this mission, because the TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act extensions expire, the cuts expire. We're going to get the economy going. We're going to get back to American energy dominance in this bill. Yep. And we're going to take a blowtorch to the regulatory state, get the bureaucracy back in check. Lots of details, lots of subcategories under all that, but it's going to be a big, beautiful bill, and it has to be by necessity because that gives us the highest probability of success, remembering that I have a small margin in the House.
One.
I have one vote for much of this. What could go wrong, Rob?
Right,
it's going to be fine.
Right.
But everybody is committed to delivering the America First agenda, and that's why we're going to get it done. So.
What is your working dynamic like with Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who for the first time in a long time, the Senate's got a bigger majority than the House right now?
Yeah, they do. The Republican majority in the Senate has a larger margin than we do in the House. And so by necessity, the two chambers have to work very closely together. And that's kind of an innovation. It doesn't really happen in Washington. It hasn't so long as I've been there. But as soon as I became Speaker of the House in October 23, the first instinct I had was go meet with the Senate Republicans and let's align the two chambers. It just makes sense. It's common sense. So we're doing that. And you're going to see no daylight between the Republicans in the House and Senate. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, there was some reporting this week that the Democrats are planning what they're calling a super ticket in 2028, Kamala Harris and AOC. Are you prepared for that?
Oh, let it be so. Let it be so. Wow. Is that real? Is that real?
That's an actual legitimate, well, I use that word legitimate very loosely nowadays with the media, but that report is out there, we'll say.
Wow.
I don't know who would run for president and who would be VP.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I so hope that happens.
Do the Democrats Do they have a leader right now?
No, they don't. They don't have a leader.
Is there any leader at any level, or is it still Joe Biden?
Well, he wasn't the leader for the last 4 years. They really are in a real bind. They don't have a leader. They don't have a vision. They don't have a platform they can run on. They have to do a whole cloth reinvention of the party. But they're very divided right now because they're in the blame game as they do the autopsy of what happened in the election cycle. So it's an interesting time. Look, our party's in great shape right now. We are very unified. We have a broadened coalition. That's exactly right. And we have the principles and the policies that truly are better for the American people. I think they've recognized that. You know what happened in the last 4 years, Rob, is that the woke progressive left tried so hard, they moved so aggressively, so quickly to swing that pendulum to the left, and it went all the way to the left and it clicked. And now it's coming back, right? We are a center-right country. We always have been, we always will be. And I think President Trump is seen as a force helping us to push that pendulum back in place. So we're going to seize that historic moment. And I believe we can bring about a much better outcome for the people and for the country.
2 questions. Elon Musk tweeted yesterday, quote, "The real reason so many Democrats are upset about entitlements is that they're using taxpayer money to attract and retain illegal immigrants, their future voters." Is that what you think the last 4 years at both our borders has been all about?
100%. They opened the borders wide. They did not care about the calamity and the heartache and the death, frankly, that it caused of American citizens, because it was a power play. They wanted to turn these people into voters, and they want to change the outcome of the census in 5 years. This is very serious, and we're going to be dealing with the effects of this, the catastrophe for years to come. It's a terrible tragedy, and don't ever forget that that was their motive. It was for their own political gain that they put the American people in such jeopardy. Fentanyl alone is the leading cause of death for Americans.
All right, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, on the main stage at CPAC 2025. Of course, we'll be hearing a lot more from him. We're also keeping an eye out. Donald Trump may be addressing the faithful here in just a few minutes, as he always, it's beautiful. You were just in the room with him in Mar-a-Lago, right? He comes out, he answers questions every single day. I think it's terrific, don't you?
And it's not scripted. They're not preempted. He calls on absolutely everyone. He spends a lot of time with the press as well. And actually, one time I was there, this was during the campaign. I remember him turning to one of his aides and saying, "Do you think I got to everyone? Do you think I answered everyone's
Did you get
questions?" Exactly. And I think that in and of itself shows transparency and very refreshing, Steve, from what we've seen over the past 4 years.
Absolutely. What else is refreshing is he's trying to cut taxes and keep his tax cuts in place from 2017, but tax day is coming up. Cameron Kinsey joining us now. And Cameron, obviously taxes are on the minds of people. It's not that far away now. Believe it or not, April 15th, right around the corner. How would you suggest that people you working with Tax Network USA could save a little bit of money?
Yeah, absolutely. And we also had early filing on 27th, so we're getting an influx of calls. But just to tell people there what we're about, we're one of the leading tax relief and resolution firms in the country. We help individuals and businesses navigate IRS issues, like you noted, from audits to back taxes to wage garnishments. Basically, our team consists of experienced tax professionals, CPAs, attorneys that are all on the same team here who specialize in reducing tax burdens, like negotiating with the IRS directly as well and getting people back into good standing. So really, no matter who's in office, the IRS isn't going anywhere as of yet. And so we are here to make sure Americans aren't overburdened by the excessive government overreach we've seen under Biden.
Yeah, the IRS isn't going anywhere quite yet, that's for sure. I noticed that my tax bills keep coming, but there's people out there, Cameron, right now that are behind on their taxes. They ignore it. They look at the mailbox. They shove it to the side. It's not a good idea. Do not ignore the IRS, and do not take them on by yourself. That's where Tax Network USA comes in. People that owe $10,000, $100,000, $10 million. You guys are there. You're the specialists. You're there to help them.
Yeah, we start with a consultation process to basically assess your financial situation, like you noted, no matter what you're going through. We look at the tax history as well. Then our experts handle the entire preparation process, ensuring that you're getting every single deduction and credit that you qualify for while staying compliant with IRS regulations. And with tax season, like I noted, starting January 27th for early filing, we encourage everybody to file early, get ahead of it. Don't wait until it's too too late. Don't ignore those letters in the mail because it's important to note that you have people like us on your team, so you're not having to sit on hold. You're not having to take time away from your family, your friends, your business because of the excessive burden of the IRS. Just noting that there are experts here in your corner willing to help.
And Cameron, my last question here is this. If somebody doesn't have all their records in order, they don't have their business records in order, their personal records are a disaster, it's in a shoebox under the bed, like people do, and it's just a disaster, can you help those folks too?
Yes, absolutely. We have basically like a very streamlined process. We start with a consultation just to assess everything. But of course, we've helped people from small business owners to regular everyday Americans filing as individuals. We've helped clients, significantly reduce six-figure tax debts to manageable payment plans, even eliminating penalties entirely in some cases. One client was facing wage garnishment over $100,000 in IRS debt. We negotiated a settlement that reduced their owed amount to over 80%. So, these aren't just rare wins. We do this every single day. We've helped people save $1 billion in back taxes, and we're fighting back against the excessive IRS overreach that we saw for the past 4 years, basically ensuring our clients get the best possible outcome without having to deal with this alone.
Cameron, thank you so much. It's great advice. We appreciate it. TNUSA.com/RAV. You can find out right now what they can do for you. Do not fight the IRS by yourself. I'm telling you, don't do it. TNUSA.com/RAV. You can find out. I've decided this year I'm going to go ahead and pay my taxes.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, April is right around the corner. It's going to come here before we know it, so it's good to be prepared.
I'm going to pay mine. Yeah, I'm going to do it.
All right, that's good to know. We won't see Steve Gruber in jail this year. Stick with us. We're going to be right back in just a moment. You're watching CPAC 2025. We're live here in Washington, D.C. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more CPAC on Real America's Voice. Live from Washington, D.C., this is CPAC Live on Real America's Voice.
And welcome back to CPAC 2025, live in Washington, D.C. I'm Michelle Backus, joined by Steve Gruber.
Yes, ma'am.
Steve, let's get this out of the way real quick because it is important. Trump supporters, of course, an important announcement for you because you are ready to elevate your collection with a touch of Trump greatness, introducing the Trump knife, brought to you by the TrumpKnife.com, a must-have for every proud patriot and a standout in the world of collectible knives. Act now. Head over to the TrumpKnife.com to secure your knife today and receive 70% off when you buy 3. Quite the deal.
That is quite the deal. Now, I heard that Rick Scott might be coming out on stage. Is it something I don't see it here yet, so I'm kind of taking my time. I'm slow walking it. Rick Scott, the senator, of course, from Florida. There he is. Let's go to the main stage.
Very vocally supported me, and I'll be eternally grateful. Your vocal support changed the Senate. You did it. Now, for too long, Washington has been known for all the wrong things. Big spending, no results. Waste, inefficiency. Washington is about enriching politicians like Nancy Pelosi. Yep. Bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci at the expense of the American people. Washington was always about protecting the status quo because the politicians in Washington made money off of it. Washington was about a radical social and environmental agenda, about forever wars, open borders, lies and no accountability. Washington was about Washington. It wasn't about the American people who simply want to lead their lives without bureaucrats telling them what the hell to do. All of that is changing. It's changing fast because of one person. Donald J. Trump being in the White House. Now, President Trump is bringing common sense back to Washington. He's bringing transparency and accountability back to Washington. He's working with great leaders like Elon Musk to bring efficiency back to Washington. And the Democrats are complaining like crazy, but he's changing Washington in record time. He's bringing the voice of the American people back to Washington. President Trump is making America great again. Now, what's he deserve? He deserves our thanks and our respect. But what's he get instead? He gets lies and obstruction for the Democrats, the mainstream media, and even some establishment Washington Republicans desperately clinging to relevance. Mitch McConnell supports Merrick Garland's nomination for Attorney General. He's already voted against 3 of President Trump's cabinet nominees. AOC, she's yelling about fascism. CNN is blaring that the Trump administration is a threat to democracy and ushering a constitutional crisis. Guess what? Here's the good news. They're the past. Their voices no longer matter. Their shadow can no longer hang over politics. They lost, the American people won. What happened last fall? President Trump and an army of supporters like you all across this great country started a movement. One that changed the country and reset our future for a golden era. The future is about you and your hopes and your dreams. It's about us. It's about amplifying the voices of the American people and finally giving the government they're paying for and that they deserve. Now, a couple years ago, in the midst of Joe Biden's disastrous presidency, or whoever was in charge, I put out a plan with some ideas to rescue this country from the radical Democrats who are trying to destroy our values and bankrupt us in the process. Now, the way the Democrats and establishment Republicans responded, you would have thought I broke the law. And the craziest part of it, I couldn't tell Who hated more, Joe Biden or Mitch McConnell? Now think about it. I propose some really crazy ideas, so just think about these. Teach your students about the U.S. Constitution. That's a hard one. The Bill of Rights, our founding fathers. Have their kids recite the Pledge of Allegiance and salute the flag. Eliminating the Department of Education. Banning the federal government from asking American citizens to disclose their race or skin color on government forms. Funding our police and enforcing all of our laws. Securing the border, build the wall, name the wall after Donald Trump. Start growing the American economy, not the Washington economy. Enacting term limits for member of Congress. And federal bureaucrats. That's the big one. Protecting the integrity of the American election. Protecting, defending, promoting the American family at all costs. Believing in science. Guess what? Men are men. Women are women. Unborn babies, they're babies. Sorry, Democrats. I was tarred and feathered for proposing such crazy ideas. But it was worth it, because it was time for Republicans, at least the true, honest, conservative Republicans, to stand up and fight the hell back. Now, here in Washington, we're seeing what truly fighting back gets us. The bureaucrats are scared that their lies are being exposed. The money spigot is being turned off. NGOs across the world and liberal think tanks around the world are scrambling because their golden goose has finally laid its last egg. Corporate America is tripping over itself to reverse racist DEI programs that seek to divide us by race, gender, and creed. Now, fighting back gets us a government that's listening. An administration that's focused on a stronger future. A president that really cares. Who truly fights for us. And who will not accept the status quo any longer. Now, let me say what I said a few years ago when I introduced my plan to rescue our country. Failure is not an option. The future of this country depends on each and every one of us and the actions we take today, tomorrow, and the months to come. Now, I've got grandkids. Many of you in this room and watching on TV, you've got kids and grandkids as well. In America, we used to believe we had a duty, a sacred duty, to leave things better for our children and our grandchildren than we found them. $2 trillion deficits, $36 trillion in debt, Medicare and Social Security going bankrupt, failing schools, high crime rates, means that hasn't happened. Instead, our political and cultural rot has made things harder for our kids and our grandkids than they were for each of us. It's harder to get a good education now than it was when I was growing up. It's harder to buy a home. It's harder to start a business. It's harder to get a good, full-paying job. It's harder to live the American dream. That's wrong. That cannot be our legacy. Those of us fighting side by side in the conservative movement have faced significant obstacles, even unfortunately inside our own party. But you and we have kept fighting. We have to fight harder now. We have the opportunity, but it takes our fight. Now, we all watched what happened in Butler. We all saw President Trump stand up and raise his fists, and what did he do? Fight, fight, fight. Even in the face of unimaginable obstacles, he kept fighting. Now, we know he's going to keep fighting. I know I'm going to keep fighting, and I know everybody in this room is going to keep fighting with us. thank you for what you're doing. God bless every one of you. God bless the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and God bless this great country. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Really watching out for these days. They've made billions partnering with big health insurance corporations while opposing reforms seniors want, like applying big discounts to medicines directly at the pharmacy counter. Instead, AARP supports liberal price setting schemes.
All right, there you have it, Rick Scott, a guy who we were just talking about. He's won all these elections very closely, but he always wins. He runs tenacious campaigns. He's part of the leadership for the Republicans now, and he's been a staunch supporter of Donald Trump for a long time, which is one of the reasons he's here.
Listen, it's a thin margin, but he does win. Steve had this crazy thought. Am I allowed to say it on air?
I don't mind.
Steve thinks that he could be president one day, and if you're in the
I
Getter
think he'll
chat,
certainly run.
You think he'll run?
I think that Rick Scott wants to be president. I don't think that's any secret. I don't think that's actually a news flash, but he could be.
Do you think he'll win, though?
I think JD's going to be awfully hard to run against.
I agree. I think that's
JD Vance
a tough
right now
one.
would have the pole position without question. Look, J.D. Vance has proven himself on the national stage time and again. When he was selected, a lot of people went, are you really sure about that? 100% sure. Read Hillbilly Elegy. The book is far better than the movie. It is remarkable. I can't repeat many of the phrases in the book because they're raw, rough, blunt, and to the point. And I can say that J.D. Vance's story growing up is not dissimilar to my own, so I identify with him. I think J.D. Vance is your shoo-in. But could I see a Rick Scott in the mix? Sure.
I definitely don't think that his political career is over. Could he win the presidency? I don't think so. But look, J.D. Vance, J.D.'s young.
He's 40 years old.
Oh, it's great to see some refreshing young faces coming to Washington, D.C. He has a very bright political future ahead of him. And speaking of young, we're seeing a lot of young reporters in the White House press briefing room. We're seeing a lot of young people come onto the political scene and ultimately adopt Republican politics as well. Speaking of someone that has been on the political scene and is younger, doing great, by the way, online with the rise of conservative content online now that Elon owns Ask. David Cate, he is a independent content creator and he has done phenomenal things on the road. David, what has the transition been like here in D.C. since President Trump won and ultimately took office?
Thank you so much, Michelle. I mean, it's been absolutely incredible. Breakaway USA and myself, we spent the last 30 days in D.C. watching the incredible transformation happen, the transition of power, the Senate confirmation hearings, the protests, watching January 6 defendants walk out of D.C. jail and being the first ones to interview them and to talk to them and to hear how's it going and whatnot is absolutely amazing. The transition has been so smooth to the point where Democrats are completely freaking out. They're kicking and screaming every single day outside the Department of Labor, the Department of Treasury, USAID, and all that stuff. And that's good. That just means that President Trump is delivering on his promises, and I think that's why we all voted for him.
Something's working.
I think one of the big shifts, obviously, we saw Donald Trump move the needle with Hispanic voters, with women, with black voters. But with young people, it might have been the most significant shift. I was just watching Harry Anton on CNN this morning, and I enjoy it because I think he's one of the honest voices, one of two. Scott Jennings and Harry Anton, he does all the polling on CNN and say, look, in 2017, if you ask the electorate, it was +6 Democrat. In 2021, it was the same. Today, it's +2 Republican. And that's part of the transformation, but it's because of young people like you that have said, I don't like what I see here. And a big part of that is the social media fuel that has taught them, hey, you're being told this, but maybe that's not quite true. That's a big game changer, isn't it?
It's such a game changer. President Trump did the right thing this political season, and he actually saw that he needs to talk to the younger crowd. We went around college campuses before the election, and we just continuously kept talking to Kamala voters. Why? Because we realized 90% of them are just misinformed. They think of these narratives are true. You just give them a little bit of objective facts, the truth, and they start to think otherwise. And I think that's something that was different this time around that we didn't have in 2016 or in 2020. We didn't have President Trump and the team going out and directly speaking to the younger vote. And he did this time around and allowed people like myself, I'm 28 years old, to actually go to college campuses, be confident in the message that I'm delivering to them, And what did we find out? We found out that these people are just simply misinformed. That's really it all is. They thought these various narratives about President Trump, but they're all BS narratives that they learned through MSNBC, their favorite TikTokers like Harry Sisson, Parker, right? You hear the same thing that they would say on the college campuses, and all it takes is just delivering the truth to them.
I want to hold that thought, David. Don't go anywhere, but we're going to go to the main stage real quickly here at CPAC 2025. We'll be back with this conversation in just a moment.
That he is fully committed to finishing the job with antitrust. You see this with his appointment of Andrew Ferguson to chair the Federal Trade Commission, and we're seeing this with President Trump's pick of Gail Slater to lead the antitrust division. And it's critically important because these trillion-dollar big tech monopolists, they crush competition, they shutter small businesses, and they cancel conservatives and others with whom they disagree. And I'll tell you, the tip of the spear in this fight has been Senator Schmidt from Missouri. He has been a warrior against big tech, and so I'm very pleased to talk to him today about these issues. And I just want to start this off, Senator, to just get your thoughts on antitrust and big tech generally and what you think needs to happen.
Well, I think great to be with you and great to be back at CPAC. What a great crowd. This feels a lot different now that we won in November than it did just a couple years ago, doesn't it? There's a new sheriff in town. So, I think that for most people, especially people in this room and conservatives, they have seen, Mike, over the last 4 years in particular, what happens when you have these massive concentrations of power. And you see that sort of collide with this fundamental belief that we have as conservatives that when we're born with certain rights. And those rights come from God. And the first one that's mentioned in our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, is the right to speak your mind. This idea of fundamental human expression, right? And government's only role is to make sure it protects those rights. That's like the foundation of the country, and we believe that. So when you have these massive companies then that infringe upon that right, and sometimes at the behest of the federal government, it's a scary situation.
The main stage here, because the main event is coming up, Michelle, because Donald Trump, I believe, is stepping out with another appearance as he does almost every day.
Yeah, 100%. And we're about to catch a live feed of that right now with more information. Let's head out there.
This is some crowd. How are you? Thank you. Leo. This is some crowd. These are the best people, Tiger. And we have Adam Scott here also, winner of the Masters, one of the greatest golfers in the world. I've always tried to swing just like Adam. It never worked out that way. And Tiger, we know, and I just want to thank Adam and Tiger and the Commissioner of Golf. Jay, thank you very much for being here. Jay Monahan, head of the PGA. And we had some interesting discussions. But let me ask you, is there anybody like our Tiger? How are you? He's the great. Would you want to just say a couple of words, Tiger? He doesn't. He's much more comfortable. Tiger.
Hey, it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be here with you, Mr. President, and to be on the road here with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go right over here. Thanks, Tiger. And I want to thank all of you very much for being here. Welcome to the White House, and we proudly celebrate Black History Month. How are you, darling? Today we pay tribute to the generations of black legends, champions, warriors, and patriots who helped drive our country forward to greatness. And you really are great people. What a great, nice group of... I have some people in front of me every once in a while with all the problems that are caused all over the world. They're not nice. They're not nice. And but we're making them nice. I can tell you that, and we're making them nice rapidly. So we're pleased to be joined in this really beautiful afternoon at the White House by hundreds of incredible members of the African American community. many of whom are making history themselves, including one of the greatest athletes of all time, who you just said hello, the man who matched Sam Snead's #1 record for the most PGA Tour wins ever, and a man who has 15 majors, and he's got a long way to go, too. I was with him a week ago. We played. I think he's got some left, doesn't he, huh? He's got a couple of majors left, maybe more than that. But Tiger Woods, he's an incredible guy, an incredible athlete, incredible player. Thank you for being with us, Tiger. Thank you very much. And he got the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which he proudly wore today. And we have Senator Tim Scott here. What do you think, Tim? You never got the Presidential Medal. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. You better believe it. And also, Adam, thank you very much. Adam is, as Tiger will tell you, one of the greatest players and one of the great modern players. And he had 32 wins worldwide and winning the Masters also. And he's something very special and a great representative of golfers and athletes. Thank you very much, Adam. Even though he doesn't quite come from our country, he sort of does, right? He's here a lot. He comes from another nice place like Australia, right? And they've been very good, very, very good to us. Jay, thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. We also have the head of Pfizer here, so I want to thank him. One of the great people, one of the great businessmen. Thank you, Albert. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to congratulate our newly sworn-in Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner. Come in. I got to say hello. Come on up here, Scott. I had Tim Scott pushing him so hard, you have no idea. I had no choice. Is that right, Tim? No, Scott is, I've known him a long time, and Scott's a real champion. Say a couple of words, Scott, please.
Well, hello, everyone. Is everybody happy to be here together? Is everybody happy to be here together? Amen. Well, first of all, I want to thank President Trump for his confidence and appointing me to this position. I consider it a great honor and a great blessing. And I thank God for this, and I'm real humbled by it. And you can guarantee that every day that I'm going to lay it down for the people of America. As Senator Tim Scott, thank you for your leadership. I really appreciate you. And for all of those who have gone before us, and those of you who have such a great voice today, keep on speaking, keep on preaching for not just Black America, but for all America. So we appreciate you. And my sister, Brooke Rollins, and all of those here, Mr. President, we look forward to working with you, sir, and carrying out this great agenda. We pray for you every day. God bless you, and thank you. God bless America. Thank you for President Trump.
Thank you. Congratulations. And I see we have a newly, I think you just got in, right? They just confirmed you, and you did it very nicely. Brooke Rollins, she's the Secretary of Agriculture. It's a big deal. That's great, Brooke. That was a good vote you had, too, huh? She went through very easily, a little easier than some of our people, but they were all approved, every one of them. And today we just had Kash Patel approved, which is great. So, Brooke, congratulations. Secretary of Agriculture, that's big stuff, right? That's big. So you're going to do fantastically. And congratulations also to a really good friend of mine. He endorsed me early, and he was one of the best surrogates you could have. The surrogate is when you walk around and go on television shows, and they go try and beat you up, but he beat them up. They didn't have a chance against Tim Scott, Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina. And he's now the longest serving Black United States Senator in the history of our country. I don't know. That's pretty good. He's going to be around for a long time, right? He just got married. Congratulations on that, too. That's beautiful, beautiful wife. Thanks as well to Congressman John James. Where's John James? Is he? Hi, John. How are you? It's a star, young star. I knew that 5 years ago, right, John? I sort of predicted it. And I'm really proud to say that we now have more Black Republicans serving in the U.S. House than at any time since 1870. That's a long time, 1870. So thank you very much. And Scott, you're going to be fantastic. I'll tell you, you're going to do a great job. As you know, the Americans are going to be celebrating something very important coming up, our 250th anniversary, our nation's founding. And when we do, we're going to look forward to honoring the contributions of countless black Americans who fought to win and protect and expand American freedom from the very, very beginning. And some of my good friends are here today, and I appreciate you being. I'm not going to call out your names because Tiger will get very bored. He'll say, this is a little boring. This is a little boring if we do that. But I want to thank you all for being here. You are our friends, and we appreciate this. You, McGee, you are my friend. The last administration tried to reduce all of American history to a single year, 1619. But under our administration, we honor the indispensable role black Americans have always played in the immortal cause of another date, 1776. We like 1776. In the very first skirmish of the Revolutionary War at Lexington Green, an enslaved black man named Prince Estabrook, you know Prince Estabrook? Yeah. Answered history's call and fought as the Minutemen alongside the other patriots of the very small Massachusetts town. Couldn't protect itself, but they did a good job. Prince was wounded in the early morning battle, becoming not only the first African-American soldier to fight in the Revolution, but among the very first Americans to spill their blood. One of the first in the nation to spill blood in that very, very tough time. Soon Estabrook joined the Continental Army and ultimately won his own freedom along with that of his fellow Americans. His legacy will endure, and we're very proud to honor him today. It's a very important day in our country, and we honor him. First person to spill blood happened to be Tim Estabrook. Today, I'm pleased to announce that we will be including the statue of Prince Estabrook in our new National Garden of American Heroes. We're going to be doing a garden of American heroes. And now that I think of it, I must tell you, sadly, most of them, I guess all of them are not with us any longer. I was going to put Tiger in the garden, but maybe you don't want to be there. I maybe should wait a little bit, huh? Like about 50, I think I'm going to wait about 50 years, all right? But Tiger's going to make it, okay? But I'm a little afraid to tell him yes, because he'd be the only one that's living. I don't know, Tiger. Tiger's rejecting that offer, right? Under the executive order I signed last month, this new beautiful outdoor statue park. It's going to be a statue park. It's going to be unbelievable. We're picking the final sites now. It's between various states that want it very badly. We'll honor hundreds of our greatest Americans to ever live, including countless black Americans, icons. The garden will predominantly feature incredible women like Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks, Billie Holiday, Aretha Franklin, and Coretta Scott King. And I will showcase it will be something very extraordinary. It's going to be we're going to produce some of the most beautiful works of art in the form of a statue from men like Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Jackie Robinson, what a great athlete that was, Martin Luther King Jr., Muhammad Ali, he's not a bad athlete. What do you think, Muhammad? Not too bad. And the late Kobe Bryant. People love Kobe Bryant. And we're going to save Tiger Woods for another time. That's all that I can. I'm sorry. During Black History Month, we pay tribute to these heroes and to so many others, but not simply because they're black heroes, but also because they are truly American heroes who inspire all of us, very much so. The theme of this year's celebration is African Americans and labor. And we want to thank all of the black workers, construction workers, and every other worker. They do a job like nobody can do, and we want to just thank them very much for their contribution. Tim, the contribution you've made, Tim, is incredible. Opportunity Zone, so many people, he's the father of Opportunity Zone. I'm just the son, he's the father, because he came into the White House, the Oval Office, with this idea, and it's probably the #1 economic development project ever in our country, and I want to give Senator Tim Scott the credit for it. Good job, Tim. Of course, millions of blacks were first brought here in slavery, and they were kept in that evil condition for really generations. But because of the steadfast faith and courage of so many patriots of all colors, we abolished that horrific institution, expanded civil rights, and advanced America's destiny as one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. Just a few months ago, the people in this room and millions of other black Americans played their own part in the American story when you went to the voting booths and restored a nice, good, solid government. And there's a guy that really helped. There's a man that really helped. You really are great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't forget. I'm proud to say that we received, listen to this, more votes from black Americans than any Republican president ever. Not even close. Almost 40% of the vote. Now, I won't be happy the next time. Should I run again? You tell me. There's your controversy right there. There's your controversy. Thank you. You'll be seeing that on you're going to see that tonight, Tim, on television. I want to thank just a few of the people who are with us today, and these are great friends of ours. Alveda King. Alveda, where are you, Alveda? Hi, Alveda. Thank you. You've been with me from day one, and I appreciate it. I won't forget it. She's a fantastic woman. Alice Johnson. Where's Alice? Boy, are you incredible. I watched you on last night on television. You were so good. You know, Alice was in prison for doing something that today probably wouldn't even be prosecuted. She spent 22 years in prison, 22 years. She had another 22 years left. Can you believe it? And I pardoned her, and it was one of the best pardons. One of the best pardons. You know what she was on? She happened to be on the wrong telephone line. Is that true? She was on a telephone call, and I'm not saying it was perfect, but it wasn't worth 40 or 50 years, Alice. And you've been an inspiration to people. And we're going to be listening to your recommendation on pardons. You're going to go over, and she's going to be my pardon czar, okay? And you're going to find people just like you that should not have happened. It should not have happened. So you're going to look and you're going to make recommendations, and I'll follow those recommendations, okay, for pardons, all right? Thank you very much. A man who's just incredible. This guy, I watched him when he was a Democrat, and then one day he had to change because he couldn't take it any longer. And did anyone ever hear of a man named Leo 2.0 Terrell? Where are you? Get up here. I love this guy. You know what he's doing now? He's with the Department of Justice. He's in charge of civil rights and lots of other great things. He's going to be working with Pam. It's okay. Could he come up, please? Come on, Leo. Get up here. Leo 2.0. This guy is great. Hello, man.
You are the greatest.
Thank you.
Tiger,
Thank you.
I just want to say we are in the presence of the greatest president of all time. He is the greatest president in our lifetime. And I'll tell you right now, the Democratic Party should be worried because they took us for granted. No longer. We vote in our best interest. We want the same thing that every American wants. Good job. We want a secure border. We want to pay lower taxes, and Mr. President Donald Trump is doing that. Thank you, Mr. President.
He's a great guy. No, I watched him. He was a radical Democrat. He became a radical Republican, right? He's great. He's in the Department of Justice. Think of it, doing very important work at the highest level. Also, Sage Steele. Sage, where are you? Hello, Sage. Great job you do. You're doing great. Thank you very much, Sage, for being here. Michael, Harry O. Harris. Michael. Hi, Michael. Thank you very much, Michael. Deontay Johnson. Deontay. Thank you, Deontay. Lynn Patton, she's worked for me for a long time. Lynn, she's worked for us for a long time. Bob Woodson, where's Bob? And we're also joined by 7-time Mr. Olympia. I want to see this guy. Phil Heath, where's Phil? Phil Heath, I don't want to compare my muscles. Here he is. Thank you, Phil, very much. I appreciate it. Will you come up here for a second? Come on, get up. I got to say, come on, you. From day one, right? From day one, he's been here. Get up. You got to say just a word. Don't fall. If you fall, it's all over. Tiger, you're not allowed to fall. You know, you can make a great speech, but if you fall going up, that's no good. Come on. You are great.
Are you kidding me? Mr. President, it has been an honor of a lifetime to support you, to try to wake up as many people to the lies of the Democrat Party and the nonstop manipulation of the mainstream media. That's why I now have my show on Newsmax, so I can champion you. And I'm thankful that we've been able to champion him and get him across the finish lines for another amazing 4 years. And let me say, I know God has chose you. He anointed you for this position. He kept you alive so you could be here today. And we prayed for that. We pray for you. We continue to pray for you. And we're thankful for your service and your sacrifice. Mr. President Donald J. Trump, honor. God bless you.
From day one. I like those guys from day one. Tiger's been there from day one, too. Let me tell you, this guy is amazing. In 4 weeks, our new administration has achieved more than most administrations achieve in 4 years. We brought our country back. It's 4 weeks. Today is our 4th week. It's the end of the week. We are now starting our 5th, and I think we've done more in 4 weeks. Well, certainly than the last administration did in 4 years. They actually went negative. They actually went in the wrong direction. Together, we're going to be fighting long and hard for Black Americans and all Americans. We're going to be fighting for all Americans. We've secured our border, and we're stopping the invasion of our country. You know, our border right now is more secure than it's ever been. And we had the record. 4 years ago, we had the record. We had the lowest number in history, and now the numbers, Tim, are even lower than they were then. And we're honored. We're allowing people to come in from all over the world, from prisons and jails, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members. They had drug dealers. They had everybody dropping in. And we had this ridiculous open border policy. They drop in. And I'll tell you, the people that were affected the most were Black people. You were affected the most in terms of the crime, in terms of the drugs and everything else. And we have the border shut down. We allow people to come in. We want people to come in, Tim, but we want them to come in legally. They're going to come through legally. So we're protecting American workers, including millions of Black workers, and we have a thing called reciprocal tariffs. If they charge us, we charge them. This is opening up. We just signed the bill, and we're going to take in billions and billions of dollars, and we're making our country very healthy again and very rich again. We want to be very rich again. We've been taken advantage by everybody, and you've been watching Doge, where we found billions, tens of billions of dollars of fraud and waste and abuse, and that's just the beginning. And Elon Musk has done an amazing job, I have to tell you. Him and his super geniuses, you know, these are seriously high IQ people. And nobody's going to talk them out of anything. They go in and they're finding billions. I mean, literally tens of billions of dollars that we just started. And I think that's going to have a big, big impact, Brooke, right? So we want to just really say, and I have to say to you, I look at this turnout, I look at the love in the room. This is just love in the room. And I remember the first time I did this, my first administration, one of my first meetings, there wasn't this large a crowd, Tiger. We had about 5 people in the front. We had maybe five Black people right in the front, right about there. I said, is anybody else coming? Is this it? Are we open? I don't even think Tim Scott, I know Turner wasn't there. I don't think Tim Scott was there either. I'm not sure. But that's all changed, and we got the highest vote, and one of the big reasons I'm president today is because of the Black vote, and I just and I always appreciate it. So this is a very special time. It's Black History Month. We love you all. We're going to work with you. We're going to make America greater than ever before. We're going to do it together, and I want to thank you all for being here. It's an incredible honor. And to my great golfing friends, I want to thank them in particular because they really are. They make a lot of money. They don't have to be up here with me. Tiger doesn't have to be here. Adam doesn't have to. They don't need this, but they love you and they love our country. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back to CPAC 2025. Donald Trump making some remarks there. But I think we have, if I'm not mistaken, I think I see Nigel Farage out of the corner of my eye on the main stage. If they bring him up there, I'm going to direct my attention there. I believe, is he there, or is he coming out, or is he leaving?
I think he is coming out to the stage right now, waving, I believe. There it is. He's not.
He's on his way out. He's on his way out.
He's wrapping up. All right. See, that's the thing. Maybe we need glasses so we can see a little bit better. There's a lot going on here at CPAC 2025 between President Trump speaking, a myriad of speakers. And I believe now we have something new, Steve, as well. Take a look at the stage. You know, that's the beauty of this all, right? You fly by the seam of your pants. In the meantime, if we do have a moment, and let me know if we don't, let's also bring back David Cate, who was chatting with us before we went out to the president's remarks. David Cate, an independent content creator. He's with Breakaway USA. Phenomenal work he does. And it's interesting. We were talking about this before the break. You see so many independent content creators that now are getting bigger numbers than mainstream media. It seems as if more and more people are canceling their cable subscriptions and turning to online content. In fact, David, a lot of the times I'll be watching mainstream media and I'll see news that broke on Twitter a couple hours prior.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. It's the best thing that happens is when we make a video, breaking some groundbreaking news, or like Doge has identified this and whatnot. And then a couple days later, not a couple hours, but a couple days later, we see the mainstream media talk about it. Or the funniest thing to me is that they completely avoid it because it's so bad for the Unity Party, specifically the Democrats, right? With the left-leaning media hates talking about the stuff that we expose on a daily basis, like Doge inefficiency, fraud, right? All of this various stuff that they're uncovering. They refuse to cover it. Yeah. But now we have a place where we can cover it.
Which it baffles me, David, because how can you argue against stopping government fraud, waste, and abuse?
It's the funniest thing to me. So we went down to the protesters who were protesting outside of USAID and then the Department of Labor. And the first question that I asked them, are you guys against government efficiency? You don't want to figure out where government fraud is? It's your own taxpayer money, regardless of your political ideology. And of course they want to, but guess what? The second that we mention Elon Musk, that's the problem. And then I'll point out to them, what about Bill Gates? What about George Soros? These are billionaires that fund y'all's parties, elections, and everything.
Well, I heard it said good billionaires, bad billionaires. It depends on who's paying who, and that's how they measure it.
Sounds like a little subjective thing, right?
We got to hold it right there just for 1 second. We've got John Jubilee from Energized Health coming up to discuss with us the offerings from his company, but first this.
We started with the 555 challenge earlier this year. You guys were awesome. You showed us results, testimonies. We checked the science. But we just wanted to make sure that we're going to stay healthy and be able to keep up with the 4 grandkids.
We wanted to do something that would slow down the aging process and just something that we could, for the rest of our lives, just implement.
My energy's up, circulation's better, skin's looking better, my digestion's better, and overall just, enjoying feeling healthier.
right, and John Jubilee is with us right now from Energized Health. John, welcome to the program.
Well, thank you, Steve and Michelle. Good to see you guys.
Thank you,
Steve. A lot of fun out there.
He's fired up.
Yeah, he's always fired up, and he's fired up because he looks great for his age and he feels great for his age, and that's all because of Energized Health. Of course, we've chatted with you about Energized Health before, but for those new, tell us a little bit about Energized Health and how it can help a lot of our viewers.
Well, I'm going to stay with that Doge theme. You know, look, Doge found $54 billion in waste, and, you know, how many of us have some extra fat laying around our own body, you know, that we wish we could get Doged out of there? And that's really what intracellular hydration will do. It'll reset your hypothalamus. It'll reset your metabolism so you can literally melt fat like butter at any age. And so I'm thrilled to tell you, you can have your best life. You can have your best body. You can look in the mirror and say, I look and feel amazing at any age with this breakthrough patent pending science of intercellular hydration.
Remarkable. So this is good for anybody, including an old guy like me, is what you're telling me. Here, I'm your poster child.
Well, actually, Steve, you're looking pretty good there. I don't know how old you are, but I love telling people how old I am because most people guess me between 40 and 45 years old, and I'm 20 years older than that. I'll be 65 years old this year, but I haven't had a medical doctor visit in almost 3 decades, and you can have the same story. You can have the same health, the same energy, the same vibrancy. It can be your story, guys, for the price of a cup of coffee. So, we just tell people like it is. We've been helping tens of thousands of people over the last 28 years to get healthy at the cellular level. Spend $5, invest $5. Get a cup of coffee for less than your cup of coffee. You can join the My 555 challenge, and let us just share with you the simple science of something that's real. There's no dieting, there's no running, there's no sit-ups, there's no crazy exercise. It's just a scientific way of how God made the human body for all of us to put cellular hydration in. And I love to just give people simple examples, Steve. And you know what the difference is between a raisin and a grape? It's just hydration. That's all it is. It's hydration.
Yeah.
It's hydration. Yeah. It's hydration. It's super simple. So our science pushes the hydration and reverses people that are feeling like a raisin or their organs are feeling like a raisin to a healthy, optimized grape. So your heart is optimized, your liver, your kidneys, your thyroid, every organ in your body. Do you know your skin's an organ? So when people ask me, how in the world do you look so young? Do you get fillers and facial? No, I have no fillers. I'm all natural. Healthy hydration is what fills up my skin. I have filler. I have intercellular hydration is the filler that's in this face.
I think that's a great line, by the way. No artificial fillers.
Well, John, first off, you look great for your age, and I'll never get over that because I pray I look like you at that age. So I need to jumpstart on this challenge. But where can people find more information?
Yeah, again, just super simple. Just go to my555challenge.com, my555challenge.com. Fill out a simple registration form. And if you want to know what your cellular hydration is, you could go ahead and just spend $99 and we'll FedEx you a medical device to measure your cellular hydration. And you also get to spend some extra time with my beautiful wife, Chelsea, and I. And hey, I'm telling you guys, it's worth it just for that. Imagine getting to sit down with experts that have helped tens of thousands of people lose all their fat, gain lean muscle, get off their medications, and get healthy for 28 years for less than $100. And again, that includes us FedExing you a bioimpedance device so you can measure your hydration. And that's called the VIP group.
I'm very nervous if we measure mine. It's not going to be good, especially after today and chugging a ton of coffee. John Jubilee, thank you so much for being with us today.
Well, great seeing you, Michelle and Steve.
Great seeing you as well. I'm a little nervous to measure my hydration there, Steve.
65 years old.
Impressive, right?
It's the first time I've seen the man.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I've never seen the man before.
I will never get over it.
I'm thinking he's 45, he's 50, maybe. 65 years old.
You know what? We didn't play it, but you should see him at the gym. We played that. That sounds creepy. You get what I'm saying.
I do.
Yeah. All right. Well, stick with us because we're at CPAC 2025. A lot of great speakers coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back in just a moment. And I think we're headed to the stage. Let's head out there.
Making a real difference that is already making America safer. And number two, I understand you have some breaking news concerning my home state of Texas, which I'm particularly proud to hear.
I do, and the press release isn't even out yet. Joint Task Force Alpha that we elevated once we came in office. It's with the Department of Justice and the FBI, and we work hand in hand with Homeland Security. Christy Nome is awesome.
Yep.
We all work so well together. Joint Task Force Alpha just made a huge arrest in Juarez, Mexico. They were headed to Texas, to El Paso, human smuggling. Yeah, huge. That's why we do what we do every day. That's why these agents risk their lives every single day. It's human smuggling, and a lot of children, they're saying, are safer because of this.
Let me ask you a question. President Trump, and this has made headlines on what you were just talking about, we've designated these cartels as terrorist organizations. What does that allow you to do in your job? And Kash Patel now is the head of the FBI. What is that going to give you the ability to do and to go after them?
Well, Stephen Miller is doing a great job, head of, as we are, right? Leading this effort with all of us. Mike Waltz at DOD. We all work so, Pete Hegseth, we all work so well together. And it gives us the ability, they are a terrorist group. And it gives us the ability to go after them, more ability, anywhere in the world, and treat them as terrorists. They are terrorists. If you're bringing fentanyl into this country and killing our kids, you're a terrorist, and we're coming after you.
300 a day is the average that are dying in this country right now. When you took this job and you hear that number and you saw the inaction from the last administration, how angry did that make you?
So angry. You know, I was state AG before I became United States Attorney General, and fentanyl was really just coming on the market. And now with this horrible open border policy just flowing across our borders and killing kids, killing adults every single day. And it's criminal that no one was doing anything to stop it. I can't comprehend how any administration, progressive nor conservative, how any administration could tolerate that and let that happen. And it ended day one with Donald Trump when he shut that border. I was at the border back in September. I went with Laura Trump and Morgan Ortega.
Yep.
And we were in Yuma, Arizona. And I saw firsthand, there is nothing humanitarian that was happening at that border. Nothing. They have a rape tree where they're raping women as they're coming into this country. I saw firsthand piles and piles of passports just thrown from every country you can imagine because the Biden administration was letting you walk right in the country. If you didn't have a passport, they said they saw Asian Chinese individuals saying, oh, we're from Cuba. So they wrote down they're from Cuba and had to let them legally walk right in under that administration. But the drugs, the trafficking, I learned a new term, disposable child. The customs, the border patrol agents told me that they saw a little boy and they kept recognizing the same little boy over and over and over coming in. Because if you came into our country as a family unit, they just let you walk right in.
Yep.
Well, this little child was being trafficked.
Yes.
Now, how they were getting him back to Mexico is beyond me. But they were bringing him time and time again. He wasn't their family, so who knows what happened to his parents.
Well, and I will say a number of people in the room gasped at a term you use, which unfortunately is a real term, rape tree.
Yeah.
And it's something that we've been seeing for the last 4 years in Texas. We've seen it in Arizona that the cartels will go and violently rape women. They'll violently rape teenage girls, young girls, and then they will hang their underwear in the tree. And you'll find a tree down on the southern border with 10, 20 pairs of underwear as they're mocking law enforcement, saying, we can do whatever we want. And for 4 years, the Biden Justice Department, they just turned a blind eye and they facilitated it. You know, you talked about the kids, so they had a policy. If you arrive with a kid, it's essentially a get-out-of-jail-free card. And so you started seeing a phenomenon that we've never seen in immigration before, which is single young men showing up with little kids. Now, that's not a normal pattern of migration, but we started seeing military-age men showing up with little boys and little girls, many of whom are physically and sexually assaulted in transit, and the same kid the cartels would recycle over and over and over again to bring in gang members, to bring in criminals. Now, let me ask this. What is most effective stopping the invasion at the southern border?
The border, closing our borders, which is what we've done. Donald Trump has closed our border. But now, of course, we all know we have so many of these illegal aliens, fighting age men, ages 18 to 35, in our country, walking around our country. And President Trump has given a strong directive on that.
How concerned are you right now about the 12 million illegal aliens who came in under Joe Biden and about the risk of terrorism of Hamas, of Hezbollah, of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the risk of terrorism targeting Americans across this country?
It's a huge risk, and we all know how bad it is now. And that's what Donald Trump is committed to do, is to take these people out of our country, to prosecute them, to deport them, to get them off our streets. And that's what all of these law enforcement agencies are doing. You know, Laken Riley, of course, that beautiful young woman, University of Georgia, Laken Riley is probably the most prominent name. But look how many Laken Rileys are out there. One victim is too many.
Jocelyn Nungery, Rachel Marin. I mean, the numbers just every day. And I got to say, so already in the first 2 weeks, you've sued New York, you've sued Chicago.
You can clap for that.
These sanctuary cities that are fighting, and I've got to say, Massachusetts in particular, actually in our last podcast we talked about this, how Massachusetts continues to this day to have violent child rapist illegal immigrants who they release on the streets and they refuse to notify ICE. They refuse. These are illegal immigrants who could be deported immediately. And the Massachusetts officials take criminals who violently rape little kids. Let me ask you, what is your message to a mayor, to a local official who wants to defy federal immigration law?
Well, our message is very clear. I sued Illinois first, Chicago, first day, and I gave a very strong warning. If you don't comply with the law, you're next. And guess who didn't listen? New York. Kathy Hochul got sued. They all got sued in New York. And if you don't follow the law, you're going to be next. Because we are going to get violent criminals off our street. And you know, Senator, it's more than that. They're endangering the lives of our great men and women in law enforcement.
Yes.
That's what people don't understand. When you're hiding illegal aliens from law enforcement, you're endangering their lives. It's gonna stop.
So let me ask you, 2 weeks into it, you've been at DOJ. What's your assessment? Is it as bad as you thought it would be? Is it better? Is it worse?
It's worse. Of course, it's no worse.
You inherited chaos.
Worse meaning, that department had completely lost its mission of fighting violent crime. Look what they did to President Trump. Look at the weaponization, and weaponization ended. And the deep state is very real. I think all of you in this room know that. It's very real. And people trying to undermine everything you're doing. You know, 3 weeks into it, I went in one department and found huge 20 by 20 glossies of Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and Kamala Harris still hanging up in my office. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. And guess what's replacing it? A very handsome photo of a man named Donald Trump is in it.
Not the one in the hallway, right? That picture?
That one.
That one, okay, I like that one.
That one's right in replacing. But you know, I make light of that, but that's what's happening.
Yeah.
You know, he had been in office 3 weeks, and the deep state still had those pictures hanging, and that's, to me, that's defiant. It's insubordination, not going to happen. But you know, what we said, most people, the majority of the people are great people who went to law school, became prosecutors, became law enforcement agents to fight crime.
You've spent your professional life as a prosecutor.
Career.
How important is it to you to go after bad guys and to get bad guys off the street and keep people safe?
It means everything. And the drug epidemic, you know, the fentanyl just flowing into our country now, the terrorists, the gangs, TDA, Transdagua, MS-13, all of the gangs who are now terrorist organizations. We've got to stop them. And that's why we do what we do. And we all have to work together. And working with Homeland Security has been great, too.
So one of the most shocking statistics from the prior administration is the number 300,000. 300,000 children that the prior administration had in custody and that they lost, that they do not know where they are. We know that many of those children are being abused right now. Tell me about the efforts you and Homeland Security and the Trump administration, the efforts you are doing to find those children and to get them out of harm's way.
That's top priority, and that's Donald Trump's top priority, to find these victims and to save them. And that's what I truly can't comprehend how any administration would let that happen and not care. And that's what we're all fighting for. And you know, you say when you take a job with this incredible volume, you think, how do you do it? How do you focus every day? And you do it by saying, if I can save one life, it's worth it.
Well, it's a lot more than one.
But it compounds. That's how you start off, one life.
And it is thousands and ultimately more. So I want to say something to the folks here at CPAC, which is, as many of y'all know, Ben and I do this podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. We do it 3 days a week. We do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We've got roughly 1 million unique listeners all over the country. And we do this to go around the corporate media, to go directly to the American people and to bring the truth and bring the facts. So I want to ask everyone here, many of y'all already subscribe to the pod, but I want to ask everyone here to pull out your cell phone right now. Pull out your cell phone and text the word verdict, VERDICT. Text the word verdict to 24005. Again, 24005. When you text verdict to 24005, what you'll get back is a link to subscribe to the podcast. Now, if you're under 40, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're not, ask your kids or ask your grandkids. Although I'll say, if you're at CPAC, you're pretty hip and connected. So you may know as well if you're here at CPAC. But every Monday,
and subscribe doesn't mean it costs you money to quote your dad.
Oh, my father points out that my dad is 85, and he said when he hears subscribe, he thinks it's a magazine subscription. There's no charge. It just magically appears in your phone early in the morning on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we bring in guests like the Attorney General of the United States, and we focus on what is happening, the victories that President Trump is winning, and the news that the corporate media won't cover.
Yeah.
I want to ask you...
24005.
I want to ask you a question. It's one that I've been dying to ask you, and it deals with all of the pardons that were given out from Joe Biden at the end. There were a lot that went to his family. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. There's one person he did not pardon. That would be himself. There are a lot of people that think there should be accountability. Should this be something that is looked at to see what he did while he was president?
Don't you find it very interesting that they attempted to prosecute the president for having documents in the most secure place in the world other than the White House, Mar-a-Lago, and he had the security clearance to take them. Yet Joe Biden, who had no security clearance to take them at the time, had them in his garage with his drug addict son going in and out of his garage. Yet what did they say about him?
Too old to prosecute.
Frail old man. But listen, Donald Trump and I have not talked about that at all. This is not about targeting. This is what they do to us. This is not about targeting. This is not about weaponization. This is about keeping America safe and going forward and prosecuting violent criminals. If you committed a crime in this country, no one is above the law. I will say that. No one is above the law.
So Pam, the media are going crazy about New York Mayor Eric Adams and the charges that were dismissed against him.
So glad you brought that up.
Tell us what the story is, what happened there, and why were the charges dismissed?
Sure. And Emil, who has done an incredible job, he worked on this case, he looked at this case. It was an incredibly weak case filed to make deportation harder. That's why they did it. They took one of the biggest mayors in the country off the playing field in order to protect their sanctuary city. This case, it was so incredibly weak. It was about increases in airline tickets, upgrades in airline tickets in his official capacity, without getting into all the details of the fact. I don't even think it could survive a verdict. Excuse me. Incredibly weak case. That is the weaponization of government.
That's lawfare.
That's lawfare. When you're filing cases like that to keep someone who criticized Joe Biden, who said they took away his security clearance, so he could not get the details, so he could not help enforce the deportation efforts in New York. And you know, these people are going after him. Ride a subway in New York. It's not safe.
Yep.
Violent crime is at an all-time high, and that's what they're doing. So it's not about weaponization, it's about ending their weaponization of the government and fighting violent crime and enabling cities like New York and mayors like Eric Adams to enforce Donald Trump's immigration policies.
I want to ask you and go back to something you said a moment ago. We were talking about cartels, and they have been able to set up networks, and we see this coming up now more often, where they're controlling states and cities and states and the entire flow. And they've been able to do this and set it up without having to worry that anyone's going to stop them. We're seeing this not on border states, but all over the country, this network. At what point do we get to start dismantling that? How long does that take? How much time is that going to take? Because they've been here for quite some time with the last administration.
Yeah, there's a lot I can't talk about now. But very publicly, I think you've seen a lot happen. A lot is happening every day. Our great men and women in law enforcement are out there. It's a joint effort with our office and with Kristi Noem. And again, we all work so well.
All right, continuing live coverage here at CPAC 2025, coming to you here. And we're having a great time. The speakers are remarkable. You got Ted Cruz, you got Pam Bondi, obviously the new Attorney General for the United States. Donald Trump's nominees are all getting through. It has been a remarkable month, to say the least, Michelle.
Speaking of a historic day as well, a remarkable day. Kash Patel now through. Boom. That's the huge story right now. A very minor story. Mitch McConnell saying he's not running for re-election. We all knew that's going to happen. We'll see you later, Mitch. Don't let the door hit you on your way out. Listen, guys, there's a lot of great stuff happening at CPAC this weekend. Real America's Voice has you covered, so ensure that you don't go anywhere. We have live coverage all throughout the weekend. Great speakers, but up right now is War Room with the very great Steve Bannon and some other special guests, so don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more CPAC on Real America's Voice.
You asked and we heard you, America. Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Trump loyalist Kash Patel is right on the cusp of becoming the next director of the FBI, with the Senate holding its confirmation vote for that controversial nominee. In fact, right now, Republicans have, unsurprisingly, rallied around Patel's emphasis on fighting crime, with the Senate Judiciary Chair calling him the right man at the right time. But Democrats have warned he is unfit for the position, raising concerns that he's going to use the agency to target the president's political enemies.
Well, I wouldn't say it's unusual, but she makes, I think, a very astute point. If the idea is that you want to make the FBI apolitical, it's hard to pick a more political person to take the job, someone who has, as you noted, been a diehard champion of Donald Trump for a long time, and even going back before he was sort of aligned on the outside with Donald Trump. Look, it's not surprising that Republican senators are not persuaded by this, though, and I think it's for an important reason. The things that Kash Patel has said, and I think truly believes, that there is a deep state that was out to get Donald Trump, and January 6th was all about, that was a political, the election was stolen from him, and this was all politics. Those are all standard fare things that Republican senators are forced to say now when they go back to their states and they're talking to their constituents. Now, they'll say with a bit of a wink and a nod, and the deep state. Kash Patel truly believes it, but the point is, you can't be against Kash Patel for believing in a deep state if you also have been talking about the fact that there's a deep state in the federal government. So none of the things that he has said publicly that I think get a lot of people upset are all that different than what most Republican senators basically say anytime they're back home in their states.
And you mentioned the deep state, and I have a quote. This is something that he said on a podcast. He said, on day one, I would shut down the FBI Hoover building and reopen it the next day as a museum of the deep state. So given all of this, the tenor of everything, Frank, now that it is edging toward reality, what could a Kash Patel-led FBI look like?
Yeah, that's the big question. How bad is it going to get? Because it's clear to everyone that there will be major changes and reforms at the FBI. The only question is how bad is it going to get? Everybody's all about reforming. I'm about reforming, huge bureaucracies and pivoting and changing and reassessing. That's characterized my 25 years at the FBI. The biggest strategic change, of course, was after the terror attacks of 9/11, when the FBI fully dived into the intelligence community and became an agency that's beyond investigation, but rather predicting bad things before they happen. And this concerns me because, look, there's every indication so far, based on what Pam Bondi has done and acting DAG Emil Bove has done, demanding the list of agents who worked January 6th, dropping corruption cases like Eric Adams that, now has gone to court because Trump wants them dropped. And of course, we understand Patel will work for Bondi and Bove. And so if he's going to keep his job and remain loyal to Trump, he's going to have to fall into line and continue to close down cases that Trump doesn't like and open cases that Trump wants opened. We've already seen Bondi dismantle the Foreign Influence Task Force at the FBI that keeps foreign adversaries out of our elections. That's gone. So the question is, what is the FBI not going to work anymore? It's not about, I know he wants to work violent crime. He's already said FBI agents are cops. They should be working rapes and murders. By the way, those aren't federal violations. The question is what they're not going to work. And that's what bothers me.
And I just want to have our director, if we can, put up that count, the tally right there as we're trying to get to the very end. We're very close, everybody. Okay. To the vote, we're going to stay watching it. He has been confirmed. This has just happened, everyone. It is not a surprise. We figured this would happen. It would have taken a number of Republicans to flip away from the party and not vote on a partisan level, as we had expected them to do. We did get that from Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, but it would seem every other Republican has voted for Kash Patel and every Democrat has voted against him, with the final tally there, 51 to 49. So there you have it. It is a done deal, and there will be consequences of this as far as the Democrats are concerned, and Republicans will be happy that they are continuing with President Trump's agenda in confirmation of his appointees both to cabinet and high-level positions in the government.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
All right, we're live in the War Room at CPAC. Another great day. Yesterday was stellar. Today's even better. We got breaking news. We got Ben Berquam in the house. Ben, Mike Davis, great host Sobek. Sobek, why don't you lead off with the headline of the day?
Look, the headline of the day is this, is the sound that you heard was every liberal elite's head exploding right here up the river. And the other spike that we hear is that you go to Google right now in Washington, D.C., the search for defense lawyer just spiked up to 100% because Kash Patel was just confirmed as your 9th director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Say it again.
Amen.
Can we get an amen out there? Right.
Has been appointed.
What's the name of his book? Government Gangsters. Everybody ought to read it.
Playbook.
That's the playbook.
Wait, so Brett, I was joking before. I said, look at the career trajectory, right? So he goes from he's a defense lawyer. He then becomes a federal defense lawyer. He becomes a U.S. attorney, and then he gets hired by HIPSI. So he's on the HIPSI committee under Nunes. He uncovers Russiagate. Then he goes to National Security Council, chief of staff to the Department of Defense. Then a brief stint as a War Room contributor, and then he leveraged the War Room to bounce back, or I don't know if it's an upgrade or a downgrade from the War Room to the FBI director.
Perfectly logical.
Only in America, folks.
Perfectly logical.
Only in America.
You got it. Way to go. Good setup. Mike Davis, what's that mean? Well, FBI, what's at stake here?
Well, I'll tell you this. When President Trump nominated Kash Patel, the very smart people in Washington said his nomination was dead on arrival. And then the War Room posse went to the Article 3 Project's action page and lit up the Senate, and we gave the Senate an attitude adjustment, and he just got confirmed today, and he's going to go in there and bring bold, serious reforms to the FBI after it was politicized and weaponized to go after Trump. His top aides like Bannon, who went to the clink, Peter Navarro, who went to the clink, parents, Christians. There is a new sheriff in town today, and his name is Kash Patel.
Yeah, Mike, our Article 3 Project, Mike Davis, go look him up. Give us non-lawyers a sense for the scale and scope of his duties, responsibilities as head of the FBI. What all does that entail?
It's a major job. He's in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So he is going to take the lead on everything from terrorism to violent street crimes to migrant crimes. And what we need to do is refocus the FBI from its political focus on those mean grandmas who trespassed on January 6th and took selfies. And we're going to focus the FBI on real crimes in real America that affect real Americans, like vicious migrant gangs, Tren de Agua migrant gangs who are terrorizing Americans. We're gonna focus on gun crimes. We're going to focus on making America safe again instead of going after Trump supporters on January 6th.
Amen. Way to go, Mike. Segue is perfect. To the border with Ben Bergquam. Ben, what are the implications of this? FBI slot, USAID slot, CIA slot?
Wow.
For you and your world?
Well, first off, what a difference a year makes from last time we were in CPAC to today. Standing here today, incredible. But you look at that, I just want to touch on real quick what Mike was talking about. We just had Joe Biggs on with Jack Posobiec on his show, and you talk about what they did, what the FBI did in the last 4 years. They took FBI agents off of active terror investigations, jihadist terror investigations, to investigate American citizens, grandmas and grandpas, guys that were simply there walking around. My friend Coy Griffin, who was there praying at the Capitol. They spent our tax dollars, our time, going after J6ers. And on day one, President Trump releases those guys. And now we have an FBI director. Shout out to all the guys here. I know we got a lot of J6ers here. Shout out to these guys. Now we have an FBI director who's actually going to put the rule of law first again. Not put himself first, not put President Trump first, but the rule of law first, which is how it should be. We're not going after our political enemies. We're going after the traitors to this country that committed crimes against this nation, and we're going to hold them accountable. It's very simple. And on the border, look, what we've got started is the beginning. What Tom Homan, so we've covered this for 4 years. The left weaponized our asylum process to invite an invasion, the Trojan horse invasion into our country. They spent 4 years, brought 15 million illegals in. We covered that from start to finish. It's part of the reason why President Trump won, part of many reasons why President Trump won. Now we have the opportunity to turn it around. Tom Homan's doing that. We're embedding with ICE. We're embedding with Border Patrol. ICE is going after them, but when you look at the task that's in front of them, the amount of money it's going to cost, the manpower it's going to take, it is enormous. And so this is the beginning of it. But to me, the bigger side of that, what has to happen, two things. We have to defund, we've talked about this, defund the NGOs, defund all these organizations, the Global Compact of Migration, get out of the UNHCR, all of these things. And we have to use now the Justice Department under Kash Patel to go after the NGOs and all of these organizations that were working with the cartels to divide and undermine our country from within. That has to happen, and I believe we're actually going to start seeing some of that.
Just give us a brief overview of how the FBI is supposed to work with Department of Homeland Security and the other major institutions that should have been doing their work on the border. What's their role?
It's directly what we've seen the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks now. God bless it. It's 1 month today. They're working directly with them. FBI has intel on counterterrorist information. They have intel on Tren de Aragua, you mentioned, on MS-13, on all of these now labeled terrorist organizations. They have all this information. Now they're going to share that information with the Department of Homeland Security, with ICE, with Border Patrol, with all these organizations, so that these organizations can work together. The DEA, we are seeing that happen in real time. All of these organizations that were weaponized against the American people are now weaponized against the bad guys in our country. It's what this country was supposed to do. It's how we're supposed to operate.
Mike, give us a little more on that. All the DOJ, FBI, Department of Homeland Security, DNI, all the security apparatus, all hitting on all cylinders right now. The rule of law is going to be in play. What's it going to look like in a year from now?
What it's going to look like is President Trump is refocusing our intel agencies and federal law enforcement on our southern border to protect our border from this invasion, this intentional invasion by Biden and his DHS and these outside NGOs. They intentionally led this mass invasion of 15 million unvetted and unvettable people from these dangerous places, these third world hellholes. And we are in a very dangerous place as a country because of this. Ben's been covering this for 4 years. And we are President Trump is going to fix this. And he's going to focus federal law enforcement on real crimes instead of political enemies.
You know, Davis. Well, they were saying somebody's coming at me. They were complaining and say, well, how could President Trump have say that Ukraine could hold elections when they're being invaded? I said, well, we just did last year.
Right.
That's right. How about United States 2024 with our invasion? Say, you can't say that.
Right.
I said, no, watch the War Room. Watch Ben Bergquam. He'll tell you exactly what's going on.
Jack's been watching X for us. We also had earlier breaking news, Steve Bannon standing up in front of a huge video this morning of Senator Mitch McConnell. What are you seeing on X? What's the reaction to the Kentucky senator?
Well, what's interesting with Mitch, so he drops out, but then announces. I think it was expected, but also he voted for cash.
Yeah.
So I think it's an interesting day.
Yeah.
It's an interesting day for old Mitch McConnell.
Right, and then the lineup at CPAC. Give us an overview. What's the lineup? I think Elon's coming
current
out.
Lineup is that Elon is going to speak right before Steve.
Is he going to hand Steve the mic? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. Maybe a little debate.
All right,
action.
folks, we're going to break. Stay tuned to the War Room. You see, we got a great. The killers are in the house. Stay tuned.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
All right, back in the War Room with the great Stephen K. Bannon at CPAC. It's an honor to have John Eastman in the house. He's been through a living hell over the past few years. I always love to hear him speak. You can just see his brain at work. He's doing a panel. He did a panel. He's got another panel coming up on lawfare. And he's the perfect guy to have in the house with the news breaking on Kash Patel today. John, why don't you frame it as you wish? Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much. Well, the first thing I got to say, quote Churchill, when you're going through hell, don't stop, keep going. So that's what we've been doing. Yeah, we're doing a panel on lawfare tomorrow, but it just got much more exciting with Kash Pell's confirmation earlier today, because he's already indicated that he is going to look into this, what I believe is a nationwide conspiracy to deprive people of the constitutional right to speech, to petition our government for redress of grievances. And, you know, the people that are engaged in that conspiracy, these NGOs, these state prosecutors, and all of the money flowing through USAID and everything else that's going into this effort to shut us down, that's a conspiracy and that's a federal felony. And I hope Kash will investigate that fully, and if warranted, put a bow on it and hand it over to Pam Bondi.
I don't think there's any doubt that they're going to be able to show some elements of conspiracy, but what I'm worried about is just the logic you see unfolding, whether it's the economic issues, the foreign policy. You find a liberal judge, and they say you got a jury of your peers, and we gave you proper justice, and they can hold up all policy from the executive branch using the courts. What's the way forward on that?
Well, I think the courts are going to learn very quickly here that there are 3 articles dividing powers in the Constitution. Article 1 is the legislative branch, Article 2 is the executive, and Article 3 is the judiciary. And while the judiciary has to hold up the law, it doesn't have the authority to direct the president how to manage his department any more than he can tell the judges who to hire for their clerks or whatever in the running of their department. And these nationwide injunctions, particularly the most egregious one, telling the incoming Secretary of the Treasury, appointed by the president, nominated by him, and confirmed by the Senate, that he couldn't look at what his own department was doing because that would interfere with the career bureaucrats that have been running roughshod over taxpayers for decades. That was absurd, and they quickly backed away from that because I think that was on the fast track to not only being overruled, but getting rid of these nationwide injunctions by the Supreme Court.
Right. That one seemed, highly grotesquely offensive. So they backtracked. Just the politics was so bad.
Right.
But these other stays, they have the ability to at least delay for a few months until we put things, I forget what you lawyers call it, but whatever you have to put into the Supreme Court to clear the decks. And so, but I'm fascinated because, just take USAID, right? So that's under the State Department. Now that's under Rubio. Rubio is the Secretary of State who serves at the pleasure of the president. And the courts are getting in the middle of that line. And so what can the president do? Can he ignore a stay he's the chief magistrate of the country? Can he ignore a stay if it's grotesquely out of bounds and challenge it to the Supreme Court himself? What options does he have?
He should not be able to do that because otherwise you undermine the legitimate role of the judiciary. But these things are getting so egregious. I know people are talking about that. I hope it doesn't come to that. But I'm working on an article right now called the Rule 11 option. Supreme Court Rule 11 lets the Department of Justice ask the Supreme Court to review these cases even before the Court of Appeals have ruled. And we want to get back on the fast track. Because what's going on here, they know ultimately they're going to lose most of these cases because the president clearly has authority. His legal team that has been working overtime for the last 4 years to get ready for this have crossed the T's and dotted the I's. They've got the statutory authority. They've got the constitutional authority. So I think they're eventually going to lose. And their goal here is to try and run the clock on President Trump's agenda, the agenda that we, the American people, voted to implement. And he's doing it, and they're trying to stop him and delay it as long as they can. And I can't imagine a more perfect case for Rule 11, asking the Supreme Court, put a stop to this now. We can't tolerate this.
Jack Posobiec, you're monitoring this stuff in real time. Any questions for John Eastman?
Well, John, you were on my program earlier today, and we were talking about this very issue. But just take us back to what the concept of that is, because this is separation of powers. The founders understood that each branch should, of course, you have the check on the power of the other branch, but not for internal matters of that branch.
Right.
That's right, and that's what's going on. These independent, unelected, life-appointed judges are trying to micromanage how the president runs his own department. And the claims that what he is doing illegally are specious. All right, and so what they're trying to do is use these pretexts to basically act as if they were the ones that the American people elected to run the department, the executive branch of government. And by the way, the role of the judges is limited. It's not all the judicial power. It's only certain things that are spelled out in the Constitution. Just like the legislative power is limited. It's only the powers herein enumerated that are vested in the legislature. But the president is the sole executive, and he holds all the executive power. It says the executive power is vested in the president. And what these judges are doing in many instances is trying to become the executives themselves. Unlike Kamala Harris, who at least got some votes in the general election, it's more like her running for the primary. They didn't ever get a single vote. And they have no authority to run the executive department, the executive branch of government.
Dave, John had a good example earlier. It's like a judge couldn't come in and start dictating military policy to the Secretary of Defense and block money if you're in the middle of a war or something. No, of course not. We understand that would be completely inappropriate, and yet when it comes to these other cases, and of course the media is not on our side, but it's obviously a gross overstepping of their bounds.
Yep. Well, and more fundamentally, it's based on a 100-year misconception of government. Way back under Woodrow Wilson and then on steroids under Franklin Roosevelt, they brought in experts to run our lives rather than we the people running them. And over a century, they've gotten the view that we all work for them rather than the other way around. And that's how you get a judge decision saying the Secretary of Treasury put in office by the person we just elected can't look at what his own employees are doing because they're the permanent bureaucracy and they're really running the show. Well, it's a complete upside down view of our government.
And that's where, and I don't usually pull this card out very much, but as a Claremont fellow, when I learned at the Claremont,
you did all your good learning
where I got a little bit of education, not a lot, but a little bit of education. They taught us that this was the problem where sovereignty essentially leaked out of the governmental system, spread into the expert class, and then joined at the hip with what? Academia. So this is where you get the academic split, whereby you have these like Ivy League professors with security clearances going to the CIA and dictating national security policy that are completely unelected, and the president doesn't even know what's going on.
Well, except he does now after the first 4 years.
Yeah, fair.
And he revoked a lot of those security clearances.
Yes.
Look, back in the first Trump 45, there were a couple of articles, I think in the New York Times. The president is violating the law because he's not listening to the intelligence community. Right. Last I checked, they worked for him rather than the other way around. And then the big one was, and he wanted to put in his own guy as acting attorney general. As this was somehow nefariously wrong. No, I'm sorry, he's the boss. He ought to be able to put in who he wants. And the Constitution gives him that authority. And you know what? The Constitution also says he can ask those department heads for opinions on how they ought to operate. It's right there in the Constitution.
Yep. A plus. Ben Berquam, use of lawfare on your issue. What do you got for John?
Yeah, so two things. One, I was just up with Christina Bobb, and you think, look what they're doing to her, look what they did to you or doing to you. All of that. How do we, first off, what's going to happen with all those cases? And then how do we hold these judges accountable? Are we impeaching them? What do we do to make sure this doesn't happen in the future?
So let me talk about Arizona, where Christina is my co-defendant in the Arizona criminal matter down there. The so-called fake electors case, alternate electors anyway. We won a big victory last week. Where the judge held that we had met our initial burden under the state's anti-SLAPP statute to get the case dismissed. We showed that the prosecution infringed our First Amendment rights, and we showed that it was substantially motivated by political bias and an effort to silence us on our rights. Now, they have to prove that, no, it had nothing to do with politics or the exercise of our First Amendment rights. So that was a huge win. They're fighting tooth and nail not even to let that stand. They're trying to appeal that. But that was a big win for free speech, a big win for getting rid of this lawfare. What do we do with these judges? I think the Supreme Court is finally going to put an end to these nationwide injunctions. I also am a firm believer, I've been arguing for decades, that we've let judges run amok because we weakened the impeachment power. We somehow got to the notion that you can only be impeached for criminal conduct off the bench, not for egregious violations of your office on the bench.
Yeah,
and
that's a no-brainer.
And I think we need to bring, the founders would have thought, a little crime off the bench is much less significant than violating your duties on the bench. That's where the public interest is abused. And I don't think in our politics right now, even if you could get an impeachment through the House, you would never get the 2/3 vote in the Senate. But let's still put them through the ringer. Let's make them go through the impeachment process. Right. They've put me through the ringer for the last 4 years.
And Trump.
And I'd like to get even with them a little bit.
Amen.
Not because I'm a vengeful man, but because I believe in justice.
Amen.
That's right.
Amen.
John Eastman in the House. Just to lay out the agenda here, I think we're waiting on the main stage for Elon Musk. They're running, it looks way behind. And then after Elon Musk, we've got the great Stephen K. Bannon on the main stage at CPAC. And so all of that coming, we could be breaking at any time to go to the main stage. But in the meantime, we got the killer team here with John Eastman. And we'll be with you in the morning again for the regular show out of CPAC. Folks, come find us in the morning. We'll give you more details on that, Cameron. But we're going to break. And so stay tuned for a short break, and then back with Elon Musk. Will be live off the main stage. We might get into a little anti-Trump.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
All right, back in the war room at CPAC, standing in for the great Stephen K. Bannon. I think he's getting ready to go on the main stage. We got Berquam, Bowling, Bratt, and Pasobiec. Sorry about that. I just wanted all B's. That was my attempt at humor.
A lot of B's. That's a lot of B's.
Anyway, we got great news. We got Eric Bowling in the house. He joined RAB today has his own new show.
That's
give us,
right.
Give us a summary.
So
there.
I found out in a press release. I was reading the paper. I saw a press release. We're gonna be the 4:00 show in Rav. I said, oh, okay, got it. That's how it works. But yeah, we're gonna 4:00 and we're gonna lead into the 5:00 Bannon War Room. Wow. It's gonna be great. We talk again. Steve and I have known each other forever. We were part of the original crew. I would love Steve to be here right now because I remember having cocktails with Steve Bannon, Andrew Breitbart, and Ann Coulter at Del Frisco's across the street from Fox many times. That as a young guy getting into the business, I couldn't have had a better education than those folks right there. And those are some of the best people in, America First, in anti-globalist movement that is now all of a sudden sweeping the country.
Right. What's the theme of the show? What are you going to highlight?
I don't know yet. I've been doing a show. It's been a podcast, which will continue with Red Seed Ventures, which is the group that's producing Megyn Kelly and Tucker and O'Reilly and Piers Morgan. So it's the same group. It's probably going to be very much the same show.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to bleep some words out once in a while. But it's a 4:00 show. The market closes at 4. If a lot going on, we have Elon Musk, we have Trump, we have businessmen. We'll talk about that a little bit too. So it's free flowing, Dave. I'm not really sure exactly what it's going to be, but I know it will be America First. It will be full-throated MAGA editorial. Straight up. That's where we're going.
Yeah. No, why don't you and Posobiec give us a little Cliff's Notes version. You've been doing this a bunch of years.
20.
The changing media environment, where the power centers are. Give us a little Cliff's Notes view.
So the legacy media has been dying a slow death. Every year, the total legacy media, the ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, the pie shrinks by 8%, and a lot of it is emigrating to the people who are doing what we're doing here. Yeah. We're creating organic content, honest content. If you watch, now I come from Fox, I love them, it's fine. Ducey, Kilmeade, Ainsley in the morning, dear friends of mine, but every word that comes out of their mouth is measured. They're thinking about how am I not going to get in trouble? How am I going to, not step into a lawsuit or get myself hauled up to the second floor, which is where the off executive suites are, and get in trouble. With this content, we just let it rip, and we let it rip organically. But just one final thought, Jack. The legacy media got smoked in the election. No one was honest enough in the legacy media to say, this is a Trump slam dunk.
Well, Eric, and there's another name I'd throw on that, and that's the name of another former Fox guy, Pete Hegseth.
Yeah.
So I've noticed that, and the people, people know Pete from on air, obviously, and they see his Twitter, but it seems like if you listen to that speech he gave at NATO, if you listen to that, I said, wait a minute, that's not the Fox News line on NATO. That's not exactly what you would hear normally from there. So it's kind of like, wait a minute, this is the real Pete Hegseth coming out now. This isn't that, and I'm not saying anything against it, but it's what you're saying, right?
Everything's measured, Jack.
There's no measurement. There's no worrying about being called upstairs. I'm going to tell you the God's honest truth because he's been given an opportunity.
You know who the last person to do that I'll call it legacy media, but certainly Fox was Tucker. Tucker said exactly what he felt, what he knew, and they removed him for it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other reason to have left the most successful cable host probably in the history of cable news and tell him, find another job. It's insanity, other than they couldn't handle advertisers who were concerned with what was coming out of Tucker's mouth, which obviously the people loved, and kind of lines up with what's going on right now in MAGA.
Ben, the war room, I think people are going to like this, connecting the dots with the media. Bannon's great at doing it. Endless wars, the economy, and then the border invasion. Right? That's your turf. Have any of the mainstream media gotten any of those three? Those were also the big three issues polling for the country for the election. No coverage.
About 3 weeks before the election, mainstream media started saying, "Oh, we got a problem on the border." It was that bad. But I got to say, what you're talking about, Eric, and all of this, I'm looking over at Patriot Mobile. I got their new hat on. I'm wearing over here. This is a combination. Shout out to Glenn Story.
We love Patriot Mobile, don't we, folks?
Shout out to Patriot Mobile. Promo code RAV. We love those guys. But this is talk about, Eric, about the cancel culture. how that is dying, how legacy, it tore down legacy media, it tore down the people, you know, the influencers, and now you see that the power is gone. And so when it came to the border, I got permanently banned on YouTube for using the term illegal alien. Now you see Elon take over Twitter, turn it into X. You see Mark Zuckerberg, who would have thought that turning over? And now you see all of these companies stepping up and saying, you know what? We're going to support the companies, the media that supports the values that we believe in, and then we're going to, in turn, support those companies. And guess what? All of these people are then going to, in turn, support those companies and these companies.
I'll tell you, I was on Piers Morgan's Uncensored a couple nights ago, and Lindy Lee, if you know who Lindy Lee is, she's a young lady who was all the way through the Biden presidency, the re-election campaign. She was one of the major advisors and one of the major fundraisers as well. And then she jumped over to Kamala Harris, and she was full-throated Kamala Harris for the entirety of the campaign. Trump wins. Lindy Lee says, you know, I've really been conservative a long time. I kind of like what's going on here. Now I'm pro-Trump. And I was on with her on Pearson. The first thing I said out of my mouth was, I don't trust you. You're a Trojan horse. You're going to flip back the other way, and we got to be careful on the right. We have to be careful who we're embracing, because these are long-term Trump derangement syndrome haters who now see Mark Zuckerberg, now see the path to Trump paved with gold.
She lied on Piers too. That Lindy and Piers actually called her out because he called it because she said, "Oh, I secretly didn't vote for Kamala," or she said anyone, but then it was publicly saying it that she still supported, was posting pictures and everything. And then people dug through her Twitter account and said, wait a minute, you have a post that says right here, I voted early for Kamala Harris. She did like the mail-in voting.
That's why you don't trust these folks.
And she said,
be very careful.
but what I would also say, though, and I'll just throw this out, and that's what I love about the War Room and Real America's Voice as well, is you don't hear any of those games played around here. We don't play that whole, oh, I'm a convert. No. If you're going to platform somebody, let's platform somebody like an Eric Bolling, someone who's been there from the start, someone who's got a tried and true record, someone who we understand is on our side, that is fighting in the same direction as us. We're not going to play this game of entryism, and then, because what these people do, and I see a lot of this going on right now with a lot of the 2017er types that come in like, well, maybe I'll be a Trump supporter now, and they come in and they act like they have some moral judgment authority, like a moral authority on the rest of us. Well, you can't talk to that person. You can't have that person. Who are you? Who are you to be able to come and say that to us?
When their side comes over to the other side, either way, frankly, even if it's a Republican who decides, you know, I'm now a liberal, then the liberal networks will pick that person up because they love to see the food fight. That's right. They love to see a former Democrat.
They love a good turncoat.
So it's clickable. And I said to her, you're just doing this because Fox is booking you like crazy. I don't want to book you. I think you're full of crap. You know,
this is actually, Eric, what you're saying, this is very, very important. And this is why independent media like Real America's Voice is dominant and is ascendant. Why people are, because they don't want the food fight. They don't want the games anymore. They don't want the little cafeteria nonsense. Look, we know what Steve says about Fox. I'm not going to say it right now. But you want the 301. This is 301. This is like, you know, going back to school, right? Liberty. This is graduate level studies around here. We don't play those games. Brass tacks, numbers. That's what the War Room is about. And look, if someone, I'm not saying, by the way, that it doesn't happen. If someone legitimately has a conversion and goes and I'll say this as a Catholic, Brad will love this, does their penance, right? See, this is why we have that in Catholicism, right? You do your penance and you show everyone that you're not just Mark Zuckerberg. I'm going to throw $1 million. $1 million. That guy sneezes and it's 5, right? This $1 million to Trump and all of a sudden his feet are out. No way, dude. No way.
Yeah. Hey, you guys keep going. What do you, each of you in a minute, what do you see in terms of platforms coming around the corner in the next few years? Anything? I mean, you're about as savvy on the social media platforms out there.
Well, I think what we're already seeing, I'll say it this way, because you're already seeing it. What the Trump administration and the White House is doing, and they got when they brought me over on the trip to Ukraine, right? So they're like, we're bringing Posobiec over to Kiev, and he's going to be in with the negotiations and the peace deal, the economic, the mineral deal with Bessent. And then Hegseth invites me. They say, how could you invite this guy? He's a social media. He's just. I said, no. What they're doing is they're embracing radical transparency. So what's happening with media is, and that's through Real America's Voice and through social media, podcasts, etc. They're pulling back the curtain. There's no backroom deals anymore because with social media, with the reality, you can put someone in the actual room. And what the Trump administration is doing is totally disintermediating all the gatekeepers that Eric is talking about. Because with the power of a cell phone, right, you can put someone right in the room. So Trump, by doing that, that's why all the Obama bros on the podcast network, that's why they're all freaking out, because they're like, wait, why didn't we do this? Then they realized they should have done it.
No, outstanding. Eric, keep going.
Just continue what Jack just said. Trump revolutionized campaigning, number one. He also sped up the process. Remember I said the pie shrinks for legacy media by 8% a year? I think he pushed that even further by going on spending 3 hours with Joe Rogan.
Right. That's awesome.
Kamala couldn't spend 5 minutes with a reporter. He spends 3 hours with Rogan. So I believe the world...
Wait, Eric, would you have wanted 3 hours of Kamala Harris on Joe Rogan? I'm just saying.
No, but she couldn't come up with... She didn't have an answer for one question. How are you going to fix inflation? She didn't have, and Trump will spend 3 hours talking about everything. That was a fascinating interview, by the way. But what it did was it kind of showed the world, like, okay, so there's more to media than just watching... the big three, ABC, NBC, CBS, and the other three cable networks, and networks like this. And my show is still going to be available on podcasts, and as I guess others are as well. I think that's where things are going. I just wanted to show you guys this real quickly.
Look at
this
that.
This is a White House hard pass. Trump gave this to me.
Rubbing that in.
Trump gave this to me in 2016, day one, or week one. Let's call it week one. I had it for 4 years. When Biden was elected, they pulled it. The Biden administration pulled. It's a hard pass. It allows you to present to the White House complex and just show it, and you get in. You don't have to have a meeting. You don't have to have someone get you. And then he came back and got it. And Jack, when they put that new media seat in the briefing room, and they don't start with the AP, by the way, it's Gulf of America AP. They don't start with the AP first question every time. It's fantastic.
When they took your card away from you, did the press report that's unfair?
No.
They didn't quite get
They didn't have your back on that one? Unbelievable.
I found out the hard way. I showed.
Well, and Eric, did you see what Caroline just announced this morning? It was either this morning or last night. It's not just new media. You know what she's doing now? Local media row. I love this idea. Wow. So a whole media row where I guess it's going to be on a rotational basis where they're bringing in local media from all around the country, people who would never get a bite at the apple normally. So yeah, bring them in.
Great.
Unreal. Ben, any last...
Well, I think I used the wrong promo code for Patriot Mobile. I got to use War Room. Which is the Patriot Mobile one when we're on war? I don't know. One of them. Just use Patriot Mobile.
That's good. All right. We're in the War Room at CPAC, Inner Harbor, D.C. Next year in Texas, we're announcing the Eric Bowling Show, 4 p.m. every day?
Every day 4.
Every day 4 before Bannon at 5. We're coming back. We're expecting Elon. I think he's wrapping up. Stephen K. Bannon's on the main floor. Maybe back in the shop. Stay tuned.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
All right, back with the great Stephen K. Bannon War Room at CPAC this year. The Washington Harbor Gaylord Hotel. Make your way down. We're in the basement. We got in a little trouble last year for making too much noise and being too rowdy.
Dungeon, Dave.
Yeah,
dungeon.
I
think we're in the dungeon.
All the aisles.
Yeah, no.
Clogging the aisles.
I think we got Stephen K. Bannon coming up to the main stage. Mike Lindell is with us. We'll be coming back to him to sell some pillows. But here we go. The great Stephen K. Bannon, main stage at CPAC. Here we go. Give him a round.
Yo! What a glorious day! Hold it. How did I draw the card to follow Elon Musk? Come on, man! You bring out the world's wealthiest guy, Superman, I'm supposed to follow it? I'm just a crazy Irishman. This is a glorious day. You know why it's glorious? Kash Patel's director of the FBI. Confirmed by the United States Senate. As was Bobby Kennedy Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth. Didn't they tell you it couldn't be done? Didn't they? All right there. Didn't the mainstream media say it couldn't be done? None of them, right? It's a glorious day. Mitch McConnell's gone. He retired, right? You did that. Remember on the Ukraine vote? Remember that? He broke his pick on that. You delivered that. Just like you delivered Tulsi and Bobby and Pete and Kash. They said Trump wouldn't get any of his cabinet members as key. He got them all. Why? Because of you. Scott Besson today said Elon's group in the first 30 days found $55 billion of waste, fraud, and abuse, right? $55 billion. That's going to add up to $600, $700, $800 billion. In 1 month, they've done that. And President Trump comes that day. He's so excited. He says, hey, I think we can balance the budget. Right? President Trump, hang on for a second. Let's just get it down under $1 trillion. We'll start there. Zelensky's been put in his place. Right? Right? And the J6ers are here at CPAC. From the medium-high security prisons to the U.S. penitentiaries, to the men that got diesel therapy, all of them are here. Right? They don't like that up there. You don't like the J6s being here. The J6s are here. Hey, and let me tell you something else. I talked to Ambassador Rick Grinnell last night, and the J6ers, I think, the J6 choir is going to play the Kennedy Center for a night in honor of their families. In fact, I got an idea. The night that they play, the J6 choir plays and opens the new with Rick Grinnell and President Trump as chairman. We have the J6 choir, right? And we invite all the families they try to destroy, the J6ers, and they get to sit in the boxes where the elite sit, right? And we take the elite for just one night, and we take them down to the D.C. Gulag, right? For one night. Think they can handle that? No. I don't think so either. Game likes game, right? Game knows game, right? I tell you this game. The gentleman sitting in the White House, Donald J. Trump, it's a glorious day. Days of thunder. Days of thunder and years of lightning. Every day is Christmas Day. Every day you get more executive orders, more executive actions. It's not going to stop. But you know what's the most important thing of all that? It's you. You're here today at CPAC. You represent the tip of the spear of the populist nationalist movement. All of that from Kash Patel to McConnell leaving to the J6 being free, right? To Zelensky being put in his place. And Elon just said it right there. It's been nothing but grift. The parents and the kids in Ukraine didn't want him to die. Who wanted to die? The globalists wanted to die. Who said stop it? You said stop it. You gave voice to President Trump. Now, why is it so important that all the media's here and the world's here and the Financial Times of London and the New York Times and all these? Why are they all here? They're not here to see me. They can see me every day on Real America's Voice screaming like a madman into a microphone. They can see Rob Schmidt and Elon. Elon's everywhere, right? It's great he did this. He's everywhere, right? J.D. Vance, great speech. You can see J.D. all the time. President Trump's going to give a magnificent speech on Saturday, is he not? But they get enough of President Trump every day, don't they? Hell yeah. He calls them into the Oval Office. He signed an executive executive orders, and they're sitting there throwing these questions. Ba-boom, ba-boom. He's like a howitzer. Oh, they got enough of President Trump. You know what they're really here for? They're here because of you. They can't defeat what they don't understand. They can't destroy what they don't understand, right? They can't contain what they don't understand. From Riyadh to Beijing to Berlin to the city of London to Buenos Aires, you name it, in every world capital, every hedge fund, every political consultant, all the money, all the power, all the legislation. You know what they want? They want to understand MAGA. You know why? You represent the best of the American people. In your righteous indignation, you rose up. Right? You rose up. How many times I've been doing this? Last 2 or 3 years? What did I tell you last year on this very stage? We're going to win. We're going to win the primary. We're going to win the general election. And Donald Trump's going to return to the White House. And all these guys, all the mainstream media, the fake news, mocked and ridiculed. Trump's not going to win the primary. You were right. Right? You were right. They had, who was it? Nikki Haley? Had Governor, and I like Governor DeSantis' life. Has Governor DeSantis dropped out by then? I don't remember. Well, it was soon thereafter. You had Trump's back. You had Trump's back in those dark days of 2021, did you not? Remember, he went to Mar-a-Lago, and it was like a lion in winter, and they all abandoned him except for you. And the Schlaps had enough guts and courage to take him to CPAC in Orlando and march 47 days after he had gone into exile because, guess what? They stole the 2020 election. Is there any doubt in your mind that they stole the 2020 election? They stole it. And they know they stole it. They thought you were finished. They were going to debank you. They were going to deplatform you. You were nothing but trash and nothing but garbage and nothing but deplorables. Nope. Right? Lock them up. You surprised them with Hillary Clinton in 2016, and guess what? 74 million, 11 more than we had in 2016 voted when you won the 2020 election. And the reason the J6ers are here and they're patriots is because that was a Fed surrection, totally set up by the FBI, by the Justice Department, by DA, all of them. And we're going to show the receipts. We're going to show the receipts. And they thought, Trump's finished, and you're finished. Done. No. I want you to look within yourself right now of that journey. Go back to 2021. Go back to your life. Go back to the anxiety, and man, Trump won, but they stole it. The system's so big, so corrupt, so powerful. Remember that? Back on our heels, right? You didn't quit. Just like in any military contest, we got a rally point. We dug the guidon in and said, you know what? Regroup, dust ourselves off, fix bayonets. We're charging again. That is why Kash Patel is the director of the FBI. That is why Bobby Kennedy is the head of the HHS. That is why Tulsi Gabbard is a DNI. That is why Pete Hegseth is across the river in the Pentagon. Fix bayonets. Fix bayonets. You're not going to stop. You know why they fear you in Riyadh. You know why they fear you in Beijing. You know why they fear you in Berlin and the city of London, because they know you're not stoppable, right? This time, almost 80 million votes. 40% of black men in this country came and voted with you and supported you. Majority of Hispanic families voted with you. Every Asian American in this country, come. This is your home, is MAGA, right? Every member, everybody from India that's here in the United States as a citizen, come. This is your home, MAGA, right? Make America healthy again. Do it like that. We're going to hard weld Maha to MAGA. You're unstoppable. You're unstoppable, and they know that. You don't think in Riyadh they know that. You don't think in Rome they know that. You don't think in Berlin they know that. The righteous indignation of the American people, just like every patriot grave, just like the Revolution, the Civil War, and World War II, they understand when the American people, with its common sense, isn't what President Trump say, a revolution of common sense, right? It's also a revolution of common decency. The decency, the grit, the determination, the courage of the American people is unparalleled in world history. This is why we have our best and brightest on every battlefield all throughout the world, from the South Pacific to Europe to North Africa. What other nation on earth has ever done that? None. What other people have ever done that? None. Only you. And you rose up. And you rose up and you said, you know what? Trump is our guy. Is President Trump perfect? No, he's far from perfect. He's an imperfect instrument. But I will tell you, General Washington was an imperfect instrument. Abraham Lincoln was an imperfect instrument, and he's the third. These come along about every 100 years. Leaders that take us in a new direction, and that's what Trump has done. It was divine providence that won 16, and it was divine providence hand that let them steal 2020. Because we had to see how depraved they were. We had to see how demonic they were. We had to see what they were prepared to do to this country. And what did you do? Did you ever falter? No, you did not. Did you ever doubt? No, you did not. Did you ever question? No, you did not. And you know what it brought us? A glorious, glorious, glorious victory. The reason these phonies in the mainstream media, who are nothing but the propaganda department for the ruling class in this world, right? They fear you. They fear you because they understand you're not beatable. You're not beatable. They've had every shot. And right now, and I want people to celebrate and to come together. We're going to do it the next couple of days. But understand the toughest part of this war is ahead of us. I've never promised you anything. I've never promised you sunlit uplands. I said it's ahead of us, maybe decades. But it's times in American history that people have to lay it all down. You're expendable to get to bridge to the other side. You know that. You're not asking for a handout. You're not asking for a pat on the head, right? You're not asking for a thank you. All you're asking for is, where is my musket? Where's my bayonet? And where do I go over the top? The other question, they're all running around. What's the future of MAGA? What's the future in 2028? We ain't worried about 2028. We're worried about today and tomorrow and the next day. That's how we won. We didn't go back in 2021. Well, what's going to happen in 2024? No, it's every single day. You report for duty and we get it done. Action, action, action. So media, you don't have to come up and ask me. I'm going to tell you right now. The future of America is MAGA, okay? And the future of MAGA is Donald J. Trump. We want Trump in 28. That's what they can't stand. A man like Trump comes along only once or twice in a country's history, right? We want Trump. 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 God, I love you. Nothing's gonna work them up like that. No. They want to say, oh, Trump's a lame duck, Trump's this, Trump's that, Trump's not around 28. Trump is here. He's the leader of this movement. When they record the history of this age, they ain't going to remember me or Elon Musk or Tucker Carlson or Sean Hannity. They're going to remember two things: Donald Trump and MAGA, okay? And you know why? You know why they know they can't beat you and why they're so upset? Your agency, your human agency. You did this yourselves. You came, you worked through it. You said, I'm going to put aside fear. I'm going to put aside questions of concern. I'm going to put aside my anxiety of the 2020 election being stolen. I'm going to get together. We're going to fight. We're not going to back off any day. Your agency, your human agency, right? They can come up with all the algorithms in Silicon Valley they want. They can take away half of the economy as far as labor goes. Human agency is what drives this world forward, right? This is the Holy Spirit working through us. Your agency. That's why Trump, General Washington, and Lincoln and Trump, they come along every 100 years. Most nations never have them. We've had 3. He is an instrument of divine providence, right? Of course he is. Look what he's running. Look at what this capital has become. The revolutionary generation never anticipated this imperial capital, right? If they came back today, they would spit on the floor to see what we've allowed to do, what we've allowed to happen, right? With the lords of easy money and the oligarchs. And they would say, hey, what we need is a populist nationalist revolution. And guess what? Donald Trump gave them one, right? It's going to get so tough. It's going to get so hard. Are you going to quit or are you going to back Trump? Are you prepared to fight? When he made the moral decision to come back from Mar-a-Lago, understand they were going to put him in prison for 700 years, right? They were going to bankrupt him. They're going to destroy his family. What did he do? He came back in 47 days and said, I'm in. Are you in? Right? When they tried to shoot him, they tried to assassinate him, and he was on the ground right there. They could have crawled off like any other politician in the world. What did he do? He got up, and what did he say? What did he say? I can't hear you. Are you prepared to fight for Trump? Are you prepared to fight for this republic? Are you prepared to fight for this country? The hardest, toughest days are ahead, folks, but you know what? Riyadh, Berlin, Beijing, Moscow, the city of London, right here. This is not beatable. You can't. The only way we lose is if we quit. The only way we don't have victory if we surrender. The only way that they win is we retreat. And we're not going to retreat. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to quit. Fight, fight, fight. Amen. God bless you. You are amazing. You've honored every patriot in this country, every patriot grave. You've honored them through your agency. This is all you.
us know when we're in. All right, what a speech by Steve Bannon. I'm exhausted just listening to it. He roused the crowd. He applauded the January 6th defendants. I've seen so many of them here today. It's been remarkable. We've got a great show for you live here at CPAC. In a little bit, James Comer is going to join us. We actually talked to him early in the day. We're going to throw to that interview. He's got a lot of news about the Biden family corruption and Act Blue. Remember Act Blue? We've been talking about that. Possible fundraising scandal. We'll get to that in the second block. Ahmed, I just want to turn to you quickly before we get to our first guest. A pretty consequential day in Washington. Mitch McConnell packing it in. He's not going to be around for another term. And every moment, Donald Trump is advancing down the field with another development, executive orders. It feels like the Democrats can't keep up with him right now.
Yeah, and a new FBI director. Hello.
That's right, Cass. How can I forget Cass? That's right.
Yeah, you know,
our good buddy.
It just feels like things are shifting. Today I was in the briefing room, and the mood with which Carolyn Leavitt spoke to the media, it almost felt lighthearted, which press briefings are not always like that. But when you have the wind in your sails, like President Trump does, it's his second term. He knows that he has the support of the American people. He won the popular vote. He has all the branches. So he can do what he feels the American people put him there for.
That's right.
And there's just, like I said, it's like a yoke has been lifted off of the shoulders of the people in this administration. And they are ready to do what they talked about on the campaign trail and what they came to.
And in that Bannon speech, there was that fight, that passion. There's a liberation to the conservative movement I haven't seen in my 35 years here. People don't care what the media think anymore. They care what the American people think, and they're going out and executing. And the more they do that, the more the American people are getting excited about what they see. Yes. It's absolutely remarkable. All right, all throughout the last few weeks, we've been talking about the growing trend of censorship, not in America, because we've been chronicling that for 3 years, but all across Europe and the rest of the Western world. If we were going to create radio-free Europe today, we would probably put it in Hungary and broadcast into Great Britain and the other countries that used to value freedom, but today are stripping their citizens of freedom. We're very lucky to start today's show off with one of the great freedom fighters in Europe. He is the chairman of CPAC in Hungary, our good friend Miklos Santos. He was on stage just a little bit ago, right?
Yeah, thank you very much for hosting me again in my favorite American political talk show.
Oh,
it's great to be here.
We love to hear that. Miklos, you have been talking about what's been going on in Europe, and I think Americans were woken up to that reality with the J.D. Vance speech last week. Wait, what's going on in England? They don't let people speak? They don't let people protest? Tell us how bad it's gotten in Europe, and where are the seeds of hope?
Hungary is the hope. The new group Patriots for Europe is the hope. But to tell the truth, Western Europe, I mean the political establishment of Western Europe, the Brussels deep state. We do have also a deep state in Europe. There's the European Union bureaucracy. From that perspective, Europe is lost because this whole geopolitical propaganda machine is so strong that it does not allow people to stand up, to speak up. They cancel elections, they oppress their opponents. But that's the bad news. That's the bad news. The good news is that there is Hungary, the island of freedom in the liberal ocean of Europe, and with the leadership of Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, who, to quote the great Steve Bannon, Prime Minister Orbán was Trump before Trump, according to Steve Bannon. We do stand up for God, homeland, and the family, the very same values Trump and the Trumpist Republicans share. So there is Hungary, the island of freedom. There is this new group, Patriots, one of the strongest conservative groups in the European Parliament. And we together, the aim is to take control back over Brussels. The plan is to join forces all over Europe and do the same what you did here with the Washington swamp, or at least what you began, to take control over Brussels. That's the plan. And for this, in order to reach our goals, we should combine forces not only in Europe, but together with our American friends. Really, that's the ultimate goal. Trump won, and there is a conservative revival in Europe, but that's only a chance in order to fight.
When it comes to that fight, because there is an age-old conversation surrounding speech, and you have a country like Hungary that values free speech, no matter if it's good, bad, or ugly, like we do here. And then you have a country like Germany that was just featured on American media because of their closed-minded ideas about speech and how you can post something online and you should go to jail for that. How does Hungary propagate their message of speech freedom to other countries?
We are trying to build our network, CPAC Hungary, which will take place at the end of May in Budapest, and you're cordially invited.
We love that.
We are trying to build our network via CPAC as well, and via other platforms and channels, both online and offline, because there is something that we should learn from George Soros and the Open Society Network, is that they began this networking activity decades ago, and their network is extremely strong. It's like a hydra with 100 heads, and even you cut off one head of this hydra, like Trump did and Musk did and Doge did with the USAID. There is the Rockefeller Foundation, the Gates Foundation, the Hewlett Foundation, the Open Society Foundation, the Brussels Deep State, the Hollywood industry, etc. And this whole propaganda machine poses a threat not only to national interest or sovereignty, but to democracy. Because even though those liberals, they are trying to pose as Democrats or speaking in the name of, democracy, rule of law, human rights, in reality, what they prefer is the progressive type, the neo-Marxist type of democracy. And that's the very reason they do not allow free speech in Germany, Spain, France, and in a lot of other parts of Europe. In Hungary and in some other countries, free speech is still allowed and guaranteed by the Constitution. To tell the truth, in Germany, officially free speech is guaranteed by the Constitution. In practice, they label every and each not liberal view as hate speech under criminal law.
And that is a trick that a lot of those who want to infringe freedom do. They start to call things that disagree with their point of view hate speech just to cancel it. We had Liz Truss, the former British Prime Minister, on her show a few weeks ago, and she shocked me with something and said that the reason she couldn't survive long as Prime Minister was there was no alternative media. There was no Real America's Voice or Just the News in England to push back and give people the facts that they were being denied. How big a problem is the media, and what could American media do today to try to help the growing conservative movement in Hungary? Listen, my grandfather was left Hungary and emigrated to the United States. I'm very proud of that. Maybe there's time Just the News Hungary someday, but is there a need for that media foundation to start growing behind the conservative movement?
Look, as we European conservatives and right-wingers, we are sovereigns. In that sense, we will take care of ourselves. It's already, and I'm speechless if it comes to this. It's already a fantastic result that USAID is cancelled. Because just in Hungary, what we know at the moment, that at least $20 million was granted to different Hungarian liberal NGOs and media outlets, to promote human rights issues, climate change, the green jihad, blah, blah, blah. And if this stops, it's already a fantastic result. And additionally, if we are able to organize ourselves, if I am able to come to you and speak about European and Hungarian issues, and talk to American politicians, and we can build up a transatlantic network, a real platform, a real international platform of national forces, an anti-globalist global platform, then that's the help. So my hope is that there you have Trump's victory here in the U.S. is back in the White House, and maybe I'm even more happy than you are. We do have the revival of common sense and conservative revival in Europe, and if these two tides on both sides of the Atlantic somehow can combine, then we can continue the fight, because as I mentioned, if it comes to the vote, this is just the very first step, cutting the funds of USAID. There's a lot to do. If it comes to migration, there is a lot to do. In Europe, Western Europe is lost because of migration. As J.D. Vance put it today, the biggest threat nowadays in Europe in migration. And for example, if it comes to peace negotiations in Ukraine, Prime Minister Viktor Orban has been arguing for ceasefire and peace negotiations in Ukraine for more than 2.5 or 3 years.
Right.
He was labeled as a puppet of Putin, friend of the Kremlin, blah, blah, blah. European liberal leaders refuse to do anything related to common sense if it was about the war. Together with the Biden administration, they finance. Now what do we see? Trump is in the Oval Office. Peace negotiations began. That's the best news for Hungary, for Europe, and for the world, I think.
Right.
Globally speaking, you have Donald Trump, who is America first, Bukele, who is El Salvador first, Javier Milei's Argentina first, Geert Wilders. You have all of these leaders elected over the globe who are their country first. What's the next country to get their nation first, leader?
The next country to join this movement, Hungary is already there with the Hungary first idea and movement. Maybe there will be Austria. We will see. There is a chance that there might be a right-wing government. Fingers crossed for France and Le Pen. We will see what will happen in Germany this Sunday with the AfD. But I would rephrase this, because America first is ultimately important for you. Hungary first is ultimately important for us. The MAGA movement is the future of the US. The MEGA movement, Make Europe Great Again, is the future of the old continent. But altogether, we must make the Western civilization great again. Without God, without homeland, without the family, there is no future for Europe and no future for the US. And that is why we should combine forces, because I highly underline that we should be happy about the triumph of Trump and the success of the Republican Party here in the US. But the war against the woke is far from over. Far from over.
I know, you're right. I've been shocked for years that there isn't a conservative Davos. Davos gives the liberals their platform to indoctrinate the world.
There is CPAC Hungary.
You're really the seed? That's really where it started. I remember when Matt was talking about it, saying, hey, we're going to go to these countries and start to plant the seed. How big has CPAC Hungary gotten, and what will be some of the showcases this May?
This year we will have the 4th CPAC Hungary, and it has been continuously growing year by year. At the first CPAC Hungary, we did have 1,500 attendees and around 100 international guests. Last year, we did have more than 3,000 attendees and 500 international guests.
Wow.
All of the leaders of the real conservative right-wing parties from Europe, American, Republican, congressmen, leaders, think tankers joined us.
Right.
We did have the leaders from Japan, from Australia, Latin America, and I do see that it's a fantastic result that this original CPAC is becoming more and more international.
Yeah.
It's a magnet for conservative decision makers all over the world. But with CPAC Hungary, we would like to show not only the European, but to the global audience that we national forces, we conservatives, we are deeply rooted in our local traditions. We are localists. We are not anywhere people, right, like George Soros. We are somewhere people. But and because of this, liberals always said that you conservatives, you're unable to cooperate at the international level. But now, as we see this huge aggressive attack on our most fundamental values. Now we are capable of joining forces, and CPAC Hungary is about to show this and to bring back the age of patriots.
Amazing.
So May the 29th and 30th of May, Budapest, CPAC Hungary.
Everybody go there. I want to ask you before we let you go, though, a lot of young people here at this CPAC. You've got the OG Viktor Orban, who was the first Hungary first man to lead your nation. Are there a lot of young people coming to CPAC Hungary and someone who could possibly succeed him?
Once again, to succeed Prime Minister Viktor Orban? I think I'm just an analyst.
Young people, not necessarily.
I'm just an analyst. Prime Minister Viktor Orban is in a very good shape, I think. And as he spent a lot of years in opposition, he began his political career under the communist regime as a member of the opposition, and he was the very first one who demanded the Soviet troops to leave Hungary. This is all about how Moscow and Russia friendly it is. But all in all, as he spent, I think, at least half of his career in opposition, he would like to be in government for a lot of more years.
And not have to deal with the opposition.
Yeah,
I suspect Hungarians want him to be in power for a lot many more years, too. Miklos, what you've done to bring freedom to Europe, to plant that seed that has now blossomed all across Europe, is really remarkable. It's a great honor to have you here on the show today. Thanks for joining us. We'll take you out. Maybe we'll be in Hungary in May.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much. You were more than welcome.
We would love that. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. You may think that the Biden investigation is over. There's going to be no accountability. James Comer's got a special message for you. After these messages, we're going to play an interview we did earlier today with Chairman James Comer, House Oversight Committee. Big news in it. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of CPAC 2025. What an amazing mood swirling around this room and this entire convention center. Open today with Vice President J.D. Vance. Of course, is going to close on Saturday, the barn burner with President Donald J. Trump. But we are here broadcasting, and we are so delighted that you are here with us. And John had a chance to sit down with Oversight Chairman James Comer earlier today. I know so many of you have been dedicated in following all of the great work, all of the great investigatory work that he's been doing on that committee. And John had a great conversation with him. Here it is.
All right, folks, we're kicking off our CPAC coverage here with a real bang. The man who took the Biden family corruption scheme from a conspiracy theory to a criminal enterprise. He proved it. He turned the narrative there and on so many other things, including saving this country so much money with the Doge Oversight. He's the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, and now a New York Times best-selling author, Chairman James Comer. Sir, good to have you on.
Hey, thanks for having me, John.
Oh, what an honor to have you on. You have big news every day coming out. I turn around and 2 or 3 times a day. The committee has a lot of stuff. Today, you're announcing a significant investigation into the government's failure to look at people who might have been affected by Havana syndrome. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, there have been some reporting on it, but at the end of the day, this is a real thing that I believe the government's not been truthful, not just with the American people, but with the people affected by Havana syndrome. This is something that Cuba was doing in retaliation to a change in policy with respect to U.S.-Cuban relations. And, it's something that a lot of people have suffered by. The government's known a lot more about this than what they've been transparent with the American people. And, what we're trying to do is be transparent with the American people and trying to provide justice for the people that have been adversely affected, the patriots and the soldiers that went over there, the diplomats, to try to do good things. So hopefully more and more people will understand and we can provide help to those that were affected.
Do you have any whistleblowers or any information that leads us to understand better what really went on?
We've got some good stuff. I think that, people are going to be very disappointed but not surprised in our federal government and what we've got with Pete Hedgepeth, what we've got with Donald Trump, and all these new people in the Trump administration are people that are going to get the backs of the American people and not lay down to foreign dictators and foreign adversaries that have bullied and taken advantage of Americans.
Such an important dynamic change in America, the people being put first for the first time, not the bureaucrats. You've done a lot on identifying early on where we're wasting money. The Doge subcommittee first hearings have been really well received by the American public. Do you have a sense now of maybe the total size that can be saved just by identifying waste?
I do not. I don't think we even scratched the surface yet. The biggest problem, and this is where Elon Musk comes in, and this is why he's the perfect person to do this, despite what the Democrats are saying, is the improper payments. Every government agency, whether it's the unemployment office, whether it's Social Security, whether it's the Small Business Administration, whether it's grants through the Department of Energy or EPA, they've been susceptible to fraud. One reason, John, is we have obsolete, outdated software that's primed to be hacked, that's primed to be abused. And not only does Musk want to create algorithms and use AI to detect these improper payments, but he also wants to fix the software to where it's not hacked every day. I think people are going to be disgusted when they find out how much of our tax dollars have been wasted to fraud by overseas entities. And it's again, for 2 reasons. We have old, obsolete software, and we have bureaucrats who are not doing their job in detecting waste, fraud, and abuse.
Yeah, they're dialed out, not protecting our money. Sir, last night you opened up a new investigation into the foreign money flowing into our college campus. I think it's going to be one of the most important investigations. We know China, we know some Middle Eastern countries. Where else do you think that investigation will go?
Well, look, and you know this better than anyone, John, because you were a hero during the Biden investigation. But when you look at Joe Biden and Anthony Blinken, the number one and three guys in our government for the past 4 years, during the 4 years of the Trump administration, when they weren't in power, they were working for the University of Pennsylvania.
Sure were.
We found that a huge percentage of their budget was coming from China. Not just China, not a business person from China, not a company from China, anonymous sources from China. And what I learned during the Biden administration, anonymous sources usually means the government of China. And Pennsylvania is one of dozens and dozens of schools that receive a substantial percentage of their budget from China. Why is China donating money to American universities? If it were just our research universities, you could make the argument, they're there to steal our patents and research and development, and which they shouldn't be doing, number one. But it's also, I believe, there's an indoctrination factor there. And I believe that one reason our universities have gotten so pitiful is because of the influx of Chinese money. So we're going to try to identify how much we're talking about here, which universities are the worst offenders, and see if the universities will answer the question, who in China is donating this money? And if you're taking all this money from our biggest adversary in the world and you don't have any curiosity as to who or why the money's coming in, then that's a problem.
You pointed out yesterday a lot of these universities aren't even complying completely with the reporting agreements, right? So we even have a greater veil over the money right now, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. One of the things that Joe Biden did early on when he became president, after his son got all those millions from China that you documented, is he shut down the FBI surveillance program for Chinese spies in academia. Is that a rich area to begin investigating the connection between money and maybe planting spies?
Well, look, to me, when Joe Biden pardoned his entire family, that was an admission of guilt. But if you go back and look at where the money came from and why, the first act, the first act Joe Biden did as president was to cancel the China initiative. The last act was pardon his entire family. So let's go to the first act. The China initiative was an entity where the FBI and our federal government was investigating the Chinese influence with spies, with Chinese students that were sent over here in our universities to spy, to steal our research and development, to steal our patents and our intellectual property. Why would you cancel that? Joe Biden canceled it because he said it was racist. Well, look, I mean, that's preposterous. That is preposterous. And it shows me, after our investigation, after he pardoned his entire family, it showed me that China had influence over Joe Biden because of the millions of dollars that they gave his family. And I think it's a shame, and hopefully Donald Trump and Kash Patel, they'll get this China initiative up and running again till we can identify these kids, we can question them, and we can hold them accountable.
And then you'll be able to follow the money now, which
Absolutely.
we haven't been able to do. That's a huge thing. So you have a lot of other investigations I know you're working on. A lot of people think, well, will the Biden era people get away with no accountability? You're not stopping any of those investigations you started last year. You're digging in, whether it's emails or following the money. What are some of the big surprises that folks might not be aware of that you're working on right now?
Well, we're working very closely with DOJ, and there's so much waste and fraud in the government right now. We're going to be working closely with Kash Patel when he gets confirmed here in a moment. We want to hold people in the deep state accountable. At the very least, we want to make sure they lose their job, but hopefully they're brought in for depositions, and they have to answer to the actions. They have covered up Democrat criminality, and they have weaponized their agencies to go after conservatives, whether it's in the IRS or whether it's in the Department of Justice or whether it's in the FBI. These people need to be held accountable. We finally have disruptors in the government like Kash Patel and Pete Hedgepeth and John Radcliffe, who are willing to go after the deep state. And look, I'm pretty excited, and I think the crowd here today is pretty excited.
I've been in this town 35 years, and the Oversight Committee has never been more lively, more expansive, more impactful than under your leadership. You really have transformed it. A big announcement in the last couple of weeks, the Transparency Task Force. I think people are going to have a blast seeing all these documents come out. Do you have your own favorite list of documents you'd like to see come out?
I'm pretty partial. I want to know about the Epstein list. I don't just want to know who's on the Epstein list. I want to know, was the government working with Epstein to blackmail certain people? Because that's one of the theories that's floating around out there. I don't know if it's true, John, but I want to know. We should get the answer. I think the American people want to know, and they deserve to know. And that's one of the things Donald Trump said he would do, is he would release a lot of our American secrets. So when he ordered the government to release the JFK files, what we learned was a few days later, the government didn't release them all. They didn't. So we created this task force to prod and ensure and look over the shoulders of these bureaucrats and make sure when Donald Trump says to release all the files, we want to make sure every page is released to the American people. So I think this task force will be very interesting. I think there's a lot of curiosity there, and hopefully we'll get some answers.
And you got some hard chargers on that subcommittee. Yeah. They're going to work hard. Yeah. Last question for you. You did such a great job unraveling Burisma and getting us to understand how Hunter Biden got into that position. Devin Archer's testimony, so historic. Just before that fleecing operation began, is the Maidan Revolution. I think a lot of people want to know, was the U.S. government, was Joe Biden somewhere intimately involved in the overthrow or encouraging the overthrow? Is that an area that you might dig into?
Well, I hope it's an area that Rubio and Patel and John Radcliffe will do. We'll assist them in any way possible. With respect to the Bidens, we did the investigation. We followed the money.
You sure
Hopefully
did.
we'll see some prosecutions out.
What you've done. And there are a lot of criminal referrals that aren't covered by pardon still pending, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Have you heard anything from the Justice Department?
We've been in communication. I'll leave it at that. The ball's in their court. Now, you know where I stand. I want to see some people held accountable.
You made that possible by finding the evidence. Last question. A lot of people still interested in Act Blue. You're going to get those suspicious activity reports soon, right?
We have viewed a small fraction of them. We're trying to get back in Treasury to view the rest, but I can tell you, I think you're going to have a lot to report on Act Blue in the coming weeks.
There is a foreign trail there, isn't there?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Sir, it has been an honor watching you in action the last couple of years, and this year is going to be the most fun because you're going to have a cooperating government for the first time. We're going to get more truth than ever.
Yeah. I mean, it's daylight and dark between the Biden administration and the Trump administration. I'm actually hopeful every morning when I wake up because we've got patriots in office that want to be transparent and they want to hold the deep state accountable. You know, the Biden administration and their friends in the liberal media try to say there is no deep state. I think Elon Musk is exposing how the deep state spent their tax dollars, and let me tell you, it's a bad deal. So hopefully we can see some new faces in the bureaucracies, and a lot of bureaucracies eliminated altogether.
A lot of the people walking around this building know the role you played, and they love the transparency you gave them. They owe you a deep debt of gratitude.
If the Bidens thought that just because Joe is not in the Oval Office anymore that they were on the loose, that, boy, they got something else
Even
coming.
those pardons aren't going to protect some of the people. That's what he said today.
Nope, and there's always state charges, so you never know. All right, everybody, we've got to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side.
Hey, America, are you looking for a voice that really represents your values? AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, was created to champion the needs of Americans who believe in faith, family, and freedom, like you and I do. With over 2 million members, their mission is simple but powerful: to protect the interests of all freedom-loving Americans, safeguarding Social Security and Medicare, and advocating for common-sense policies. Members gain access to incredible member benefits, including the award-winning AMAC magazine, from exclusive discounts on travel insurance and everyday services to a strong voice in Washington. AMAC is here to make a difference in your life and our nation. Joining AMAC isn't just about benefits, regardless of your age. It's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. In honor of President Trump's first 100 days in office, AMAC is offering an incredible deal. Enroll in a 5-year AMAC membership like I do for 47% off. Normally $60. Join today for only $32. Visit amac.us/justnews today to take advantage of this special offer. That's amac.us/justnews. Join AMAC and become part of a movement that stands for your family and your future. All right, folks, welcome back from the commercial break. This morning, I did something in my journalism career I've never done before, Amanda. I wore a baseball hat on live television. First time ever, and the only reason I did it is because it's my favorite cell phone company, Patriot Mobile. I had the hat on. Everyone was buzzing on it. Some people said I look younger. I'm going to wear it every day now. So we'll bring it back. We're very happy to be joined by two of our great friends from Patriot Mobile, Glenn Story, its founder, and Scott Coburn. Good to have you guys. You're everywhere here. Everybody's talking about you. That sense that your dollars can be aligned with your values now, and your fingers when you're making a phone call can be aligned with your values. It really is popular in this crowd, isn't it?
Indeed it is. It's amazing when you say what you're going to do and do what you say. It's kind of revolutionary these days.
Yeah, it is.
So.
Scott, I want to ask you, because I want to get into the details of the network a little bit. A lot of times when you have these new cell networks, they're not as sophisticated as the major ones. That is not the case at all with Patriot Mobile, is it?
That's right. And actually, that is one of the most commonly asked questions we get when people say, hey, I love you guys. I love your mission, but look, it's got to work, right? Well, fortunately, we use the same towers as all three of the main carriers, right? So if you have coverage today in this country, you can switch to Patriot Mobile and know that you're going to get not only the same coverage, but probably better because we have access to all three of the major networks. That truly makes us a better product.
And I've got a favorite thing because I've had to carry 2 and 3 phones around, and I hate doing it. Getting both numbers, 2 numbers on one phone, that is a big winner. How many people do that now? That's a big thing, right, Glenn?
Yeah, it's really a big change. Just think about it. The days of carrying multiple phones, you can put up to 22 numbers on a phone, and 2 can be operational simultaneously. So it's really an easy, more simplified way to carry a cell phone.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I love it.
Scott, when you get feedback from customers, what do you find is the favorite aspects? I mean, outside of the messaging, that's obvious. What do you find from people is their favorite thing about Patriot?
That's a great question. Obviously, the mission is first and foremost, but I will tell you another big differentiator. People love our 100% U.S.-based customer support. You don't get that often with companies, especially in the service industry. When you call Patriot Mobile, you're going to talk to somebody speaking either in Texan or Californian. All right, that's about it. And
that is Russian roulette, Texas and California.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to correct him. I rarely do this, but it's not Texan. It's redneck. Redneck in California.
and here's another thing. This again speaks to our hearts and where we are. When you call Patriot Mobile, if you need prayer for anything, we've been known to pray with our customers.
That's amazing.
That's what we do. That's what we're all about.
And when you call that number to switch your phone, most people are like, oh, that's a daunting task. It is not a daunting task. You guys make it so simple to switch the phone number. I want to keep my phone. I don't want to keep my phone. I want to buy a new phone. I want 2 lines. It is seamless. How did you guys get that culture? I mean, a lot of people, when you create a telephone service industry, people get frustrated. You never frustrate your customers, ever.
You know what? I think it really boils down to really 2 things. God's at the helm of our business.
That's important.
And we're his stewards, right? And when you hire based on biblical principles, you get the right staff in place and the right team. I might be the founder and CEO, but I'm going to tell you what, the other people run the business. And I look at this and say, okay, as long as we honor him in our decision making, then all of a sudden you create a culture that when you walk into our office these days, it's incredible. I've heard it from anywhere from, let's just say, a senator all the way down to other places. They are like, I've never seen this. And why? It's because we put him first. And Scott, I want you to pitch something to you. Why else do they come to us? Not only the mission.
I'm gonna piggyback on that for a minute. And essentially what we have is what I call confidence fueled by conviction. And that's kind of how we live, right? If you have a confidence fueled by conviction that what you're doing is right and good in the eyes of the Lord, how can you lose, right? So that really drives every aspect of our business. We pray about it, we submit to him, say, which way are we going, right? And that really is the culture that you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
We've got about a minute left. I want to dig into something I think is really important, and that is that a few years ago, we were all pinned down. We didn't have free speech. It was being eroded from us. Now everything is moving so quick, and it feels like America is just coming back to the way it used to be. What are the next big things that this country needs when they're on the phone, when they're out talking to their neighbors, to make a difference and to finish the job that we've started here with Donald Trump?
That's a great question. We're not going to give up. We're going to heal in, dig in, and continue to serve each other. I think if we quit trying to serve ourselves and serve our constituencies and our customers, we're going to win the battle. We've already won it. We know the answer, right?
That's right.
But down here, we've really got to just keep pressing on. And my wife said the other day, whatever you say, whenever you get a chance, always say, let's win the battle, but win the war, not just the battle. It's like we've seen a great baseball game. The first 9 batters have all got singles and doubles. Dude, it's just the first inning. We've got the rest of the game to fight for. So
I love that. I just love what you guys have done. Scott, last thoughts. What are some of the new product opportunities coming up? What are some of the new exciting things you'll be doing?
So I'm going to take a moment. That's a great question, John, because we now have what we are referring as Patriot Mobile Business. So all you conservative business owners out there, look, we don't just have great cell phone service. We've got business solutions to power your business. Things from asset tracking, device management, mobile hotspots, redundancy, failover, everything that you would need to power your business, we now offer. That's really the next horizon for Patriot Mobile, is figuring out how to better serve our business owners as well.
Well, count my business in. I want to do that. I want to get that done, and we'll have all of our stuff on your network soon. I love it. All right, fellas, have a great rest of CPAC. Thank you for what you do for this country. You guys are more than just a great business. You are great patriots, and we are so lucky.
Well, thank you for having us. We love it. We're here in the middle of this incredible conservative conference, and I just appreciate CPAC and the staff.
It's an amazing thing, isn't it?
Amazing.
Yeah. Raises the energy levels. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, Erica Donalds is going to be here. We're going to finish with a star. We'll be right back after these messages.
Welcome back, everybody. You know, John and I spoke to people all over this country leading up to the election, and education was darn near the top when it came to why people voted for Donald Trump. We are delighted to bring in America First Policy Institute's Erica Donalds, a force to be reckoned with, especially in the education space. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. This is exciting.
Right. Yes. So next week, Linda McMahon is likely going to have her confirmation vote. Now, it was interesting watching her confirmation hearing and answering questions. And a lot of people think that when it means we're going to get rid of the Department of Education, they have a perception about what that looks like. Can you clarify?
Yes, President Trump ran on the fact that he was getting rid of the Federal Department of Education, but we know that he cares about kids. He wants to make sure that if the American people are paying for services for low-income children or for students with disabilities, that that money is actually making it into those classrooms. We know that's not the case. The NAEP told us just a couple weeks ago that only a third of our students are reading and doing math on grade level. So getting rid of the federal bureaucracy just means giving that money down to the states and frankly to the parents who can make better decisions for their children than the federal government.
Such a great day. Block grants are going to be a big part of that solution, aren't they?
They are, and I've been talking to Linda McMahon's team. It's amazing. They actually, a lot of them came from America First Policy Institute and have been working on these solutions for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And it does mean block granting. We're giving a lot of money to the states, but as DOJ has revealed over the past couple of weeks, that stuff's going to equity-based hiring and DEI programs and $4 million for a summer camp for students to be more racially sensitive. It's not helping our students succeed. It's not accomplishing the mission that the American people expect.
I want to ask you about the next step, because once you return this money to the states and the parents have some type of education savings account and they're able to use that for their kids' education, I feel like there are going to be a lot of parents out there who are thinking, I don't know what to do. What resources will be available to help them figure out how to maneuver?
You know, that's a great question, and thankfully we have the states, right, who have experimented with education scholarship accounts. In the state of Florida, my home state, we have education navigators where families who have access to ESAs can hire someone, it's not very much money at all, to help them evaluate their options and put together a plan that's going to work best for their student. We are also seeing so much innovation in education in the areas where the free market's able to work and parents have access to those funds. I think we're going to see things that we can't even have imagined being in education. We've been so behind when it comes to education innovation. But the free market is going to bring access, quality, and innovation to every single family in this space.
It's already happening. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Florida, they're great examples. We only got a few seconds left. I always like to jump on the breaking news. Does the first title, First Lady of Florida, sound good to you?
Listen, I am a fifth-generation Floridian.
It's amazing.
A very proud Floridian.
President Trump had a big endorsement today, didn't he?
I brought my husband to Florida. We met in college, so we've built our life in an amazing state. It's done so much for us. It's really an honor that President Trump has endorsed Byron to run for governor. He hasn't made any announcements yet, but that's a really honorable endorsement.
I bet he doesn't get a choice now that Trump's in,
Listen, Florida has been a model in so many different areas, education included, and it sure would be nice to see you guys in the governor's
I like the sound of it.
All right, everybody.
God willing.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight from this CPAC 2025 edition of Just the News, No Noise. Thanks so much for being here. We'll be back tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern on Real America's.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Live from Washington, D.C. Welcome to
CPAC.
I can't hear you. We the people. Days of Thunder.
This is a nice crowd.
This is electric.
Are you with us?
The center of all the energy this week, CPAC.
Everybody is here.
People mingling around.
Proud Posse member, Patriots. I'm a faithful watcher of Real America's Voice.
That's where the news is.
What's this? Talk to us for like 5 minutes. Luke, come on. Let's get our head in the game. All right, welcome back to it. It's CPAC 2025. Glad to have you here. We've got a lot going on. Look, it's been a big day. Kash Patel has been confirmed as the new director of the FBI. I mean, what a big day it's been for Donald Trump, for the administration, for the cabinet. 14, 15, 16, 17, they just keep counting them down, Michelle. It's a big deal. Every person that they said would not make it has made it to the cabinet. It's a big deal.
Funny how that works. And these aren't the normal names that you would think of, Steve. These are people that aren't coming from the D.C. political class. They're coming in, they're shaking things up, they're changing the structure. And I'll tell you what, the deep state and the Democrats are scared. That's why they've tried to slow walk a lot of these nominees, including Kash Patel, for instance.
They sure
but
did.
Let's take a look at what happened over the past year and how historic this election is. Because, Steve, you and I have been saying it all day. We could be in a very different situation today. And again, we are celebrating. We have to focus on midterms the next 4 or 8 years. But nonetheless, you look at what's happening overseas compared to the United States. And it's quite true. I mean, Germany right now has a big election coming up. There are so many violations happening with free speech and human rights in other countries. We're very fortunate, Steve.
We certainly are. J.D. Vance went right into the heart of Europe here in the last few days and said, look, it's not, you can't be concerned about the Chinese or the Russians. You have to be concerned about yourselves because you're attacking free speech, right?
And speaking of free speech, someone that knows very extensively about that issue and has been censored and fighting this himself is Connor Tomlinson with Courage Media over in the UK. Connor, thanks so much for joining us.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to a free country. It's wonderful. I feel like Alexander Solzhenitsyn breaking out of the gulag. I just hope that we can transport some of the MAGA revolution back across our side of the Atlantic.
Well, speaking of Connor, tell us what's going on over there right now in the UK.
So in July last year, we had the Labour Party elected after 14 years of Conservative government. Now, the Conservatives, don't be fooled, are very much Conservatives in name only. To get a perspective of how much the UK has been ruined, after Brexit, which people voted for in 2016, same year as President Trump's term, it was only pushed through in 2020 because the courts tried to block it. After Brexit, when the people had voted to lower immigration every year from hundreds of thousands back to the level of tens of thousands, we got 1.2 million legal migrants every single year, and we've had 150,000 illegals.
What constitutes as legal and illegal here?
Right. Well, illegal is they get in a boat in France, they cross the channel like Viking invaders, they break into the country, and rather than turning them straight back around and sending them back to where they came from, we spend £14.4 billion every year on putting them in fancy hotels. That's going to go to $32 billion under this government.
Sounds a lot like New York City.
Yeah, it's exactly the same playbook. I mean, you guys spent like $150 billion in 2023. Bear in mind, though,
that we know about.
Exactly. Well, thanks to Elon Musk, we're finding out the left-wing patronage network is global, including in my country. You guys, your American taxpayers, were funding state-funded media, the BBC in my country, to tell our population there was no problem with that. But you mentioned New York. The UK is about the size of New York State.
And we have the same level of legal migration that the whole of the United States does every single year in that small country. We have 1% of the population added every year just from migration. And it's predominantly from non-European countries. So the culture, very, very different.
So just to follow up real quick, if you don't mind, and this is an issue here in America, right, on a smaller scale, but when people come in illegally, and I know you're saying legal, and I'd love it to get into the terms of that, they're not assimilating into the culture, and you mentioned that just now. So what does that mean exactly for the average citizen in UK?
It means that we have pockets of ethnic and religious enclaves that exist, that hate the native population, and they're given preferential treatment by the government. If you complain about this, by the way, you're put on a watch list by what we call the Home Office. It'd be like your State Department. Last year, there was a report that leaked. So last year, after the Labour government was elected, 3 girls were murdered by a son of Rwandan immigrants in a place called Southport. And the entire country erupted in protest, particularly in Labour seats. After that, the government commissioned a report on how to stop this in future. It said, okay, we get to censor social media, we're going to monitor the far right. What they called far right, what they called a far right grievance narrative, totally made up, was the rape gang scandal. So at the same time that the rape gang scandal was sent global by Elon Musk and brave Americans, they were calling everyone in our country racist if you even raised the scandal, which politicians themselves were complicit in covering up.
Let me ask you about this. Are there no-go zones in the UK? This is something that's been top of fold, top of the conversation for a long time, and those on the left would say it's not true. Not real, it's not no-go zones, you can't really not go into these areas. Let me ask you, is it true?
Well, we have the most Sharia courts in Europe. We had Muslim patrols in Tower Hamlets in areas of London. And if you're a white working class girl in towns like Oldham, Rochdale, Rotherham, 50 towns and cities in the UK, you are very likely, if you are from a broken home, if you're vulnerable, to be abused by imported Pakistani rape gangs that the police, the media and the politicians have covered up for decades. So if you are a member of the indigenous population, yeah, there are some areas in this country you would not want to be seen alone in.
So I used to live in Sweden, and it was something very similar. Girls getting into Ubers or taxi cabs late at night, and there was a good chance because of the refugee population that there could be a rape. I was warned of this multiple times, just stating matter of fact here. What is the situation like in the UK with this, as you talked about that?
So specifically, the grooming gang scandal, 50 towns and cities across the UK, since the 70s, thousands of girls have been raped by Pakistani Muslim men. There is a heavily racial and religious component to this. Say that again. Thousands of girls have been raped in the UK by gangs of Pakistani Muslim men. Family members have covered up for this. In one trial last year, there was a group of about 10 men that were convicted for over 100 years. Their families watched the trial, and when their dad was sentenced, one of the girls, knowing what her dad had done, shouted, "I love you, Dad." So there are entire communities covering up this abuse, and the politicians and police turned a blind eye. Sometimes they arrested the dads of the girls that tried to rescue them from the houses, knowing they were in there.
So this is a trafficking ring. And how are these girls lured in, or are they abducted? How does this typically happen?
They often prey on foster homes or girls from broken homes. They ply them with drugs and alcohol. They'll pretend to be their boyfriend.
I was going to say, what are they saying to them to convince them?
Well, they don't have strong family ties. They will lure them in. They'll love bomb them with gifts, and then they will pass them around their friends and family network to be abused. There was one house, I think it was in a northern mill town called Rotherham, where they would have an honesty box on the door. So the men would write their names down, they'd come in, they'd abuse the girl, and at the end of the month, the guy that was running the house would collect the money. This is a very sophisticated network, and there are thousands more perpetrators that have done this abuse, and police, politicians, all that covered up for it. None of them have been prosecuted. None of them have even lost their jobs.
So here's what I want you to do. Let me look into a camera here, because there are several on the left, millions on the left that say what you're saying is simply not true. It's not happening this way. This is misinformation. This is disinformation. This is propaganda that you're spewing up from the far right. Tell the truth to the people about your country and what has happened to the girls, to the country, to your sovereignty.
There have been thousands of girls in the UK that have been raped by imported Pakistani Muslim gangs. There are many more that have been blown up by Islamists at pop concerts, and the government, rather than think twice about keeping to import these murderers and rapists reliably from countries that we know they come from, they instead spend thousands of pounds of taxpayer money on employing communist activist groups and social media campaigns, and controlling the front covers of newspapers to say to you, don't be angry about this, or else you are far right and jumping on
You're the
that.
problem.
Yes.
Well, you're the racist. You're the sexist. That they resort to name calling every time and try to scare people.
But think about the damage to young women.
It's terrifying. It's sickening.
Even to those that have not been attacked, the fact that this mindset is out there, Michelle. I mean, my God, you're a young woman in America. If the same thing was happening here, it would be mortifying.
Well, it just turns my stomach upside down to even hear you talk about that just as a woman. I can't even imagine what these young girls go through, and especially coming from troubled homes. In your own opinion, as you talk about, and of course we know this quite well, obviously on a separate scale here in the United States as well, but why do you think that these politicians are covering this up and turning a blind eye? What is the biggest thing in it for them?
Some of the police officers in the town were involved in the drug trade, and the same groups that were doing the drugs were doing the abuse. So that's why some of the police officers covered up. Politicians.
Some of these police officers were involved in this.
Fraud, corruption.
One died under mysterious circumstances during the investigation. Lots of eyebrows raised about that. The politicians, particularly in the Labour Party, they use the Pakistani communities that do this, because they say Asian, it's not Japanese people or Sikhs doing this. You know, who's doing this? They use them to farm votes, so they have them as a reliable client constituency. And right before the last election, you had Labour politicians going around to mosques begging for votes because there started to be independent Muslim candidates who won seats and took them away from Labour politicians just purely on the issue of a Gaza ceasefire alone. So they're terrified of the Muslim bloc, and so they pander to this, and they're actually setting up an Islamophobia council that says that if you talk about these conversations, you'll be monitored by the government as a racist.
Let me ask you one thing here. A headline that I saw 4 or 5 months ago. It's illegal to be Irish in Ireland. You probably saw the same headline. It's illegal to be Irish in Ireland because of these very practices that you're talking about, from the government to the media to the activists. The people that are there, that have grown there, up there, that were born there, are being pushed out. Their feelings don't matter. The women are abused and so forth. Illegal to be Irish in Ireland. What do you say to that headline?
The Irish have been able to push back on this stuff a lot stronger, fortunately.
Why?
Because they don't buy into the white guilt victim narrative that has been pushed on, I'd say, European nations ever since the Second World War. Because even if we Brits say, we were on the right side of that issue, if you demonstrate a preference for your people, your history, your culture, your heritage, and all the things you should be proud of, you're called Adolf Hitler. Now, the Irish, because they were colonized to the British for a long time, they think, no, we don't have to buy into this. And actually, Ireland is very much for the Irish. This is why you're seeing a lot of protest movements against migrants going and stabbing children. That's happened last year. The Irish government have tried to push a hate speech bill through. This toppled the last head of Ireland, but the problem is all the politicians come from the same class. So they might just change the man on the door, but the policies are still being forced through. So the Irish, like many governments in Europe, really do need to change who's running.
Connor Tomlinson, I wish we had more time with you because this is just such fascinating information.
It's
so important to get this message out, and I really hope that you'll join us again here soon. Courage Media, where can folks find you?
They can find me at Con_Tomlinson on X, and they can read my work over at Courage Media, and possibly a new platform that Liz Truss has announced coming soon.
Well, Connor, it takes courage to do what you're doing, and we truly do thank you for shedding light on this. Thanks for being with us.
We greatly appreciate it. All right, we got to pay a couple of bills here. Attention Trump supporters, are you ready to elevate your collection with a touch of Trump greatness? Introducing the Trump Knife, brought to you by thetrumpknife.com. A must-have for every proud patriot and a standout in the world of collectible knives, so act now. Head over to thetrumpknife.com to secure your Trump knife today. Receive 70% off when you buy 3, by the way. That is thetrumpknife.com. It's a must-have for every proud patriot and a standout, like I said, in the world of collective knives. Thank you very much. thetrumpknife.com. Again, 70% off when you buy 3. And he came sliding in. He's safe. It's Ben Berquam, everybody. He is safe. The hardest working man. Honestly, Ben, I don't know how you do it. You and I talk. You talk to Michelle. You talk to all the people on Real America's Voice. You're from Colombia to the UK to the middle of Europe to South America and back around again. But you do something that is so important, which is tell the truth about what you're finding every step of the way. God bless you for what you do. It's amazing to me. It really is.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah, you know, it's interesting, this journey we've been on. I've been covering the border for, started with angel families. Well, actually, it started going to a university in California, realizing that I was having to pay. I'm still paying off. I don't want the government to pay.
Right.
But what I don't want is for illegal aliens to get full rides to the same universities that I'm going to. And that was the thing that kind of it irritated me. That kind of planted the
a wake-up call.
Yeah, it was like, wait, what the hell's going on here? I didn't realize this was happening. I always knew illegals were around, but you didn't, you know, growing up, but you didn't in California, but you didn't really have it didn't have an impact that you knew about. And then all of a sudden that impacted me. And then I started meeting all these angel moms. I'm like, how the heck can we have illegal aliens killing American citizens, and we have a government that protects the illegals, not the citizens? And that started me on this journey with Agnes Gibney, Sabine Durden, Angie Morphine, and countless others, Marianne Mendoza, and all the way down the line. And from that, I just, you know what it was? I just said, I watched the news, and I said, they're clearly not telling me the truth. I'm going to go down there and figure it out for myself. So I went from an activist going after liberals in California to going to the border as really a novelty to say, okay, I just don't trust what's being told to me. I'm going to go figure it out for myself. And then that kind of led me down that journey 10 years later of learning what's actually happening to be able to report on it and speak the truth.
In my studio is a stack of driver's licenses and passports that you gave me years ago now. And you said, Steve, this is stuff we get every day.
Yeah.
It's Colombia, it's Mexico, it's El Salvador, it's Guatemala, it's China, it's the Central African Republic.
It's
remarkable to me.
Through Spain, you just had the gentleman on from the UK.
Right.
It's the Middle East through Spain to the United States. It's through Italy to the United States. It's through every country to the United States. We have bags. I still have bags. My wife, every time I go to the border, she's like, oh gosh, what are you going to bring now? Leave it outside. Sanitize it before you come in.
Right.
Spray it with Lysol. Don't bring that stuff in. Because who knows? You know, the diseases are coming.
Exactly.
Well, we were in COVID lockdowns. We were allowing tens of thousands of illegals from around the world to come in with who knows what and not doing anything about it. But for me, that someday it'll be in a museum. That is evidence. It's
the betrayal.
Yes, of the betrayal, of the invasion, of the treason from our own government. And what really irritated me, Steve, I saw it and I couldn't believe it. And so I thought, if I can't believe this, I better pick this stuff up to go show people. And every time I took it to somebody like you, it's like, I can't believe this.
Same reaction I had. That's why it sits in my studio. Go ahead.
If you were listening to that conversation that we just had with Connor, it really is heartbreaking to listen to what's going on over in the UK. You were just over there as well. Is there any way to turn this around? What is your take on this, given what you've seen?
Yeah, you have to have a mega revolt in Europe. You have to kick out. You have to do what Poland did. Now, sadly, Poland's kind of in this weird limbo right now. They may go the wrong direction. I pray they don't. But you have to have a mega revolution in Europe. You have to kick out the politicians that allowed this, and you have to completely change course. And you're starting to see that in the Netherlands. You've got, people. Sweden is kind of starting to take that.
We did see it in Italy.
In Italy, we were hopeful in France, but obviously that went the exact opposite direction. That went towards communism.
Well, they gamed it.
Yeah, they clearly gamed it. And then England, they're the only bright spot. The Labour Party won, but the only bright spot is Farage, and he was here today. So I was there when Farage won. They won 5 seats in these elections. It was kind of unheard of, the Reform Party, and now they are kind of turning that direction. But to be honest, what we're going through in America, in some ways, is a lot easier. I mean, we let 15 million people in, and that's hard to believe that could be easier.
But in fairness, I want to just jump to this. Donald Trump is setting the tone.
Yes.
For the world. It's Argentina. It's El Salvador. It's Italy.
Yes.
Maybe it's Germany. Maybe it's France. We'll get there. But Donald Trump and what we have done in America. Here. It started in 1776.
That's right.
We're reclaiming victory with liberty again today.
That's right.
And we've got to set the tone, don't we?
Yeah. And the dark side of that is, in America, we have we have a much stronger conservative base. The MAGA movement, the conservative, libertarian, whatever you want to call yourself, it was the Tea Party that gave us Trump after Obama. That base in America is solid. In Europe, what they call a conservative is really a liberal, what we would call a liberal. And so it's, to get to the place where they need to get to, which is basically stopping all immigration, they're not even near that. I mean, they still have blinders on. You heard Connors talking about that.
I did.
They still have blinders on. They won't even report women being raped by Muslim men that they have imported, and many of them came in illegally. Now they're given asylum. A lot of those guys are already given citizenship. And so you go, a friend of mine, Fred, is here. He lives in Sweden, also lives in New York. I was over there this summer with him. And you go to Malmö, Sweden. It used to be a beautiful place. Now it is jihad. It is basically a jihad city. So
what people think about Sweden, what they imagine in their head, and what the reality is on the ground,
Stockholm,
two different things.
Two different things. The culture, it is. I don't know if it can be saved. So that was a long answer to say I don't know if it can be saved.
You've learned a lot along the way.
The entire culture has been destroyed. It's been replaced. We've learned nothing from the wars against Islam when they finally kicked the Moors in 1492. Before Columbus sailed the ocean blue, we got rid of the Moors in Spain and Portugal. Now we've invited them back in, and it could be a death sentence for Europe, but they have an opportunity only because, back to your point, Steve, Trump and the leadership that he has.
Amen.
Setting the example. When Connor was also talking about coming back at the American, or not the American people, but his own people that are speaking up and saying, you're racist, you're Islamophobic, X, Y, and Z. What did you make of that? Because I find it interesting. A similar thing happened in America, I think, within the past 4 or 5 years, in which if you spoke up, you were labeled a racist. And a lot of people didn't. I mean, I'll admit, I was one of them back in the day because I didn't want to be called that.
Cancel culture was powerful.
Just go along with it. You don't want to get insulted. You don't want to get labeled.
And it goes back before that. It goes back to the idea of don't talk about God and politics when you get with your relatives. Don't talk about God and politics in a workplace. Separation of church and state. Take praying and Bibles out of schools. All of that was a slippery slope to where it was, well, now don't even think these things. And if you do think these things, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're a bigot, you're a homophobe.
I go to the guy that J.D. Vance, and his name eludes me at the moment, that J.D. Vance cited in his speech in Germany, who was privately praying in his head about 50 meters from the abortion clinic. And the police walked over and said, what are you doing? I'm praying in my head about my child that was aborted 3 years ago. And they arrested him and charged him $11,000, give or take. I mean, you know the story, right?
Thought crimes. It is terrifying. What is happening in the UK right now with posting the wrong meme, silently praying against abortion.
Silently.
I mean, you hear that and you think, oh, that can't be real. I mean, that's just so ridiculous. It can't be real. It is real. And if they don't realize, if they don't come to terms with that and turn it around quickly, and again, this isn't a place where Islam can rape women. You can't talk about that either. In fact, if you call them out, it's not just the abortion clinics, if you speak out against them, you will be arrested for hate crimes. But the rapist won't.
That's right.
That's how upside down this is.
It's so twisted.
Completely upside down.
All right, Ben Bergquam, stick with us if you can for just a moment, because we really just scratched
Fascinating stuff.
We really just got to the tip of the iceberg here, but we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. This is CPAC 2025, live in Washington, D.C.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more CPAC on Real America's Voice. Live from Washington, D.C., this is CPAC Live on Real America's Voice.
Wow, listen to that. They've been here since this morning.
They are fired up.
Unbelievable.
5 a.m. as a matter of
Fired up.
5 a.m. We love it. And here they are. They're ready for happy hour. It's 7:30. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Guys, of course, we have bills to pay before we get into all the juicy content. So let's get right into it because Patriot Mobile, you know them, you love them. They're America's only Christian conservative wireless network. We have the model right here. Look at that. That is the model. He's getting the phone as well. Patriot Mobile offers a way
Patriot Mobile too,
to vote
absolutely.
with your wallet without compromising quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It's a call to action to defend our rights and freedom. Ben can tell you that firsthand. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all 3 major networks. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% U.S.-based customer support team will help you find the perfect plan. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com or call 972-PATRIOT and get a free month of service with promo code RAV. Ben, what's the verdict? Are you a happy customer?
What's amazing is, it's the same phone. People think when Patriot Mobile first came out, it's like, oh, what is this? Is this some alien phone? Is it some flip phone from the old days? It's all the same phones. It's all the same service. In fact, most of the places I use my Patriot Mobile phone, the service is somehow even better. And I don't know how that's possible, but it's great service. And the best part, I have several different phone companies, and partly because I go to a lot of different places and I need service in these different places. Right. But I also like testing them. And you know what's amazing? When you call for service on your Patriot Mobile phone, you get an American citizen to talk to.
Speak
you don't get a robot? What?
That speaks. It's not a call center from some foreign country that doesn't care about you or your concerns or your issues or your phone or your service. It's an American citizen that speaks English. And I can't tell you, by the way, they also support the values. Here, look, phone here, phone here. This one works, this one works. This one supports American values. It's MAGA. This one wants communism and globalism and open borders. You put your money into this phone, you support the values you believe in. It's that simple.
Done.
And I'll tell you what, speaking from experience, I would pay just about anything to speak to an actual person, an actual representative, rather than a robot, for instance, which drives me crazy, or someone that doesn't speak our language. I know that sounds bad to say, but it's true.
Hey,
let me give you one more thing.
Make English the official language of America. Most people don't realize that's not even a thing.
Executive order, that'd be nice. I'll give you one more thing. My wife, Ivy, you guys know Ivy. She says the reason she likes Patriot Mobile so much, it's easy to switch. Usually, we didn't change phone companies in the past because it was so hard. It was good Lord, I'll be on the phone.
Yeah.
Easy.
Simple.
Easy. Speak English.
By the way, I was just talking to Scott and Glenn. They've got a booth right next to us. He said their numbers today are out of this world because of RAV. So if you guys are out there watching this, do me a favor. I want to blow their numbers out of the water.
Absolutely.
Call them. Go to the website, patriotmobile.com. Call them. Use, of course, promo code RAV. But just blow them out of the water. Let them know we sent you.
And trust me, it is easy to switch. Ivy says that's the key. It's easy. It's not a whole day on a process.
We love easy.
All right, so here's the deal. Earlier today here on Real America's Voice, I spoke with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson about DOJ and about Ukraine and about some important issues. I want to share that with you right now.
Senator, thank you for being here.
Good morning. Yeah, we live in interesting times, don't we?
Very interesting to say. Intense might be another way to put it, because look, this news cycle just faster and faster and faster. I want to get to Joe Biden leaving the race and Kamala Harris, but first I really want to dig into this preliminary findings. You've issued a bunch of information. I won't call it a report, but a bunch of information on things that you have learned thus far. I was just watching with fascination, and it's on my Twitter page for anybody that wants to go look at it, body cam footage released that's about 3.5 minutes long that shows a lot of confusion there on the rooftop where the body of the would-be assassin lays, and nobody seems to know who's in charge or what's going on. I mean, this was it's an embarrassment for the Secret Service. The director resigned yesterday, but I don't think that solves much of anything. Where do you want to begin here?
So I issued those preliminary findings, and my staff was really pushing back. They really didn't want me to do that because it's so incomplete. It's so preliminary, but it's important information to have out there, and I was hoping to prompt more people to come forward because we simply can't trust the FBI, the Department of Justice, and Secret Service to do a transparent, complete, honest investigation. We just simply can't. I certainly don't. So what we did find out very quickly by just calling up local law enforcement, we tried getting a hold of federal law enforcement. They won't talk to us, but local law enforcement did. And they provided some pretty interesting information. For example, the Secret Service was not present at the 9 o'clock security briefing the day of the event. I mean, if you're in charge...
Is that normal? Is that normal, Senator, that they don't even show up for the security briefing?
Yeah, you know, they're supposedly in charge, and they're not there directing everybody's actions. Okay, this is bizarre. Secondly, they were not on the same communication channel. So the SWAT and sniper teams from local law enforcement, they were on different communication channels than the local patrol officers, who were on a different communication channel from Secret Service. So everything had to filter in through the Butler County Comm Center, which would certainly help explain the delays in information about this threat. That they, you know, the other thing, we have a more detailed timeline that it was out there before I issued the preliminary findings. At 5:10, the Beaver County Sniper Team, they were the one assigned the AGI building. They're on the second floor. At 5:10, they sighted the assassin. 5:14, they took his photo. So again, this is an hour before he opened fire on Trump. So again, it's everything you'd expect the Secret Service would do to protect a president, they didn't do.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas Crooks is up there. He's up there preparing. He's seen with a rangefinder. He has a rifle. He's 150 yards, give or take, with a clear line of sight. It's unbelievable. People on the ground are yelling to law enforcement. There's somebody on the roof with a rifle. Nobody pays attention. How is this? I mean, this is the kind of thing that creates conspiracy theories because, look, it is so sloppy, so reckless, so incompetent. How can people not have theories?
And they're not giving us answers. You know, on the Wednesday Senate briefing with FBI Director Wray and former Secret Service Director Cheadle, both of them emphasized, you know, we don't want conspiracy theories running wild here. Well, then give us information. In Monday's testimony by Cheadle, it's just infuriating. She kept using it's only been 9 days. I'm thinking, it's been 9 days. I mean, there's information you should have known within hours that you're not providing the American public.
Right. So one of those pieces of information is in your notes here. One of those pieces of information in your notes here, you report that there were 8 shell casings. You see, so there's been a lot of different conversations. Did he fire 3 shots, Thomas Crooks? Did he fire 5 shots? Did he fire 8 shots? Now you're telling me 8 casings on the roof. I mean, that's your finding so far, correct?
Yeah, precisely. Again, I had listened to a pretty interesting video of you know, looking at the audio signature of these things. And pretty interesting. That's all over the internet. But then we continued to do our investigation after we issued the preliminary findings on Sunday. Kept talking to people Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We found 2 witnesses that said they saw 8 shell casings by the body. Okay, so maybe that'll lay that to rest. Again, I don't know what type of shell casings. Were there more guns? Again, it's so incomplete. It's so preliminary. But again, what I'm asking people is...
Look, Ron Johnson to me is a guy who is he's like Trump before Trump. And what I mean by that is, remember when Barack Obama dropped the microphone? He can never win. He'll never be president. Every election cycle, we've been told that Ron Johnson was going to lose. He wins every time. Apparently, Donald Trump, though, is coming to the stage here in a moment. So let's go out to the main stage here at CPAC 2025.
Is that Brian Kemp introducing him?
It is.
Wow.
That's such a great song. It's hard to cut it off, isn't it? You know, I want to get you home for the hockey game, I guess, and but we'll get this done real quickly. And I want to thank you all. We have so many great friends here, a lot of great governors, a lot of talent. I'm thrilled to be with the Republican governors, and they have done an amazing job. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you as we complete the mission of saving America. They left us a real mess, didn't they, huh? And making our country great again. We're going to do it. We've made a lot of progress. We're given credit for having the best 4 weeks that anybody's ever had as an opening. So now a few hundred more weeks like this, and we're going to be in great shape. But we've had a lot of fun doing it, too. It's a pleasure to do it. We just rip down whatever they've done. It's almost like I want to just do one executive order. Anything he signed is now terminated. It's easier than, you know, point after point after point. I sign and sign. Just do one. Everything he signed is no good, because that's really what basically it's all about. I especially want to thank the chairman of the Republican Governors Association, Brian Kemp, who was fantastic. He was fantastic. We won Georgia by a lot. Where's Brian? We won Georgia by a lot. Where are you, Brian? There you are. We did a great job together, and I appreciate it. We won't forget it. Thank you, Brian. As well as Vice Chairman Greg Gianforte, a friend of mine who's done a fantastic job as governor, for organizing this beautiful evening. In addition to it, hi, Greg. How you doing? Good? You look good. You look good. In addition to our fantastic governors, we also have Secretaries Doug Burgum and Chris Wright. They're very important. Where are they? Where are they, Doug? You were great on television, Chris. These two guys are going to do it. I tell you, if they get the energy pumping, we'll get that energy price down, and everything's going to follow. Everything is going to follow, and we're going to work very, very hard. Here's a gentleman from Virginia that I recognize that we've become. We almost won that, didn't we, huh? We almost won it. We were just a little bit shy. But I want to thank you for the help. We did a great job together. But another man that's with us is really unbelievable, and you're going to be working with him very closely, RNC Chairman Michael Whatley. And Michael worked with Laura, and the team of him and Laura were pretty unbeatable, I would say. She was great and had the victory, and she's solid. There was no nepotism either. Nobody said, oh, gee. They said, how did you get her? And I said to Michael, so who would you like to work with? Well, how about Laura again? But Laura came right after we won. She said, now, Dad, I want to go home to my family. She did a great job, and she just wanted to go back home to the family. But what a team that was. We beat them left and right. They tried to cheat, but they, you had, how many lawyers did you have? Like 2,000 lawyers or some crazy number, right? 6,500 lawyers. I would say that's a lot. And the reason I picked him is because with North Carolina in 2020, we did so great in 2020, but the one that just held steady was him with the 601 lawyers at that time. And I remembered that, and I said, that's the guy, because we're going to win, but we have to keep him from being really bad, being naughty. They tried. But, you know, we had an expression, we got to make it too big to rig, and that's what we did, too big to rig. And it was a great night. And, Michael, thank you. Great, just a fantastic job. You'll be working with these ladies and gentlemen on just keeping everything, including keeping governor seats, I assume. You're going to work with them in governor seats, too, right? But there's no better man than Michael. Thank you, Michael. Great job. Appreciate it. And we're gathered tonight at a really exciting time for our nation. I think it's going to be a very exciting time. We have tremendous potential. I have been called by every company. Brian just told me about a big one that's going to be moving in a very big way. But I've been called by so many big companies that they're going to want to beat the tariffs. And there's only one way to beat the tariffs. Tariffs, one of the most beautiful words I've ever heard. In fact, I went around saying it's my favorite word in the dictionary, and I got killed by the fake news media. They said, what about God? What about religion? What about love? I said, all right, I give up. It's my fourth favorite word. So now I say God, religion, love, and then tariffs, number 4. And now I'm okay. I can get away with that. I couldn't get away with making it number 1, but it's close. The American people gave Republicans a historic mandate on November 5th. If you remember that, November 5th. What a day that was, huh? There was no games. November 5th, 2024 will go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country. I believe that. We won the House, we won the Senate, we won the White House, and in the presidential race, we won all 7 swing states by a lot. And the popular vote by millions and millions of votes for the first time of any Republican in decades. It's hard for us to win the popular vote, but it's not going to be anymore because we're a much different Republican Party right now. We're really, nobody can believe what's happened to this party. It's become a big party, really big and powerful party. We won 85% of all counties in America. Think of that, 85%. Have you seen the map? It's all red. There's a little blue on the outside here, and the outside, the whole thing is like red. They won 525 counties compared to us, 2,600 counties. Think of that. I don't know why we only won by millions of votes. We should have won by a lot more than that. Maybe it's because they cheated. Who knows? And incredibly, all 50 states shifted toward the Republican Party. That's never happened before. It's the first time ever in history that that's happened. All 50 states shifted toward the Republicans, and significantly in many cases. Most importantly, for this room, we're pleased to welcome 8 new Republican governors. Could you stand up, please? Just stand up. Look at these people. Oh, I know them. I know the man. Good. Great. I know every one of them. Mike Braun of Indiana, Mike Keogh of Missouri, Kelly Ayotte of New Hampshire, Larry Roden, that's great, Larry Roden of South Dakota, Kelly Armstrong of North Dakota, Patrick Morrissey of West Virginia, Jennifer Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico, Nicola Polo of American Samoa. And I want to congratulate you all. You have great races. You won generally pretty easily. We're going to win a lot of races. You know, in presidential races, they say when you win the presidency, usually the midterms don't go well. I think we're going to do great. I think we're going to really increase our margins by a lot. That's why I went to Michael. I said, you got to stay. You can't go anywhere, Michael. But I can tell you that I did something very different. Our win was so big and so conclusive presidentially, and we had great help from donors. We have a lot of great donors in the room tonight. But this is a nice room, by the way. It's a very nice place. But we did something differently. I said that to my people that do the fundraising, I said, listen, everyone's so happy. Usually you wait 2 or 3 years to go back to the donors. You know, you let it rest, you let their wallets cool off a little bit. But I did it the next morning after we won. I said to Meredith, who may or may not be here, I don't think she is. Maybe she is. She's great. But I said to a whole staff of people, I said, call everybody and see if they'll double up. Now, we raised $1.6 billion. They raised $2.7 billion, and they're running short. They can't raise the final 28. You know, when you lose, it's very hard to raise money. But when you win, it's not so hard. I said, see what you can do. Call everybody and say, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Would you like to make a contribution? So this was not a good situation, but they fully understood. They were so happy they didn't care. And Michael, we raised $608 million in 3 weeks. Can you believe that? So we've got that money, and I got to spend it somewhere. And they tell me I'm not allowed to run. I'm not sure. Is that true? I'm not sure. So if I can't spend it on me, I guess that means I'm going to be spending it on some of my friends, right? A lot of my friends. We're going to be running. But think of that. We raised $608 million. Isn't that great? And I think I'll keep going. I'll just keep bugging them, build it up. But it's going to be great. I think we're going to do fantastically. I think the midterms are going to be a big surprise. And it just seems, I don't know what it is. You go back to the last, I think, 8 elections in a row. The midterms haven't been great for the person that wins the presidency. And I think so far we're very popular. I had an approval rating today of 71 and another one of 69. I have not heard of those numbers before. So we're going to fight very hard because the better I do, the better you do. It makes your races a lot easier if we do well, and we're going to keep doing well. With the help of everyone here tonight, the golden age of America has officially begun, and the golden age of just this whole thing, the red states, it's going to be leading the way to making our country richer and safer and stronger than ever before. The red states are going to do good. And the blue states, I don't know, maybe they'll totally disappear off that map. It's like, they don't learn because, like men and women's sports, I say we become the party of common sense. Men and women's sports is not a winner for them. But I saw somebody fighting like hell for the fact that a man should partake in women's sports, a Democrat, a radical left lunatic. And they're still going at it. And we shouldn't really fight them too hard until just about a week or two before the election. Just let them go. Don't convince them not to. I'm always saying they haven't learned. I don't want to say that. Don't say that. Let them keep going, and then about a week before the election, just blast the hell out of them. It's like in a race, you're hanging there, and then you just go, because there's no way. Open borders with prisoners coming in, jails, some of the worst murderers in the world. We had one guy killed 5 people, separately killed 5 different people. This is not going to be a great person for our country, but we had 11,088 murderers right now. Some of them have been already brought back. And when you think about it, transgender everything, everybody should be transgender. These are not things that play very well. I would say they're 7% issues for them. And they're over 90% for us, but they keep going. So don't tell them they're wrong. It's too long, 2 years or 4 years. It's too long. Let them continue to go and say, I think it's a brilliant idea to have open borders, to allow prisons and mental institution people to pour in from all over the world. They came from everywhere. But about a week before that election, go crazy. Just save up your money and explain we can't live like this. And they understand it. Every day of my administration will be fighting to help your state succeed and prosper. And together we're going to bring back the American dream, something nobody talks about anymore. In our last 4 weeks, our new administration has accomplished more than most administrations do in 4 years. And the last administration was a negative. I mean, it was accomplishment, I would say negative 50%. There wasn't any accomplishment. It was a de-accomplishment. On day one, I declared a national emergency on our southern border. I sent our military to the border to secure the sovereign territory of the United States of America. We ended catch and release. We began the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower. He was sort of a moderate guy, but he was very strong on the fact he didn't want people pouring into our country from all over the world. He was very tough. He had the record. We now have the record. It's not a record I'm really proud of. You don't like to do that, but we have no choice. We can't let it. I mean, they let criminals, many, many criminals, hundreds of thousands, probably millions of criminals, 21 million people, I believe, is the number. And of that, millions of people are hard, stone-cold criminals. In the past 4 weeks, illegal border crossings have plummeted by nearly 100%, and the tiny number of illegals that do make it across are being apprehended and sent right back to their home where they belong. All countries are taking the illegal aliens back, every single one, even though they said, and strongly, we're never taking them back. Don't even try. They said that during the Biden administration. It didn't work. They're taking them back. They have no choice. They're taking them back. They know we're not playing games. You remember Venezuela saying it? We're not taking them back. Don't even waste your time. They said that to Biden. He said, well, they have us over a barrel. They don't have us over a barrel. How about BRICS? The BRICS states, there are like 6 of them, and they were trying to destroy our dollar. They were going to say, they wanted to create a new currency. They probably wanted to use the yuan. China, they wanted to use the yuan. And Biden said, well, this is a tough situation. There's not much we can do about that. We can't help that. I said, we can help it. So when I came in, the first thing I said is any BRICS state that even mentions the destruction of the dollar will be charged a 150% tariff. And we don't want your goods. We don't want to partake. And the BRICS states just broke up. I don't know what the hell happened to them. We haven't heard from the BRICS states lately. But he said that wasn't much we could do about it. There was a lot. It took once, literally, They said, sir, what about the BRIC states? They're going to take over the dollar, the sanctity of the dollar. They're going to create a new currency to rule the world. I said, no, they're not. They said, yes, they are, sir. They said it. I said, no, they're not. Tell them 150% tariff, plus we're not going to do business with them. And that includes China. And all of a sudden, they went to the BRIC states and they said, could I ask you, how do you feel about that? I have no comment on this. I don't know what you're even talking about. It was an amazing turnaround. No, we're not playing games. Just this week, I officially designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, including Trendy Aragua and MS-13, which gives us great power. And to facilitate the rapid deportation of the worst criminals that we have anywhere in the world, we've also opened the full capacity of the detention facility at Guantanamo Bay. You know, people don't realize that thing was built, we hear about a few prisoners, and they do have maximum security, but it actually was built for thousands and thousands of people, and we're using that prior to bringing back to their country. We use it for the bad ones, the really bad ones, and in some cases, they're so bad we don't want them to go back to the country. We want to watch them because they'll be able, if they do sneak in, we don't want that. We don't want them anywhere near our country. In addition, we're waging war on Joe Biden's inflation disaster, the worst inflation probably in our history. They say 48 years, which isn't bad, but probably in our history. And to bring down the price of energy, I declared a national energy emergency. It's going to be an emergency. And you know what what we say and what Doug is going to do. Doug, you are so important, you and Chris. Chris is known, and I got this from Doug, as the best energy guy in the entire country. And people were shocked that he wanted to do this. He gave up something tremendous. He was the biggest guy. There was nobody bigger, nobody better. And Chris Wright. Is Chris Wright here? Is he here? Where is he? This guy is, and this is from Doug. I said, Doug, I want to make you the energy czar. And he said, sir, there's one man that blows me away. Right, Doug? He said, his name is Chris Wright. He's much better. I said, I want to see this man. And I met him. And I just agreed immediately that he was far superior to Doug. I'm only kidding. So what I did, we have a weird deal. We have the Department of Energy and the Department of the Interior. And Interior has all of the energy. And Doug has none of the energy, but he's got, Chris has none of the energy, but he got a hell of a good title. But we want the guy with the energy to be able to drill. So we sort of merged them and their friends and everything else. And they've got a thing going on. I think it's going to set records like nobody's ever seen before. So we have the man that controls the energy. We have the man that drills the energy. And now we've put them together. And you're going to see some action. You're going to see something come way down. So thank you. And thank you, Doug. You were really terrific. He was a great governor, by the way. A couple of you may know him slightly. But he was a great governor, did a fantastic job. He made a lot of money in the technology business, sold to Microsoft for a lot of money. I won't tell you how much. I don't want to embarrass him. Some people would say it's a lot. Some people would say it wasn't that much, right? But, when you get close to $1 billion, that's pretty good. And he didn't know much about energy. When he became governor, he became one of the great experts of energy anywhere. We did really an unbelievable job with the state. He did like me. He did well in business, and then he said, let's run for politics. And he did, and they love him in the state. But he was term limited, and I watched him running. He was running against me, but I still liked him. And I said, that guy's got real talent, and he was one of the first people I called. So you're doing a great job, and thank you for leading us to Chris. I'll give you a bigger thank you in 2 years if Chris is as good as you say, okay? But I know he's going to be. Thanks a lot, Chris. Good. Go out there. If we can bring energy down, everything's coming down. The eggs are coming down and the bacon's coming down. Everything is coming down, and that's the biggest thing, the energy. So those two guys are very important. To cut through the red tape, I've established a National Energy Dominance Council, chaired by the former colleague and your former colleague, Secretary Burgum. He's going to do a fantastic job. We're putting incredible people on it. I withdrew from the one-sided and very expensive Paris Climate Accord. It's a one-way street. Under that accord, we pay $1 trillion. Think of it. We pay $1 trillion. They pay nothing. China doesn't pay anything. India doesn't pay anything. Russia doesn't pay. We just pay everybody. It's like Health Organization, and every deal is no good, but we're changing it. We terminated health, on the World Health. We paid $500 million a year, and China paid $39 million a year. I said, that doesn't sound good. They have 1.4 billion people, and we have nobody knows what the hell our number is, because so many people pour into our country. We used to say like 325. I have no idea. We'll figure it out eventually, but let's put it this way. It should be substantially less than 1.4. But let's say we have 325 million. They have 1.4. We're paying 500 million. And these aren't, relative to government, these aren't huge numbers, but this is an example of what happens when you have bad government, when you have incompetent people. So I would explain this, and they called me and they said, we'll let you in for the same 39 million. I said, well, we should be much less than 39. We should be, but I didn't even want to do that because I'm not going to talk. I said, I'll think about it. And it was very public. And when Biden came in, he agreed to go back into the World Health for $500 million. He could have gotten, it's a lot of money. You could have gotten it for 39 million, Joe. That's why you're not president any longer, I guess. No, he could have had it for 39. They were standing there. It was very public. But he took the 500 million instead, because he never laid in bed at night sweating, tossing and turning like half of these governors. Not all of them probably, but half of them. It's sweating. How are we going to do a great job? He never did that. But that's just a case study in, how not to run. Because, if we had people at that level that would have negotiated. I bought a plane. It's really two planes, Air Force One. Now, if Boeing would build the damn thing, it would be nice too. We don't build like we used to. We don't build too fast. I gave the order out about 6 years ago. They're still waiting. Getting a little tired of it. I gave a fixed price deal, but it was $5.7 billion. I negotiated with Boeing. It took about 2 months, and I got the 5.7 down to $4 billion. Actually, 1 penny less than 4. I said it has to have a 3 on it, and he said, "You want from 5.7 to 3?" I said, yeah, 3 on it, meaning it has to start with a 3. And after about 2 months of saying, no, it has to have a 3, he called up, he said, sir, $3 billion, I want, and this is what happened, $3,999,999,999 and 99 cents, 1 penny less. I said, you have a deal. But we saved $1.7 billion just by negotiating. And in all fairness, most of you can do that, and some of you do it. Some of you do, you have surplus states, you have incredible states, and you have to do that because every time somebody sends you a bill, they expect to be negotiated. And in the past administration, and sometimes I guess in this it happens because people don't care. Elon talks about caring. Caring's very important, and they have to care. If they care, they say, no, I'll pay you. They'll send you a bill for $10,000, and you say, nope, I'll give you $5,000. And they'll say, no way, and you'll end up paying 6 or 7 or something. But all you have to do is care a little bit and try and get it down. And literally every contract, I think there's not a contract that's sent in government that I couldn't come, and that many of you couldn't cut, and cut very substantially. And boy, what a difference it would make for the government. I terminated the Green New Scam, one of the great scams in the history of our country. I canceled Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry from destruction. That was an easy one. And all of this helps to combat inflation and bring down costs. We're bringing down costs way down. We're going to bring up jobs like you haven't seen because the company's pouring in. We're going to have announcements over the next 3-4 weeks that you're not going to believe from some of the biggest companies in the world, and the numbers are staggering. Hundreds of billions of dollars of investment, hundreds and hundreds, trillions of dollars when you add it up, to slash hundreds of billions of dollars in waste and fraud. We're talking about also an abuse. I've created, as you possibly have read just a little bit, the Department of Government Efficiency. And here are just some of the things that we've paid. And we've stopped, and we've gotten the money back. $520 million for a consultant to do ESG, that's environmental, social, and governance investments in Africa. $525 million. $25 million to promote biodiversity conservation and social responsibility behavior in Colombia. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody even knows what the hell it means. $42 million for social and behavioral change in Uganda. $10 million for Mozambique medical male circumcision. We're doing circumcisions in Mozambique to the tune of approximately $12 million. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to the Consortium for Elections and Political Process Strengthening, including $22 million for inclusive and participatory political process in Moldova, and $21 million for voter turnout in India. Why are we caring about India turnout? We got enough problems. We want our own turnout, don't we? Can you imagine all that money going to India? I wonder what they think when they get it. Now, it's a kickback scheme. You know, it's not like they get it and they spend. They kick it back to the people that send it, I would say, in many cases. Many of these cases, anytime you have no idea what we're talking about, that means there's a kickback, because nobody has any idea what's going on there. $29 million to strengthen the political landscape in Bangladesh. Nobody knows what they mean by political landscape. What does that mean? $20 million for fiscal federalism and $19 million for biodiversity in Nepal. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. What the hell do I care about? We got a lot. We got enough problems. And all of this is terminated. We terminated this stuff, and we're on the track. And by the way, so many others I could read all night long, but so many were so terrible, and some were actually disgusting. And I know you're eating your dinner, so I didn't want to do that. But we're draining the swamp. And you know, one of them was $100 million for condoms for Hamas. You heard about that. 50 and 50. It's 50 million, and then they decided they needed more condoms, so they sent another 50 million. So it's 100 million condoms for Hamas. But now that's the good stuff. Here's even worse. Social Security. As you know, generally speaking, people don't live to be over 100 years old. We all will, I think, 120, 130, hopefully. But, you know, you hate when you get near that number. It's like, let's hope we can live to length like this. But here's what we're finding and what we found. And these were all found by these computer geniuses. I asked Elon, what trait do these have? You know, they started off with 12 guys, then they had 30 guys, then they had 57 guys. Now they have over 100 guys, and he attracts very young people with high IQs, you know. Some people attract very beautiful people. I think I like them better, actually. But he attracts young people that are brilliant, and they love the country, too. But I said, what trait do they really have? And the trait that they really have was that they're extraordinary with computers. They can take them. He said they make love to their computer. I said, I don't want to hear about that. Doesn't sound too good. He said they can take apart the most complex computer instruments and literally put them back blindfolded. So when they go into some guy that's ripping off the country by doing some of the things you've just heard or what you're going to hear, they can't be bullshitted. You know, they can't say, oh, gee, there was a mistake. There was a big mistake. And we're finding hundreds of billions of dollars worth of fraud, waste and abuse, but I think fraud will be the number one as we see. But listen to this on the program. There are 4.7 million Social Security members who go and live from 100 to 109. Well, I'll tell you, I know some people that are close to 100. I know one or two that got over that mark. But you don't have millions. 3.6 million people from age 110 to age 119. 3.47 million people from age 120 to 129. In other words, 120 to 129 years old. Millions of people, millions. 3.9 million people from age 130 to 139, which is pretty amazing because the longest living person ever on record, and they're not sure it was correct, was a woman from a very far away place, lived to 127 years old. She was a healthy specimen, but she lived to 127. 3.5 million people from age 140 to 149. So we have 140-year-old people plus Millions of them. 1.3 million people live to over 150 years of age, 150 to 159 to be exact. Over 130,000 people over the age of 160 years old, including 1,039 people between the ages of 220 to 229. And we're going to be investigating this fraud. We had one person who was 361 years old. And what we're doing now is we're finding how many of these people were paid. So we have millions of people, could be well over 100 million people in our Social Security rolls. So the good news is when we take them off, whether they were paid or not, it looks like our Social Security could be really solid. It could be a lot better than we thought, if you think about it. And I'm going to do something. I'm actually going on this one. You know, all my life I've heard about Fort Knox. That's where the gold is kept, right? I heard Fort Knox, oh. But, you know, we're getting a little bit shaky. We're getting the yips on this stuff. Like, I want to find out. So we're going to open up the doors. I'm going to see if we have gold there. We want to find out, did anybody steal the gold in Fort Knox? It's a pretty amazing place. But I'm going to actually go. We're going to open the doors. We're going to inspect Fort Knox. We want to make sure that we actually have, 400 tons of gold or whatever the hell it is. It's a lot of gold. I don't want to open it and the cupboards are bare. Could happen. If you look at some of the things, oh, by the way, wait till we go into the education department. We haven't even done that. So we could find as much as $1.5 trillion worth of waste, fraud, and abuse. If we do that, we can balance budgets. We can do a lot of other things, especially when you couple it with the massive amounts of tariffs that are coming in already, just with what we are charging. I won't mention the country because I don't want to anger people that like me, and I like them very much. But we're finding at least $60 billion a year in one country alone, and I haven't even started. It's just a very small portion that I've attached to them. So I got a call from Congress. They said, a lot of money is coming in from these tariffs. And they're starting to change their whole thing. So if you can add the tariffs, and this is numbers that I don't want to say it because then they'll say he didn't produce, but you could wipe out your income tax. You could maybe not even have an income tax system when this thing works out. Because in the old days, that's what happened. Our country was the richest ever from 1870 to 1913. That's when we were actually the richest, and we were a full tariff country. McKinley, and I just renamed Mount McKinley. I hope you're happy about that. But McKinley was the president. He was a tariff guy, and he believed that countries should not be allowed to come in and plunder. He had beautiful language on tariffs: plunder our wealth, plunder our jobs, steal our companies, and take our money without paying a very fair price. And he said, and that price shouldn't be more than fair. It should be high, because what they do is they hurt our country. And we became very rich. He was assassinated. And as you know, Roosevelt took over, Teddy, and he spent money on parks and on dams and on everything. But he really spent a lot of the money. McKinley never got the credit, but he spent a lot of the money that McKinley made. But it was the richest we ever were in the 1800s, early 1900s. And then in 1913, we went to the income tax system. And to be honest, we did fine, but we were never like we were. They formed the Tariff Commission of 1887. And it was a commission of people like you, blue bloods. Are you blue bloods? A couple of them, about 3 of them over here. But blue bloods. But it was a commission, and it was set up for the sole purpose of, we have so much money. This is in the United States. We don't know. We had no debt. We had no nothing. We had massive amounts of money. The commission was set up to determine where we should spend our money. Where do we spend it? We've got so much. Can you imagine? Wouldn't that be nice? Now look at what they're doing. But this is money we have to borrow where they're doing it. But we're going to find out that this money went to people and it got kicked back. You're going to find out a lot of that, but we'll catch it all. We've launched the largest deregulation campaign in our country's history. For every one new regulation, I've directed that 10 old regulations must be eliminated. And I will say, in my first term, we did more deregulation than any president in history by far, not even close. With Republicans in Congress, we're also racing to pass the largest tax cuts in American history. We're looking to we brought it down from 41%, much higher if you add the state things, but 41% to 21%, which people said was impossible. And now I'm trying to bring it down to 15%, so it'll go from 21 to 15, but only if you make your product in the United States of America. Otherwise, you pay 21%. That'll be great. To protect American auto workers, who, by the way, they're going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of what we're doing with tariffs, because they just stopped 2 big auto plants in the middle of construction from being built in Mexico, because they see, when I got elected, they said, oh, this is going to be a problem for us, because we have big tariffs going on, and we have tariffs going on autos, and they don't have to pay any tariffs. There is no tariff. All you have to do is build your plant in the United States. They were building plants in Mexico right opposite the border. They're making them in Mexico. They're selling them into the United States with virtually no tax. And they're killing Detroit, all these places are being killed. Now it's the exact opposite. And by the way, Canada was a big participant in that too. And I think Canada, they're going to have to pay tariffs on automobiles, lumber, and oil and gas, et cetera, et cetera. And they get 95% of their product from the United States. I think they have to become the 51st state. And you heard the people booing the national anthem, but I think ultimately they'll be praising the national anthem. We'll have to work out some deal with it, because I do like the "O Canada," right? It's a beautiful thing. I think we're going to have to keep it for the 51st state. I call him Governor Trudeau. I said, Governor Trudeau's doing a wonderful job. I think it's actually cost him his election, if you want to know the truth. But we're gonna see about that. We're looking at Greenland, and we have to take back the Panama Canal, because that wasn't the deal. We gave the Panama Canal to Panama. It was the most expensive thing ever built in our country. It'd be the equivalent of $2 trillion today. We spend massive amounts. We lost 38,000 lives from the mosquito and snakes. A lot of bad snake bites, but mostly the mosquitoes, malaria. They killed 38,000 of our people. They paid laborers 5 times what they were getting in the United States to go, knowing that there was a good chance they were going to die. 20% of them died. And Jimmy Carter, may he rest in peace, the late, great Jimmy Carter, gave it away for $1. It's also the most profitable thing ever built. It's what you hear about casinos and you hear about all this stuff. They're peanuts compared to this. It's the most profitable thing ever built. There's never been anything. I mean, you have ships lined up. And by the way, when they gave it away like a bunch of dummies for $1. The day after they took over, they raised the price per ship by 4 times. That wasn't high enough. There was no problem. They raised it again twice. And they're getting almost $1 million a ship. And their product is water. It's Pacific and Atlantic where they meet, and one is about 18 feet higher than the other, which a lot of people don't know. Actually, it's one of the great marvels of the world. Well, we built it, and we're not going to let, because China has essentially taken it over. We're not going to let that happen. China knows it, and so does Panama. To protect American workers and bring billions of dollars into our treasury, we're in the process of imposing reciprocal tariffs on any nation that tries to cheat us or steal our jobs. So India, as an example, has very, very high tariffs. And I was going to impose a flat tariff, but that wouldn't really do the trick, because some of the countries have really high tariffs. So it really works out much better. Nobody can even fight it. Whatever they charge us, we charge them. So if they're at 25%, we are at 25. If they're at 75, we're at 7. Whatever they charge us. And it was very interesting. The European Union, we were at 2.5% for cars. European Union was much higher. They just reduced their tariffs on cars to 2.5 to be reciprocal with ours. So that's just an early sign. But I think that's going to happen. And then some will want to fight us a little bit, but it doesn't matter. They're reciprocal. And even the press says, oh, I see. Well, they don't fight us. If I put a flat tariff on like 25, 30%, even if it was lower than we would have gotten, if we put a flat tariff on, the press would have gone crazy. That's terrible. Even if somebody was paying like 5 times more, charging us 5 times more. When you say reciprocal, I said it the other day to the failing New York Times. I said, listen, whatever they charge us, we charge them. They go, well, that sounds fair. It really does, doesn't it? So it's a reciprocal tariff, whatever they charge us. I've ended Joe Biden's weaponization of our government and removed his handpicked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice. We have a great Attorney General, Pam. I immediately halted all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. I signed an executive order to end all of the lawless diversity, equity, and inclusion policies across the entire federal government and private sector. Do you see how much it costs? One company said they're going out of that business and they're going to write off $229 million. How do you spend that much money to convince people that they should have transgender operations and various and sundry other things that we don't like to talk about? It's crazy, the amount of money it was almost like just a mind blower what they were doing. It was terrible and all over. And by the way, our military is now free of that. Anybody that even tries it, they're gone. I signed really historic orders to get critical race theory and transgender ideology out of the schools and out of our military. It's all going out. It's no longer. And I heard men are still playing in Maine. Is anybody here from Maine? Who is that? Is that the governor? That's, well, I hate to tell you this, but we're not going to give them any federal money. They are still saying we want men to play in women's sports, and I cannot believe that they're doing that. They are, let's find out who that guy is that raised his hand. Maybe he's just kidding. But, so we're not going to give him any federal funding, none whatsoever, until they clean that up. And the other one, we have a fight with one news organization, AP, a radical left organization, treats us all very badly. And they refuse to acknowledge that the Gulf, former of Mexico, is now called the Gulf of America. So we just told them, we're holding them out of any news conferences. Now I'm sure they'll get sued, and maybe they'll win. Doesn't matter. It's just something that we feel strongly about. No, and I said we changed Mount McKinley. Nobody's fighting that. You're allowed to do it. Well, we're allowed to do, and most of the shoreline is, 85% of it is on our soil. But I thought it would be appropriate. I never understood quite the Gulf of Mexico when it really covers us far more. And I think Doug is a big believer in what we did, the Gulf of America. So we're having a little dispute, but only one. But Google Maps has already changed. Almost everybody's already changed. It's called the Gulf of America. And earlier this month, I signed an order banning men from women's sports. And that's why when somebody wants to do that, and even the NCAA has already complied, and they have sent us a letter. They have fully complied with that. I also proudly banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, you believe this? And other chemical and surgical mutilations of all minor youth. Do you believe you have to say that? I mean, it's terrible. Who would believe that we're talking about even these things? Men playing in with 10 years ago, 15 years ago, can you imagine? People would say, is he crazy talking about this? And they're still fighting us, but let them fight. As I said, we're going to make universal school choice a very big, strong thing, school choice. And we're working very, very hard to send these schools and education back to the states where they can be properly run. In other words, this really affects the people in this room, but you're going to be running your schools, and who can do worse? Look, they rate them in the top 40. So we just came out with one that we were number 40, but we were number 1 in cost per pupil. And I mean, I know a lot of the governors in this room. You run a great state, and you'll do great with education at a much lower price. We're going to give you whatever you need, but at a much lower price. We have people in Washington, D.C. that, in all fairness, in many cases, don't give a damn about your pupils or your students or your states. And they're running everything, and they're running it into the ground. So it came out, we're last in education, but first in cost per pupil. Norway, Denmark, Sweden, I had to tell you, China, and a few others are always in the top 5. And I really believe that 35 or 36 states, and all of you are here, almost all of you are here representing those states, I think you're going to have education that's every bit as good as Norway and Denmark and Sweden and all of them. And then we'll have some laggards, and you know who the laggards are going to be. You just have to look at everything else. But in everything we do, we're putting America first because the Republican Party is now known as the party of common sense. It's a party of common sense, very important. I think it's a very important phrase for you to use. It's all about common sense. We're conservative and, we're a lot of things, but most important thing is we have to use common sense. Thanks in part to the hard work of the people in this room, we're forging a new political majority that is shattering and replacing Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal coalition, which dominated American politics for nearly 100 years. Under our leadership, the Republican Party has become the proud voice of hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. We are a much bigger, much more powerful party. Now is the time for us all to press forward, think big, be bold, and deliver the once-in-a-lifetime reforms our citizens need and really deserve. They've gone through hell for 4 years. Some of them don't even know it. They've just been led down a path. They don't even know what they've gone through. As one team, we can make our borders stronger, our communities safer, our schools better, our families happier, our citizens wealthier, and our country freer, 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 and more exceptional than ever before. We will work together and we will absolutely, without question, make America great again. God bless you all and do a great job and go home and watch the hockey game. It should be interesting. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Thank you.
How can you not feel like it's a new day in America when you see something as remarkable as that? Donald Trump, Republican Governors Association, being introduced, by the way, if you missed that part, Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, that they've been at odds for a long time. What this tells me is that Donald Trump is building a coalition. It's Republicans, it's Democrats, it's independents, it's people that he's been at odds with before, but realize, hey, this is where we're going. Rand Paul today, the senator of Kentucky, endorsed Donald Trump today. We were laughing about this, Ben, earlier because Rand Paul a little late to the party, but he said, look, he's doing more in a month than Ronald Reagan did in 8 years, and we are on the right track.
Yeah, so to me, this is really critical because everything we've seen thus far, a month today, was Trump executive orders. But if we're going to see
70,
yes, and incredible. Extremely important, stopping the bleeding on multiple different fronts.
Yes.
But if we're going to see any lasting change, we've got to see that at the state levels. And everything we're seeing that's bad right now, for the most part, is coming from, now it's not coming from a lot of these states. Most of these are Republican governors. But the states across America, we've got to change the focus, go after some of these governors, in particular the Democrat states. So I like refocusing on some of the states, some of the governorships, and focusing our efforts there. And as well, the other side of that is obviously the House passing legislation, signing legislation.
Make it permanent.
Make it permanent. That's right. The only way we fix these things long term.
Absolutely. Make it permanent. Promises made, promises kept. That continues to be the theme here. You mentioned it. I have my eyes on Wisconsin, of course, a very important race coming up there, targeting those low propensity voters because, as we know, gentlemen, the work is not over. In fact, it's just beginning, and we want to build on the momentum we have. I know we're celebrating. This is a very celebratory time, but nonetheless, we need to continue. And to your point, Steve, we were just talking about it earlier. Brian Kemp coming out, introducing President Trump. He announced his appointments.
I think that's remarkable.
To the Council of Governors. And take a look at this. Governor Kathy Hochul, Governor Josh Shapiro. Of course, one of my old friends, Governor Henry McMaster. But look, you have different governors coming together. Donald Trump is building something great for America. It's great to see this in real time. We're all a part of history.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
All right. And stick with us because you guys already know who it is.
I love these guys.
We're headed right to our fave guys over at Live from Studio 6B. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, guys. Thanks very much. Live from CPAC there, Ben Berquam. We love you too, Ben. We love Michelle and Steve, all three of them. Welcome on in, live from Studio 6B. What a day it was. CPAC, Real America's Voice there all day. Quite the day at CPAC. Quite the day for President Trump. Black History Month at the White House. Tiger Woods there and gave a speech there. Now, obviously, speaking to the Republican governors tonight, or actually all governors tonight, I think that was. Live from Studio 6B. Welcome on in, everybody. Glad you're here. 27 past the hour. We will take you till 10 o'clock. Boy, big day in sports. Tiger Woods at the White House. Slickster.
Yeah, good stuff.
Hockey game is underway. As the president just said, go home and watch the boys. Hopefully bring this one home.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm doing good, Big D. Yeah,
big night
here tonight, man. I got the red, white, and blue on. I'm ready to go. Come on.
Come on, let's go.
Come on.
And it's the boys about a minute 20 into the game.
Yep.
We'll be monitoring it all night, and we'll probably be yelling and screaming if they're scoring, and probably cursing if they're scoring on the other side.
Yep.
And by the way, shout out already to Paul Nolan, who decided he could not be here tonight, but they took Paul's advice, Delgado. Yep. Paul said what the American crowd should do is sing along as hard as they can to the Canadian anthem.
Right.
And not boo it. And when they started, there was maybe a smidge of boos.
I would call it a smattering, I believe.
A smattering, but for the most part, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
They sang along.
They didn't sing loud, which is fine, but they didn't hammer down the boos that I think we got on Saturday.
Yeah.
Correct.
So I would say respectful for sure would be a word.
Especially when it's coming out of Boston. Boston, oh my goodness, these people are nuts.
Yes.
Holy moly.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Vinnie Mac's here. Vinnie Mac.
Yeah.
Well, we were just talking about your involvement in Miracle in the movie the other day, and now here we are. Big hockey game tonight. They used Herb Brooks in the opening.
Yeah, wasn't that amazing? That was a great opening, and still to this day, I get chills hearing that speech.
Absolutely.
This is your moment. You earned it. Talk about inspiration.
Crazy.
And I don't think what people really realized about Herb Brooks is this whole team winning that 1980 Olympic gold medal, he had a real plan. I mean, this was a psychological plan as much as a physical hockey plan. And what I love is these young guys now playing, they love that movie. And they're inspired by that. I hope it gave them a little jump.
And you know what's something to keep in mind, too? Those were kids. Back in 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. Sure. They were playing up against, the Russian professionals that were, 27 to 35.
35-year-old men.
35-year-old men. And these teenage kids who were maybe a year out of high school, some of them, going in and doing what they did.
And they've been together, the Russians, for 10 years.
Yeah.
Right. Winning gold, but together for 10 years. These kids were thrown together.
Yep.
But if you haven't seen the movie and you want to learn a little bit about psychology of sports, give it a watch.
Okay, big save already there. That looked a little worrisome right there.
No, I had it.
He's walked right in.
I had it the whole way.
Well, let's talk about where the day we spent most. First of all, let's talk about the big news of the day, which was not really CPAC. CPAC was an all-day thing today, day one. We'll get to that. But the big news of the day today, obviously, is Kash Patel.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
In at the FBI. Besides Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, we actually got, but today was good on a lot of levels. Kash is confirmed, and Mitch McConnell is gone, or going to be gone. I mean, what a glorious day that is.
Yeah, they put him in the wheelbarrow.
What a glorious day, the day that some of us has waited to hear for a long time. I retired. Now, the only thing we wish is it was effective immediately, but unfortunately it's not. Head to the dog track, pal. But Kash gets in, approves, 51-49. Susan Collins votes no. Lisa Murkowski votes no. The Bopsy twins again stick together.
Yep.
I don't know. We got to do something about these two nerds. I don't know what it is, but we've got to get rid of them. We have got to do better than people like this.
Well, you know what? There's going to be some investigations. Who knows why they vote the way they vote? And maybe we'll see some things come through.
Good luck with those two.
You never know.
They're just stupid. They're not crooked. Well, they could be crooked, but I just think they're just stupid.
But the other side of that is the way we're united. The Republicans were united. Those two have been wild cards for a while, right? We've been complaining about them ever since I think we were doing the show. But that the Republicans stuck together here to get Tulsi, to get RFK Jr., to get Cash. I mean, that took every bit of unity the Republican Party can pull together, and they did. Forget about those two.
Yeah. And you want to see the Senator Mark Wayne Mullen? He cast the 50th vote, and this is how he celebrated. I don't know if you guys caught this. This is cut number 7. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, check this out.
This is getting out of control. Yep, got it. Here we go. Ready?
Went back to his office.
Yes! You did it! You actually did. You were the vote. You were the vote.
Mike technically voted after me. So,
but you were the one that did 50.
I was the 50th. Yes.
You did.
So there he is, celebrating the 50th vote for Mark Wayne Mullen.
What was that? He spiked the football?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was the other guy? I couldn't tell.
I don't know.
Okay, obviously I would assume another
Benny
senator.
Johnson.
What was it?
That's Benny Johnson.
Oh, it was Benny Johnson.
Yes.
I couldn't. Wow. I couldn't tell at all. Okay, very good.
But Benny,
spiked the football right in their face, exactly, because they didn't think. You know what's amazing about the Democrats and Kash Patel? It is really, it's not lost on anybody, I don't think, but it is so rich. I am so sick of Democrats telling us about what they think Kash is going to do. Yet they never have a problem with what their people have already done.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't tell us about what our people might do. We're worried about what they might do. Where were you when your people were doing it? None of you said a peep. You were all jumping for joy. You all thought it was great. None of you said anything. But we're worried about what our people are going to do, which, of course, they're not going to do. I'm sorry, Ben. These no-namers, Democrats who no one's ever heard of. I guess because Chris Murphy wasn't available today. I don't know. Maybe he was back in Connecticut doing something. But on MSNBC, a bunch of no-name senators I've never heard of on the Democrat side. Oh, well, it might this. He might do this. He might do that. And this vote's going to do this. And maybe he's going to come after me. And I'm thinking, I don't even know who you are.
As he should. But they did that to Trump, too. This was the entire narrative they did with Trump. He might do this, or he's going to do this. All speculative stuff to make everybody scared of things that Trump might do, could do. He inferred things that weren't even true. And then, Trump goes out and does what he does. And usually it's not what they're saying. But that was their narrative. That's how they ran against him. That if you look at all the rhetoric that went on back and forth through Biden, through Kamala Harris, through the media and everything, it was all Trump. Well, Trump's probably going to do this. He's going to do that. And this whole thing, if you look at that in the bigger context, this whole Russia thing, Trump's negotiating for minerals out of Ukraine. That's what's happening here. That's why Trump's doing what he's doing. He's nailing this guy down because he turned down the deal. You watch. Tomorrow, when you wake up, there's going to be a deal on the table for that. And then everything's going to calm down. That's how Trump operates. But right now, the left is all about Trump, Russia. He's in bed with Putin. He's doing all this stuff.
To listen to little Dick Durbin and a bunch of dicks. Dick Blumenthal, no pun intended. Dick Blumenthal and Dick Durbin all today about what Kash might do, what he might do. How about what you guys have done? Why are we worried about what he might do? Oh, this will vote. Well, you'll take it to your grave. You don't want to see the weaponization. Like they talk about it like we just got dropped on the planet today. You wouldn't want to see them weaponized against your political enemy.
Oh, no.
Well, you sure about that?
What? Excuse me?
Yeah, I feel like I'm in crazy town right now. What? Are you serious?
Here's the other thing I've noticed, which is glorious, by the way. And I don't know if you've picked up on it. And maybe it's just me. Maybe I've picked up on too much, but I still think it's glorious that the Democrats said to themselves, well, we need to kind of change maybe who we're putting out there. Chuck Schumer maybe doesn't work anymore. The Republicans are finally going to be rid of Mitch. They got J.D. Vance, man. He's a sniper when he talks. He's so good messaging.
Yep.
We've got to get a new messenger out there. Who can we go to really start to put out there a lot on the mainstream media? And somehow they've settled on Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah.
Does anybody notice that besides me?
I don't know.
It's glorious.
I don't know if they settled on her.
I can't believe it. How many appearances she's had in 2 days.
Or it's just the media goes, ooh, look, shiny, bright object. And she'll say anything. So let's put a mic in front of her. And she does.
But that's just what they want. That's just as good as them directing her to go out. It's just as good.
Yeah. Well, she doesn't let down. Every time she opens her mouth, Insert foot.
Keep
step
it going.
On brake. Keep it going.
Make her go ahead.
Yeah.
Make her the voice for the next 4 years, and then run Kamala again. Do it.
Kamala.
Come on.
Carmela. I'll take JD Vance on our side any day, on any show against anyone.
Yep.
He's the guy I want to see out there talking.
I was a little nervous when I saw the turnout this morning, though, for the protest for Kash Patel. I don't know if you guys caught that.
No.
Here it is. It's picture number 1. Look at who showed up to protest Kash Patel. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Look at that. All 5 of them.
Yeah, Adam's pencil neck.
That's it.
Who still says he's got evidence that no one else has seen. White House, whose all-white club let him out for the day so he could go to this. Little Dick at the mic. And then Chris Coons, who, of course, is another talking head favorite of MSLSD and CNN. They always dig him out to come up there when they want someone to just say vicious, terrible things that are not true. And I can't tell who the guy behind Dick is. I have no idea.
I don't know who that is. Yeah, was it. That was their turnout.
There's your
It's
lineup.
another Dick.
That was it.
Exactly.
You don't see the big crowd gathered around them. You don't see, other people, other staff. That was it.
This is manufactured hysteria.
That's it.
That's what they've got going on. That's what they've always had going on. It's
Block
manufactured.
Kash Patel. How'd that go?
Yeah.
Get back to us on that. Can we get an update on that sign? How did it work out for you? Oh, that's right. That's how it worked out.
Yeah.
Right there. Confirmed. In your face.
Now my big question is what happens with Adam Schiff? What does he do? He's in quite a spot.
Why?
Because he's a senator now.
Right.
But everything that he did in the past is open to examination. And Kash has already said he is a criminal.
Yeah.
He said it on podcast. We have a copy of it right here if you want to hear it.
I mean, listen, I hope I'm not wrong, but I think you're all going to be disappointed if you're waiting for... I mean, that's just my opinion. I hope I'm wrung.
He's got the pre-pardon thing.
If there's legit things, but I think we're looking forward. If I had to guess,
I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be one of the shortest-lived senators to ever serve. That's my theory. I'm throwing it out there. Why? Because again, of what Kash Patel is, what he has seen. To be able to go up and say, and notice, Adam Schiff has never said, no, that's not true. I'm suing him for defamation. Hasn't said a word.
Yep.
Why? Because he's smarter than that. He knows, this guy knows where the bodies are buried, and he's got stuff on me. This is why Adam Schiff was the face of the block Kash Patel confirmation. I mean, here's what he said. Cut number 6. This is what Kash said on Adam Schiff. Check this out.
Adam Schiff is the worst criminal in Congress in the last 250 years. And what broke that we're going to talk about right now is Adam Schiff met with a whistleblower. Adam Schiff went to the podium day after day after day saying, I know nothing about this. We're not going to discuss it. We're going to protect it. And then Adam Schiff, led the prosecution of the impeachment trial in the Senate of President Donald Trump. Talk about someone who was conflicted out of the game because he was part of the hoax that brought Charmella in, manufactured that false accusation, and then peddled it out to the world. And he continued, not surprising, he's lied about almost everything in his life. But now he lied just to set up a presidential impeachment. And that's what I was talking about, these disinformation campaigns. And then he should be investigated because he lied to the world about his interactions with Charmella, who is a whistleblower, and I can't stress it enough, that started a presidential impeachment. Now, your history is way better than mine, but I can't remember the last time a president was actually impeached. It's a significant process and escalation, and it's reserved for the time when it actually shows a crime, not when it shows the manufacture of fake information to show a fake crime.
That's right.
The guy that found and manufactured the evidence with Charmella was the prosecutor in the case against the target of the investigation. That is the ultimate, from a prosecutorial standpoint, conflict of interest. But he knew what he was doing, and he thought he would never get exposed. And I think thanks to, I think it was John Solomon and his fantastic reporting, we now see what I've been saying for years, that I thought he met with him for sure, and it will come out, and it now has.
Yeah. So there you have it. I'm cheering the day that Adam Schiff goes away. And I hope it's in bracelets.
Yeah, I
really
so
do. He has been just a cancer on this country, just peddling lie after lie. And of course, the media, giving him every platform, every opportunity to spill his ugly face out there and perpetrate this lie after lie after lie. And what has it gotten us? It got us derailed for the first presidency halfway, right? It led to 2 impeachments, and you still have the garbage still out there. People going, "Oh, you're still a Russian agent," and it's all because of this D-bag.
No, it's all that brainwashing thing we talked about, all the manipulation. The media never questioned him. Well, what is the evidence? I don't know. I have this. It's there. I can't release it. I've seen it. But the media is as culpable as he is because they didn't question him.
Right.
They never challenged it. I hear where you're going with this because I'd like some redemption too.
Yeah.
I mean, I do. But I do want to move forward as well. I don't want to get caught in just a redemption trip here with cash.
We can chew gum and walk at the the same time.
Yeah, I hope that's the case.
I think they can.
I'm with you.
By the way, Delgado, I'm totally on board with your whole deal. I'd like to see it happen because I think Cash could do it and actually build a real case, not this. I almost just cursed right there. not this BS that they did with Trump. So I think they could really build that this is actually what should happen the right way.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Like tomorrow's day 1. Do you think he's turning the Hoover Building into a museum? The deep state?
I don't know.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. I'm just glad it's day 1 of Cash Patel. That's the most important thing.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it too.
Call 1-800-726-2125.
To switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
America's favorite patriotic plush is back and better than ever. First introduced to the nation with overwhelming support, Trumpy Bear became an instant sensation. The third edition Trumpy Bear, loved by patriotic Americans, is once again here for all to see. The all-new Trumpy Bear shows you his patriotism with his flag-themed tie. Then open the secret zipper and let the American-themed cape fly. The original new Trumpy Bear is big and super plush.
I love my Trumpy Bear. I love his flag. I love his tie and the hair. Oh my gosh.
Trumpy Bear can be yours for only $69.90, complete with his hologram 2024 certificate of authenticity. But wait, order right now and we'll include this special inauguration 45-47 presidential tie and beautifully embroidered patriotic hat, perfect for you or Trumpy Bear to wear proudly, absolutely free. There's still more. For just $10 more, you can add on 3 additional Trumpy ties. Express every feeling with color and style. So don't delay. Show your patriotism today.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. Welcome on in, everybody. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Started out the show tonight with President Donald Trump speaking at what was the official, was that was all 50 governors? Was that all the governors, or was it only Republican governors?
I believe it was the Republican Governors Association, so whoever belongs to that.
Okay, the Republican Governors Association President Trump spoke to tonight, and that's how we opened the show for the first about half hour, 24 minutes of the show. The president, we caught the tail end of his speech. Busy day for the president. He did a Black History Month celebration at the White House where he had Tiger Woods with him. Adam Scott was there, both in the PGA. He had Jay Monahan. I noticed the crowd, it didn't go over my head. He said, we've had some interesting talks today with Tiger, Adam Scott, and Jay Monahan. I'm assuming those talks are about the future of the PGA Tour and the Live Tour, and what they're going to do with the two of them. I'll bet the president, obviously being a huge lifelong golfer and fan of golf, wants to try to be in the middle of those discussions to bring harmony to that situation.
Well, yeah, according to Rory McIlroy and I think it was Bryson DeChambeau, they think he's the only one that can do it.
Yes.
They think he's the only one that can kind of broker that deal and get everybody on the same page.
Rory, I guess I have to stop wishing for Rory to be falling in the ocean or the ponds on these courses, as I have been since he trashed Trump when he played with him last time.
I remember that.
Hoping that he misses every cut, which has been hard because he's great. So at least he's come back around now. So now maybe I can start rooting for Rory again. What do you think, Slick? Am I at the point where I can root for him?
Nah, not yet.
Not yet. We don't trust him yet, totally.
I don't trust him just yet.
All right, so maybe you can just fall into a stream now, not the actual pond. So.
Exactly.
All right, so we'll get to also CPAC today. Some good speeches there. Elon was there. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the hockey game right now, though. Update on the hockey game. Not great, but this is the way it started the other night, too.
That's true.
Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell and My Pillow. I saw Mike Lindell at CPAC. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on in sports?
All right, Big D. Well, we got a big game tonight. This is the biggest thing going on in sports. There's some other action. I'll get to those scores as well. But we've got the TD Garden, the nation's face-off here. What a great game. Just started out, and Nathan McKinnon lights the lamp first from the Colorado Avalanche for Team Canada, who leads 1-0. But we got about 7 minutes to go in the first. Plenty of time.
That's as good a look as they're going to get right there.
That was a great look. I know. It's just the puck doesn't seem to be bouncing their way. No. But we got time. We got time now. A couple of good saves as well by Hellebuck for the Team USA. Good goalie. It was a great shot. Real C&I shot. He was screened in front. The shot was probably from about 40 feet out. And just a great goal by Canada. So we'll see what happens. Crowd is pumped up. Great national anthem. Big D. We'll be tracking this game. 6:54 to go in the first period. Canada 1, USA 0. Okay, let's get to a couple other scores. With all the stuff going on. Oh, well, of course, President Trump made a great phone call, too. I'll bring that story up in a little bit. But NBA action right now. Well, the Celtics are in Philly tonight because can't play in the TD Garden. That's where the game is with the USA. They're bombing the Celtics right now, the Sixers, I should say. 174 at the end of 3. Sixers have all but quit for the season, I feel. Pacers 191 over the Grizzlies. A minute to go there in the third. At the half, Magic up over the Hawks 59-58. Nets over the Cavs 50-48. And the Knicks right now lead the Bulls 50-43. Again, all those games at the half. Bucks 41-37 over the Clippers. 6 to go in the second period there. And I'll get to a quick story here. We talked about it earlier. Tiger Woods joins Trump at White House reception honoring Black History Month. This is Nick Gilbertson of Breitbart Sports. Washington legendary golfer Tiger Woods joined President Donald Trump Thursday for a Black History Month celebration at the White House. Woods, sporting the Presidential Medal of Freedom Trump awarded him during his first term, entered the East Room with the president as Hail to the Chief played. Woods delivered a few remarks at the urging of the president and the crowd, who chanted Tiger, Tiger repeatedly. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to be here with you, Mr. President, Woods said, adding he was honored to be with those in attendance as well. Woods boasts one of the most impressive resumes in PGA Tour history. He has 82 PGA Tour wins under his belt and 12 international wins to go along with 31 finishes as runner-up. Trump gave Woods the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the highest achievable civilian award in America, in May 2019 during a ceremony in the Rose Garden. But it seems like yesterday, right? Tiger, we are inspired by everything you have become and attained. The job you have done is incredible. Your spectacular achievements on the golf course, your triumph over physical adversity, and your relentless will to win, Trump said at the time. Trump on Thursday also announced a number of America's black icons whom he says will have statues in the newly announced National Garden of American Heroes, which Trump directed to be created in an executive order last month, will honor hundreds of greatest Americans to ever live, including countless black Americans. Icons, he said, the garden will predominantly feature incredible women like Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks, Billie Holiday, Aretha Franklin, and Coretta Scott King, he said. Wow, it's some list. We are going to produce some of the most beautiful works of art in the form of a statue for men like Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Jackie Robinson. What a great athlete that was. Martin Luther King Jr. and, of course, the great Muhammad Ali. Probably one of the greatest faces there, right, as far as somebody that they recognize. And the late Kobe Bryant. People love Kobe Bryant, he went on to add. Trump noted that several states very badly want to be the home of the eventual garden. Trump joked that they would save Tiger Woods for another time, of course. So that was great stuff, Big D. And that's a wrap in sports. Still 1-0 up in Boston. Canada leading. That's a wrap, Big D.
Tiger walked out with the president into a tremendous cheer and walked up on stage, and the president went over to the mic and he acknowledged Adam Scott and he acknowledged Jay Monahan. Then he said, "No, but there's nothing like our Tiger." And then he said, "Would you like to maybe say a few words?" And Tiger kind of went like, "No." And then we started getting the Tiger chant.
Yeah,
and cool. President Trump started to do this with his arms. And then Tiger took the mic, of course, because what choice do you have when the president's doing that?
Yeah, no choice.
And he just said, "It's an honor to be here with all of you. It's an honor to be here with you, Mr. President. And thank you all very much." And it was good. And let me just say this. Tiger got a much nicer response than one of the other guests. Do you have this clip?
Yeah, of course I do.
I don't know how he got on the I don't know how he got on the invitation list or what possibly Trump thought the reception was going to be.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe he knew what it was going to be.
I do remember this.
He didn't act like he knew it was going to be.
I don't think he was
Why don't we roll
surprised.
that? What
All
clip
right.
is that?
This would be cut number 13 as Trump introduces a certain CEO to the crowd here at the White House. Cut 13, check this out.
I think this guy's in the
We
wrong
also
room.
have the head of Pfizer here, so I want to thank him. One of the great people, one of the great businessmen. Thank you, Albert. Thank you.
And Trump just keeps saying thank you.
Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yep. He really got needled.
Thank you very much.
Now I think he's just thanking the crowd for booing him.
He got a good laugh.
They were
out of
needling
that,
him.
you know?
He did.
Yeah.
He really did get a good laugh out.
That was great.
That clip didn't. I mean, that's a little short. It went on for a little bit.
Yeah. It was a little
Trump.
awkward,
If you
right?
see the straight on picture of Trump, he kind of looks up. He kind of go. He starts to kind of smile and think, "Oh, how am I going to get? What do I do here?" And I don't know. How does he get into the room? Who invites him?
That's a great question.
Terrible.
It was probably something where the guy's trying to, curry favor now that he's in charge. Because we all saw it happen once he got elected.
You think?
You saw everybody making their way. There were migrations of old men making their way to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring, saying, "Oh my goodness, we were so wrong." Well, we were just kidding. We were joking about all that stuff.
Yeah.
Now that he's in charge, and
But they're a big sponsor.
Yeah, Albert Bourla
They're the big sponsor.
showed up.
Aren't they?
Who?
Pfizer.
For what?
For the golf. They're a big sponsor.
It could be.
Oh, I'm
I
sure.
believe
Yeah.
that's part of it.
Yeah, they
a
do
big part of it.
A lot of commercials.
Viagra.
Yeah,
that's
that's
Pfizer
true.
makes that.
Yeah,
I know
that's true.
nothing about that pill. Just letting you know that. But I'm just saying they make it.
That's a whole different club.
Let's take a look at this angle of the same thing, Aaron. Throw this up just for a second.
What color is that
We
pill?
also have the head of Pfizer here, so I want to thank him. One of the great people, one of the great businessmen.
Sure it wasn't
Thank
the
you,
Canadian
Albert.
national anthem?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We also have the head of Pfizer here.
That's brutal.
Thank you very much.
Someone's not reading the room there in the old invitation room there at the White House on that one. I still think the vaccines are like, hey, okay, maybe. Same person who thinks that maybe invited him. I don't know.
Maybe they thought they could just slip him in. Just kind of
Quietly.
slide him. Right, quiet.
You got a jab already.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
It's an absolute problem. It happens all of the time. If you own property and have got equity, you can be a victim.
How can a scammer actually steal my home?
It's so easy for them to get the original document. They can download it and forge it. They begin to take out loans, and you're left holding the bag.
What can I do to protect my title?
Go to HomeTitleLock.com. We monitor your title and alert you if anything disturbs your title. Protect your home. You'll sleep better that night.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Studio 6B, hour 2. Quiet, Aaron. Live from Studio 6, Real America's Voice, 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio, Suffolk County, Long Island. Glad you're in as well. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's going to do some news. Vinnie Mac's got some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down. We've got USA-Canada hockey on the TV. We are monitoring every second of this. 3 minutes to go in the first. Canada still up 1-0. See, USA's won 7 straight face-offs. Just as I said, can we win some face-offs? Now we've won 7 in a row, but we still have no goals. That's all right.
Wrap around in the booth.
Oh! Still for...
Goal!
Yeah, there we go!
Okay, I told you.
There you go.
Patience.
1-1, baby. Goal for the Americans.
Nice.
1-1. Here we go. Let's go.
Tied it up.
Let's get it on.
Here we go.
Come on.
Oh, is that Brady?
Looks like it.
Who got that?
Looks like Brady could shoot.
All right, there we go. 1-1. We're all tied up in Boston. Let's go.
Wow.
USA, baby. Let's go.
Just as you were complaining.
Yeah.
You got it.
That's all you got to do.
There it is.
Yeah, Brady.
You just got to yell. You got to just yell, stick it to these moose humping nerds, and then they score.
Man, that was just woof.
There you go.
Beautiful. I think the moose humping nerd had something to do with it.
All right, hour 2, lots to do. Dr. Peter McCullough is going to join us. If he's watching the show, I'm sure he's glad he's going to join us.
Yeah.
He's thinking at me. I'll take a rain check.
See if he's got any.
He'll join us at 9:30. Slick's going to do some more sports in hour 2, but let's start hour 2 with some news. And here with that is Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
We'll see if he has any medicine for that moose humping you've been talking about. Bad news across some of the things that we've been going on here. One of these days where there's so many different news stories to pick from, I feel like I just want to get this one out of the way because it's so terrible. Body of Hamas was not, body returned by Hamas, I should say. Turns out was not Shiri Bibas. The IDF declares it's a serious violation as remains of her 2 kids were positively identified. I don't know if you heard this earlier. They thought it was her and the 2 kids, which I guess were returned in just disgusting condition. The body of the slain hostages with the 2 children, the 2 young sons. But it turns out this story just breaking at 8:03 p.m. says they identified the remains as not of the mom of Shiri Bibas. The Israeli Defense Forces announced Thursday night that while the bodies of the murdered children, Ariel and Kafir, were positively identified after being handed off in coffins by Hamas, another casket contained an anonymous unidentified body, not their mother that they thought originally was. Her remains were supposed to be released along with the bodies of her 2 young children and hostage Oded Lefshis as part of the Israeli-Hamas ceasefire agreement, but that has not come to pass. The IDF slammed Hamas in a statement and demanded her body to be returned to the Jewish state. They said this is a serious violation by the Hamas terrorist organization, which is required by the agreement to return 4 dead hostages. We demand that Hamas return her home along with all our other hostages. The body was supposed to be hers, but was not. And again, it's just another example of what we're dealing with in that part of the country. And everybody thinks, oh, well, you just, as the Biden administration did, just continue to say, oh, if we just kowtow to them, let's keep giving them money, let's give them every opportunity, they will continue to let you down and kill you, because that's what they do. So, unfortunately,
that part of the world,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah, that's what
the idea that somehow they were going to be truthful, or somehow you were going to be able to get on the same level and negotiate in some way. I mean, again, Trump has it right when he said all hell needed to break loose. What he meant was, and what should have happened, is they need to just be wiped off the face of the earth.
Very much.
Is what needs to happen. You're never going to deal truthfully. You're never going to be able to count on anything you hear. None of this should be a surprise. It can be an outrage, but this should not be a surprise that they're dealing from underneath the deck, from underneath the deck, because what would you expect from the worst of the worst?
Right. Just disgusting. So let's hope that the remains of the mom do get returned so they can be put to rest positively with the rest of the family and the 2 young sons, which is it's heartbreaking when you see the pictures, of who they were and the life that they had.
It's sickening.
Yeah.
It makes you want to throw up.
It makes you want to get super aggressive and take these people out.
Bingo.
I heard something, though, Rick, I don't know if you heard this during this story, that the hostages that have been released have said not one Gazan, a citizen, helped any of them.
Of course not.
And even during the Holocaust, many of the Jews were helped by people, locals, who didn't want to see this type of carnage. Not one. That's unbelievable. I find that unbelievable. That's just humanity. I don't.
I don't.
Yeah,
this is the argument that people talk about all the time about that part of the world and Gaza and the people in Gaza and Hamas. Most of them support.
Yeah.
Most of them in the area have supported. They know what's going on. They know. It's like when you hear this humanitarian aid. There's no such thing in that part of the world as humanitarian aid.
Yeah.
It's just propping up Hamas, and the people there know it. They let it go. They sign off on it. For the most part, they know exactly what's going on. They know what they've done. They know what they're doing. Most people there support what Hamas is doing, and they support Hamas as an entity in that region.
Or they're just afraid. Support and afraid, I would think, would be probably a double combo there. If they ever helped a Jew who's been, a hostage, they're probably afraid they get killed themselves. I mean, that's what the Nazis did to people who helped the Jews back then.
Executed
I would think the river from the river to the sea crowd is most people who live there.
I agree with you. That's a sick way of looking at humanity, frankly.
Definitely.
Not the way you're looking at it, I'm just saying their view of humanity.
Well, that's what you're dealing with over there, so you got to treat them as such.
And by the way, it's a lot of the Democratic Party today, too.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
Speaking of which,
yeah,
here in New York State, turns out Governor Hochul's not very happy with the Trump administration after he pulled the plug on New York City's immensely unpopular congestion pricing scheme as a noisy contingent of politicians and advocates backing the toll piled on with their own saber rattling. Yes, you've heard that correctly. Democrats are now angry because they want to be able to tax New Yorkers and people visiting New York City even more than they already do. You can't make it up. Face plant yourself right there. Just keep stepping on the rakes. We enjoy it. In a statement issued less than an hour after U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy sent a letter to Governor Hochul, putting her on notice, MTA Chair and CEO Janno Lieber as well praised the toll scheme and vowed to fight back against the administration's baseless effort. It says here, according to this article, from the New York Post, today the MTA filed papers in federal court to ensure that the highly successful program of taxing you to oblivion, which already dramatically reduced congestion, bringing reduced traffic and faster travel times while increasing speeds for buses and emergency vehicles, will continue notwithstanding this baseless effort to snatch those benefits away from the millions of mass transit users, pedestrians, and especially drivers who come to Manhattan's central business district. According to Lieber, he said in a statement, the suit filed Wednesday in Manhattan federal court names Duffy and Federal Highway Administration Executive Director Gloria Shepard, as well as their respective agencies, and touted enacting congestion pricing as having embarked on a bold new program to tax the hell out of the middle class of America. It's mystifying that after 4 years and 4,000 papers of federally supervised environmental review, that's what it takes these days to get something done. 4,000 papers of environmental review. And barely 3 months after giving final approval to the congestion relief program, U.S. DOT would seek to totally reverse course, Lieber said in a statement. Well, that's what happens. You see, you lose an election, and the people who are helping you raise taxes across the board are no longer there to subsidize you and help you raise taxes. There's a new sheriff in town, I think.
Here's the other thing on this congestion pricing thing that the Democrats do not understand. This is why they should never be in charge. And it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
What happened when they started this congestion thing? Fewer people were going into the city, right? A lot fewer. It wasn't a little fewer. Right. It was a lot. You've got restaurants, clubs, bars, fitness gyms, all these things going on in the city. And that's what they rely on. All these people coming in.
Yeah.
This is what's called an economy. This is called economics, okay? They don't understand that congestion pricing because they're trying to pull money in any which way they can.
Right.
They think this is how short-sighted and upside down the Democrats are in general. They do not understand economics, the economy, and capitalism by any means.
Yeah, and I could understand if these were pristine roads. Oh my goodness, you could eat off them. It's still the same garbage it was the day before. It's just costing you $9 and sometimes more just to drive on the same crappy roads that have always been there. That, by the way, you already paid for with the taxes you already paid.
Yeah.
So the fact that New York City and the state actually can't get their crap together and actually figure out, hey, where are we wasting money so we don't have to put this tax on the people of New York, and possibly, again, like you said, Vin, they're not thinking long term. Because long term means you're going to be out because people are going to be like, we don't like this congestion pricing. We don't like what you guys have been doing. We pay more taxes than just about every other state in the country. And what do we get for it? Nothing. So hopefully,
it's typical.
Yeah, hopefully this will be another push to get a change in terms of who leads this state and who leads New York City.
New York is so desperate for money that these little things, they think are going to make a difference or bring in tax revenue. I don't know if anyone who has a business right now, you have to file a certain certification number now, or you get fined $500, I believe it's a month. Pocahontas put this through. These are what
I believe it's a day.
A day.
If you don't do the kind of, they want to know who owns the company, how much of the company they own. They want to know all the people who are involved with it. It had to be done by January 1st of this year. I think it's per day, the fine.
That's right. What I found outrageous about that, because I had to do it. I got a bunch of companies. I had to go do it. I got the number. You did it too.
Yep.
But the only reason, in my view, it existed is because Pocahontas is trying to figure out ways to bring in more tax revenue into the government, because people aren't going to comply, completely, and they're going to fine all these companies and go through that. It's the same thing that New York State is doing. It's that left-wing mentality of having no idea how to run a business. That's why every day is like a holiday right now. Because you see people like Trump in the office and Vance, they know how to run things. They think like, who do you think Biden would ever go to Ukraine and say, yeah, let's settle this thing up with Russia. By the way, we need to pay us back, so we want your minerals. Okay? We want to cut a deal on all those minerals. And by the way, China has most of them, and you have a lot. So let's make a deal. No, we're not interested in making a deal. All right, you're a loser. I'm going to talk to Putin. This is what this is what he's doing, but it's about business and it's about peace. It's just so smart.
And like I said last night, at this point we kind of own Ukraine, right? We put enough money into it. We have the people that are, we pick the leaders. We do everything over there. We tell them how to do everything. It's kind of like ours.
It's I guess
it's kind of like ours.
Governor, what's his name?
Zelensky.
All right, live from Studio 6B. We'll be back. Vinnie Mac's got some thoughts.
Yep.
Dr. Peter McCullough will join us. Then we'll do some more sports with Slick on a Thursday night. We're back right after this.
Sitting right now, it could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 35% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now.
Here's an important message from the Diabetes Solution Center. Diabetics understand all too well the pain of pricking your fingers. But now, by wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor or CGM, you can immediately reduce your pain. It's easy to use and helps you make more accurate diabetes treatment decisions. If you are testing your blood sugar 4 or more times daily, injecting insulin 3 or more times daily, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetes Solution Center right now to learn about this groundbreaking new CGM technology. And if you have Medicare, you can get a new CGM at little to no out-of-pocket cost. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurance company for you. If you are testing your blood sugar 4 or more times daily, injecting insulin 3 or more times daily, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetes Solution Center right now to learn how you can get your own continuous glucose monitor or CGM at little to no out-of-pocket cost.
All right, 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. That sounds like the blues, which means I'm going to talk to you about somebody. Who am I talking about tonight, Aaron? Do we know? Patriot Mobile. I saw the guys from Patriot Mobile today at CPAC over there at the Real America's Voice booth, and they were talking about it. While we may have won the election, the fight to restore our great nation is only beginning. Now is the time to take a stand, and Patriot Mobile is leading that charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It's a call to action to defend your rights and freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all 3 major networks. If you have cell phone service today, you can get cell phone service with Patriot Mobile, and you can get a coverage guarantee. But the difference is every dollar you spend supports the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Their 100% U.S.-based customer support team will help you find the perfect plan for you. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/RAV, patriotmobile.com/RAV, or you can call 972-PATRIOT, the number right there on your screen, 972-PATRIOT. You can get a free month of service. What? A free month of service with promo code RAV, R-A-V. Switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend freedom with every call and text that you make. Visit patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Vinnie Mac is here. Vinnie Mac, what's been on your mind here since Tuesday?
Oh, boy. Like I was saying earlier, like every day feels like a holiday. Like today was like a great day, in relation to Trump and everything he's doing. And every once in a while, he just comes out with what I just think is genius. Just literal genius. The Gaza thing I thought was genius because it's gotten everybody in that part of the world thinking, this guy's going to come in here and create this, redo Gaza and make it this major resort town. We better get our act together and do something. Well, the thing he talked about today, and he's talked about it a little in the past, but today it really came out, and that is the idea of eliminating the IRS. And when I heard this initially, because I've heard it floated around for a while, I'm like, what is he talking about, eliminating the IRS? I've always been in favor of the flat tax. That's something I've just been on that train because I just feel like, okay, make it fair for everybody, okay? We all pay the same percentage of tax, just like we do with sales tax and so on in a city. But he has taken this to what I believe is the foundation of a complete pivot and change in how a government actually operates. He's talking about getting rid of the IRS and implementing the External Revenue Service, utilizing tariffs and things like that happen every day anyhow to pay for our government services. No personal tax, no corporate tax. It's all in that bucket. And it sounds, oh, wow, this sounds great. I don't have to pay tax. It is way bigger than that. If you have a society that is funded by the commerce of that society through international trade, and your citizens aren't paying that bill and having to have hard-earned money paid in taxes, that is like a colossal win. There's not a society ever that's done anything remotely like this. It is genius, flat out genius. The elimination of the IRS, and we all have this, I know I do. I mean, I think about the IRS sometimes, and I don't think about it in a good way, because all I think about is, oh boy, I don't want to get a letter. I don't want to get audited. I don't want any of this stuff to happen. I don't have good thoughts. I don't think anyone has a positive thought about the IRS. Oh, these are great guys, right? I love these guys. Oh boy, I hope to get to meet one. None of us have that. Yeah. I know there are people, and I have friends of mine that talk about, you need to pay your fair share of taxes. I'm like, no, I believe in what Trump says. I'm going to use every avenue that's legal to pay the least amount of taxes. And I think I'm not alone. having said that, think about the magnitude of this idea. The External Revenue Service replacing the IRS and bringing in the same amount of money. So I've been thinking about that today because I think that is the biggest colossal pivot I've ever heard in government. So kudos to Trump for thinking out of the box.
I agree with that.
If he can pull it off, yeah.
Oof.
Exactly. But you just said the main point, which is if anybody can pull this off,
pull it off.
It's Donald Trump. And the other thing about it, just like Gaza and so on, and this is how Trump operates, he'll do it. He will, if they don't step up in the Middle East, Egypt, and all these other countries and go rebuild Gaza the way it should be, he's going to do it. There's no question in my mind that he will do it. And if people think he's joking about this IRS thing, and I bet you a lot of people are not taking him too seriously on this. Yeah. But he can and he will do it.
Yeah. And did you hear him today? He was talking about going to check out Fort Knox.
Oh, boy.
Scott Besson said that all the gold is in Fort Knox. He's already checked it. And he said everything there is accounted for. So
scary thing.
Well, that's good to know.
That's the truth.
I know he said it.
Yeah.
I don't know. How does he know it's all there? Did he count it?
Oh, God.
I'm just saying.
The question, Vin, on that is that can tariffs actually support a government where the GDP is now 35% of the actual country, where back when, before the income tax, it was about 7%. So you're talking something that's 5 times bigger.
Yep.
Government was about 7% of GDP. Now it's about 35% of GDP.
Yes. But what's going on right now? We are downsizing the government. We're downsizing our expenditures. The government's not going to be at the percentiles it is.
Yeah, but are we?
This is what I believe is happening. I think that is actually happening, and I think that's going to be very low. The other side of it is, if your income's coming from the things that he's proposing through the External Revenue Service, what happens? What is the logical thing that happens? I'll tell you what happens. More things are going to be made here to be exported out to other countries. More trade deals are going to happen to make that happen more. More parity in tariffs, because countries, we're not going to pay, a lot more to have a product come here as we would to put it in their country. It's got to be the same. All of those things are going to happen congruently. Taking down the government in terms of smaller agencies, less people, less overhead, taking down the wasted money, and then adding these things. It has incredible implications for everybody, for jobs, for wages, for trade, you name it. It's brilliant.
I would think it would have a never seen before uniting factor to the country as well, as far as completely getting rid of the idea of total class warfare, of us versus them, of rich versus poor, of rural versus urban, that kind of stuff, where everybody is incentivized for the betterment of the country.
Yeah, great point. And that's just another bonus. And, we could use that.
Well, not only for the benefit of the country, but for the benefit of themselves. How many people are, struggling? When you start doing well, then what naturally happens is you want to do better. And you want to see everybody else do better, because it's kind of that snowball effect. And I think, mentally, and we've talked about this, consumer confidence, that's a real thing. That would also be affected, because those things are all tied together. And then when you talk about, eliminate, you also keep in mind, Damon, too, there's probably going to be a lot of countries not getting money anymore from us. Yep. That's going to eliminate a lot of ways too, because we're the only country. Nobody sends money to us, right? I haven't seen a check come from Afghanistan saying, you know what, we know you guys are hitting some tough times. Here's $100 billion. No, we do that for every other country around the world. That stuff is going to stop. And, if that means, hey, that's where the haircuts are going to come. The haircuts are going to come in this part of the government. This part of the government, foreign aid is going to be strictly limited to maybe only the people that we are allies with and who actually need it. I think that it'll go a long way to reducing that 35% and making those two numbers kind of come together a little bit better.
That 35's coming down a bit.
Yeah.
Well,
Damon's a spender.
I've said this all along. What Doge is doing, but 100 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion, that's like a speck of sand off the beach with this behemoth that we've grown.
Well, wait till you see it get to a trillion, and then we'll talk about it, because I think we're getting there.
Tea time.
All right, we're back. Dr. Peter McCullough right after this.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. Constant nasal congestion, constant blowing of the nose. The huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
The Cabinets to Go Buy More, Save More sale is going on now.
Hurry in for your free 3D design. Save up to 40%. And start enjoying your new dream kitchen for as low as $143 per month.
Get more wow for less at Cabinets to Go.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful, lightweight, and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Thursday night, February 20th. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's going to do some more news. Vinnie Mac's here. He's got some thoughts as well coming up. We're watching the USA and Canadian hockey game here.
That's on?
On a Thursday night, and it's a nerve-wracking experience, but it's still tied up 1-1.
Good game.
Right now, please welcome in one of our favorites to have on the show, and that is Dr. Peter McCullough from the Wellness Company. He's the Chief Scientific Officer at the Wellness Company. Dr. McCullough, welcome back. How are you?
Thank you. Good.
We're all a little jacked up here watching the USA-Canada game, hoping the USA can pull it out. But let's talk some serious stuff. Since we talked to you last, RFK Jr. obviously confirmed. And I find it interesting. You look, not one Democrat votes for him. And you know, you go back in time, Dr. McCullough, and I'm sure you remember these times. The Democrats back in the day, they used to be in charge of these committees, and they would have these scientific talks. And who would they bring in as their expert? They would bring in RFK Jr., and they'd have him sit there. And all these Democrats who were in charge of these committees 20 years ago would say, here's our expert. What a brilliant guy. He's on top. Now, all of a sudden, he's a danger to us. He's a danger to society, and not one Democrat, including his somebody who was in his wedding party in Sheldon White House, could vote for him. What do you think about that?
Healthcare should not be political, right? So everybody, Democrat or Republicans, they care about their health. They want the nation to become healthier. Mitch McConnell on the Republican side voted against RFK because he said he had polio as a child and was concerned about polio vaccines. Well, we researched this, and Mitch McConnell had polio in a time where there was no diagnostic tests. So there simply was his claim or his doctor's claim he had polio. There's no confirmation. There was no vaccine back then. And we researched it. There were no other cases of polio in his town or even in his state during that time. So when Trump said, listen, I don't know if Mitch McConnell had polio, Trump was right. No one knows if he had polio because there's no confirmation. So we have to be careful of these claims that people make, particularly about things in yesteryear where there was no ability to diagnose the problem.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I remember Trump saying that, and of course, everybody looked at him sideways, but you're right. He's absolutely right. Well, now that RFK Jr. is in, do you have like a top 3 things you'd like to see him tackle right away? Obviously, everybody on the left thinks he's going to, ruin the entire industry, which obviously is not going to be the case. But do you have some specific things where you'd like him to start where he can be most successful or have a big impact on, and what would those be?
I'd say number one, pull the COVID-19 vaccines off the market, not safe for human use. 17 now doctor organizations are calling for that. Individual state jurisdictions are calling for it. So it's not going to be a hard call to make. Can I
jump in with that? I just want to ask you, as you say that, do you think the president of the United States is on that page?
I think the president is most skilled at understanding the political winds. And he senses that there's some feelings on either side of that issue. So he's going to let that issue settle out. It's not going to be Trump who makes the move, but Kennedy could. I would say number 2, we should ban all forms of mandates, any medical mandate, a mask, a vaccine, or anything. No one should ever be forced to do things in terms of their medical care, period. That means no requirements of anything for a child to go to school or, go to work or go in the military. And so if these vaccines mandates or requirements went away, people would be, I think, much more at ease. Then we can kind of sort through the data. I'd say number 3, we should actually get rid of the Vaccine Injury Compensation Act liability protection. If companies, were responsible for their products, they would immediately pull some of these legacy products with safety problems.
Yeah. I just asked you about the president just because we happened to, earlier in the show, play today. The president did a thing at the White House for Black History Month, and Tiger Woods is there and these others, and he's introducing people in the room, and he introduces the CEO of Pfizer. And the place boos the guy out of the room. And I'm thinking, how does this guy get on the invite list? Why is he there? Who's not reading the room here with how the American people feel about Big Pharma right now? This is how we got RFK. So I just found that moment just quite stunning that he was there today. And the reaction, President Trump saw it, and it was a little uncomfortable, but I don't know how the guy even gets on the invite list, but there he is. So
I can tell you who was reading the room. Trump was reading the room. I saw the look in his eye. Trump was like, this is interesting. Why are they booing him?
Yeah. Let's hope. Flu season. Let's talk a little bit about it because one of the guys who does the show with us here on Fridays, Kevin Downey Jr., he had it, and boy, he couldn't get on his feet for like 2 weeks. So what is with the flu this year that's different than others, and what can people do to try to get ahead of it? Because it seems like it's everywhere to maybe lessen the symptoms or not be knocked out for 2 weeks like he was.
It's a heavier flu season for sure. It's usually 75% influenza A, 25% B. This year it's 95% influenza A. It looks like the influenza vaccine is completely worthless. People took it. It's not stopping the spread or the severity at all. And I can tell you, I think COVID infections itself over the last 5 years and the vaccines have weakened our immunity. I really believe that. I'm seeing people get much sicker with influenza, other forms of viruses and bacterial infections because population immunity is down. The SARS-CoV-2 virus and the vaccines, I think, have damaged the population immune system.
Yeah. We're speaking with Dr. Peter McCullough. He is the Chief Scientific Officer at the Wellness Company. Of course, if you want one of their prescription kits, you can go to twc.health/voice. Speaking of how to get ahead of the flu, ivermectin, things like that, prophylactically is probably one way to keep things off and not be so severe. twc.health/voice. It's a good lead into my last question to you. Speaking of ivermectin, Mel Gibson was on, I don't know if you saw this, was on with Joe Rogan, and he talked about 4 of his friends who had cancer, and he talked about this combination of ivermectin and I think it's pronounced benzavol.
Right.
I'm probably butchering that, but you know what I'm saying. What were your thoughts on making like Mel Gibson making those kind of claims? What do the studies tell us about this combination? What do you know? What can you tell us about it?
There are preclinical data clearly showing anti-cancer properties of these drugs that are traditionally used for antiparasitics. Large randomized trials are needed, but they are very safe and available. And a lot of people are saying, listen, we can't wait another 2 to 20 years on this. If this is going to work, people want it. Everyone should tune into the Wellness Company Medical Roundtable. We're going to hold a roundtable on this in the next couple of weeks. Sign up as a member so you can get access to this. We're going to have one of the world's experts on to review the data on ivermectin and mebendazole as like an adjunctive anti-cancer therapy.
All right, we're speaking again with Dr. Peter McCullough. Again, you can go to twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice, whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, the travel kit. There's a kit there for you, twc.health/voice. Dr. McCullough, always a pleasure to have you on. Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, there you go, Dr. Peter McCullough. And again, you can go to twc.health/voice. Update, baby. It's update time, Slickster.
Another goal.
2-1 right there. Look at that. Come on, man. Unbelievable. What a game. Unreal.
Yeah, the Kachucks are both there, too, again.
Unbelievable.
2-1. America takes the lead.
All right, let's
Another
go.
goal.
Sanderson with a goal for U.S.
12 minutes to go in the second period. USA up 2-1. Very
Unbelievable.
Good.
Yes.
All right,
Jake Sanderson with the goal, Big D.
Okay.
Ottawa Senators.
All right, very good. Anything else quickly in sports you want to give me now since we're talking about it?
We'll talk about the President Trump earlier today. They were really inspired by his call. Seems to be paying off here. Team USA stars react to Trump's awesome call ahead of Four Nations final versus Canada. Pinching ourselves is what they said. The heated rivalry takes center stage on Thursday. Ryan Morick of Fox News. President Donald Trump will not be at the Four Nations face-off championship between Team USA and Canada on Thursday, but he gave the Americans a phone call ahead of time after posting on Truth Social where he again proclaimed Canada will someday, maybe soon, become our 51st state. Trump dialed the team while they were in the locker room of TD Garden, Boston, earlier this morning. It was so awesome to get his support, JT Miller, one of 3 Americans to drop the gloves in the first USA-Canada bout set on Thursday via the Atlantic. It's a pretty big deal for him to take time out of his schedule to talk to us for 5 minutes. It's just another one of those things where we're kind of pinching ourselves this tournament. And now that they're pinching themselves, they might be pinching themselves if this continues here. Up 2-1. No, we're only about midway through the game there, Vin. A lot of hockey left to be played, so we got to keep our feet to the fire and keep it going.
A lot of momentum, right? This thing shifts back and forth.
And we just took a tripping penalty there.
Uh-oh.
Yep. So what are you going to do there?
What, are you crazy?
Yep. And that's a wrap right now for Big D.
Here's give me a little audio on my computer. We don't need video, but here's a little bit of the call the president placed today.
Oh, nice.
They're around. Yeah, they are. I'm going to walk into the locker room right now, and you can speak to the guys firsthand. Mr. President, can you hear me?
I can. You guys are really talented. I have great respect for hockey players. I'm a hockey fan. I love hockey. The talent, the skill that you have is crazy. And just go out and have a good time tonight. And I just want to wish you a lot of luck. You really are a skilled group of people. It's an honor to talk to you and get out there, and there's no pressure whatsoever.
I I can tell you honestly, every person in here, players, staff, management, coaches, we are all proud Americans, and we want to represent our country the best way we can and do our best to bring in a win tonight. Thank you again on behalf of everybody.
You just go out and have a good time. You're going to win. And we love America, and we love you guys. We'll be watching tonight. Bring it home.
Thank you.
All right.
And there you go. And that's what they're off doing right now. 2-1, 10 minutes to go, second period.
Yep, shorthanded right now.
Canada's on the power play right now, so it's going to be a big couple minutes here. A minute 30 left in the power play, but we'll keep an eye on it.
That's leadership, huh, man?
Yeah.
What would Biden have been like? Come on, man.
Come on, man. You guys going to score?
You guys don't strike out tonight.
Yeah.
Right.
Swing for the fences.
He wouldn't even have called. I mean, that's leadership.
No.
This guy's
like
everywhere.
my favorite song, The Best.
and then he'd talk about how many touchdowns he would have scored if he would have played.
Oh, yeah, well, sure. Man,
All right, Delgado, we got a couple minutes here before we hit the break. What else is going on in the news?
I wonder what the White House visit's going to look like with these guys. If they pull it off and win.
Oh, that'll be something.
That'll be a lot of fun.
Way to go here, so... Yeah.
All right, so this breaking as well today, and this was something that people have been kind of talking about, and Byron Donalds, of course, is throwing his hat in the ring to run for governor of Florida, of the Sunshine State. And today, President Trump endorsed Representative Byron Donalds to be the next governor of the great state of Florida. He said Byron Donalds would be a truly great and powerful governor for Florida, and should he decide to run, we'll have my complete and total endorsement. Run, Byron, run. Trump posted in a post on his Truth Social platform. Earlier this week, the president shared an internal polling about Donald's leading the hypothetical competition, where he shows he has a kind of a big lead. According to this poll, the House Republican gained 31% support. Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunes has got 4% support, and the Agricultural Commissioner Wilton Simpson has got a whopping 3% support. So Byron Donalds with a huge lead in terms of the early polling for running for state of Florida, for the governor of state of Florida.
That's awesome.
So
big shoes to fill.
Let's hope that comes together, because he would be a great asset, not only for the president, but the president would have another great asset in terms of a governor.
Yeah.
So
that's great.
All right, we'll wrap it up for a Thursday night when we get back live from Studio 6B right after this.
That went fast.
Throughout its history, the mission of Hillsdale College has been to develop the minds and improve the hearts of its students. As a commitment to this mission, every student signs an honor code. A Hillsdale College student is honorable in conduct, honest in word and deed, dutiful in study and service, and respectful of the rights of others. Through education, the student rises to self-government.
If anyone has told you that gaining weight, feeling tired, and struggling with nagging digestive and joint issues is just a part of getting older, they are wrong. My name is Dr. Stephen Gundry, and after years of struggling with these same issues, I found a new way to support my health at home by making one simple change to my diet. It's called BioComplete 3. BioComplete 3 works by restoring your gut health from the inside out. This is a major part of how I lost 70 pounds and have kept the weight off for 25 years. It's not just me. This is working for everybody. Joe helped his gut health, and you can see the changes, not just how he looks on the outside, but how much better he felt on the inside.
I was 270. I'm now 140. It just feels amazing. Thank you, Dr. Gundry.
I helped all these people achieve incredible changes to their weight, their digestion, even their skin. And for a limited time, you can try BioComplete 3 risk-free for 90 days. Go to guthealthsecret.com.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
All right, live from Studio 6B, 13 till the hour. Let's get around to everybody here as we wrap it up on a Thursday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody. Of course, we started the first half an hour of the show tonight with President Trump. We covered his speech at the Republican Governors Association. And then we just had Dr. Peter McCullough join us, and he's fantastic. And boy, the flu has been quite look at what it did to Kevin this year. Yeah, I know people have had it for 2 weeks. They just can't shake it.
Hey, I had it now 10 days.
But he's kind of a mess.
Who?
Kevin, he doesn't take care of himself.
Well, why are you throwing Kevin under the bus? He's not here. He's going to be here tomorrow night. We'll see what you say to his face.
Nice.
I'll remind you. You said this tomorrow night. And
okay, don't treat him like he's a joke.
Chris Parman on YouTube. Damon never reads my comments. Okay, there you go. All right, let's.
Who's that? Chris Parman?
Vinnie Mac is here. Vinnie Mac, what else is on your mind before we wrap it up?
So many things. So many things. What a day. Hey, before I get into what's really on my mind, how about you folks in Los Angeles get rid of your mayor? Did you hear the comment she made about why she went to Ghana? Yeah. Well, nobody told me I shouldn't go, so I'm going to find out what happened here.
She's investigating the person who sent her to Ghana.
She'll get a raise, probably.
She's investigating the person who sent there. What a complete moron. Wake up, people in Los Angeles. You need to change the leadership. The other thing that I thought was great that happened today is Trump cutting off all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegals. These are the things that have to happen, and they're starting to happen. But this particular piece is what got my attention today. We are talking about law and order in this country, finally, and really doing it. And now we got Kash Patel, and with the FBI, we're going to see that ramped up. We're going to see more and more of these types of things happening. And the State Department just designated all of these gangs, MS-13, the cartels in Mexico, so on and so forth, as terrorist organizations. They've been talking about it. They finally formally did it. Why is this important? Well, how do you stop this? Our drug agencies are overwhelmed. They can't stop this. They're trying to. You stop it the way we stop terrorism. We designate them as terrorists, and they are. They're poisoning our kids. They're killing our kids with the drugs they're putting in. They're killing our kids with the crimes they're committing. They're killing their own kids because they're getting them into gangs, and their life expectancy is like 24 years old. So it's about time we did this. Mexico, who's led by a far left leader, and she's gotten into it a bit with Trump, they're cooperating here a little bit. For Mexico to be a good neighbor, and we need them to be a good neighbor, these drug cartels cannot run that country. It's just like the terrorists that were in Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, and all over the Middle East that we had to clean them out. and hopefully get some peaceful living and democracies going. Well, we got our neighbor in Mexico. So by doing that, I think Trump has changed the landscape of how we can enforce these things now, and we needed it. So it's almost, I don't want to say it's a little too late, but a lot's happened. There's a lot under the bridge here that we got to fix. But this one particular thing I think is critical, and we need Mexico to be a good neighbor and a safe neighbor. And this is one way that they can get the cartels under control. So there you have it.
All right, Vinnie Mac, very good. Martha McCallum tonight on Twitter. This is actually pretty funny. And not funny, but interesting. I didn't think about it this way. She said, if President Trump hadn't won the election, how many of us would be watching this USA versus the 51st state tonight?
That is an interesting comment. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Patriotism.
Exactly. It's
That's
back,
right.
baby.
Yeah. Come on.
It's back. Root hard, pull hard. Let's go. Red, white, and blue. Come on.
We feel it.
All right, Delgado, let's do a little more news before we wrap it up. What else is going on?
All right. I've got a great cut here from Stephen Miller. I'm going to save that for tomorrow night because I just don't have time.
He's so good.
Just toying with the peons in the White House press briefing room.
Who should I save, Carville or Miller?
Oh, that's a tough one.
I don't know which Miller. Miller's like 11 minutes if you want the full. Full scolding.
I just got the 145 of the civics lesson he hands out.
Well, it's all a civics lesson.
Which
The
is
whole
amazing.
11 minutes is a civics lesson. I mean, it's just a burial.
But this one is just brutal.
All right.
As he takes to the podium.
Well, we got five. We got plenty of time.
All right.
Let's do it all.
Let's get Stephen Miller, cut 5. Here he is, smashing lefties in the face with a civics lesson.
I love this.
It's true that many of the people in this room for 4 years failed to cover the fact that Joe Biden was mentally incompetent and was not running the country. It is also true that many people in this room who have used this talking point that Elon is not elected fail to understand how government works. So I'm glad for the opportunity for a brief civics lesson. A president is elected by the whole American people. He's the only official in the entire government that is elected by the entire nation, right? Judges are appointed, members of Congress are elected at the district or state level, just one man. And the Constitution, Article 2, has a clause known as the vesting clause, and it says the executive power shall be vested in a president, singular. The whole will of democracy is imbued into the elected president. That president then appoints staff to then impose that democratic will onto the government. The threat to democracy, indeed the existential threat to democracy, is the unelected bureaucracy of lifetime tenured civil servants who believe they answer to no one, who believe they can do whatever they want without consequence, who believe they can set their own agenda no matter what Americans vote for. So Americans vote for radical FBI reform, and FBI agents say they don't want to change. Or Americans vote for radical reform on our energy policies, but EPA bureaucrats say they don't want to change. Or Americans vote to end DEI, racist DEI policies, and lawyers of the Department of Justice say they don't want to change. What President Trump is doing is he is removing federal bureaucrats who are defying democracy by failing to implement his lawful orders, which are the will of the whole American people.
Dang.
Yeah.
He should be up there every single day.
We should start a segment called Miller Time, I think, on this show, that we have a little shot glass or something. We do a little Miller. Isn't there a beer Miller?
Yeah.
We should do Miller Time.
I've read about that.
And every day he smokes somebody, it should be a clip, and that should be Miller Time. We should do that segment for these next 4 years.
That would be awesome.
And he didn't get nuts either. He didn't raise his voice. You know, sometimes he gets a little wacky. He was great right there.
Yeah. He's fantastic.
Just amazing. So great stuff from Stephen Miller at the White House today. And here's one cut from James Carville. This is the 5-banger. He goes off on Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, come on.
Because he heard Stephen A. Smith was thinking about running for office here.
Yeah,
cut
Jasmine
10.
Crockett was going to run with him.
Cut 10. Check this out.
When it comes to politics, he don't know his from a hole in the ground. He's on that running his mouth about how he may have to run as a Democrat because there's nothing left of the Democratic Party. There's no talent. Stephen A., are you me? I mean, you say you're friends with Wes Moore and you say you're friends with Josh Shapiro. I'm friends with both of them. I think they're really extraordinary, talented people. I got news for you, dude. There's 6 or 7 other people in the Democratic Party that are just that talented. So before you start running your mouth off about politics, a topic of which you really don't know anything about, you ought to sit back and think about it and call some people and run it by them. But don't let your political stupidity stand in the way of your outspoken and I think often insightful views when it comes to American sports, of which I think you are an expert at. And if you know Wes and you know Josh, you should call them and run your opinions by them, because I know both of them and they're both smart guys and they're both very ambitious guys. And the last thing that they're thinking is, if I decide that I want to take the next step in American politics, I'm going to be facing some brutal opposition. And they both know that. And they know it deep down and they know it well. So, Stephen A., keep up your on sports. I enjoy it. I like it, but don't make a fool of yourself anymore talking about politics.
Wow. Stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane, Stephen A. Who's he talking to? Is someone interviewing him, or is he just sitting there with the iPhone on record?
Yeah, he's just pontificating. Come on, that's what we're... Come on, then.
Oh, man.
Stephen A., stay in your lane.
It's a lot to drink.
As always, we salute our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, all emergency personnel. Thanks, guys, on the show. Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Frank. Great job, as always. Most of all, thank you to live from Studio 6B audience. We'll see you tomorrow night for a Friday Night Pizza Friday to wrap up the week right here live from Studio 6B.
There's a symbol true and bold, Trumpy Bear, a mascot with a tale that's yet untold.
America's favorite patriotic plush is back and better than ever. Trumpy Bear, first introduced to the nation with overwhelming support. Trumpy Bear became an instant sensation. The third edition collectible Trumpy Bear, loved by patriotic Americans from coast to coast, is once again here for all to see. Everyone knows one thumbs up means ready to go. And with that grin, Trumpy Bear is ready to win. The all-new Trumpy Bear shows you his patriotism with his flag-themed tie. Then open the secret zipper and let the American-themed cape fly.
I absolutely love my Trumpy Bear. It's a symbol of pride and support for President Trump.
If you support President Trump, then the Trumpy Bear is the only bear for you.
At my house, Trumpy Bear is always the center of attention.
The original new Trumpy Bear is big and super plush with those eyes, that hair. It's almost impossible not to stare.
I love my Trumpy Bear. I love his flag, I love his tie, and the hair. Oh my gosh.
Trumpy Bear is here, there, everywhere. Don't delay. Order the most talked about bear anywhere and join the thousands of Americans who already own this iconic collectible. Trumpy Bear can be yours for only $69.90, complete with his hologram 2024 certificate of authenticity. But wait, order right now and we'll include this special inauguration 45-47 presidential tie and beautifully embroidered patriotic hat, perfect for you or Trumpy Bear to wear proudly, absolutely free. There's still more. For just $10 more, you can add on 3 additional Trumpy ties. Express every feeling with color and style. So don't delay. Show your patriotism today.
God bless America and God bless Trumpy Bear.
Trumpy Bear by our side, win this fight.
At Consumer Cellular, we pride ourselves on giving you fast, reliable, nationwide coverage at up to half the cost of the leading carriers. But don't worry, we've got more than that going for us. Like this beautiful store in Arizona, for example. It's the perfect place for me to tell you a little bit more about our phones and how they can become your phones. You name it, we probably got it. We have the top smartphones from all the major companies. If it's state-of-the-art cameras you want with space-age metal housing, we got them. If you want a smartphone with lots of bells and whistles but won't break the bank, we've got that too. We even have a flip phone, like the Iris Flip. We even have watches. I know what you're thinking. What if I don't have one of these amazing stores in my town yet? Can I get these phones sent to me?
Yes, you can.
Is it easy?
Easy as pie.
Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Call 800-789-2502
or visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
She knows what she's talking about. Pick up the phone.
Coming to you from the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada. It's the Root Reaction with your host, Wayne Allen Root.
Like General George Patton, never accept defeat.
These are the stories and opinions you'll never hear from the mainstream media.
Radical Marxist traitors have sold us out.
If you love God, guns, gold, tax cuts, Trump, and freedom, you're gonna love the Root Reaction.
I will give you my country when you pry it from my cold, dead hands.
If you want peace, prepare for war. This is your war. Here's your host, Sir Wayne Allen Root.
All right, the Root's on fire. I'm Wayne Allen Root. This is the Root Reaction. Guess who it's named after? Great to see you. This show comes to you from Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. My home. I am the king of Vegas. You don't believe me? Go to Paris Resort and Casino. Step in front of it. Look in the sidewalk. There is a 180-pound granite star in the sidewalk in the Vegas Walk of Stars. You got Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin and Wayne Newton and Elvis Presley and Liberace. And right in front of Paris, Wayne Allen Root says, King of Las Vegas Media. You've heard of the mainstream media. Welcome to the mainstream media. I'm the hardest working man in showbiz, certainly conservative showbiz, with the fastest show in the history of TV. This show is conservative, patriotic talk on steroids, squared to the 1,000th power. My command central, root4america.com, R-O-O-T, like my last name, root4america.com. At the top are 3 tabs. Watch Wayne on TV, listen to Wayne on the radio, listen to Wayne's podcast. Click and you're on live, or you can watch or listen to a library of all my recent shows. I make it so easy, so simple. Everything I do is at root4america.com. My email, wayneroot@gmail. Email me anytime. Love to hear what you think of this show. And by the way, sometime later in the show, I'll read you a few emails that have come in. I get hundreds a week, sometimes thousands, well over 1,000 a week. And all of you are such great fans of the show, and I'm going to read a few of them a little bit later in the show. It's an action-packed day. Kash Patel, the FBI director, is in. He was confirmed today. Kash Patel confirmed in a narrow Senate vote, 51-49. They did not need, thank God, if it had been a tie, they would need a J.D. Vance's vote as vice president to break the tie. They did not need it. But the reason they almost needed it was Senator Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski of Maine and Alaska. Republicans in name only, rhinos, voted no for Kash Patel. How disgusting. They've outed themselves once and for all as deep state rats. That's what they are. Collins and Murkowski, deep state rats and traitors to the Republican Party and the MAGA movement. Kash Patel says he's honored and vows to rebuild the FBI and hunt down bad guys in every corner of this planet. Little known fact, Kash Patel, a friend of Wayne Allen Root. We've spoken on the same stages many, many times. We know each other very well. He's from Las Vegas. Very few people know that. Kash lives in Vegas, and he therefore is a resident of the same town as me. Another Las Vegas man in Republican circles now at the top of our government. Mitch McConnell announces his political retirement, will not seek re-election to the Senate next year. Gee, what an amazing development. The guy is half dead. Literally, he's like half dead. He reminds me of Dianne Feinstein. They used to wheel her in a wheelchair, and her mouth was open. And they'd vote for her because she couldn't vote. She had no idea. They probably took her hands and pressed the button so she could technically vote. We need term limits. These people are fossils. They don't belong in the Senate. Look at him. Frozen Mitch. Just like Joe Biden. They had to carry him, George Clooney and Obama grabbed him and took him off the stage 6 months ago at a big fundraiser when he was still in the race for president. And he just stood there. Will you drag me off RAV when I'm 80? And I was just standing frozen in front of the camera. Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. Batar, drag me off, and that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of Wayne Root's career. These people should not be in the United States Senate or the United States House or wherever they are, or the presidency in the White House. There needs to be a physical exam. One of my fans said that today. He said, Wayne, is there a physical exam required to be a senator or a House member? No. As a matter of fact, one House member, a Republican House member from Texas, a woman whose name escapes me, who just retired Last July, she was missing and no one realized it. And then they found her in a nursing home. She's got dementia. I mean, this is a joke. This is our country as we speak now, because what did the founding fathers say? They said that you should do this for a short period of time because you love your country, be a citizen politician, be a farmer, a rancher who does this part-time for a short period of time, and then you go back to the farm or the ranch. That's a citizen politician. These people make a career of it. All right, so Mitch McConnell's gone. Kash Patel is in. Boy, is that a big swap in a positive direction. Two great things to start the day. Here's another great one. This happened after I taped yesterday's Root Reaction. President Trump signed an executive order to ban all federal taxpayer benefits to illegal aliens. Trump is ordering every federal agency to terminate all federal assistance for illegal aliens, and that includes free health care. They can't get free health care anymore. They can't get Medicaid. They can't get Obamacare. I mean, this is glory, hallelujah time. This is God is great time, right? This is nirvana. This is heaven. This is what I've been fighting for 20 freaking years. Terminate all federal assistance to illegals. I don't know how that affects public schools, but I know most schools in America get federal funding. Now, the question is, it goes to the state, then the state gives it to the school. It'll wind up in the Supreme Court, I'm sure. They'll claim it's state funding, not federal. The state gets federal funding, but the school gets the money from the states. They'll claim they don't get federal funding. If we can prove that the school survives with federal funding and you take that funding away, that means that all the illegals will have to leave school. And if they leave school and you can't, you enforce E-Verify, they don't have a job anymore, and they can't get welfare and food stamps and free health care, they're all going to go home. They're going to self-deport. That's been my argument. All of you know who watch this show. You can't mass deport 20 million or more. There isn't enough manpower. There isn't enough money in the world. There isn't enough time. It would take 20 years. You can only deport or mass deport a couple of million over the next 4 years who are the worst of the worst. But what you can do is force everyone else to leave, to go home from where they came. And that is to self-deport. And you do that by cutting off all federal benefits and cutting off their jobs. And they will not be able to stay in the United States anymore. Now, if you thought that was great news, and if I thought, gee, I've been waiting 20 years for that, the only thing I've been waiting even longer for is I've been on the bandwagon for my whole life to say we've got to kill the IRS. And don't let anyone take my words out of context. I don't mean kill them like I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't mean shoot them in the head. I don't mean physically kill them. I mean we need to terminate the IRS agency. Get rid of it. Fire all the agents. We don't need the IRS. I live in Las Vegas, Nevada. But the same thing is true in Texas, in Florida, in Tennessee, in New Hampshire. There's, in Alaska and Wyoming. Those are the zero tax states. State of Washington is actually a zero tax state. Everybody forgets that one, including me. Because you want to forget Washington. It's a terrible liberal state, but they do have no state income tax. And so all of them have the same thing in common as I have in Nevada. I lived in California for many years, and in California, not only could you be audited by the IRS, you could be audited by the California Franchise Tax Board, which is their own state version of the IRS, and they were much harsher and bothered me much more often than the IRS, and I got the hell out of there. Now I've been 22 years in Las Vegas, and I've never been contacted by the government for anything. You know why? If there's no IRS in that state, there's no tax bureau in that state, and they have zero state income taxes, nobody ever contacts you. It's none of their business how much money you make. If you make $100,000 in Las Vegas, you owe zero in taxes. If you make $1 million in Las Vegas, you owe zero in taxes. If you make $100 million in Vegas, you owe zero in taxes. And no one will ever contact you or audit you because there is no agency. If we could get rid of the IRS in the United States, we'd all be free. Free at last. Free at last. No one would know our income. No one cares. None of the government's business. And nobody takes your money based on your income. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick announced that Trump's goal is to abolish the IRS and utilize tariffs so the whole economy explodes. I've argued my entire adult life that if you get rid of the IRS, the economy will explode. People will use their money to buy things, and when they buy things, they'll pay sales tax, and the economy will explode. When you keep your own money, This is just beyond the pale. How exciting this is. Even I didn't imagine this would really happen. All right, President Trump's really going to try and get rid of the IRS and income tax. Oh, I love that man. Root Reaction, presented by the main title sponsor of our show, Energized Health. This is the program that changed my life. Now it could change yours. What happened was I didn't know I had weight to lose, but I did have fat to lose inside my body, inner body, visceral fat. And I lost 25 pounds of it in only 88 days to start the program. That was almost 4.5 years ago, 4 years and 4 months ago that I got in this program. I not only lost 25 pounds of fat, it melted all the fat out of my body, out of my face, but it also, I added 10 pounds of muscle, changed my life, changed the way I look. I gained 3 TV shows past the age of 61. In the last 3 years, I gained 3 TV shows, 2 of them right here at Real America's Voice TV. I don't believe anyone's ever done that before. Go to my555challenge.com and lose 5 pounds in 5 days for only $5. It's a miracle, right? Instead of spending money and joining, here's a $5 risk to find out how great the program is. My555challenge.com. Lose 5 pounds, 5 days, $5. What's your excuse now? For only $5, it's a trial. Check it out. You will stay with them forever. My555challenge.com by EnergizedHealth.com. We'll be right back. I'm Wayne L. Root. 2 great interviews and all the big news stories today. Coming up next, RootForAmerica.com. On fire. This is my guest segment. Ben Brookum will be with us in just a minute. First, I want to mention the sponsor of this segment of the show. I mean, every day, gold hits a new all-time high. What more do you need to know? You gotta jump now. The train is leaving the station. I've been saying this for 4 years. It's been going up for 4 years, but it's never gone up like this. Central banks around the world are buying all the gold they can grab with both hands. They're pulling the gold into the back seat of their car, driving away, and then pulling up another car, and then an 18-wheeler. Everyone wants gold. I love gold for the protection it gives. I think it's wealth insurance if something bad is coming. World War III, it's wealth insurance. Economic collapse, stock market crash, wealth insurance. But it's also a very valuable asset. As an example, Goldman Sachs is now telling all its clients they have rejudged gold and it's going to go even higher than they thought it would go in 2025. How about from January 2000 to December 31, 2024, the year that just ended? During those 25 years, if you invested $100,000 in the stock market, the Dow was up almost 300%, the S&P up over 300%, the NASDAQ up almost 400%, but gold skyrocketed 825%. If you invested $100,000 in gold in 2000, by now it would be worth about $925,000. Wow! And who you buy your gold from matters. This is why I scream about gold from the highest rooftops. Who you buy it from matters, which is why I buy mine from Advantage Gold. They were awarded #1 gold company in America by TrustLink for 9 years in a row, so you can trust them. They've done over $1 billion in retirement transactions, and they're the only gold company in America with audited third-party financials. And even though they sell billions of dollars worth of gold, they have zero negative complaints with the Better Business Bureau. Zero, nada, zip. My friends at Advantage Gold have produced a free guide on protecting your wealth with gold. There's no cost. There's no obligation. There's no risk. There's nothing to buy. There's no strings attached. It's yours free. Just text ROOT to 85545. Text ROOT to 85545 or scan the QR code on the screen with your cell phone. I was going to show you how to do that, but I don't even know where my cell phone is. I was going to grab it, but I'm not sure where it is on this desk. Scan the QR code on the screen. It takes you right to their website, or call their toll-free 800 number anywhere in the country. Toll-free, costs you nothing. 800-450-2566. 800-450-2566, or text ROOT to 85545. Tell them I sent you. You can qualify for up to $1,000 in free silver. All right, Ben Berkwam is my guest. He is the correspondent for Real America's Voice, travels all around the country to all the big events for us. He is the host of Law and Border on Real America's Voice, and he's the founder of FrontlineAmerica.com, and he's a FOW, friend of war, friend of Wayne Allen Root. Love the guy. Ben Berkwam, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, great to be with you, Wayne. Always good at CPAC, especially when I got my family here.
All right, so Ben is with his family at CPAC with all the big conservative mucky mucks. Tell us what's going on at CPAC. What's the big story?
I got to be honest, it's got a weird vibe this year. It's a great vibe because you got President Trump coming to speak. We won the election from a year ago to now. A year ago, it was like, oh man, are we going to be able to save this country? To today, we've got President Trump in there. The fight is just beginning. But at the same time, it just has kind of it's missing something. I don't know what it is. We got the venue here. We got all the different vendors out here. The energy feels a little bit weird, but hopefully we've got Elon Musk coming on to speak. You got Steve Bannon speaking right after him. You got President Trump on Saturday. So we still have a major lineup, and obviously today's still the first day. So great day yesterday. We had the War Room Force Multiplier Posse event. That was great. Went all day, 9 hours of talking to the folks. And so, still a beautiful day. And by the way, Kash Patel is the new FBI director. So it's a beautiful day either way.
It is. You're only missing one thing at CPAC. I know what you're missing. Wayne Allen Root.
Wayne Allen Root. Yeah,
I'm not at CPAC. That's the problem. That's why the energy is lower. Because I'm not there. I could have lifted it all through the roof. Here's the deal. I'm happy doing my show in Las Vegas, and I'm happy not flying 5,000 miles round trip, long trip, and it disrupts my whole week. and it exhausts me. I can't stand flying. I hate flying. Anyway, I'm not at CPAC this year, but I'm glad you are to report and let us know what's going on. Now, you are always the border guy. We know you as the border guy. And I have been arguing for like 20 years now, Ben, 20 years. I've been screaming for the highest mountaintops that they'll all go home and no one will ever come again, no illegals, if you just end all welfare, all food stamps, all free health care, all federal benefits. Yeah. They're all going to go home. Trump did it yesterday. Late in the day, he did it. He ended all federal benefits for non-citizens, illegal aliens. I am on cloud 9.
That's the key. So this is, when you look at the job ICE has, when we talk about deporting 15 million illegals, it's impossible. But if you cut off the funding, you cut off the gravy train to those 15 million illegals, they will leave. The vast majority are here because of the economic benefit. And if there's no economic benefit for them, especially if you end birthright citizenship, there will be no point for them to be here anymore. And so those twofold approaches at sending ICE after the really bad guys and cutting off the funding to everybody else, that's the key to saving our country. And you're right, President Trump gets it.
And one more key, and then I'll get back to the whole border and illegal immigration and some questions for you, because I know you were just at the border in El Paso, but I just want to say one more thing. Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, great friends with Trump, he mentioned something else I've been fighting for 20 years. Trump actually wants to try in the next 4 years to eliminate the IRS, therefore eliminate income taxes. I've said this for 20 years, that you would make the economy explode. And he said, Trump says, get rid of the IRS, get rid of income tax, the economy will explode. This is like heaven.
Yeah. You look at what Trump has done in these first 3 weeks, not even a month yet, a month today. I mean, it is truly incredible, and it's just the beginning. But the key to this, to fixing this long term, is it can't just be executive orders. We have to get Congress to act. And really the key to getting that to happen, I'm a little pessimistic that we're going to see anything great over the next 2 years. We have to take the House, we have to get the House back in higher numbers, get rid of all the rhinos in the next midterm elections, and get a larger margin in the Senate, and then make some long-term permanent changes. But in the interim, what they're exposing through DOGE, what they're exposing, as you mentioned, going after shutting down the IRS, I really hope, to steal a phrase from Ron Paul, audit the Fed, really just do the entire thing. I know they're talking about auditing Fort Knox and the gold standard. So there is some incredible stuff happening right now. And a year ago, I don't think any of us saw any of this on the horizon, other than deporting illegals and the few other things we've been talking about. Maybe other than the one and only Wade Allen Root, who sees this stuff ahead of time and puts it on the agenda. But I got to tell you, from a guy watching this happen, it is the biggest breath of fresh air that I can imagine.
I do think I've had the best crystal ball of anyone in the media ever. But even I didn't think that Trump would actually end the IRS. Even I didn't think he'd end all welfare benefits for illegals. I thought those are things I wanted, but he would never aim that high because he couldn't get approval from Congress. But he's just doing it all through EOs, executive orders on his own. Yeah. It's just the greatest time to be alive. Every day is like Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving, and my birthday rolled into one. It's amazing. You were just at the El Paso airport, Ben Berkwam, and whenever you go through the El Paso airport, you always see illegals there. This time, not so much, right?
Yeah, none. It was weird. I went through security, and I'm walking to my gate, and all of a sudden I'm like, wait a second. There's no illegals here. I've been, for the last 4 years, every time I've flown out of El Paso, every time I've flown out of McAllen, every time I've flown out of Phoenix, the entire airport was full of illegals. This was the first time I went through it, and there wasn't a single illegal in the airport that I could see. So it was, again, talk about promises made, promises kept, putting our country in the right direction. That is what President Trump is doing.
We've got our witness, Ben Berkwam, and I know you got to go. You're a guest on War Room coming up in seconds, so we'll let you run. Ben Berkwam from CPAC. He is the host of Law and Border on RAV, and he's also the founder of FrontlineAmerica.com. Ben, safe travels.
Thank you, Wayne. God bless you.
God bless you. What a good guy. What a good guy. What a great guy. He is just a great guy. I mean, He's put his life on the line at that border for a long, long time. The things happening in America are so amazing under President Trump. All of us have to just sit here and go, we're dumbfounded. It's like, is he really doing all of this? This is my wish list for 20 years. And I thought maybe we could check one, we could check two, we could check partially a few. Nobody ever imagined we'd actually do it. President Trump, one thing I did say is that I know Trump's personality. I wrote the book, Trump Rules. I know everything about this guy's personality. I said the fact that he never runs again, that he's a two-term president, this is the second term in office, and he's not allowed to ever run again, is the reason why he would not be a lame duck. He would be the most productive and effective ever because he doesn't care. He has no one to answer to ever again. Thank you, President Trump. We're on the run. We'll be right back. Root Reaction, rootforamerica.com. Be right back. The root is on fire. There's the sphere with its blinking eyes in Las Vegas. If you don't know, that sphere cost $2 billion, like $2.5 billion to build. And it's the most incredible immersive experience inside. And outside, it changes images all day long, like every 2 minutes. It's a new image. So those blinking eyes, are just up for a few seconds, and then they move on to the next amazing image, an American flag or Christmas scene or Easter bunny, whatever is going on. The Formula One race cars, whatever's going on, they show. 24 hours. All right, so we've got a great guest, Kip Herridge, who's one of my favorite guests because I love guests who are entertaining and informative and good talkers and make you money. How's that for 4 great things? Make you money. That's the best one of all. Kip is our economic expert. He comes on the show to talk about investments in the stock market. He's the CEO of VRA, Vertical Research Advisory. His website, VRAinsider.com. Every one of my fans gets 2 weeks free to start, and then you'll just stay for life. VRAinsider.com. He got that domain name just for my fans, so nobody else knows to go there. If you go there, you're automatically getting 2 weeks free of his newsletter, which comes every morning and which has made me the most educated stock investor and economic guy in the country on TV because of that newsletter that I read every morning. VRAinsider.com. Let me welcome him to the show. Kip Herridge, how are you, man?
Great, Wayne. Great to be back with you. Looking forward to the big hockey match tonight. And Red Pilled America is back. Red Pilled America is all the way back.
Yeah. Look, for 20 years now, I've said that my dream is getting rid of the IRS and getting rid of income taxes, but I did not ever believe it would happen. I just kept talking about it, but no one was ever going to do it. But I kept arguing it would make the economy explode. Today, Howard Lutnick, Trump's Commerce Secretary, announced that Trump's goal is to get rid of the IRS, get rid of income taxes, all income taxes, and we'd all operate just on tariffs, and it will make the economy explode, he said. And it sounds like my quote for the last 20 years, droning on TV and radio. The economy will explode if you get rid of the income tax. Get rid of the IRS and the income tax. I think it's really going to happen. Pinch me.
Well, they finally listened to you, and you are the idea man. There's no doubt about it. I know I get your text every day with like 30 of them, but you do have great ideas. They got to put you in the White House at some point just to speak in his ear. But yeah, look. If that happens, there'll be no stopping this economy. America is the richest country on the planet. Everybody needs to sell their stuff to us. And tariffs, again, we funded the country with tariffs until 1913, which is, of course, a terrible year for the country. Worst year in the country's history. Woodrow Wilson, worst president in the history of the country. Got the income tax that year. We got the Federal Reserve that year. And we got the rejiggered the way that, the Fed. The Fed and the IRS are the two biggies. Both in the same
Terrible.
year.
Just terrible. Boy, was that a horrible year. My God. Weren't we better off without both? Wasn't life good? But it may happen again. If I know Trump, he's also going to get rid of the Fed. I know he's going to audit the Fed. He seems to have Ron Paul has his attention. And Rand Paul endorsed him today. Did you hear that? 3 months, 4 months too late. Rand Paul said, I endorsed Trump. I know I'm late, but better late than never. I was wrong. He was right. I should have endorsed him. He's fantastic. I can't even believe how good he is. That's what Rand Paul said. It's really unbelievable what's going on. And I just love the guy. So, look, and I'll make an announcement next week, Kip, when you said, I should be part of his administration. Well, I'm not. I don't take any government roles because then I have to give up radio and TV. But I'm going to make an announcement. I will be part of an economic council that will become his kitchen cabinet. And it's all great economists and business people. And I've been asked to join it. And I said yes. And we'll make that announcement on next week's show. So I'm very excited about that. And we're all tax cutters. We're all pushing for various forms of tax cuts. And eventually, maybe no one ever has to be a tax cutter again because there won't be any taxes. The IRS will be gone and the income tax will be gone. We can only hope and pray. So look, VRA is your baby. You left Wall Street because Wall Street only wants to help billionaires and make them rich, and they don't give a damn about the little guy or gal. And you cared about the little guy or gal, so you started a newsletter for Joe Blow and Jane Blow, who don't get any help from the big Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, et cetera, et cetera. They don't care about them. You do. And you have now won 86% of the time over 21 years. Your average gain for the start of the bull market is more than 100% up. And nobody else does that. The average Wall Street money manager loses to the market 90% of the time. You win 86% of the time versus the market. How do you do it?
Well, you're right. I was on Wall Street 15 years. I learned all the insiders' tricks of the trade, which are to benefit the firms. It's all about the brokerage firm making the money, not the client. And that was a sad reality. Look, I don't come from money. I'm from the second America, East Texas, probably East Texas redneck, as most people would call me growing up. But what I realized is that I didn't want to be poor. My parents didn't have money. I wanted to have money, and I wanted my kids to have a better life than I did, financially speaking. So Look, Wall Street taught me a lot, but what we do differently is that we're completely transparent about everything we do. On our website, again, which everyone that signs up on the link you provide at VRinsider.com gets 2 free weeks, and this is everything we have. We include every trade that we've done going back a decade on our website. Every trade, every profit, every loss, everything. So it's completely, we call it triple time stamped. And what we do differently, really, Wayne, is that we know we're trend followers. So we're on the right side of the market. Number one, that's job number one. You got to be able to pick sectors and stocks. That's job number two. And you got to have a pretty good sense of market timing. So we have the VRA investing system, which I developed with my mentors over 30 years ago. I've done this now 40 years, and basically it keeps us in the market at the right time, gets us out at the right time, keeps the right sectors, right stocks. We write a daily letter that our clients, our subscribers get every single morning before the market opens, and all our special reports, everything right there. So it's me and my oldest son, Tyler. He's my business partner, and we love what we do. And we're just two simple Texas boys that really enjoy beating the market and making money for our clients.
From an investment and economic point of view, what is your takeaway of the first month of the Trump presidency? I think I could give this answer for you. I think I know what you're going to say, but go ahead. Hit me with your best shot.
It is amazing to me. There's a big anomaly now, okay? If you're paying attention, there's so much fear out there. The investors are afraid. All the sentiment surveys show that investors are in fear. And I'm like, what are you thinking? Just a month ago, you couldn't wait for Trump to take office. You excitedly voted for him. You knew he was going to try to make it a golden age for America again, which is what we believe he is doing. That's what we've called it, a golden age for America, morning in America again. We think we got 2 great decades ahead of us, but so many people are afraid now. What I make of the first month in office is, wow, I mean, you can't even keep track of everything he's done. But, if you watch the mainstream media, for some reason, people still do. I don't understand this. They're still easily propagandized. I do not understand this whatsoever, because the fear is about, it's fear-mongering about tariffs. Oh, he's going to slow the economy. The economy's going to crash. System's going to crash. And people are out of the market. And this is when the biggest moves happen higher, is when the market earnings are growing by 15% a year right now. 15%. The estimates for this quarter were 9%. So the Trump effect is already kicking in. And again, he's got the smartest administration in the history of the presidency. These are all tough negotiators. They're successful billionaires. They know how to win. And so we tell people this over and over again. This is the most bullish that I've been in my career. I've done this 40 years. This is the most bullish I've ever been in my career. You must be in the stock market. We'll show you what stocks and sectors to be in. We use ETFs and common stocks, and we're not day traders or anything. You've got to we're position builders, but you must be in this market for what's about to happen, because again, you have a combination of the innovation revolution taking place. These are massive mega trends that are all converging at the same time, along with Trump Economic Miracle 2.0. And it's a golden age for America. We're going to make a lot of money. This is going to be a lot of wealth creation is going to take place. Don't listen to the naysayers. It'll cost you money. It'll cost you a lot of money.
I'm not one of those lucky guys who, my mom and dad died a long time ago and they had no money, so I didn't inherit anything. But America is filled with people that are going to die in the next few years. Their parents are in their 80s and 90s. And when they die, they're going to leave the most money in history, this generation, to their children. And those children better invest with your objectives: gold, Bitcoin, stocks, real estate. These things are going to explode. The next 4 years, you can take that money and make enough money to never work the rest of your life. So is that the advice you've got for everybody?
Yes. That's one of our mega trends. The millennials are inheriting. Largest segment of the population is millennials, what you're talking about. 72 million strong. They're inheriting $80 trillion. The process has already started. They are smart. They love stocks. They love housing. They love cryptocurrencies. They're born entrepreneurs, and they're born into the technology generation. So they can find the answer to anything in about 2 seconds. So they know what they're doing. They are going to be investing it. To get ahead of these, this is the new baby boomers. Get ahead of these things. Don't listen to the mainstream media. They'll just cost you money. I know I keep saying that because it's true. And I'm so disappointed that so many people continue to be fearful during this golden age for America.
So last question. President Trump says he's going to visit Fort Knox to verify if the gold is there. And then with his eyes, he'll say it's there. But Elon Musk wants to actually audit the depository, Fort Knox, and tell us exactly how much is there. What's your reaction to that?
Hey, first of all, Fort Knox has not been audited since 1974. No one knows what's really there. And the audit they even did in 74 is sketchy. It only very limited, like 5% of the gold bars. So yeah, Trump's onto something. We've been talking about this forever. I'm a gold bug. I'm a long-term gold bug. As you know, recommended gold in my first newsletter in 2003. And I know you are at $375 an ounce. All we've done is we save in gold instead of in fiat currency. Okay. And the difference is stunning. But yeah, I think this audit has to happen. I also believe that Trump's going to wind up revaluing gold. Gold is held on the books at $42 an ounce. It's almost $3,000 an ounce. So Trump's going to revalue that, as Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said again this morning. Over the next 12 months, we're going to monetize the U.S. balance sheet, and that part of that is using gold revalued. That's a $900 billion difference right there, and then put it to work.
Wow.
They're going to do it for Bitcoin as well. Again, financial engineering is taking place. Know what this means, because the future is very, very bright.
All right. Everyone's future is bright if they listen to Kip Herridge. As I have, I took a look at my portfolio this morning, all built around your advice, and I am up so dramatically. It almost makes you want to laugh, because you're like, can this be true? I looked at the number and I'm like, whoa, I think I'm up 45% in the last 5 months with your advice. Thank you, Kip. Great deal. Go to VRAinsider.com. We're out of time. They're screaming in my ear. So I got to say goodbye. VRAinsider.com. VRAinsider.com. 2 weeks free automatically, plus his book, The Big Bribe, a bestseller, free automatically for being a fan of Wayne Root, being a viewer of this show. VRAinsider.com. Go for 2 weeks free. You'll stay for life. We'll be right back. baby. There's the strip. You know who's from the strip? Not just Wayne on the Root, Cash Patel. It's Cash Patel Day. We're celebrating Cash being the new FBI director, and the first thing he should do is arrest Stacey Abrams. Arrest Stacey Abrams. Arrest Soros, George Soros. Arrest the whole Soros family. Arrest the Biden crime family, the Obama crime family, the Pelosi crime family, the Kamala crime family. Arrest them all. The Clinton crime family, the John Kerry crime family, right? Be careful. We want Heinz to stay in business. I love Heinz ketchup. But other than that, get rid of them all. They're all bad people. Put them on trial for treason. These scum have literally destroyed our country. Purposely, intentionally. They opened the border. They wasted all our money on green energy and illegal aliens. And they purposely, inflation, the COVID vaccine mandates, they killed you. I mean, these people are criminals. Dr. Fauci. Arrest Dr. Fauci. Arrest Alejandro Mayorkas, the architect of the open border. Trump's doing everything, so I would put nothing by him. I would say these people are all about to be arrested. How about Clapper and Brennan, along with Hillary Clinton? Oldies but goodies. How about the FBI directors from back then? Comey. Let's go after these people. Trump Rules. That's my book. It's at Amazon.com. It'll give you the whole mindset of Donald Trump, what makes him tick, and why he's the guy to make America great again. He's the guy chosen by God, in my opinion. And after those 2 assassination attempts, he really was chosen by God, saved by God to be the savior of the United States of America and Israel too, by the way. Great man, President Donald J. Trump. Buy the book, Trump Rules. Give it to your kids in college, in high school, in grad school, just out in the business world. Trump Rules, all the rules of success of Donald Trump. You get it at Amazon.com. All right, a few letters I grabbed at random. Neil wants us, his name is Neil McKinney, and I mentioned it, McKinley, and I mentioned that because he wants us to have a $500 bill with President McKinley's face on the front. I guess Neil's related to McKinley. He goes out of his way to say, not to mention the guy was not only a great president, but look how handsome he was. Must be Neil's relative. Neil ends it by saying, P.S. We love your show, and we watch it every single night. Tom says, thanks, Wayne. You need to run for a political job. Vegas mayor or senator or congressman from Nevada. You'll make a difference. You know what's up. Great show on Rav. Tom. James says, hey, Wayne, we love watching your show. Love it. Sarita says, dear Wayne, I've become one of your biggest fans. Each night my husband was glued to the TV watching your show. I had to find out what made him so fascinated. Well, I learned that your show is so informative. You ask the hard questions. We look forward to watching your show every night. Thank you for keeping us informed and updated on the progress of the fall of the demonic Democrats. Regards, Eric and Sarita. And then last but not least, David says, great opening commentary on Doge. Proves our tax money has been stolen, looted, and wasted, and great ideas for the president to consider. Thanks for getting the word out about how our taxes are getting stolen and for offering some clever advice to the president. All right, sponsor of this segment of the show, and then I'll get to the big news stories. And my big news story is going to be Stacey Abrams. Have I got news for you? Stacey Abrams. I hate that woman. I despise her. Arrest Stacey Abrams, Cash Patel. That should be your number one goal. Exhibit A for what we got to do to save this country. Arrest Stacey Abrams. I'll tell you more in a second. The sponsor of this segment of the show is scoreblue.com because, hey, good times are here. And even conservatives get to score. If you're looking to get the best ED pill of all time, listen up. It's a new little blue pill, but it's much better than the original Viagra because it's only $5 a pill rather than the $90 they charge for the original Viagra. It's available exclusively from our sponsor, scoreblue.com, the number one rated online ED service in the country. No one else has permission to sell it. Only scoreblue.com. And instead of buying your Viagra from a liberal woke company, Scoreblue is owned by one of my best friends who is a huge conservative MAGA supporter, spends a lot of time at Mar-a-Lago. He loves Trump. I love Trump. This guy is great. My buddy Fred. So you're spending your money with a true blue patriot. By the way, all generic Viagra pills are not the same. All the other ones advertised out there are cheap, crappy, weak, and ineffective. This is the only authorized generic Viagra in the world, made by the same company that makes the real Viagra. Made in the same factory, made with the same formula, exact same everything, except it's $5 a pill instead of 90. So for the best Viagra in the world, literally in the world, at the lowest price in history, and you're buying from a company run by a conservative MAGA friend of Wayne Allyn Root, go to scoreblue.com, enter promo code WAR for yours truly, WAR for Wayne Allyn Root, at checkout and get 20% off your first order, scoreblue.com. And after you experience it, then you don't get 20% off any other order. But guess what? You're going to love it so much you won't care. Scoreblue.com, promo code WAR. All right, now we get to good old Stacey Abrams. So I don't get it. Do you understand in my lifetime, the government has never given me a dime for anything. I've never gotten anything from the government other than a student loan when I was a kid to go to Columbia University. Okay, my grandfather paid for most of it, and we got a student loan for the rest. And guess what I did for the next 10 years, 15 years? I paid it off. So the government, the only thing they've ever given me is a student loan. I could have gotten the same loan from a bank, but I paid it off. So the government never gave me anything. I never kept a dime of their money. I don't understand how this is happening. Democrats have all gotten rich from government. Government gives them millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, sometimes hundreds of millions, and sometimes billions. Stacey Abrams, the election denier, who kept saying she didn't lose her election twice now for governor of Georgia, she is connected to a climate group that was awarded $2 billion by the EPA. Now, again, this is an opinion show. I'm going to tell you my opinion. I'm going to write this commentary either tomorrow or over the weekend. She should be the number one target of Kash Patel, the new FBI director. You have got to investigate Stacey Abrams and her group and find out who authorized the $2 billion, what it was used for. This is a company that it's in its first 3 months did $100 in business, and they gave them $2 billion.